Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 556, Chapter 555, Lilith's Primordial Moon and the Mother Tree of Desire. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hermit, Cathedral frowned slightly, Worm of Time. I remember there's a sequence potion called Worm of Time, but judging from Emperor's tone, it seems like that Worm of Time is some kind of item. Magician Furs was a bit puzzled. Why is Hobert looking for ways to gain good luck? And where did he get so many Worms of Time? Emperor Hobert saw the confusion on Furs's face and roughly understood what she was thinking. He sighed. In the future, every reaction at the tarot gathering, especially things Furs doesn't know about, I have to think about how to explain it to her afterward. But then, Hobert thought of a way to solve it once and for all. Behind the grey fog, Klein paused for a second or two before figuring it out. Is that Worm of Time you're talking about the same thing as the Worm of Time I know? That's something only Amon's avatars have. No, that's not right. Other demigods of the Marauder pathway should also be able to obtain Worms of Time. Justice Audrey naturally thought of Sun's previous experience and had a very deep impression of Worms of Time. She never expected that the reward Hobert offered would be Worms of Time. Son Derek coughed a few times before asking, Mr. Emperor, where did your Worms of Time come from? Hobert smiled slightly, of course, from Amon's avatar. The most surprised was Furs. You encountered Amon's avatar. She remembered that Worms of Time have the ability to parasitize. Could Hobert have already been parasitized? Thinking that there might be a pair of eyes staring at her during her recent intimate moments with Hobert, she felt a little shy and a little scared at first. But then she thought, if Hobert were parasitized, Mr. Fool would definitely notice. Besides, he is a favored one of the Creator, so if he were in any danger, the Creator should be able to detect it in time. Fortunately, everyone else was surprised by the source of the Worms of Time and didn't notice the urgency in the magician's tone, or that she simply called the Emperor you instead of Mr. Emperor. Cathedral asked in disbelief, is that the King of Angels Amon that we mentioned during our previous intelligence trade? Hobert emphasized, it's Amon's avatar. Audrey said with emotion, Mr. Emperor said before that there are also Amon's avatars in the North and South continents, but I didn't really take it seriously. I didn't expect those avatars to really exist, and that members of the Tarot Club have even fought them. Little Son was more concerned, Mr. Emperor, how did you kill Amon's avatar? If you think this information is too valuable, I can trade it with Beyonder ingredients. Hobert smiled, the role I played in this battle was merely to lure out the other party's avatar. Then he said to Derek, if those below demigod level encounter Amon's avatar, there is only one solution, run while praying to Mr. Fool. Well, if you can still remember to pray to Mr. Fool, that is. Furs was completely relieved. It sounds like it was an action led by the Creator, so there's no danger. Now that I think about it, Hobert did seem to mention this a few days ago. He suddenly had a murderous impulse during a mission when he didn't need to kill anyone. Since he didn't explain it clearly at the time, it might have been confidential. Never mind, I won't ask after the gathering. Behind the grey fog, Klein smiled helplessly, why pray to the Fool? If the Fool encounters Amon's avatar, he plans to pray to the Creator. Derek nodded slowly, I understand. Klein, it's best if you don't encounter Amon's avatar before the Fool has a way to deal with it. Audrey was more concerned, Mr. Emperor, where did you encounter Amon's avatar? Hobert replied with a smile, for a long time, there won't be any Amon's avatars on the Rorsted Archipelago. Oh, well, that's not necessarily true. Perhaps there will be some Amon's avatars who will investigate why the avatar on the Rorsted Archipelago disappeared. Alger frowned, the Rorsted Archipelago again. A lot has happened on the Rorsted Archipelago recently. Or rather, as long as the favored ones of the Fool or the Creator are on the Rorsted Archipelago, something is chained to happen. Audrey was slightly relieved to hear that it wasn't in Backlund. Then she asked, Amon's main body is in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Why would he send avatars to the North and South continents? I heard that Amon has a habit of collecting Beyonder characteristics of the Marauder pathway. This may be him looking for other Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, Hobert said. Of course, it may simply be because it's fun. Everyone recalled that the Emperor had said that this King of Angels had the title of God of Mischief. Klein pondered for a moment before manipulating the world to say in a hoarse voice, I need to ask that one if he is satisfied with such a reward before I can give you an answer. Hobert nodded, okay, no problem. After this special transaction ended, this short transaction session of the tarot gathering came to an end. As the exchange session began, Little Son said, I have become a notary. Now there is an opportunity to choose a sealed artifact. What type of sealed artifact should I choose? Alger, who understood the sun pathway best, said, although notary will gain a great increase in physical fitness, they are still more inclined towards support. The ability to notarize effectively can be temporarily enhanced, and the ability to notarize ineffectively will be weakened or forcibly dispelled. At the same time, notaries are good at making contracts. Once they sign and approve, even Sequence 5 cannot violate them. Based on these characteristics, I suggest you choose a sealed artifact that is good at controlling targets. If not, then choose one with strong attack power. Derek thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. In his mind, the most great and respected person in the entire Tarot Club was Mr. Fool, the most knowledgeable and admirable person was Mr. Emperor, and the most reliable, kindest, and most benevolent person was undoubtedly Mr. Hangman. At this time, Emlyn thought to himself, this guy has actually caught up to my level. No, I can't let him surpass me. He obtained Mr. Fool's consent and manifested a slender doll. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone know what this is? The puppet was obtained from a primordial moon believer he had just hunted. He thought this should be an important clue to finding other hunting targets. This is a moon messenger. Katlia examined it for a few moments and said, this is very dangerous. It's best to hand it over to your sanguines higher-ups. Then she explained, it is an beyonder item made by followers of the primordial moon, through bloody rituals lasting hundreds of years. It is said to have the integration of divine power and possesses strange and terrifying abilities and effects. Emlyn changed his sitting posture and said with a, hey, I encountered it while hunting that primordial moon believer. She is already dead, and I am still alive. Hobert smiled slightly. No one asked you where you got it, they're just telling you it's dangerous. Sure enough, Katlia was slightly stunned and didn't know how to respond for a moment. At this time, Audrey asked, Mr. Emperor, are there many followers of the primordial moon? Emlyn glanced at Justice. Why don't you ask me this question? I don't think there are many. Hobert thought for a moment and then said, and these followers don't seem to have a very strict organization. Most of the members have joined the Rose School and the Life School. But I heard that the primordial moon followers of the Life School seem to have rebelled some time ago. Behind the gray fog, Klein nodded slightly. He had also received such news and had helped the Fate Pathway counselor of the Life School escort the Die of Probability. Emlyn added, there are also some who have not joined any organization. Audrey continued to ask, why is this happening? She smiled and said, I think the Beyonders of this pathway seem very scattered. The Sanguine are Beyonders of this pathway, and the Primordial Moon followers in the Rose School and Life School are also Beyonders of this pathway. Emlyn was a little unhappy. Don't confuse a Sanguine with the Primordial Moon followers. They are all dirty thieves who stole our Sanguine's Beyonder characteristics. Yes, you are different, Audrey followed suit. But the Beyonders of this pathway are still very strange. Like Mr. Moon, they believe in the ancient god Lilith. I remember that the Rose School and the Life School also have very different concepts. They even sound like they are not Beyonders of the same pathway. Katlia replied, it is because their beliefs are different that they adhere to different concepts. Audrey smiled, this is exactly what I am going to ask next. Are there two beings similar to gods in this pathway? Only our ancestor. Emlyn said with some excitement, from beginning to end, only our ancestor is the moon. Derek almost asked, what is your code name, Mr. Moon? In the Tarot Club, aren't you Moon? But because he noticed that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, he didn't ask. Furs advised, Mr. Moon, please don't be agitated. We are just doing some discussions and have no other intentions. Audrey also took great care of Moon's emotions and said, sorry, Mr. Moon, I am just curious why there is a being like the primordial moon besides the sanguine ancestor in this pathway. That's because. Emlyn suddenly found that he couldn't explain this question clearly. In the end, he sighed and said, the primordial moon must have stolen the ancestor's authority through some method, just like those artificial sanguine stole our Beyonder characteristics. Katlia said, sorry, Mr. Moon, what I am about to say may make you unhappy, but according to some rumors I have heard, primordial moon is Lilith in disguise. Emlyn turned red with anger, but because Hermit apologized first, and he also knew that this was a discussion, he took a deep breath and didn't let his anger out. He clenched his fists and said, absolutely impossible. How could the ancestor become the belief of that group of thieves? She is the Sanguine's ancestor. The Sanguine has always regarded the followers of the primordial moon as mortal enemies and will never accept that the primordial moon is the ancestor Lilith. The other members did not speak. They didn't think so. After all, that was a god, and it sounded like it was a god in not so good condition. Who knew if it was because they were in bad condition that they liked bloody sacrifices and eventually became the primordial moon? But Mr. Moon was very sensitive to this issue, and everyone did not continue to discuss it in this direction. Behind the grey fog, Klein even suspected that the primordial moon might be the Evernight goddess in disguise. But in his heart, he didn't want to admit that the Evernight goddess would like blood sacrifices. Little Son felt that the current moon was very similar to himself in the past, and couldn't bear to hear others say bad things about the omnipotent and omniscient Lord. At this time, Hobert, who had not participated in this topic and had been thinking, suddenly said, "Everyone, I just thought that with some of the information I have heard and the information I have unintentionally obtained in some actions, I can probably help you sort out the problems of the moon pathway." The other members looked at Emperor together, and Audrey almost immediately raised her hand and said, "I want to initiate a transaction." Emlyn followed closely, "I also want to initiate a transaction." "Don't worry," Hobert smiled, "this transaction involves a lot of scattered but high-level information. Let me think about it. Let's price it at £4,000. But I want to make one thing clear in advance, I will not have any descriptions or answer any related questions about the uniqueness of the moon pathway." Audrey said, "I'll offer £1,000. I'll also offer £1,000. Emlyn followed closely again. Klein secretly sighed in his heart. He originally wanted to learn more about the relationship between the goddess and the uniqueness of the moon pathway. But he was still willing to offer £400 to listen to Emperor's explanation of this seemingly chaotic pathway. Furs was also willing to offer £400 to listen to the answer, but then she thought, I don't need to be so troublesome later. Can't I just give this £400 to Hobert? No, do I even need to give it to him? Katlia also offered £400. She realized, according to Emperor's pricing habits, if it is a very complete piece of information, he will generally price it at £5,000. This time he is asking for £4,000, which can only mean that this information is not very complete. Is the missing part about the uniqueness of the moon pathway? A crowdfunding was quickly reached. Alger also offered £400, and Little Son offered 2 sequence 8-level Beyonder ingredients. Let's start with Ancestor Lilith, which Mr. Moon is most concerned about, Hobert said. We talked about it before when we were conducting the ancient god-related transaction. According to some clues, the ancient god Lilith once fell in that ancient god war during the Second Epoch. Emlyn immediately said, but we Sanguine can still receive the ancestors' revelations. I know, listen to me first. Hobert smiled and said, according to the existing intelligence, the ancient god Lilith did survive in a peculiar way, but how peculiar it is unknown. More precisely, it can't be said now. To cover up the truth and divert everyone's attention, Hobert came up with a good idea. The ancient god Lilith may still retain a sequence 1 characteristic, and has been using this to give some instructions to the Sanguine. But because she may be sleeping most of the time, the Sanguine only know that the ancestor is still alive, but they don't know the current state of the ancestor, and can only occasionally receive the ancestor's enlightenment. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that it is a sequence 1 characteristic with the spiritual residue of the ancient god Lilith, automatically replying to the prayers and sacrifices of the Sanguine. I just think the first possibility is higher. Under no circumstances can everyone associate Lilith with the Earth Mother, not even the members of the Tarot Club. Regarding the future War of the Gods, Hobert is currently on the side of the goddess and the Earth Mother, so at this time, no relevant information about their secret plans can be revealed. However, based on the principle of honest transactions of the Tarot Club, the information Hobert gave was not entirely groundless. Lilith always needs a certain way to issue instructions to the Sanguine, right? Could this way be the uniqueness of the moon pathway? It's just that Hobert only said what he knew on this issue, not all the information. Emlyn immediately nodded and said, I think it must be the first guess. Now the ancestor has discovered the opportunity to restore power and completely wake up, so he sent an enlightenment to let me join the Tarot Club, let me gain stronger power, so as to help the Sanguine get through the crisis in the future and completely awaken the ancestor. Katlia was slightly taken aback. I didn't expect Mr. Moon to have joined the Tarot Club after receiving the enlightenment from the Sanguine ancestor, but the question is, Moon is a servant of the Earth Mother Church, why would Lilith rest assured to entrust this task to him? Alger also learned this inside story today. Could this involve transactions between gods again? Just like Emperor, is Moon the link between Mr. Fool and Lilith? He glanced at Moon on the side. Are there no Sanguine left? This guy doesn't seem very reliable. Audrey, who also learned about this today, nodded slightly. No wonder Mr. Moon is so proud. It turns out that he was chosen by the Sanguine ancestor. Klein shook his head helplessly. The fool should know about this kind of thing. Why are you announcing it to other members? Then he thought, I prefer the second guess. Lilith has already fallen in the previous War of the Gods, but I don't know who picked up the sequence 1 characteristic with Lilith's spiritual residue, and has been using that or sealed artifact to influence the Sanguine to achieve some ulterior secrets. It is even possible that this person is the Evernight goddess, directly using the uniqueness of the moon pathway to influence the Sanguine. Hobert continued, the Sanguine are a special group in the moon pathway. Apart from drinking blood, they are still normal in other aspects. At least I have rarely heard of Sanguine who are cruel and bloodthirsty. Some of them use the convenience of doctors to obtain blood, and some use blood donation institutions to obtain blood. There are very few extreme cases of hunting humans. Mr. Emperor knows Sanguine very well. Emlyn loved to hear this. Noble Sanguine disdained to do some bullying and killing. Only those artificial Sanguine will hunt humans in order to play the role of Sanguine. Emperor's answer swept away the depression that had been suppressed in his heart before. He even couldn't help but grab Emperor's hand next to him. Mr. Emperor, you are definitely a friend of the Sanguine. If you need any help, please feel free to ask us. Hobert smiled and said meaningfully, we are actually helping each other. He said, because now many believers of the Primordial Moon are concentrated in the Rose School. And attacking the Rose School is our important task in the future. Hobert withdrew his hand. Let's talk about the Primordial Moon again. I don't know if you still remember that I said before that one of the very special points of the Moon pathway is that this pathway not only has a uniqueness, but also has a physical entity. The Crimson Moon is equivalent to the concrete manifestation of this pathway. When talking about uniqueness, I also proposed such a theory. Although uniqueness can control the natural power of a certain category, and is to a certain extent the abstract representation of the natural power in that category, uniqueness cannot be equated with that part of the natural power. Just like the Lord of Storms can call wind and rain, and even transform into lightning, but he is not lightning itself. Lightning is just a tool he uses uniqueness to control. Similarly, the Moon pathway is also like this. If someone occupies the Crimson Moon, the entity of this pathway, can it also affect the beyonders of the Moon pathway? Just like if someone can create lightning in the clouds, does he get a part of the power of the Sailor pathway to another extent? And have a certain impact on the beyonders who happen to be using lightning? Emlyn sat up straight. You mean someone now? No, I mean, an evil god has occupied the Crimson Moon. Oh my god, our Sanguine Viscounts have to seriously study the Moon to gain power. Then aren't they all being corrupted? Hobert replied, she does not have the uniqueness of this pathway. Although he occupies the Crimson Moon, he cannot completely represent the abstract, or in other words, he cannot completely represent the Moon in terms of mysticism. So only studying the Moon has a certain probability of being corrupted. Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. But the others held their breath. First, Klein manipulated World and asked, is the above the sequence who occupies the Crimson Moon the Primordial Moon? You can understand it this way. Hobert made some more concealment. Because of some unknown reasons, she has a very strong affinity with the Moon pathway, so she can occupy the Crimson Moon and stare at the beyonders of the North and South continents with malicious intentions. The intelligence value about the pathway supporting the outer deities is too high, so Hobert can only use unknown reasons to gloss over it. Before this, Klein had only communicated with Hobert about this matter alone, so the other members were not aware of what happened on the Crimson Moon. After hearing Mr. World's question, Katlia was the first to react. Did the Primordial Moon pollute Mr. Dor? Is the Primordial Moon an above the sequence? Hobert affirmed again, yes. But he didn't explain further. A picture suddenly appeared in Audrey's mind. A hideous monster was lying on the Moon, its tentacles reaching into the Moon, constantly drawing nutrients from the Moon. And staring closely at the North and South continents. As long as there is a chance, it will pollute some unlucky beyonders. Furs had a similar guess. At the same time, she thought, is this information all obtained by Hobert from the Creator? Does the Creator also have a communication gathering similar to the Tarot Club? Little Sun is more concerned about, Mr. Emperor, what impact does the above the sequence occupying the Crimson Moon have on the forsaken land of the gods? City of Silver doesn't seem to be affected, right? Hobert said, but the population of the forsaken land of the gods is too scattered. City of Silver is not affected, and it does not necessarily mean that other surviving cities are not affected. Derek nodded. For now, as long as City of Silver is not affected, that's fine. Hobert continued, let's talk about why it is difficult for the believers of the Primordial Moon to form a unified organization. This is because someone has been interfering with the Primordial Moon. Emlyn leaned forward, is it our ancestor? No, it's the Mother Tree of Desire. Hobert is also reminding everyone, pay attention to the Mother Tree of Desire. Katlia was slightly taken aback, Mother Tree of Desire. Of course, she has heard of the Mother Tree of Desire, and knows that this is an evil god, but in her feeling, this evil god's power does not seem to be very strong, only slightly stronger than those wild gods in the Rorstad archipelago. Alger also knows that this is an evil god, but does not know the specific information, so in his mind, this evil god has always been categorized with the primordial demoness and the true creator. In terms of power, it seems to be a level lower than these two relatively active evil gods. Only Klein knew that the Mother Tree of Desire was an outer deity, and only he had encountered the celestial church that believed in the Mother Tree of Desire. Emlyn had only heard of Sua, and did not know that there was a Mother Tree of Desire behind Sua. Other members heard the name Mother Tree of Desire for the first time. Audrey asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, is the Mother Tree of Desire also an evil god? Hobert replied, to be precise, this is an above the sequence. Audrey was a little surprised, there is more than one above the sequence. Yes. Hobert gave an affirmative answer. Alger asked the question that had been in his mind for a long time, why do these above the sequence don't seem to be very strong? Or, why is their influence on the real world very limited? Hobert simply replied, this question is not included in this transaction. Klein, who had the same question, was a little disappointed. At the same time, he also realized, there must be a huge secret in this. Could it be a higher level of game? Katlia then asked, is the power that the Mother Tree of Desire displays in the real world very limited? This question can be answered. Hobert said, for now, yes. Klein, Katlia, and others, excluding Little Sun and Emlyn, clearly heard the key point, which is for now. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Hobert continued, in an operation, I encountered an ancient god who has survived to this day. Emlyn just wanted to ask, is it our ancestor? But then, he felt that it should not be. The reason is very simple, I am the person chosen by the ancestor, and I have no chance to meet the ancestor. How could Emperor, a believer of the Creator, meet him? After completing the affairs entrusted by that ancient god, I got a piece of information from him. A sequence 1 characteristic of the moon pathway was obtained by the Mother Tree of Desire. The ancient god Hobert was talking about was of course, Devil Monarch, for body. He paused and then said, so that Mother Tree of Desire can show some characteristics of high sequence beyonders of the moon pathway. The other members were all in surprise and contemplation. They were surprised that Emperor could have such an adventure. All along, they thought that Emperor's information was obtained from his family or from the Creator. Looking back now, in fact, Emperor has said many times before that some information was obtained from some explorations or his actions. In other words, some information is hard-won. As for their contemplation, they were different. Klein recalled that in addition to the strong desire shown by the Mother Tree of Desire, it seems that it does have the characteristics of fertility. Admiral, I want to have a child with you. Klein took a deep breath. This sentence is still deeply imprinted in his mind. Alger and Katlia felt that the relevant information about the Mother Tree of Desire in their organization had to be rewritten. Emlyn was the first to react. He asked, Mr. Emperor, is there any way to take back that sequence 1 characteristic? Hobert opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Didn't I make it clear enough just now? That's an outer deity, how can you take it back? I have no way. Hobert simply said, and then he said meaningfully, this is a matter between gods. This time Emlyn understood Emperor's hint and looked at the head of the bronze long table, but he just opened his mouth but didn't ask anything. The reason is very simple. He suddenly realized that he was too weak. Even if the fool gave away, it would be difficult for him to do it. If he asks the fool for help, he realizes that he is not qualified enough at the moment, and maybe the ancestor has to personally ask the fool for help. Seeing that Moon didn't ask anything, everyone continued the previous topic. Klein after the grey fog breathed a sigh of relief. He was ready to use the charlatan's usual method to cover it up again. It's best if Moon doesn't ask. First then asked, you. Mr. Emperor, from which ancient god did you get this information? Hobert took a deep breath and replied, Devil Monarch for body. The other members looked at each other. None of them had a deep impression of this ancient god, especially after the second epoch. It seems that there is no information about this ancient god anymore. Klein then manipulated world and said, how did the Mother Tree of Desire get that sequence 1 characteristic of the moon pathway? Hobert thought for a while, this question can also be answered. In the War of the Gods when the ancient god Lilith fell in the second epoch, the attendant gods present all got a lot of benefits. Among them, the god of spiritual creatures, who later became the chained god Tolsna, obtained the uniqueness and sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of this pathway. At the same time, he also obtained a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic from the moon pathway. After the god war ended, Tolsna sacrificed the sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the moon pathway to the Mother Tree of Desire. For the other members, the chained god didn't leave much of a deep impression. However, they remembered that when they traded information about the Rose Redemption with the Emperor, this chained god was also among the first members of the Rose Redemption. This should also be a god who has witnessed many historical events, but why haven't we heard any news about him since then? Catilia then asked, why did Tolsna do this? It is said that he was secretly corrupted, Hobert said. Or, for him, it was a transaction. He obtained the uniqueness and sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of this pathway from it. He only needed to pick it up during battle and sacrifice it through special means. Hobert guessed that at the time, the Mother Tree of Desire probably wanted the sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic of the Hangman pathway the most, but Tolsna wouldn't possibly sacrifice the Beyonder characteristic he needed to the Mother Tree of Desire, as long as he had a shred of rationality left. This surprised everyone a bit. Audrey even exclaimed, "It seems like there are many people or gods who have been corrupted by the above the sequence." Hobert hummed in agreement but didn't offer any further explanation. Instead, he continued, "It is precisely because the Mother Tree of Desire is using the Beyonder characteristic in its possession to interfere with the Primordial Moon that the Primordial Moon's believers appear to lack cohesiveness. Because the god they worship is sometimes the Primordial Moon and sometimes the Mother Tree of Desire. Some of the divine revelations they receive are also contradictory. Believers receive different orders or are affected differently, so their internal conflicts are heavy. The recent betrayal of the Primordial Moon believers in the Life School of Thought is likely another contest between the two of them, because the betraying believers have all joined the Rose School." Everyone reacted. Why did this involve the Rose School again? But when they thought about some of the information that the Emperor had previously announced, they understood. Audrey asked for confirmation, "Does the Rose School have close ties with the Mother Tree of Desire?" Hobert nodded, "Yes." It was only at this moment that everyone realized that the Emperor hadn't provided detailed interpretations in many parts of this transaction. However, this was understandable. After all, this information was already far beyond the value of £4,000. If a detailed explanation were given, the transaction would be completely unequal. Hobert finally concluded, "Therefore, Beyonders of the Moon pathway have such a distinct sense of detachment because the gods influencing them are the ancient god Lilith, the Primordial Moon, and the Mother Tree of Desire." As usual, after each transaction, the hall fell into silence. Even Emlyn didn't expect that so many secrets were hidden behind the conflict between the Sanguine and the Primordial Moon believers. After more than 10 seconds, Alger cleared his throat and said, "Recently, I went to Byam." Everyone's attention focused on him. Alger smiled and said, "In the suburbs of Byam, a mountain range has been cut in half." The other members were stunned for a moment before they recalled that just half a month ago, Gehrman Sparrow had escaped from Byam and triggered a battle at the Saint and Angel levels. At the time, Katlia had imagined what a battle at the Angel level would be like, but she found that she couldn't imagine it at all. Now, she finally realized just how intense a battle at the Angel level could be. So the other members looked at the Emperor again. Hobert smiled and said, "That was indeed the impact of the previous battle." At this moment, a concept appeared in everyone's mind almost simultaneously. At the level of angels, their battles can already change the terrain of a small area. Then, Klein, controlling the world, asked the Emperor, in which aspects is the above the sequence mainly concentrated in its influence on the real world? Of course, he also knew that the value of this question was actually quite high, but if the Emperor was willing to answer it for free during the free exchange phase, that would be great, and it could save him some money. That's why he asked this question during the free exchange phase. Even if the Emperor wanted to charge, it didn't matter. The previous question was equivalent to warming up, arousing everyone's strong interest in the above the sequence. Klein estimated that even if a fee was required, everyone would immediately start crowdfunding. Hobert didn't answer immediately but considered it for a moment before saying, "Thinking back, I have indeed come into contact with some of the above the sequence's influence on the real world. Speaking of which, the value of this information is quite high. But in order to allow everyone to take precautions, for £1,000, I will tell you all the influences I know of to prevent you from being corrupted unknowingly." Everyone thanked the Emperor. When crowdfunding, they found that it was impossible for 6 people to divide the cost equally. If some contributed more and some contributed less, it would require calculating tens of pounds at a time. So, the 3 ladies simply contributed £300 each, while the world, who raised the question, only needed to contribute £100. The other members could listen for free. While Klein was very satisfied with this result, he once again sighed, "The ladies of the Tarot Club are indeed wealthy." Seeing that the crowdfunding was over, Hobert began, "First of all, please note that you should not casually look up at the cosmos in the future, including the night sky. Because the above the sequence are all in the cosmos. You don't know what your gaze will inadvertently see. Although the probability of being affected is extremely small at present, it is not non-existent." Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that the first precaution the Emperor mentioned would make them feel a little unable to react for a while. The night sky has always been above everyone's heads. Before this, no one felt that it was dangerous. Klein behind the grey fog smiled slightly, "I don't have such troubles now, because you can't see the cosmos in Backlund at all." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 557, Chapter 556, There is no middleman who does not make a profit from the price difference. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The reminder of Emperor was like reminding everyone that water is a poison, creating a subversive cognitive illusion. However, based on what Hobert said earlier, everyone immediately understood, the cosmos is dangerous. Cathedral simply asked, Mr. Emperor, how many, above the sequence, are there in the cosmos? Hobert replied, I don't know. This type of question cannot be answered for the time being, at least not in this semi-free question format. It should wait until Klein becomes an angel. I heard that there is a naturism sect in the Rorstad archipelago, Hobert continued, as far as I know, it is a subordinate organization of the Rose School. I heard rumors that the origin of this sect is that some beyonders who loved astronomy accidentally saw something they shouldn't have seen with a telescope. Klein behind the grey fog thought, I know too much about this sect, and I also know their connection with the Rose School. I didn't expect their reckless behavior to be reflected in every aspect. Furs was a little scared. Fortunately, although I like the cosmos, I have never used a telescope to look at it. Speaking of which, although I like the cosmos, I rarely have time to appreciate it. I used to be busy writing books, and now I'm busy with auction houses and entertainment centers. Audrey exclaimed, without the cosmos, life seems to be a lot less romantic. Now that I think about it, I rarely look at the cosmos. Not only because of Backlund's thick fog, but also in the manner in the fief, I rarely look at the cosmos. Little Son had no cosmos to see, and Alger and Emlyn didn't notice this. Cathedral thought for a moment and suddenly asked, Mr. Emperor, now that you mention it, I suddenly recall that if it weren't for ritual needs or necessary mystical observations, I don't seem to look up at the cosmos. I didn't think much of it before, but now it seems a little unbelievable. Hobert was slightly stunned before saying, perhaps it is a kind of escape from our spirituality. He paused and added, not only beyonders, but thinking about it, I have seen more than once in newspapers and magazines that people lament that modern people are too busy to even have time to appreciate the cosmos. Could it be that everyone's spirituality is trying to avoid their gaze from coming into contact with the cosmos? Everyone was stunned. This idea was the first time they had heard of it, but it seemed to make some sense. Can ordinary people's spirituality also make such a reaction? Furs asked the question in everyone's mind. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, I didn't take ordinary people's spirituality too seriously before, but thinking about it carefully, it should be possible. After all, the danger in the cosmos is too great, so great that even without knowing the specific source of danger, it can still make people avoid it. Of course, this may also stem from the fear in people's deep consciousness. In ancient times, someone may have seen that huge danger, and the degree of danger was so great that it could be written into the common consciousness of mankind. So, people's current spirituality is just a reaction based on subconscious information. Finally, he spread his hands, this is just my guess. These words made the hall silent again. Klein nodded secretly behind the grey fog, this is very mystical. Audrey also thought for a few seconds and said, based on my experience of exploring the sea of collective subconscious last time, I seem to feel a common human fear in the human sea of collective subconscious. Logically speaking, those fears will affect people's subconscious and make us make stress responses from the subconscious. Other members also recalled that they had previously discussed that those common human fears might include the fears of ancient people towards the ancient gods. Above the sequence should be more terrifying than the ancient gods. Fear of them must leave some indelible traces in the subconscious. This question cannot be verified for the time being. We will fill in the specific theory when we have time in the future. Hobert's words interrupted everyone's thoughts. Anyway, try not to look up at the cosmos in the future. Everyone felt that the Emperor made sense. After all, even beyonders of the Dreamweaver pathway may not have in-depth research on human collective consciousness. Sitting here and imagining will only lead to some vague guesses. Hobert continued, the second point is, never respond to unknown calls. As mentioned in a piece of information I briefly announced earlier, I learned during the exploration of a tomb that an angel of the door pathway was corrupted. According to the literature in the tomb, the deceased beyonder was a descendant of the Antigonus family, and they had been seeking ways to advance to an angel. Klein and Furs listened to this information very carefully. Of course, they still remembered the information announced by the Emperor before. At that time, Klein really wanted to exchange more detailed information with the Emperor, but he didn't have the money at the time. Only to hear the Emperor continue, one of their high-sequence beyonders heard a call from the cosmos and, with the help of that call, became an angel of the door pathway. But after becoming an angel, he began to uncontrollably want to go to the cosmos. Later, he was completely corrupted in the cosmos, and after returning from the cosmos, he corrupted his own people. Hobert said seriously, this is an important revelation, and I believe that everyone has heard this before, do not respond to any unknown calls. Because the call from the cosmos will not only corrupt a person but also his relatives and friends. Other members nodded slightly. They received more education on, do not pray to strangers, as for the point of not responding to strange calls, they did not hear many corresponding warnings. Klein and Cattleya almost simultaneously thought, Roselle responded to a strange call and was corrupted as a result. The third point is to pay attention to those crazy, bloodthirsty, or poorly self-controlled beyonders or organizations. Hobert said, the beyonders of the Orthodox churches are basically very rational. Mr. Fool and the devotees of the Creator generally have strong self-control. Those organizations that engage in bloody sacrifices or killings at every turn are without exception either affiliated with evil gods or related to above the sequence. Like the Rose School and the Naturism sect I mentioned earlier, these are, so far, organizations belonging to above the sequence. Everyone must be vigilant, and if there is a chance, you can also strike them down. Regarding this point, everyone also understood very well, and at the same time had a new understanding of the Rose School. Alger was even pondering, could it be that the confrontation with above the sequence is a collaboration between Mr. Fool and the Creator? Hobert continued, the fourth point is something I discovered in my recent action, be careful of those who have beyonder abilities outside of the 22 pathways. Other members were stunned. They originally thought that the following reminders were things that everyone had heard so much that their ears were growing calluses, but suddenly there was abilities outside of the 22 pathways. Before everyone could ask questions, Hobert further explained, as we all know, all beyonder abilities are within the scope of the 22 pathways, but in a recent action, I encountered some beyonder abilities that were not in these scopes. According to the information announced to us by the Creator, these beyonder abilities come from the boons of those above the sequences. Beyonders who have received grace can use some beyonder abilities that we have not seen before. Katlia almost immediately asked, how long can these beyonder abilities last? As far as I know, it's similar to beyonder abilities. Hobert replied, as long as, above the sequence, does not take it back, it can be used permanently. This surprised everyone again. Audrey then asked, how did above the sequence do it? The relevant theory is something I only recently figured out. Regarding this point, Hobert did not hide anything. This is a bit similar to some of the blessings of the Lord of Storms to the Storm Blessed. The Storm Blessed who has received this blessing can use many more abilities related to storms, lightning, and waves than the Storm Blessed who has not received it. Alger nodded slowly when he heard this. That was indeed the case. Hobert continued, other gods should have similar abilities, but there is a problem with the duration. And, above the sequence, is at a higher level than the gods, so their boon can be maintained for a long time. The specific way to obtain power currently seems to be through special sacrificial rituals. I believe that in this ritual, the recipient should be transformed by, above the sequence, from the physical to the spiritual, so that they can use the grace ability for a long time. Klein manipulated the world and exclaimed, I didn't realize before that, above the sequence, could influence the real world so deeply. Others had similar exclamations in their hearts at this time. Emlyn then asked, how should we deal with these recipients? If we come into contact with them, will we be corrupted? He thought that he would have to hunt the followers of Primordial Moon next. Regardless of whether Primordial Moon is the one on the Crimson Moon or the one who has been interfering with him, they are both above the sequence. So his hunting may encounter the recipients that the Emperor said. For him, these are some unheard of enemies. Currently, you can treat them as normal beyonders. Hobert said, except that they are a bit extreme in some things, there is currently no difference from other beyonders. However, it should be noted that their beyonder abilities have not been heard of before, and some are difficult to defend against. Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. Hobert reminded again, the above are the points that everyone needs to pay attention to, and they are also the main means by which, above the sequence, currently influences the real world. Katlia frowned, if you don't say it, we wouldn't even know, there are such high-level dangers around us. Klein thought of many things. First of all, he had a basic understanding of the state of the outer deities. Currently, they can only influence the real world to a very small extent. Then he could be sure that there must be something blocking the invasion of, above the sequence, into the north and south continents, possibly the seven gods, or some other force. Others also launched corresponding associations, but basically they were lamenting that this world is too dangerous. After waiting for a few seconds, Klein saw that everyone was in contemplation, so he manipulated the world and said to Hobert, I hope to get the information you just said about the Antigonus family. Hobert nodded, yes, but this involves information such as Mr. Door and Primordial Moon, so it cannot be exchanged for free, so my asking price is £1,000. Klein was stunned. He didn't expect that it also involved Primordial Moon. This tarot gathering was almost turning into a special session for Primordial Moon. At the same time, Furs and Katlia's eyes lit up immediately after hearing that it also involved Mr. Door. They had already decided to join the transaction again. Emlyn and Audrey also decided to join the transaction again after hearing that it was also related to Primordial Moon. Emlyn felt that Primordial Moon seemed to be closely related to him, and Audrey was simply curious. Alger and Little Sun were not very interested in this transaction. Little Sun was really not interested, because these, above the sequence, did not seem to have affected the forsaken land of the gods yet. And Alger was because he was relatively poor recently. In the end, 5 members were willing to conduct the next transaction with the Emperor, each splitting a reward of £200. Hobert briefly explained the origin of that notebook. Klein then realized that the characteristics of the human-skinned shadow and the eyes of the 6-winged gargoyle that he had traded before were all obtained by Hobert in this operation. Then Hobert began to briefly describe the contents of the notebook. The author of the notebook was Colin Antigonus. In Colin's ancestors' time, there were still 3 demigods. They seemed to often hear whispers from their ancestors. So they believed that their ancestors should still be alive, but they didn't know where they were sealed. One of the demigods went to find the legendary nation of the Evernight. It is said that their ancestors came from there. Finally, he found clear clues and believed that the nation of the Evernight should be in the Hornassus Mountains. After making sufficient preparations, he went to the Hornassus Mountains to search, but he never returned. Hearing this, Klein thought, fortunately, I restrained my curiosity before and didn't go to the Hornassus Mountains. Even the demigods of the Antigonus family will disappear, let alone a marionettist. Then he thought, in this case, the ancestors of the Antigonus family may indeed be somewhere in the Hornassus Mountains. This reminded Klein of the scene he had divined before, the dilapidated palace, and the wriggling worms intertwined on the chair in the depths of the palace. Hobert continued, Colin's ancestors also tried to find the whereabouts of their ancestor Antigonus through sacrifices and prayers, but they never received a response. They were not discouraged. Finally, one day, with their unremitting efforts, they finally received a response, but everyone in that sacrifice lost control, or became madmen, and another demigod was written off. Klein behind the grey fog smiled slightly. I also know this is a tragedy, but I really want to laugh. First seemed to understand something, saying, perhaps this is what a family of Beyonders is like. When there are no enemies to bring them danger, their ancestors are the greatest danger. Thinking carefully, the Abraham family's situation is similar to that of the Antigonus family, except that the Abraham family had to search for Mr. Door because of a curse, while the Antigonus family brought it upon themselves. The other members participating in the transaction also had their own feelings, mostly lamenting that the dangers of the mystical world are everywhere. At this time, the world asked the Emperor, in a hoarse voice, is it true that the ancestor of the Antigonus family is in the Hornassus Mountains? Hobert smiled and said, this question is not within the scope of this transaction. He thought to himself, I need to charge more. It's not that he's stingy, but this transaction was originally a friendly price, and he can't provide too much important information. Klein didn't continue to ask. He already had a rough guess in his mind. Based on the information provided by Hobert, he now knew for sure that there was danger in the Hornassus Mountains, and he completely rejected the idea of going there. If he had to go there in the future, it wouldn't be too late to initiate further transactions with the Emperor. Audrey asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, why can their sacrifices receive a response? Does this mean that their ancestor is really not dead? It's just that their state is very strange. Klein secretly gave Audrey a thumbs up in his heart. However, Hobert said, the main transactions are about the Antigonus family and Mr. Door, as well as the primordial moon. I will not give a clear answer to this question for the time being. He paused and then said, how about this, I will bundle some information and guesses about Adam, Amon, and Antigonus together, and we will conduct a transaction together when we have the opportunity. But I think, unless you need this information, there is no need to know these things. Audrey nodded, indicating that she understood. Then she recalled that, the Emperor, had said a long time ago that Antigonus had 2 friends, and she guessed that those 2 friends wouldn't be Amon and Adam, would they? Hobert continued to describe the contents of the notebook. The only remaining demigod of the Antigonus family was originally an scholar of yore. He accidentally obtained an beyonder characteristic of the neighboring pathway, Planeswalker. With the help of a hidden existence, he became an angel of the Door pathway. This newly promoted angel was called Spike Antigonus. According to Spike himself, the position of the hidden existence that provided help was very high, like a god of the Door pathway, but not quite. That hidden existence said that Antigonus's ancestor was sealed in a place with him. Because of the special nature of the pathway, he could project power into the real world and hear his calls, but Antigonus could not do this. In addition, the information given by this mysterious existence was very contradictory, sometimes telling Spike to look for him and rescue the ancestor of the Antigonus family, and sometimes telling Spike not to go. In the end, Spike responded to the call, also to rescue his ancestor, so he entered the cosmos. Hearing this, the other members, based on some of the information previously announced by the Emperor, were somewhat surprised that this angel named Spike actually came back later. In theory, he should have been gone forever. Hobert continued, according to Spike's own account, he followed that call and came to a strange planet. There seemed to be traces of human activity there, with huge temples and large-scale cities. But now there were only wastelands left. Following the sound of the call, Spike came to a deserted temple. In that temple, there were tall stone pillars and exquisite sculptures. At the end of the temple, there were magical doors stacked together. Through that door, you could see a beautiful full moon, which seemed to be the moon hanging in the sky, but it looked so beautiful that you couldn't take your eyes off it. Then Spike heard that sacred voice, and he willingly knelt down on one knee, pledging allegiance to that voice, to the moon in front of him. Having had previous transactions, everyone immediately realized that it was obviously the primordial moon. Then everyone thought of that door. Firs asked, "Is that stacked door Mr. Door?" Hobert said, "I think it's part of Mr. Door's power." According to some information about the high sequence beyonders of the door pathway given by the Creator, we speculate that the planet may have once worshipped Mr. Door, or there may be legends about Mr. Door there. In short, the intelligent life on that planet built huge palaces for Mr. Door. That civilization may have become extinct after Mr. Door was corrupted or sealed. Another planet's civilization. Klein suddenly felt a sense of science fiction. Audrey also learned today that high sequence beyonders can really affect the intelligent creatures of other planets, which made her couldn't help but imagine and yearn for it. But in the end, she could only sigh. Unfortunately, the cosmos is too dangerous to go to other planets to see. The most regretful was Firs. "I can obviously go to other planets in the future to see other civilizations, but I can't go." Katlia, who heard this information for the first time at this gathering, asked, "That is to say, Mr. Door has been contaminating some beyonders?" Hobert nodded, "Yes." "So I said, if one day you understand the content of Mr. Door's call, either you have become strong enough, or Mr. Door is bewitching you to go to the cosmos." Katlia recalled the Emperor's previous sigh and nodded thoughtfully. Finally, Hobert said, "This angel named Spike has forgotten that his original intention was to rescue his ancestor, which is enough to prove that he has been corrupted and has become a loyal believer of the primordial moon." Everyone nodded slowly, all expressing their approval of this conclusion. With the end of this round of transactions, this tarot gathering was coming to an end. After chatting about their respective encounters last week, Klein announced the end of the gathering. Watching the members leave one by one, and completing the sacrifices and bestowal rituals between the members, Klein returned to the real world and took out the paper crane that had become very fragile, gently unfolding it. Then he planned to ask all the questions he had accumulated recently at once, so he sharpened the pencil with a knife, writing the letters very small. "Someone wants to get good luck in a short period of time and has offered a very good price. I wonder if you are interested. Is your umbilical cord blood considered the blood of a mythical creature? If so, what price do I need to pay to get a drop? Do you know how to make talismans with worms of time?" After writing it full, he carefully folded the paper crane again. Then he fell on the bed and entered the dream world through meditation. In a daze, Klein suddenly woke up and saw the desolate black plain. He went all the way into the dark spire in the middle of the plain, passed through the chaotic layout, and came to the depths of the tower. Here, as usual, a circle of tarot cards was scattered. In the middle of the tarot cards, a black baby carriage slid out of the shadows, with an unidentifiable baby wrapped in black silk lying inside. Klein greeted politely, "Mr. Snake of Fate." Will Osepton in baby form said, and asked, "What kind of price did your friend who wants to get good luck temporarily offer?" Klein said calmly, "2 worms of time. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 558, Chapter 557 The New Master of Longtail Island. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Time returned to around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Hobert and Firs returned to the real world together. Neither of them got up, but turned to look at each other, and both saw smiles on each other's faces. It was as if they had a common, unspeakable secret, a kind of joy. Firs said, "Hobert, I didn't expect you to have so many wonderful experiences and know so much information." Hobert sighed. This moment had finally arrived. Fortunately, he had already thought about how to deal with it. "Some are my experiences, some are not. I was given the task of exchanging information at the tarot gathering, so sometimes I am the Emperor, not Hobert." He sighed in his heart. Sure enough, after telling one lie, you have to use more lies to cover it up. Especially in front of Firs, every lie made Hobert feel guilty, but the contradiction was that some things could only be buried in his heart and then covered up with lies. He sighed in his heart. Fortunately, this is the last lie in this matter. Firs, who was beside him, felt that Hobert's statement made sense. After all, the Emperor had always given the impression of being the representative sent by the Creator to the tarot gathering. Next was the offering of rewards for this tarot gathering transaction. Hobert simply said, "We are now basically moving things from the left hand to the right, so there's no need to pay me your intelligence fee." He smiled and said, "But in the future, when you encounter intelligence transactions, try not to be the main paying member." Firs nodded. At this time she felt like she was a shill. After completing the granting process, because there was no sacrifice from Miss Magician, Hobert received a total of £4,700 in cash and 2 beyonder ingredients this time. Seeing those two Beyonder ingredients, first seemed to understand something. I was wondering before, where did you get so many Beyonder ingredients? Every month, Hobert could provide about 10 sequence 8 level Beyonder ingredients to the auction house, and it had never been interrupted since the auction house opened. At this time, Furs recalled that the Emperor and the Sun had successively traded 3 Beyonder weapons, and Hobert had obtained dozens of Beyonder ingredients from the transactions. Moreover, every time at the tarot gathering, Little Sun could provide some new Beyonder ingredients. At the last tarot gathering, the Sun also mentioned that because of his large amount of exchange, the Beyonder ingredients that had been in storage for a long time in City of Silver began to increase in price. It could be said that he alone drove up the value of some Beyonder ingredients in the entire City of Silver. Leaving the 2 Beyonder ingredients and £700 to Furs, Hobert put away the £4,000 in cash. It costs a lot of money in Backlund. I have to take most of the money there. Furs pushed the £700 back to Hobert. I don't have any places to spend gold pounds now. Take them all. I'll take them from the safe when I need money. The sequence 6 potion formula and main ingredients had already been obtained, and now she had 3 mystical items in hand, so there was really no place to spend money. Hobert didn't refuse, and stuffed the £700 into the cloth bag together. Furs asked, "What have you encountered recently that requires good luck?" "It's a scientific research project that I invested in." Hobert smiled and said, "Because there will be constant attempts, I want to give those researchers some luck. Maybe it will speed up the pace of research." Furs opened her mouth. She hadn't thought of such a use. She paused for a few seconds before saying, "If I'm lucky enough when I'm writing a book, can I keep bursting out with good inspiration, so will my writing speed become faster?" Hobert was slightly stunned. I think the problem with your writing is not a lack of luck." He remembered that there was a book with lawyers as the theme. Why hasn't it been finished yet? Will he still not see that book by the end of the world? Originally, Hobert had planned that if that book was published early, it might also play a certain anchoring role. Now it seems, let's face reality, that book may not be published for a while. After chatting with Furs for a while, Hobert used travel to return to the Earl's residence in Backlund, put down the cash first, and then returned to his room, and took out a copy of the Wind-Blessed Beyonder characteristic and a copy of the Gravedigger Beyonder characteristic from Nation of Disorder. Then he immediately visited Captain Thomas and donated the Gravedigger Beyonder characteristic to the Evernight Goddess Church. And in the subsequent conversation, he told Thomas that he was going to take over Longtail Island. Thomas immediately stated that the local Evernight Goddess Church would definitely support Hobert's rule. Hobert also said, "On Longtail Island, I need the help of the Earth Mother Church, so I hope to build or renovate a church of the Earth Mother Church there." Thomas knew that Hobert's sudden gift of Beyonder characteristics was definitely not as simple as saying hello. He got up and said, "Wait here for a moment." More than 10 minutes later, Thomas came back. Archbishop Anthony said, "Longtail Island is your fief, and it is your freedom to spread any religion you want." Hobert knew that there was no big problem with the Evernight Goddess Church. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Archbishop Anthony, for me." Then he got up and said, "I'll treat you to a meal another day. I have to attend a ball today, so I'll go back first." Hobert also remembered this morning that he forgot to say hello to the Evernight Goddess Church and the Storm Church. Leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Hobert first returned to MI9 to clock out from work, and then took MI9's carriage to Holy Wind Cathedral. After showing the Wind-Blessed Beyonder characteristic to the servant, he successfully met Bishop Graham, Earl Hobert. Graham, who was in his 30s, had light blue hair, and was wearing the Storm Church's bishop robe, immediately recognized Hobert. Hobert smiled and shook hands with him. The two exchanged a few polite words, and Graham took Hobert to the backyard of the cathedral. In a small reception room, Hobert pushed the Beyonder characteristic in the box to Graham, expressing his willingness to donate this Wind-Blessed Beyonder characteristic to Graham. Graham opened the box and looked at it, confirming that it was indeed a Wind-Blessed Beyonder characteristic. "Earl, you must explain where this sealed artifact came from." Hobert was prepared. "When I was in Fainapotter, 3 mercenary squads successively tried to assassinate me, one of whom was a Wind-Blessed dot." Graham nodded, as long as it wasn't the Storm Church's bishops. Hobert's statement was no problem, because the military did have some Beyonders of the Sailor pathway, not only in the Navy, but also in the colonial army in the southern continent. Many of these retired officers returned to the northern continent and joined the mercenary club. Then Graham looked at Hobert. He didn't remember Hobert being a believer of the Lord of Storms, and even this Earl had always had little contact with the Storm Church. So why did he suddenly donate a Sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic? You must know that the Wind-Blessed Beyonder characteristic is very popular in the Berserk Sea. "I came here this time to get to know the bishop," Hobert said. "Of course, there is also something I want to ask for your help." When dealing with this group of grumpy old men, Hobert chose to be straightforward, telling them that he was going to take over Longtail Island next, and that he was going to build an Earth Mother Church on the island. Graham nodded slightly. Hobert was able to say hello in advance and send an Beyonder characteristic, which represented respect for the Storm Church. He didn't care whether there was a third religion on that island in the Berserk Sea, where most of the population was indigenous. Generally, the believers developed on this kind of island are not devout, or even simply difficult to develop believers, because it is simply difficult to explain the Storm Church's doctrine clearly to the natives. But he was also very clear that this was not something he could decide. The encounter was similar to that of the Blackthorn Security Company. Graham asked Hobert to wait here, and it wasn't until more than half an hour later, when it was almost dark, that Graham came back. He stood opposite Hobert and said seriously, "Earl Hobert, the Archbishop asked me to tell you that the Storm Church has felt your kindness to us, so we also show equal kindness. First, there is only one Earth Mother Church allowed on Longtail Island, and the size and specifications cannot exceed the Storm Church's church. The number of clergy sent by the Earth Mother Church cannot be more than the number of clergy in the Storm Church's church on Longtail Island. Second, the Earth Mother Church is not allowed to preach to the Storm Church's believers, nor is it allowed to obstruct the Storm Church's preaching, otherwise we will directly intervene in the affairs of Longtail Island." Hobert agreed immediately, no problem. After all, he was not familiar with the Storm Church before, and at this time they were able to let go and not obstruct the people of the Earth Mother Church from going to Longtail Island. As for these two regulations, in Hobert's view, they were full of loopholes and would not affect his career at all. Leaving the Holy Wind Cathedral, Hobert found that it was too late to go back and change into formal attire, so he simply took the MI9's carriage to attend a ball at an earl's residence. When the MI9's carriage stopped in front of an earl's mansion, it attracted the attention of many people. This department was too special for the nobles. Even Georgina took an earl-level carriage when she attended the ball. Then Hobert, who was wearing less formal attire, got out of the car, and said to the earl waiting at the door, whose name he also forgot, "Sorry, when I was about to get off work, there was suddenly an urgent case, and I didn't have time to go back and change into formal attire. I hope I'm not late." The earl who was greeting the guests at the door was obviously stunned for a moment before saying, "Of course you're not late, please come in." When Audrey saw Hobert's casual wear, she shook her head helplessly. "Hobert, your attire is very ungentlemanly." Hobert also noticed the gazes of the people around him, but he just smiled slightly. "I hope that because of my dress, many gentlemen will not invite me to participate in their gentlemanly balls." Viscount Glaint shook his head. "You're a bit whimsical to think that way. Hobert is an earl, his father is a duke, and now the father and son are members of the House of Lords, and Hobert has also started working in MI9. For the nobles, even if they don't like them, there's no need to offend them." Tuesday morning, Longtail Island. The governor of Longtail Island, Giannis, came to the governor's mansion as usual. As soon as he got out of the carriage, his secretary greeted him and said, "Governor, Earl Hobert's special envoy has arrived." Giannis was slightly stunned, and asked as he quickened his pace, "When did the special envoy arrive? Why didn't he notify himself?" The secretary's eyes were a little strange. Just arrived." It was indeed just arrived, but no one saw how he entered the governor's mansion. He seemed to suddenly appear in the hall of the governor's mansion. But Giannis didn't have time to ask in detail at this time. As the governor, he had already received the telegram that Longtail Island had been sealed to Earl Hobert. The royal family had given him a new appointment, but he had been delaying leaving. Because Giannis's industries were all on Longtail Island, there was a private iron mine, a rubber forest, and 2 manors. At the same time, he often colluded with the garrison to capture the natives in the mountains and secretly engage in slave trading. If possible, he hoped to continue to help Earl Hobert manage Longtail Island. But Earl Hobert had not sent anyone to Longtail Island, so Giannis took the initiative to send someone to Backlund, but the person he sent was still on the road. Arriving at the hall of the governor's mansion, Angus, who was in his 20s and looked very easygoing, was holding his arms and admiring the murals with the style of the Rafta archipelago. "Special envoy," Giannis said respectfully. On Longtail Island, Giannis looked more majestic than the emperor, but in Backlund, he was completely a marginal figure of the royal family. If he hadn't been promoted to Sequence 5 by chance, he would not have been able to become the governor of a large island. In Backlund, let alone the Earl's special envoy, he had to be polite even when he met the confidant of a lord. Angus smiled and said, "Hello, Governor." Seeing that the other party's expression was amiable, Giannis breathed a sigh of relief first. "Please come to the office for detailed talks." Angus nodded and followed him to the governor's office. Looking at the luxurious decoration of the office, Angus sighed, "It's more impressive than the Earl's office." Giannis was startled. This is prepared for you." Saying this, he quickly handed over a cigar. Until this time, he still thought that this special envoy was simply here to understand the situation. Angus waved his hand. "Go and prepare the information of Longtail Island. The Earl and a group of officials will come over in a while." Giannis was stunned. They also came by boat. They didn't come by boat. Angus didn't continue to explain, but said, "Prepare for the handover. Try to complete the handover this morning, and the Earl will inspect the territory in the afternoon." Giannis was a little surprised. So fast. Leaving the office, Giannis didn't react for several minutes. Finally, he made up his mind and returned to the office. "Special envoy." He saw that the special envoy was setting up a door in the center of the office at this time, and the special envoy was drawing some mysterious symbols on the carpet next to the door. "What's the matter?" Angus asked without looking back. "I am willing to donate a rubber forest to the Earl. Can you help me say a few good words and let me continue to be the governor of Longtail Island?" Giannis smiled and said, "No one knows this island better than me. Under my management, this island will definitely be able to operate stably." Then he stepped forward and whispered, "If you are willing to help, I will give you an estate." Angus glanced at Giannis, then continued writing the array. "The Earl will be here soon, talk to him." Okay. Giannis nodded repeatedly. "I'll go prepare the documents for the Earl to review." After the governor left, Angus shook his head. If it were another Earl, perhaps this governor could have stayed on Longtail Island, but knowing Hobert, if he were told to run the territory unchanged, he would definitely be unhappy. Soon, the staff of the governor's office heard that the Earl had sent a special envoy, and everyone was in a panic. However, some staff members thought that it was just a special envoy, and if the Earl wanted the territory to continue operating, he would need someone to manage it, so they would not lose their jobs. But before long, a team of soldiers came out of the governor's office, and the leading officer coldly ordered with a frosty face, "The Earl orders, all staff members are to gather in the hall to receive 2 months' salary and return tickets to Backlund. Everyone can leave their posts this afternoon. Those who want to continue working must pass the assessment of the Human Resources Department and a series of studies before they can return to work." This stunned everyone. Judging by this, the Earl didn't seem to plan to keep a single old employee. Then someone wondered, where did these soldiers come from? Their uniforms don't seem to be from the lone military, do they? Everyone looked at Governor Giannis, who was also dumbfounded. When did these people hide in the office? After thinking for a moment, he realized that these people might have come through the Traveler's Gate. Just as everyone was feeling strange, several more teams of fully armed soldiers came out of the governor's office, shouting slogans. They were well-trained, well-equipped, and even had heavy machine guns. After gathering in the courtyard, there were about 300 of them. Seeing the guns in the hands of these soldiers, everyone swallowed their full of complaints back down their throats. Before long, a group of clerk-looking people came out of the governor's office, and the leading official introduced himself. "My name is Conrad, and I am the newly appointed mayor of Longtail Island. May I ask who are the staff members of the Land Resources Department?" 2 people stood up. Conrad waved his hand, and 3 of his subordinates stepped forward to take over from them. "May I ask who are the staff members of the Finance Department?" In just a short while, Mayor Conrad sorted out the handover work of the governor's office. Those staff members who went to take over shook their heads repeatedly after seeing the files and materials left by the governor's office. 2 weeks ago, Hobert gave everyone who came to work on Longtail Island a copy of Introduction to Longtail Island. The Earl's introduction was more detailed than the information of the specific functional departments of the governor's office. On the governor's office side, Earl's special envoy Angus came out with 10 grim-looking members. Angus said to Giannis, who was already stunned, "I am here to take over the secret files and secret affairs. That is, the Beyonder files and cases of the island." Giannis was stunned for a moment before he reacted, Okay. He didn't expect the Earl to have so many Beyonder subordinates. You know, many Earls would only hire a few Beyonders to protect themselves, but Earl Hobert sent 10 Beyonders to Longtail Island. How much would that cost? Several Beyonders from the governor's office finally felt a sense of crisis when handing over the Beyonder work. They were once pirates or adventurers, and they already had their own industries on Longtail Island, and they didn't want to leave here. At this time, several soldiers carried out the leather chairs of the governor's office, and next to this luxurious chair, there was also a chair. A few minutes later, a man and a woman came out of the governor's office again. The man was handsome and cheerful, and the woman was mature and lazy. The soldiers in the hall immediately saluted the two. These two were naturally Hobert and Furs. Hobert and Furs sat down unhurriedly on the chairs in the hall, and the soldiers ended their salute. At this time, Seal, who had been prepared in the courtyard, led 300 well-equipped soldiers to change defenses with the local lone garrison after notifying the local garrison in advance. Conrad also replied, "Lord, the handover of the governor's office has been basically completed." Angus also came out with people, "Lord, the secret files and cases have also been handed over." Hobert nodded, "Proceed according to the original plan." Yes. Angus went back to dismantle the Traveler's Gate, preparing to reinstall this gate in the courtyard, and then another batch of soldiers and logistics personnel would come. This group of people will be stationed near the governor's office to protect the clerical staff to complete the asset registration and confirmation work of this city. Because there have been 2 experiences of occupying new territories, the government department has a mature workflow. After occupying a new territory, the first thing is to resort out the situation of property, population, and land. Colonies are quite rough in this regard. Of course, you can't completely blame the colonies. The total population of Backlund is estimated, and the colonies will certainly not be much better. Giannis stepped forward and said, "Earl." At this time, he had given up any hope of continuing to serve as governor. The Earl's takeover of the entire territory was so clean and neat, it was obviously premeditated. Since the other party has never contacted him, then he must no longer be in the other party's premeditation. Hobert smiled, "Governor Giannis, thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard work." Giannis also smiled, "The iron ore on Longtail Island." "I know." Hobert said, "On Longtail Island, only 1/3 of the iron ore and copper ore belong to the governor's office, and the rest is invested by the navy or some nobles." Giannis was first a little surprised, and then he thought that this was reasonable. Since he was ready to take over the officials of Longtail Island, how could he not understand the mineral resources on Longtail Island? Hobert explained, "This is the fief given to me by the king. I don't care what it was like before. From now on, all industries here must uniformly pay taxes to me. The specific tax standards are in accordance with the Lone Kingdom's tax law. Giannis was slightly stunned. He just wanted to remind the Earl that this method of taxation would definitely not work. After all, this is the Worsted Archipelago, not Backland. There is no such thing as a tax law. There are only port usage fees, land usage fees, and other fees, because no one here will abide by the law. But then he thought, anyway, he was not hired as the governor, so he can do whatever he wants. Hobert asked, "Does the governor have anything else?" "No." Giannis smiled bitterly, "I just suddenly have to leave here and feel a little reluctant." He was actually considering whether to wait on Longtail Island for a while. Wait until the Earl offends all the dignitaries of the Worsted Archipelago, and he can come out to clean up the mess and continue to be the governor. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 559, Chapter 558, The Earl's Light Bulb at the Banquet, Bonus 1. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Hunter Hartgen for becoming a Sequence 9, reader. In the governor's mansion on Longtail Island, the original staff were quite annoyed by Earl Hobert's new arrangements. It wasn't that Hobert was delaying their wages, on the contrary, he was paying them 2 months extra. It was that they had a good job on Longtail Island, but they weren't sure if they could find one elsewhere. In Byam, they weren't confident they could find a decent job, let alone return to Backland. The vast majority of them hoped to keep their jobs, but the assessment for their retention was very strange. They were all asked about crop cultivation or trivial matters about the local natives, while grammar and other literary assessments were ranked last. In the end, only 3 people were kept, and it was said that they would be sent back to Backland for a period of study. The staff couldn't understand what there was to study about the work of the governor's mansion. Everyone became increasingly agitated and gathered at the governor's mansion, refusing to leave. At this moment, Countess Furs rose, unhurriedly took out a stack of documents from a bag handed to her by a servant, and said in a clear voice, "Guards of South Colson, I temporarily grant you law enforcement authority to arrest the villains whose names I will read next." The guards in the hall and courtyard responded loudly, "Yes." Bar Quinton, the officer in charge of security on Longtail Island. Furs opened the documents in her hand. His original name is Benedict, and he is a wanted criminal in the Lone Kingdom, with a reward of 600 pounds. Arrest him, and I will escort him to Backland to face justice. Borg Gill, the judge of Longtail Island, whose original name is Cecil, is a fraudster. Arrest him too. By the time Furs read the third person's name, the original employees of the governor's mansion scattered like a hornet's nest. Because most of them were criminals, some even still had bounties on their heads. Only the 3 people who passed the retention assessment had truly come to the Worsted Archipelago to take risks because they couldn't survive in the northern continent. Only they had done the most basic jobs, and only they had paid attention to the lives of the natives at the bottom of Longtail Island. Hobert watched quietly, without any intention of participating. At this moment, he thought Furs was quite cool, even though he had helped prepare the documents and come up with the idea. In the afternoon, servants prepared a carriage befitting the specifications of a lone earl. Hobert and Furs, surrounded by servants and protected by soldiers, began to inspect Longtail Island. In fact, Hobert was already very familiar with Longtail Island. This inspection was mainly for the benefit of the planters here. That's why he temporarily hired many servants and brought more than 100 soldiers, determined to show off the pomp of an earl. Not long after leaving the city, Hobert opened the car window and pointed to the hills outside. There are many rocks around those hills. I guess there must have been a high-level Beyonder battle there before. Because the ground is full of rubble and cannot be cultivated, it has always been idle. The first batch of construction-related industries will be set up there. The stones there can be used to burn lime, cement, and made into gravel. The technology for these factories can be brought from South Colson. We also need to build smelting plants and steel mills to manufacture steel bars, metal frames, rails, and so on. In the future, Longtail Island's iron ore won't need to be sold outside. Copper ore can also be smelted into copper ingots and then sold, which is more efficient. However, these processes are a bit more complicated. South Colson doesn't have such factories. I've written to Upton, and he said he can help build the factories and has already bought the corresponding technology. For Hobert, the first thing after having a new territory is to have the ability to build a new territory. Speaking of this, Hobert complained, the building materials here are really too expensive. When I came to Longtail Island myself before, I asked about prices in the tavern. A bag of cement that costs 9 solely in Backlund sells for £3.50 here, almost an 8-fold increase. And it's still in short supply. This is how the Lone Kingdom exploits its colonies, importing raw materials from the colonies at low prices and selling industrial products at high prices. So even if the Lone Kingdom cannot completely control the taxation of the colonies, it doesn't matter. The tax on industrial product exports remains in the ports of the northern continent when they leave the port. Moreover, the Lone Kingdom government strictly controls taxes such as stamp duty that can be collected uniformly. No matter how you calculate it, this business is profitable. Furs withdrew her gaze from the hills over there, then we won't be able to start some construction projects as soon as we take over Longtail Island. Not necessarily. Hobert smiled, there's still Creator Express. No, now it can be called Creator Logistics. Hobert added, there are some things I can only tell you. Keep them in mind and point out the direction to Conrad and the others at critical moments. Furs nodded, listening carefully. In the initial stage, our main obstacles are those planters and mine owners. Hobert said, I've seen how the plantations operate. To establish effective rule here, we must break the plantation economy. Regarding this, I've already thought of some ways, which we'll start implementing after our inspection is complete. After that, the problem we face is how to civilize the local natives. I haven't thought of a good solution to this problem yet. We can only set up more schools and force them to build modern houses and wear modern clothes. Speaking of this, Hobert pointed to the fields outside. Furs followed the direction he pointed and saw local natives wearing only 2 pieces of cloth working in the fields. Furs couldn't help but frown. Even in the South Colson region, which had been almost closed off for half a century, people still spoke Fanapotter and retained Fanapotter customs. In this state, it is easy to establish a new rule because they still have basic cohesion. However, the natives of Longtail Island hold different values from Hobert and other rulers, and their ways of thinking are also different, so it is difficult to establish effective rule in a short period of time. The previous colonists never thought about civilizing the natives. For them, the time cost was too high. So they chose to establish effective rule with advanced rifles and whips. There is a transitional solution. Hobert said, like in the South Colson region, we can immigrate people from Backlund to Longtail Island, first using the population of Backlund to fill the initial demand for workers, and then using a generation's time to allow the natives to gradually accept modern life. However, immigration has a significant problem. It can easily lead to internal divisions and create intense conflicts in the future. Every time Hobert talked about these strategic issues, Furs would listen quietly, because she had long discovered that she was far inferior to Hobert in strategic thinking, so she might as well just listen carefully to what Hobert was thinking. Furs, of course, had difficulty solving the problems that Hobert hadn't solved. She was concerned about another issue at this time: if we drive away all the planters, will we offend some dignitaries in Byam, or even Backlund? Hobert smiled, I will solve this problem in Backlund. At this time, they inspected the first plantation. The planter, who had been notified in advance, was waiting at the entrance of the plantation with his servants. Hobert simply got out of the carriage and waved to them. Then, Freya, who was traveling with them, stepped forward to convey Hobert's order. The day after tomorrow, Thursday morning, the Earl invites them to a banquet at the Lord's mansion. Continuing the inspection along the way, Hobert and others camped in the wilderness that night and continued the inspection the next day. If you were to drive around Longtail Island in a carriage, it would take at least a week, but Hobert's purpose was to deter the planters of Longtail Island. These planters basically lived in the eastern plains, so on Wednesday morning, the original inspection plan ended, and the two returned home, staying that night in the luxurious governor's mansion. Although this mansion was far smaller than Hobert's Earl's mansion, and the architectural structure was not very complex, the decoration was very luxurious. It seemed that Yanis had reimbursed a lot of money from the governor's mansion for this mansion. It was said that Yanis also had a private villa that was more luxurious than this one, but that was not the asset of the governor's mansion, so Hobert didn't bother with it. Longtail Island has many fresh fruits, which are also a local specialty. At least Furs liked them very much. Although she had lived a middle-class life before, she didn't get to eat much fruit. After becoming the Lady of the Lord, she had achieved fruit freedom, especially with the lumberjack side business of picking tropical fruits from Shipyard Island and selling them. However, those fruits had not yet formed a scale after all, and the output was limited. Hobert had always advocated frugality, so Furs was still relatively restrained in her expenses, at least not like now, where she could eat as much fruit as she wanted. The next day, Hobert hosted a banquet for the planters and mine owners in the mansion. He didn't use the popular ball format, but simply a banquet. This was Hobert's fief, and he did whatever made him comfortable. He believed that it was not solemn enough to discuss business at a ball, so he simply held a banquet. There were more than 30 planters and mine owners on Longtail Island. Everyone gathered together, talking and laughing on the surface, but they were somewhat apprehensive in their hearts, wondering what the new lord had called them here for. This was a new lord, not a new governor, and also an earl, a big figure in Backland. They didn't know how to deal with such a big figure. Fortunately, Hobert looked very young and kind, and the beautiful lady of the lord didn't say much, but she also seemed easy to talk to. When lunch was about to begin, Earl Hobert tapped his wine glass with a spoon, and everyone immediately quieted down and looked at the young earl. "I need a lot of rubber." Hobert's words immediately made all the planters sit up straight. They had rubber. Hobert further explained, "My investment in Backland requires a lot of rubber. So much that it exceeds your imagination. So I want to pre-order all your rubber for the next 2 weeks." The planters' faces were filled with smiles. They didn't expect the new lord to be doing business with them. Hobert reached out and introduced the woman on his right, who was in her 40s and wearing the vestments of the Church of the Earth Mother. "This is Miss Jody, a bishop of the Church of the Earth Mother." Bishop Jody, with her golden hair, looked at everyone with a gentle gaze and nodded slightly to them. Hobert continued, "While preaching on Longtail Island, Bishop Jody will help you increase the yield of rubber trees." After speaking, Hobert made a please gesture. Jody stood up and said in fluent Loanese, "Everyone, I went to see the rubber trees on Longtail Island yesterday. If you use the potions and planting methods I provide, the yield of the rubber trees can be increased by 5 times in a week. If you use the new rubber seedlings I will cultivate in the future, the yield can be increased by about 15 times. Everyone opened their mouths wide, with only one thought in their hearts at this time: is this a scam? Increasing the yield by 5 times already sounded outrageous, and 15 times was completely a fantasy. Hobert continued, "Whoever is willing to sell me rubber, whoever is willing to use the potions provided by Bishop Jody, can come to me to receive an advance payment after dinner. I will prepay the money for the rubber for the next 2 weeks at the market price and provide you with a sum of money to purchase the potions. If the potions are effective after use, you must return this money to me. If the use is ineffective, I don't need you to return it." Several people couldn't believe that there was such a good thing in the world. After a few seconds, one of the planters asked, "If we don't use the potions provided by this bishop, or only partially use the potions, can we still receive the advance payment?" Hobert nodded, "Yes." Then another planter asked, "Will those potions affect the lifespan of the rubber trees, or the quality of the rubber produced?" Bishop Jody also patiently replied, "No." After that, the planters said that they were willing to sell the rubber to the lord at the market price, so they could avoid dealing with those leech-like purchasing merchants. The key was the method of paying the advance payment, which they were of course very happy with. As for the potions provided by Jody, they still had some concerns. Although Hobert promised to pay for this expense first, they only agreed to use it on some of the trees. Then Hobert said to the mine owners, "I plan to build a smelting plant on Longtail Island. After you complete your orders, transport the ore to me. I will accept as much as you have. It will be settled by the cart. In the beginning, it will be paid every 3 days for the first 2 weeks, and then it will be settled once a week." The mine owners also smiled with joy. Everyone praised the generous new lord. Furs had been watching these people with a smile. With the current situation, it would be easy to drive these people away, but only Hobert could manage to squeeze them dry and then drive them away. After the banquet, under Furz's command, the financial staff set up desks and quickly paid out more than £6,000 in advance payments. Every planter left happily, and the mine owners were completely relieved after seeing the gold pounds, waiting to prepare to send the ore to the lord's mansion. In the afternoon, Hobert also arranged for the renovation and construction of the rubber processing workshops, as well as the construction tasks for the first batch of factories. As for the governance of Longtail Island, Hobert's requirements for Conrad and others were, first understand the specific situation of the island, and temporarily do not leave the city, but be prepared to take over some industries and towns. With Freya having been promoted to magistrate, Hobert temporarily entrusted her with the security of Longtail Island, or more precisely, Longtail Port. As for the materials for the initial construction work, Hobert said they would arrive tomorrow, as he had already arranged for Todd in Backland to purchase them, and they would be transported by Creator Logistics tomorrow. The first batch of construction workers could be transferred from the South Colson area, with experienced workers mainly recruited locally. There were quite a few lone people in Longtail Port, but most of them were unwilling to engage in such labor. However, many were willing to provide the local natives to Hobert for short-term use as slaves, profiting from it. Having just arrived here, Hobert certainly had to respect the local customs, allowing these middlemen like human traffickers to provide the main labor force. After arranging the tasks, Hobert returned to Backland, where he had a ball to attend in the evening. For Hobert, balls were becoming increasingly boring, endless dances, endless drinks, endless small talk. In the end, the ball would end, and he would feel like he had wasted an entire evening. Of course, this was Hobert's normal state. Many people could still achieve satisfactory results at balls. Many people had already heard that Hobert had rented a huge factory building, but what he was specifically going to do was still unknown, so most nobles were still watching. Audrey smiled beside him. Hobert, you are becoming less and less able to hide your inner thoughts. These occasions remind me of when I was in school, and had to attend classes I didn't want to, Hobert said with emotion. Perhaps you should go to the table and have some roast meat, Audrey suggested. Tonight's tussock-flavored roast meat is very special. Delicious food always heals the soul. Hobert nodded. That roast meat is indeed good, but drinking this wine is not right. Audrey gently shook the wine glass in her hand, then looked at the color. It's a very good wine. That's not what I meant. Hobert laughed. If I told you how to eat it, you would say I'm not gentlemanly enough again. Audrey smiled. Hobert is the most gentle and refined gentleman in Backlund. Okay, then I'll tell you, Hobert said. Roast meat should be paired with beer. Audrey thought for a moment. I think I drank beer at a poetry salon once. Beer is generally not served at formal banquets, Hobert said. You probably haven't drunk it much. The gentlemen of the nobility often drank beer at private gatherings, but ladies or young ladies drank more fruit wine at their gatherings. Audrey suggested, you're going to hold a banquet the day after tomorrow, you could consider using beer with roast meat at your banquet. Hobert was about to agree, but then smiled helplessly. If I really did that, I'm afraid my butler would hang himself in front of me. Although he knew that even if Mr. Dawes hung from the rafters for a day, he probably wouldn't die. Audrey smiled lightly, and the eyes of the people around were attracted to her, as if they were seeing a blooming flower. Everyone around felt a sense of pity. It was a pity that this beautiful flower was blooming for someone else. Audrey seemed to suddenly think of something, and she whispered, do you know where they sell barbecue and beer? We can go try it together. Their barbecue is not authentic, Hobert swallowed. I'll find some time next week and treat you to an authentic barbecue in the evening. Audrey immediately nodded, okay. In the next 2 days, Hobert was very busy. In the morning, he had to go to MI9 to clock in, and as soon as he entered the office, he would immediately go to Longtail Island. After the island changed its garrison and officials, the lone people living here had not yet found any difference from the previous governor's office. If there was a difference, it was that the police officer in charge of security looked too young, and was also a girl, which always made people feel that the new government security would not be very good. Another difference was that the clerks were going through the streets and alleys to determine property rights, which was also different from the previous governor's office. Although the staff explained that after the property rights were confirmed, their properties would be protected by the governor's office. But there were still many clever people who thought that this was to levy taxes on people with multiple properties, so they all used the names of relatives and friends who did not have properties under their names to confirm the property rights. For the time being, Hobert would not have too much action. In the evening, Hobert now had one more thing to do. He had to remember the positions, preferences, etc. of the nobles who came to the banquet, which would be used when welcoming them. Even though Hobert's memory had been strengthened, he felt a headache after seeing these things. Sometimes he couldn't remember them even after reading them several times, and it was easy to confuse some nobles. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday. Hobert had lunch at MI9 and returned to the Earl's residence. After more than a month of renovation, the Earl's residence no longer showed any signs of dilapidation, and the hall where the banquet was held had many exquisite works of art. Those were all rewards from the Queen and Princess Alice. Hobert had Dawes display them all directly, saving him a lot of money. Hobert was not stingy with the banquet's food, band, and other aspects, trying to make them the best possible. Of course, the most important thing was to completely illuminate the banquet hall with light bulbs. At first, Dawes was very opposed, but when he saw the brightness produced by the rows of light bulbs, he no longer insisted on his opinion. For Hobert, the most important thing about using light bulbs for lighting was to hide the small steam generator. This small generator was a test machine for verifying turbine operation. The steam engine was readily available, and the generator was also readily available. The researchers mainly assembled a small turbine. The experimental results were very encouraging. The operation of the turbine exceeded expectations. Even if the entire Earl's residence was replaced with light bulbs, this generator could supply them. Hobert carefully moved the generator to the basement, for which he drilled a hole from the basement, installed a chimney, and specially had Selina take people to guard it, not allowing anyone to enter or exit. Even the operators should not come out temporarily today. At a little after 2 in the afternoon, the Bradley family arrived early. Hobert, who was sitting bored in the hall, stood up and smiled. Is my pocket watch broken? No, I came early. Lord Bradley, who had a mustache on his upper lip and was slightly overweight, said with a smile, I came to see if I could help. I have some experience in holding banquets. Since Hobert rescued their father and son, Lord Bradley had repeatedly brought valuable gifts to express his gratitude, but Hobert declined the gifts, accepting only the sentiment. Lord Bradley, who had never had any political backing, was not discouraged, but instead came more frequently. "There is no reason to have guests help," Hobert said with a smile. "Please sit down." Bradley thanked him before sitting down, but still gave his son a look to go and help, the meaning of which was very clear: "We are your servants." This was Bradley's realization after entering MI9. In Backland, it was not enough to just have money, you also had to have a stable political backer. Those old nobles would not take a baronet seriously, but Hobert and his son were different. Their political power was still very weak and might need some baronets to serve them. Bradley felt that this was an opportunity, so he began to work hard to curry favor with Hobert. After sitting down, Bradley asked with a smile, "I wonder who you will dance the first dance with tonight?" Hobert said with a smile, "Of course, it's my wife." Even if Furs did not like such occasions, Hobert required her to attend the ball, and she had to dance the first dance. Furs agreed with both distress and joy. She was distressed because she really didn't know what to talk about with the noble ladies. Did she really want to talk about the use of the Fairbairn Sykes fighting knife? She was happy, of course, because she knew what the first dance represented. Hearing Hobert's answer, Bradley was slightly stunned. He had come so early today to recommend his daughter Norma. Because Hobert had not brought his wife to Backland's noble activities, this was interpreted by everyone as Hobert deliberately not bringing his wife to Backland, and that he planned to start a new marriage in Backland. Bradley did not expect that Hobert would invite his wife to dance the first dance at the banquet he was holding. Norma next to him also did not expect this, and then her cheeks were slightly red. She recalled her father's instructions to her yesterday: do everything possible to become Hobert's mistress. This was the greatest contribution she could make to the family. Bradley could have such an idea because he really couldn't figure out why Hobert would have helped their father and son at the time, and in the end, there was only one possibility: this Earl hoped to get the beautiful Norma. Hobert did not know what this baronet was planning and talked to him about the recent import and export business with the Fasak Empire. Bradley was a little absent-minded for the first two sentences, but he quickly concentrated on chatting. As the conversation between the two unfolded, the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. This was also one of the reasons why Bradley wanted to work for Hobert. Hobert did not have the aloofness of those high-ranking nobles and the occasional contempt in their eyes. At a little after 4 in the afternoon, Furs, who had changed into her formal dress, came over to remind him, "Hobert, you should go and greet the guests." As she said this, she politely nodded slightly to the Bradley family. Furs only put on light makeup as usual and wore a stylish court dress, and her temperament suddenly became lazy and noble. Furs was actually very beautiful. With a little dressing up, she was more dazzling than most noble ladies and young ladies, especially her lazy temperament, which was difficult for ordinary people to master. This kind of laziness easily made people imagine her stretching when she just woke up, which must be like a kitten, cute and heartwarming. Bradley and Norma suddenly had no other intentions in their hearts, and Bradley even sighed. Perhaps it was this Earl who had been kind enough to help himself at the time. After hearing Furs's reminder, Hobert sighed, "We were having a good chat, and suddenly I have to go to work." Furs smiled helplessly, and coaxed him, "Go and greet the guests first, and then we'll chat when you come back." Hobert sighed again before getting up and reluctantly going to greet the guests. When the guests arrived, Furs perked up and smiled as she went forward to greet them, and her smile only became sincere when she saw Christian and Mona's family. Hobert had sent invitations to the nobles he had invited to attend the party before, but some nobles did not come because they had other things to do. In addition, there were nobles who got along well at the banquet, such as Viscount Glinter, and many baronets who wanted to curry favor with him, like Lord Bradley. All in all, dozens of nobles were coming today. What everyone did not expect was that Hobert could actually invite Princess Alice, which seemed to prove that their father and son were deeply trusted by the royal family. In fact, at a ball once, Alice asked Hobert, "I heard that you are going to have a ball on the 22nd. Hobert immediately realized that he had to send this ancestor an invitation tomorrow. As more and more guests arrived, it was getting late, and the hall gradually became dim, but the servants had not turned on the lights. At first, the nobles did not care, but later the light was too dark, and they could not help but talk about it. Even Mona went to remind Furs, "Quickly have the servants turn on the lights. Otherwise, they would be laughed at by the nobles again." Furs said with a smile, "Mother, Hobert said he wants to give everyone a surprise." Mona was slightly stunned, and then smiled, "You are also fooling around with Hobert." Furs smiled a little embarrassedly, but Mona didn't say anything more. On the other side of the hall, Caitlin was also reminding Audrey, "Quickly have the Earl's butler turn on the lights, otherwise everyone will start to satirize Hobert." But Audrey smiled and said, "When we came in just now, didn't Hobert say that there would be a surprise tonight?" Caitlin was slightly stunned, "He might just be saying that." This kind of rhetoric is very common among nobles. "No," Audrey said, "Hobert rarely makes surprises, and the surprises he says are definitely real surprises." Just now, through observing Hobert's expression and body language, Audrey was very sure of this, and she could even be sure that Hobert was actually reminding her just now. Hearing her daughter say this, Caitlin's eyes had a little more unusual meaning, but she didn't say anything more. In the center of the hall, Alice also noticed that the light in the room was getting darker and darker, and some noble ladies were already satirizing. I used to hear that this Earl ate so simply every meal, and I didn't believe it, but now I believe it. It's so late, and he can't even bear to turn on the lights. At this time, someone chimed in, yes, my lights are on during the day. Alice glanced at the light bulb above her head. She had noticed this when she came in. It wasn't that her observation skills were so strong, but that she had asked people to investigate Hobert not long ago, and one of the messages was about Hobert's great interest in light bulbs. Following this clue, she guessed that Hobert must have his own plans for doing this now, and she could even see the surprised expressions of these noble ladies in a while. As night fell, the room became darker and darker. Just as the nobles were at their breaking point, about to erupt, Hobert suddenly appeared on the indoor balcony on the second floor of the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Hobert gave a slight bow, and after straightening up, continued, I'm sure you're all wondering why I didn't turn on the lights. The reason is simple, I want you all to remember this moment. Many nobles were already mentally mocking Hobert for putting on a show, or forcing an explanation for the oversight of forgetting to turn on the lights. It was already difficult to see everyone's faces in the hall, so people didn't even bother to manage their expressions. The demigod Hobert took in everyone's expressions. Get ready. I'll show you the light of technology. Take a look at the Earl's light. After speaking, he closed the electrical switch on the side. The hall was instantly as bright as day. Clang. Several nobles didn't hold their wine glasses steady, and they fell to the ground. Even in the homes of nobles, they were currently using gas lamps, which were exquisite, but the brightness was no match for these tungsten filament incandescent light bulbs. Alice at the center of the hall smiled, this is the Hobert I know. Audrey saw the surprised expressions of her parents and brother, smiled slightly, and a strong sense of pride arose within her. Furs watched Hobert's smug smile on the balcony. I can already imagine this guy playing the nobles of Backlund in the palm of his hand in the future. Earl's light will bring unlimited light to Backlund in the future. Hobert said emotionally on the balcony, history will begin to be rewritten from this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, you will all be witnesses to this history. Alice took the lead in applauding, and everyone followed suit, even the nobles who had seen light bulbs before applauded Hobert sincerely at this moment. Because Hobert chose the timing so well, giving everyone a huge shock. As the band's music began, Hobert bowed slightly, descended from the balcony via the stairs behind him, and then took Furz's hand, dancing the first dance on the stage. In the elegant music, the two danced and twirled, Furz smiling softly and whispering, this feeling of being able to attract everyone's attention is actually quite nice. Hobert smiled and said, that's because you're beautiful enough and your dancing is graceful enough. I think, after tonight, there will be another goddess in the minds of the Backlund nobles. Furz sighed softly, but I still don't like these kinds of occasions. Audrey saw the intimate conversation between the two while dancing, turned her head, and talked to Elizabeth about the topic of Backlund University. Alice scrutinized Furz, this is his wife. Her appearance is just so. She looked all the way down, the curve of her waist is just so, her chest. Alice couldn't help but look down at her own, perhaps, I can still develop a bit more. After the first piece was finished, the ball officially began. Hobert only danced this one dance at today's ball, because after he came down from the stage, people kept coming to talk to him, asking about the light bulbs. Because they found that after more than 10 minutes, none of the light bulbs above their heads had gone out. These nobles had very keen senses, and they immediately saw the business opportunities of this new invention, and even those who knew the industry were surprised, how did Hobert provide such stable electricity? Everyone had too many questions to ask, but Hobert kept his mouth shut, only talking to them about interesting things and jokes in Backlund, which made some impatient nobles feel itchy. After Earl Hobert's ball ended, in Earl Hall's carriage on the way back, Earl Hall asked Audrey, this is the research project that Hobert invested in. Audrey smiled and said, yes, he said before that he would bring light to Backlund, I didn't expect it to be real light. Hobert is very good at creating atmosphere. Hobert commented, does he also have investments in large-capacity battery technology? The lights didn't dim and none of the light bulbs went out throughout the entire ball. That's right, this is the key point. Earl Hall said seriously, none of the light bulbs went out, if I remember correctly, the light bulbs on the market now don't last very long. He asked, Audrey, does Hobert have enough funds? Has he looked for investment? Audrey recalled Hobert's financial situation, as far as I know, no. He will definitely look for investment. Earl Hall smiled and said, then, remember to tell me. Seeing the puzzled expression on his daughter's face, he continued to smile and said, this is a smart young man, of course he knows that sometimes the benefits of monopoly are trouble and danger. Of course he needs to find some partners to share these dangers and troubles. Audrey nodded slowly. She remembered Hobert had expressed this kind of plan. In Duke Christian's carriage, Tyren was still excited. Sister-in-law said it's called an electric light. I didn't expect it to be so bright. It's like daytime. Christian nodded slightly. This is indeed a novelty. Mona said, Furs said that Hobert has already invested quite a bit in electric lights, and plans to mainly make such products in the future. This may be something the nobles didn't expect. Hobert didn't mention the light bulbs at all, but Furs, who also knew some inside information, made a simple explanation to Mona in the corner of the ball. Tyren said happily, then in the future, Backlund will be as bright as daytime at night. At this time, in Hobert's mansion, Hobert poured himself a glass of wine, found some untouched food and ate a few bites. He simply didn't have time to eat just now, and his mouth was dry from talking. But the goal that needed to be achieved was achieved, making the nobles have a lot of enthusiasm for electric lights, which will definitely trigger a series of new topics in the noble circle. At the same time, he also talked with Lord Atwood, who is now the Minister of Education, about Elizabeth taking the Backlund University exam. The other party promised to help in this regard, and Hobert planned to bring a gift to thank him in a few days. After taking 2 sips of wine in celebration, Hobert found Furs a little absent-minded. He put his arm around her waist. Did you eat your fill tonight? I ate my fill. Furs showed a smile. At the ball, she noticed the way Audrey and Princess Alice looked at Hobert. Although she is not a spectator, she still trusts her intuition in many cases. Furs returned to South Colson early the next morning, walking on the streets of this city, responding to everyone's greetings. Furs's mood improved. At this time, a middle-aged tourist in his 50s stepped forward on the street and asked, "Hello." Furs cheered up and smiled. "Hello, is there anything I can do for you?" The other party introduced himself. "My name is Spike. I have a question I'd like to chat with you about." Spike. Furs was stunned. This name sounded so familiar. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 560, Chapter 559, Hobert's Biological Mother, Bonus 2. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Zach1588 for becoming a Sequence 9, reader. Furs saw the increasingly prosperous streets. The people in the city, which seemed to have witnessed Hobert's growth, regarded her as the Countess. In the future, on Longtail Island, she would still be the lady of the land. As long as Hobert was away, she would be like the head of state. From these things, Furs could fully feel Hobert's respect for her. This made Furs feel better and better. This is enough. Just as she adjusted her mindset, she encountered a man in his 50s with decent features and jet black eyes, who claimed to be Spike. Furs smiled and asked, "Did you encounter any problems in the scenic area?" Spike scrutinized Furs. "I just think you look familiar." Furs initially thought the other party was joking, but suddenly she remembered that the corrupted angel of the Antigonus family was named Spike Antigonus. Could it be such a coincidence that she encountered him? Although Miss Justice helped everyone forget the memory of Above the Sequence, at that time, other memories were preserved. Furs still remembered the corrupted door pathway angel, but she didn't remember who corrupted him. At the moment, Furs smiled calmly. "Sorry, I don't remember meeting you before." Spike frowned. "Your emotions have changed drastically. You recognize me, don't you?" I have some blurry memories of the past." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Spike." A female voice interrupted the increasingly tense atmosphere. Furs looked towards the sound and breathed a sigh of relief. It was Mrs. April. Seeing April, Spike frowned even deeper. "Aren't you going to see your son?" April sneered. "It's none of your business." Saying that, she pulled Furs away. Spike stood there motionless, watching them leave. After walking a little further, Furs asked, "Madam, that was?" "Don't ask," April said. "That person is very dangerous." The two quickly returned to the Lord's mansion, without saying a word along the way. When they arrived at the Lord's mansion's living room, Furs realized that April seemed to have something on her mind. "Madam." April glanced at Furs distractedly, and then smiled as calmly as possible. "Child, go and call Hobert. I have something to talk to him about." "Okay." Furs realized at this time that Mrs. April must have something very important to talk to Hobert about. After Furs left, April trembled all over, especially her left hand. The trembling was so violent that it seemed to want to break free from her body. "Great Mother Earth, please give me a little more time, give me a little more time." April prayed, "Let me see him one more time. Motherly love will bring me closer to you. Great Mother Earth." Whether it was April's prayer that worked, her trembling gradually became less violent. Until she recovered her state and breathed a little, Hobert and Furs came in from outside. Hobert came in from outside and smiled. "Mrs. April, long time no see." April looked at Hobert carefully, and said weakly, "Child, you are more energetic than before." Hobert smiled, guessing that she might have noticed that he had been promoted to a demigod. I have been wanting to come and see you during this time, but there are always all kinds of things hindering my trip. April smiled. A person's life is really short, and I always feel that there is not enough time. As she spoke, she took off a ring on her hand and handed it to Furs, while solemnly instructing, never go to the cosmos in the future. Furs declined. Madam, you have already given me a precious gift. No, the meaning of this gift is different. April smiled. Can I talk to Hobert alone? Hobert looked at April for a while before saying to Furs, accept it. Furs nodded, accepted the ring, and said, you guys talk. She was a little worried about April, but she quickly left the living room. After Furs left, April said, she is a good girl, don't let her down. Of course, Hobert smiled, please sit down. April sighed, I won't sit down, I have been sitting for a long, long time. She suddenly looked at Hobert, child, you already know who I am, don't you? Hobert was obviously stunned. He had indeed guessed that April was his biological mother, but what surprised him was, is she here to recognize her relatives today? April followed up, I am about to face a huge test, and I am not fully confident in this test. She stretched out her slightly trembling left hand, my condition has not been very good recently, and I may lose control in that test. Hobert deliberated for a moment before saying, yes, I know who you are. Great, as smart as your father, April smiled, no, even smarter than your father. She stretched out her normal right hand and held Hobert's cheeks up, in the blink of an eye, you have grown so big. Not being by your side is my biggest regret. But it is because of you that I have overcome so many difficult choices. Every time I think of you, I seem to have endless power. As she spoke, her eyes gradually dimmed, and she slowly withdrew her hand. The reason why I try to stay away from you is because I have been bewitched by an evil god. When I found out, it was already too late. I can't bring those evil things to your side. Hobert sighed. At this time, he could feel the strong maternal love of the woman in front of him. It's good to see you grow up safely. April took 2 steps back and took off her bracelet. If I die, this bracelet will provide you with coordinates. There are all my studies on resurrecting your father. It's just 1 step away. I have entered the underworld many times, but I have never found your father's soul. I have tried many ritual magics, but they have not been effective. You can continue the research there, or you can completely abandon it. Hobert opened his mouth, but still accepted it. April looked at Hobert again. Your father and I have experienced some hardships, and we have also had very happy times. But his death was too much of a blow to me. At that time, I didn't immediately realize that you were the best gift the gods gave us. April, whose eyes were full of regret, suddenly turned her head and walked away quickly as if she was determined. Wait a minute, Hobert took a deep breath. You have given us so many gifts, I should have a return gift. Saying that, he took off the head of his cane, which turned into a palm-sized black circular jade pendant with 2 simple patterns on it. One was a vase and the other was a quail. Hobert handed the jade pendant made of order crystal to April. This is a mystical item that can keep people in good condition. I hope you can always carry it with you. The 2 patterns above have the meaning of peace. It's just that only Hobert can understand this meaning. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. First of all, Hobert felt the taste of family affection in her. This can be seen from the mystical items she prepared for Hobert, which must have taken a lot of thought. This reminded Hobert of his mother in the Common Era, and thoughts and sadness almost welled up together. At the same time, Hobert felt that she seemed to be fighting against something. No matter what she was fighting against, he felt that he couldn't just ignore it. Of course, such a decision is also risky, which may make April's enemies realize where the power of the Creator comes from. But because of the anti-divination characteristic of the Order Crystal, there is no need to worry about using it to divine Hobert's own location, or anything about the nation of disorder. Just take back the power in this Order Crystal, after realizing that something really happened to April, and the risk can be eliminated. Hobert almost waited slightly, and decided to help April. April obviously did not expect to receive a return gift from Hobert. She smiled, then I will accept it. She decided to use the ritual to completely cut off the connection between Hobert and the jade pendant after she went back, so as not to bring danger to Hobert. It's just that she may not have thought that unless Hobert has a clear will, ritual magic cannot cut off the connection between them. Hobert looked at April's happy look, and once again thought of the scene when he bought a gift for his mother when he received his first month's salary. So he smiled, Mother. April seemed to be greatly shocked. You, say it again. Mother. Ha ha ha. April said with tears in her eyes, I. For a moment, she seemed unable to express her current mood in words. At the same time, Hobert felt that April's whole temperament had changed, as if she had suddenly become a majestic lioness. April wiped away her tears, gradually recovered from her excited mood, and looked at Hobert with a kind face. Child, keep the mystical item of the planter pathway that I gave you. Just as Hobert was about to ask what was special about that mystical item, April said again, Don't worry about Spike, he is monitoring me. As long as I leave, he will leave too. After saying that, she disappeared too. Hobert stood there for more than 10 seconds. He called out "Mother," and her state changed drastically. After a long while, Hobert went out to find Furs. Furs asked, "Mrs. April left?" Hobert nodded. "The ring she gave me has the ability to regenerate," Furs said, "as long as it's not immediate death, no matter how serious the injury, it can be quickly recovered. This is too precious." Hobert smiled slightly, and when he saw that there was no one around, he whispered in Furs's ear, "That's my biological mother." Furs didn't seem surprised by this, "That's too precious." In the next few days, Hobert was still a little worried about April's safety. But he never received a signal from the Order Crystal, and he himself was very busy, so these worries were temporarily put aside. The Order of Longtail Island is very stable, and life in Backland has returned to the original boring and tasteless, and even the new Tarot Club has no fresh transactions and gains. Hobert also went to the southern continent and brought the Beyonder team formed by the Balk family to Jeffrey City, where Captain Dunn conducted relevant training for them to become official Beyonders. After arranging these things, Hobert had time to call Helen, who had been promoted to Demoness of Affliction. "Tell Jonathan, I have something to talk to him about. It's time to discuss the split of the Theosophy Order." Helen asked Hobert with a flirtatious look, "Didn't you see anything different about me than before?" Hobert smiled, "I know, you are now a Demoness of Affliction. The smile on Helen's face disappeared. "I will tell Chairman Jonathan." In fact, her dressing style has changed greatly. Her previous dressing style was mainly sexy, but now she doesn't need to dress like that at all. Even if she dresses very conservatively, every move she makes has a captivating charm. Wearing conservatively makes people even more imaginative. But Hobert, who also has a certain charm ability, seems to have isolated all her attractiveness. On the contrary, Hobert wondered, he has been promoted to Sequence 5, so it's okay to be unhappy, but what kind of anger is he getting? Hobert was waiting for Jonathan in the newly rebuilt Lord's Mansion study. After more than an hour, the space in the study suddenly became illusory, and Jonathan seemed to walk out of another world. "I heard you were looking for me." Hobert stretched out his hand, "Please sit down." He paused and said again, "Please use the ability of concealment." Jonathan seemed to realize something and nodded, "No problem." The entire study suddenly became illusory, as if an independent space had been opened up. After Jonathan sat down, Hobert personally poured him a cup of tea. "The Creator has agreed to accept you." Jonathan smiled, "That's great. But before that, some things need to be explained in advance." "You say?" Hobert looked at Jonathan. "The Creator promises to provide you with shelter during the full moon and blood moon to block the erosion of curses on you. The Creator will also protect you from the attacks of the Demoness sect, but will not protect you from other troubles you cause. Of course, there are also conditions for such protection. If necessary, you must fight for the Creator. What can be guaranteed to you is that you will not be given combat missions that exceed your strength. And there must be an Beyonder team composed of 20 people, with at least 1 Sequence 5, 4 Sequence 6, and 6 Sequence 7, to obey my orders. If someone is martyred, you must replenish them, and the compensation standard is the current compensation standard, but you will have no right to interfere in all affairs related to this team in the future. Unless the Creator issues a combat mission, you are completely free at other times." Jonathan couldn't believe it. This condition is very generous. It's better than the entire Theosophy Order being at the beck and call of the Demoness sect. "There's one more request," Hobert said. "You must recommend a young person to help me manage the Creator's divine kingdom. There are no requirements for sequence or gender, only loyalty to the Creator. Jonathan was slightly taken aback, wondering if the Creator would like a witch. He cleared his throat before saying, "These conditions are acceptable." Hobert smiled and said, "The following are my personal requests, because I'm basically the one who organizes the relevant personnel to participate in battles against the Demoness sect below the angel level. I need you to promise that in all battles against the Demoness sect, you have no right to join in dividing the spoils of war. However, you can earn corresponding spoils of war by doing some tasks or making corresponding contributions." Jonathan asked, "If we have personnel who die in the line of duty, can we retrieve their Beyonder characteristics?" "Yes, and I will ask an angel to help you shatter their Beyonder characteristics." Jonathan nodded, "That's not a problem either." Hobert smiled and said, "Then let's make an appointment for the next blood moon operation. At that time, you will pray to the Creator together, and the Creator will help you block the blood moon's whispers. At this time, the primordial Demoness will definitely notice something is wrong, but before the Demoness sect can react, you must immediately take action." "I need some time to prepare," Jonathan said. "I'll contact you again after I'm ready." "No problem." After discussing the business, the two didn't have time to chat, and Jonathan left immediately. Hobert also reconsidered the matter before returning to Backland, honestly attending the ball. It was already late April, and the balls were not as frequent, but they still maintained a schedule of 2 every 3 days. This ball was still the same as usual. As the ball was about to end, Hobert winked at Audrey several times. This was the code they had agreed upon, indicating that the plan they had made last week to go out for barbecue together that night was still on. So after the ball, Audrey followed her parents home, rested as usual, and showed no abnormalities. When the servants had all left, Audrey suddenly sat up. Susie on the carpet yawned. "Audrey, are you going out again?" "Yes." Audrey smiled, went to her cloakroom, and found the long dress and hat she had prepared in advance. She used psychological cue to get her personal maid Annie to buy them back. Annie didn't notice anything unusual. In her opinion, she had only received a reward from Miss Audrey, so she took the time to go out and buy a dress, hat, and shoes. However, she bought 2 of each, and she couldn't remember the matter very clearly later. After changing into the long dress, Audrey learned from Annie and combed a seemingly ordinary bun. Just after she finished combing her hair, she heard a knock on the door. Audrey smiled and said, "Spectator." "What spectator?" Audrey opened her mouth. It was her mother. She had been so focused on combing her hair that she hadn't had time to distinguish the footsteps. Audrey quickly ran to the bed and threw the hat on the carpet, scattering her hair as she ran. Caitlin outside asked, "Audrey. Come in, Mom." Audrey thought to herself that she had run a little unladylike just now, but fortunately the etiquette teacher wasn't there. Caitlin opened the door. "Dear, are you asleep?" "I was just about to fall asleep," Audrey smiled. "Were you saying spectator just now?" "Was I?" Audrey used psychological suggestion to prevent her mother from noticing her dress, and smiled. "Maybe I was talking in my sleep. I was watching a performance in my half-sleep." Caitlin didn't think much about it. "I suddenly remembered something very important." Audrey listened to her mother's very important matter with great nervousness, afraid that she would hear a knock on the door again. Finally, her mother finished speaking, and Audrey said she was very sleepy. Caitlin kissed Audrey's forehead and said good night before leaving. Audrey's palms were sweating nervously. She couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if Hobert knocked on the door and said the code during her conversation with her mother. "I suddenly realized that taking you out to play is a very dangerous thing." The cloakroom door was pushed open, and Hobert came out from inside. "Sorry, I came in without knocking. It really wasn't a good time to knock just now, and it's easy to be discovered if I stand in the corridor." Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. "Hobert, luckily you didn't knock just now." Hobert joked, "Don't underestimate the insight of an intelligence officer. Actually, don't underestimate the insight of a demigod." Audrey realized that she was lying on the bed at this time, and such a posture in front of a man was a little unladylike. She quickly got up and tidied her dress, and went to redo her hair. Hobert turned his head away, trying to pretend that he didn't see Audrey's messy hair and alluring appearance. "This dress suits you very well." "Thank you," Audrey smiled. "Should we go out after midnight in the future?" Hobert smiled. "If it's after midnight, the night market will be closed." "Well, how about finding a chance to go out during the day?" "Let me think about it. Let's say we're going to visit the research I invested in. After the carriage leaves the city, we change our appearance and use travel to return to Backlund. We can take a rental carriage to visit more places." Audrey's eyes lit up. Good idea. If they said they were visiting Hobert's research project, her father and mother would definitely not stop her. "Okay, that's for the future," Hobert said, very gentlemanly extending a hand. "Can we set off now?" Audrey changed her appearance and picked up the hat and put it on, of course. When she took Hobert's hand, she seemed to suddenly remember something. "Susie, I'll bring you back a late-night snack." As she spoke, the figures of the two disappeared. Susie looked at the place where the two disappeared. "Actually, you can take me with you." Arriving at the night market again, they first went to the jewelry area that Audrey had been thinking about. Audrey found that this time, the night market was not as fresh as the last time. After strolling around for a while, the two found a corner, and Hobert used travel again to take her to a villa in the suburbs. After leaving Backlund, Audrey realized that the moonlight was very good today. Under the bright moonlight, she saw the surrounding countryside. "Where is this?" "This is a villa that I asked someone to rent, but I won't tell you where it is yet." Hobert smiled. "Go and take out the skewered meat and vegetables from the house, and I'll start the fire." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 561, Chapter 560 Barbecue Night with Audrey. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. When Hobert was at his old home, his family used to barbecue, so he was very clear about the process. Especially after becoming a Beyonder, he discovered that by distorting the flames in the grill and temporarily tampering with the density and ignition point of the charcoal, it would light almost instantly. While Audrey was busy bringing out the meat and vegetables, the fire was already lit. Moreover, there was no need to flip the skewers while grilling. Hobert distorted the temperature of the charcoal, allowing the heat to surround the skewers, which was much more even than simply flipping them back and forth. As for the barbecue seasoning, Hobert had put some thought into it. There was cumin, sesame, salt, and chili powder. As for other spices, he wasn't too sure, so he just added 2 more randomly. Hobert tasted one first, and the taste was not bad. The aroma of grilled meat filled the courtyard. Audrey watched from the side, feeling the urge to swallow her saliva, but because that would be very unladylike, she swallowed secretly. After finally getting the skewers in her hands, Audrey blew on them first, then followed Hobert's example and ate a piece of grilled meat. The juices burst on her tongue, and the savory taste of the meat, along with the flavor of the seasoning, filled Audrey's entire mouth. It's so delicious. Audrey found that in the end, only this one compliment remained in her mind. Hobert smiled and ate a skewer. Oh, right, there's also beer. He went inside to bring out the beer and poured a glass for each of them. Cheers. The beer washed away the taste of the meat skewers in their mouths, and with the next bite of the meat skewers, their mouths re-experienced the savory taste of the grilled meat. Audrey ate 7 or 8 skewers in a row before asking, Hobert, what style of grilling is this? Why haven't I had it before? This made Hobert couldn't help but sigh. The food culture of the North and South continents is really hard to describe in a few words. Look how hungry this noble lady is. This is something you can eat at the entrance of any community in the Common Era. He thought so in his heart, but said, I saw a very unpopular way of eating it when I went to the Rorsted Archipelago. It is said that it was learned from the elves. Although it's delicious, it probably won't become popular in noble circles. Audrey was concentrating on dealing with the skewers and didn't notice that the origin Hobert had just mentioned was just nonsense. However, she understood why it wouldn't become popular in noble circles, because this way of eating was not gentlemanly or elegant enough. Audrey also tried to eat more elegantly, but she soon discovered that it was impossible. If she ate elegantly, the skewers would be almost cold when they reached her mouth, and the taste didn't seem so delicious anymore. Anyway, there were only the 2 of them here, so Audrey didn't care about being ladylike or not. It was more important to enjoy the food first. After eating for a while, the 2 of them gradually slowed down their movements of eating skewers and began to chat while drinking beer. Listening to the sounds of night insects around them, Hobert raised his glass and sighed, this reminds me of when I was in school. When I was really craving barbecue in the summer, I would sneak out with a few classmates to eat barbecue. We were all excited along the way, discussing how much barbecue and how much wine we wanted. But as soon as we entered the restaurant, we saw the form teacher and several teachers also having barbecue. What was even more despairing was that the form teacher also saw us. When he mentioned the form teacher, he hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, he immediately recalled that the grammar school also had form teachers, so he didn't let anything slip. Audrey smiled and said, what happened later? Hobert took a sip of wine. I almost didn't have a later. Did this happen when you were in college? Hobert paused slightly before saying, not really, it was at grammar school. Does the college counselor care about this? It would be better to have a drink with them and secretly pay their bill. Audrey sighed, I don't have the experience of going to school, and I feel a little regretful. Hobert smiled, thinking about it this way, school is also quite boring. Students are kind and simple, but the teachers' thoughts are mixed. Some teachers are serious and responsible, while others don't seem to know what they are doing all day long, and most of the leaders are hiding dirt and filth. It's a tragedy of the times. Audrey didn't have any corresponding experience, so she didn't feel much empathy for Hobert's sigh. What other fun things were there at that time? There were too many, Hobert said. I don't know why, but there was a time when I really hated studying. In order to go out and play, I would pretend to be sick, and another classmate would ask for leave. As a result, because I pretended too well, the form teacher sent me to the hospital. Now that I think about it, I caused a lot of trouble for the form teacher back then. However, Hobert stopped this topic in time, because that was after all something that happened in high school, not something that happened in grammar school, and it would be easy to slip up. At the dance a few days ago, you saw the light bulb, how did you feel about it? It was amazing, Hobert. Audrey said. I didn't expect it to be so bright at night. Hobert smiled and said, those are the first batch of light bulbs. I didn't have time to test how long they could last before I took them out to use. After I have collected the data on their lifespan, I will start recording the manufacturing process. Mass production should be possible by the end of May or June. However, the specific time of sale depends on the results of the generator. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to start selling light bulbs if the electricity supply couldn't keep up. Moreover, Hobert recently realized that it would be difficult to popularize light bulbs in a short period of time by pulling wires, so he planned a transitional solution, temporarily using batteries to power the light bulbs. So, a battery technology research team was added to the Manor's laboratory. Now the most important thing is the material for the battery casing. Currently, there are 2 options, waiting for a breakthrough in plastics, improving rubber. Hobert was also generous, saying, I want them all, because plastics, as a new type of material, looked like they wouldn't be used for a while natural rubber already had many relatively mature processes that could be used as a reference, and should soon meet Hobert's requirements. Similarly, at this time, the manor's expenses had reached an average of £300 per day, and this expenditure was still increasing. Of course, this also includes the newly built large laboratory and the salaries of the research staff. Hobert didn't plan to announce these things to the public for the time being. Audrey saw the candles on the table. It's hard to imagine what the scene would be like if Backlund started using electric lights. Few people will be interested in the stars and the moon, Hobert seemed to recall for a moment before smiling, or rather, the stars seemed to disappear from people's sight. That being said, this is a good thing. Hobert started grilling vegetables again. He only had the kitchen prepare cabbage and peppers. The sliced cabbage was brushed with sauce and grilled, which Audrey loved. And Hobert finally realized that he had forgotten a very important thing: he hadn't made small pancakes. Audrey suddenly talked about Princess Alice. You were able to invite Princess Alice to the dance that day. Is she hard to invite? It is said so. Maybe it's because I saved her life, Hobert mentioned simply. I had previously carried out a mission to protect her. Although he didn't feel much belonging to MI9, out of respect for Georgina, he didn't go into detail about the specific mission content. No wonder. Audrey nodded slightly. She had long noticed that the princess's eyes when she looked at Hobert were very strange. It seemed that something had happened between the two of them. Hobert suddenly smiled. Why don't you change back to your own appearance? It's quite uncomfortable to face someone with someone else's face. He paused and added, you see, there are no residents around this villa, and no one will bother us. Even if they see you, it doesn't matter, because no one here knows you. While changing back to her own appearance, Audrey looked around. The villa seemed to be outside a village and was indeed quite far from other farmers. She asked, now can you tell me where we are? In a small town in the suburbs of Backlund, not far from my manor, Hobert said. I rented this place for half a year and occasionally send people to take care of it. If I want to make any special food, I'll have the manor prepare the ingredients in advance. Before this, he had already eaten a plate of boiled pork slices here by himself, which was his secret base, and also the most extravagant and largest expense he had in terms of food. Audrey asked curiously, can you cook other foods? Hobert cleared his throat. Actually, I'm a chef who was delayed by the Earl. Audrey shook her head with a smile, obviously not believing his nonsense. I'm also a gourmet who was delayed by the life of a noble. If you have any new attempts, you can invite me to taste them. Hobert hesitated slightly. That is also possible. He just suddenly thought that he hadn't shared those delicacies with Furs yet, but had brought Audrey over first, which seemed a little inappropriate. But then he thought again that such a small matter didn't need to be taken to heart. Audrey pouted in a very unladylike manner. Forget it if you didn't want to invite me. Hobert actually hesitated. This made Audrey feel very uncomfortable. Looking at the beautiful girl's somewhat resentful and cute appearance, Hobert couldn't help but laugh and said, you misunderstood my meaning. Eating those delicacies requires using elven tableware, and I don't think you'd know how to use them. Audrey was stunned. According to her observation, Hobert didn't seem to be lying. Oh well, she forgave him. I can learn. Hobert smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll teach you next time you come. Just now, in order to avoid escalating the conflict, he simply quietly distorted Audrey's judgment, so she didn't see that this wasn't the main reason for Hobert's hesitation just now. Audrey then regained her good mood. Hobert, I heard that several earls have already expressed their desire to have a marriage alliance with Duke Christian. Hobert, let me tell you another story from when I was in school. Don't try to change the subject. Hobert smiled helplessly. I don't know what they're thinking, but my father rejected them all. Christian still very much recognized Furs as his daughter-in-law. He was now a chaos hunter, and his lifespan had been extended a lot. He could completely calm down and slowly manage things to gradually gain a high enough political position. So, in this regard, the father and son had the same idea, no need for such a marriage alliance. What are your thoughts? Of course, I reject it. Hobert smiled and said, I don't plan to stay in Backlund forever, so there's no need for a marriage alliance. For some reason, Audrey suddenly felt a little disappointed. Then what are your plans for the future? Hobert was slightly stunned, but still revealed some of his thoughts to Audrey. My pathway, when it reaches the high sequence, will need to have its own country, and it seems very difficult to build a country in the northern continent. Audrey understood, you're going to the southern continent in the future. This made her even more lost, because she could only stay in Backlund. Hobert smiled, more or less. Then he asked, you don't think that after you reach the high sequence, you can still stay in Backlund, do you? Your parents are ordinary people. Staying by their side is too dangerous. I haven't considered these issues. Audrey said truthfully. These issues are too serious. Hobert smiled, don't waste such good food. Let's talk about something else. But Audrey was still a little absent-minded. Hobert had no choice but to comfort her. For us, the future is full of uncertainties. Don't waste your energy on these uncertainties. That's you fighting against yourself. No, Hobert, I should consider my future. Audrey said, next time you plan a beyonder battle, can I participate too? Until now, I still don't know what a beyonder battle is like, and what should I pay attention to in battle. Hobert pondered for a moment. Psychiatrist is still somewhat inclined towards support. Letting you directly participate in the battle would be too dangerous. He looked at Audrey's expectant eyes and couldn't bear to refuse. How about this, you can participate as a post-war psychiatrist, and don't participate in the battle for the time being, just observe from a distance. After you reach sequence 6, I'll see if there are any battles suitable for you to participate in. Audrey once again regained her charming smile. That's great. Thank you, Hobert. Your shortcoming is that you temporarily lack the ability to quickly resolve enemies. Hobert continued, I'll help you find a mystical item from the hunter or warrior pathway to see if it can help you make up for this shortcoming. The so-called searching was actually going to Nation of Disorder to rummage through to see if there were any suitable mystical items. Hobert, most of the time you are a reliable friend. Hobert was stunned, and a small part of the time. Audrey smiled without saying a word, and a small part of the time you are a jerk. In the second half of the night, the two of them ended their barbecue night. When Susie saw the skewers in Hobert's hand, her eyes lit up. At the same time, she also noticed, why was the pulled pork last time also brought by Hobert? But the smell of the barbecue made her stop thinking about this question. Hobert thoughtfully took all the meat off the skewers before leaving, which allowed Susie to quickly finish a whole plate of barbecue. She licked the juice on her lips. Audrey, what are you thinking about again? Like last time when she came back, Audrey was sitting by the window in a daze again. Susie, I just suddenly realized that compared to Hobert, I really seem like a baby. Susie didn't quite understand what she meant. Your physiques look about the same, and besides, you're not as fragile as a baby. That's not what I mean. Audrey said her worries, compared to Hobert, I have too few considerations for the future, and too few considerations for life. She didn't want herself to always be seen as an immature girl in Hobert's eyes. May 1st, for Hobert, this should be a day off, but in Lone, throughout the North and South continents, people still had to go to work. And as soon as he arrived at the office, he received an invitation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, inviting him, as a young talent among the Lone nobles, to participate in the subsequent meeting of royal family members in Mason. This was Hobert's overt identity for joining the Lone royal delegation. Along with the invitation letter came the specific departure time, a rough itinerary, and some preparations that needed to be made. They would depart on May 3rd and plan to take a special train to Mason in 2 days. This was the name of a country and also the name of its capital. There was a railway that could lead from Lone to Mason, which was the main trade link between the two countries. In the Kingdom of Mason, the princes and princesses would conduct a series of exchange activities, including dances, banquets, informal talks, as well as hunting and masquerade balls, and so on. It was outwardly claimed that this was a meeting to promote exchanges between the two countries and to ease the increasingly tense situation between the two countries. Hobert was not clear about the specific purpose. Because if it was just to ease the tense situation between the two countries, it would be impossible for such a sensitive person like Hobert to participate in it. After all, he had previously tricked the Fainapotter royal family, and calling him over was purely to annoy the other party. Hobert didn't think about this issue in detail and continued to look at the next itinerary. The princes and princesses of the two countries would exchange in Mason for a week, and then take the train back to Backlund. The entire meeting plan would end in 11 days, and it would be postponed if special circumstances were encountered. After receiving the invitation letter, Georgina's secretary came to invite Hobert. After arriving at Georgina's office, the Director General went straight to the point. This is a royal exchange activity, and it is also the top aristocratic exchange activity in the world today, which is very important. As one of the accompanying bodyguards, you must prevent other countries from sabotaging this event. If this is done well, there will be more similar activities in the future. Hobert seemed to understand somewhat. Was this an action by the Kingdom of Lone to paralyze the countries of the northern continent? As for the degree of danger, Georgina said, according to some intelligence we have obtained, the Faesac Empire seems to have dispatched a demigod to sabotage this exchange event. The Intis Republic also seems to be taking action, but the specific situation is not clear. In addition, you should be able to obtain a sealed artifact and a talisman. There may be danger, but there will be no danger to life. Hobert nodded. That's good. Georgina then said, I'll give you leave for today and tomorrow. Go back and prepare. During these 11 days, you must remain vigilant at all times and not leave the royal delegation. The implication was that he could no longer slack off like usual. Back in his own office, Hobert was still a little dazed by the sudden paid leave he had received. He first went to the manor in the suburbs for a walk, and then returned to the Earl's study to sit for half a day, and actually felt a sense of idleness. Hobert sighed, suddenly not slacking off. Life seems to have lost its purpose. After thinking about it again, Hobert came to Longtail Island. Since he had nothing to do in Backlund, he would find something to do for himself. Although the 2-week deadline agreed with the estate owners had not yet arrived, the estate owners had already sent Hobert a batch of rubber. They had tried Bishop Choate's potion, and sure enough, the rubber trees had multiplied several times in yield. It was just that the potion was a bit expensive, as much as £10 a bottle, but it still made more money than before. With the first batch of payments settled, the planters were completely relieved and inquired one after another whether first needed more rubber. They had discovered that the Earl was building a very large rubber processing plant. Although it wasn't completed yet, that processing plant was large enough to handle several times the current rubber production of Longtail Island. So, Hobert took advantage of his vacation and held another banquet. As before, Hobert said before the banquet began, the demand for rubber has exceeded expectations. You can send all the rubber you produce in the next 2 weeks to me. I'll give you 1.5 times the market price, but this time it's not a pre-order, payment will be made upon delivery. The two sides had already established a basic level of mutual trust, so there were no problems with either pre-ordering or payment upon delivery. In addition, some people were already considering buying rubber from the surrounding islands and selling it to the Earl. However, after a simple calculation, they quickly realized that unless it was a large-scale transaction, they wouldn't make much profit after deducting the purchase cost and transportation cost. It was better to honestly trade with the rubber they grew themselves. Unlike the last banquet, this time, people began to cozy up to Bishop Jody, asking about the new rubber tree variety she had mentioned before. After learning that this type of rubber tree could produce latex in 1 month and grow into a mature rubber tree in 2 months when watered with another type of potion, many people were tempted. However, the price of the new variety was not cheap, and the price of the potion was also not cheap. Hobert could, of course, see their hesitation. He smiled and thought to himself, I'll help you make up your minds in a while. The next day, Hobert first went to the factory under construction on Longtail Island for a tour. Currently, there were enough building materials, so they were building as fast as they could. Under the direction of Roy, who already had extensive construction experience, nearly 20,000 natives were participating in the construction. This made the slavers in Longtail Port very happy. There hadn't been such a large project since the beginning of the immigration to Longtail Island. Although Roy gave them very low wages, citing the natives' lack of experience as construction workers, the large number of workers provided them with considerable income every day. It was only because Roy was in charge of the workers' food and lodging that they couldn't deduct too much from their pay. The food that the Earl prepared for the workers was too good, they could eat as much bread as they wanted, and each person also received a piece of red bean toast and a small piece of butter every day. As for the vegetables, even the slavers couldn't help but drool when they saw them. It was cabbage. Longtail Island basically didn't grow vegetables from the North Continent, and the slavers had forgotten how long it had been since they had seen cabbage after leaving Byam. The large and fresh cabbages on the construction site were used as if they didn't cost any money, which made the slavers feel sorry. It was such a waste to give such good things to the natives. The food here even attracted some natives. It wasn't the busy farming season, and they were willing to sell their labor just to be able to eat their fill. As far as Hobert was concerned, the situation on Longtail Island had already opened up. The rest was up to time. When the time was right, he would make a big move and completely take over the governing rights of Longtail Island. In fact, Hobert wasn't completely opposed to a market economy, it was just that the current situation on Longtail Island wasn't suitable for such an economic model. He had to sort out the economic system first, and then consider the issue of a market economy. Otherwise, the economic pillars of Longtail Island would continue to be minerals, crops, and population. After touring Longtail Island, Hobert went to South Colson again. By this time, the immigration from Backlund to here was basically over. After spending a month living with plenty of food and drink, the first batch of immigrants no longer looked like wanderers. Occasionally, they also had the opportunity to help out at the construction sites, especially the bridge construction site, the industrial park construction site, and the road hardening construction site between the town government, which needed a lot of labor. After receiving their pay, some of them saved it up, preparing to borrow some money from the city government to build a house for themselves. Others spent it all on food, drink, and entertainment. Their lives as wanderers had made them unaccustomed to saving money. The city government certainly wouldn't care about these things. As Hobert had said before, the opportunities here would only be given to those who loved life. And those who had experienced the life of a vagrant and were still willing to build their own homes and had beautiful visions for the future were the people Hobert was most willing to help. In addition, the observation period for the 30-odd scions of Backlund nobles had arrived. Hobert looked at the evaluations given by Corwin. Apart from a few good-for-nothings, most of them had performed quite well. So, Hobert arranged 3 destinations for them. The first was to work in the town government in the South Colson area, because a large number of cadres had just been transferred to Longtail Island, leaving many vacancies. The second was to go to Longtail Island, first to understand the situation, and at most, they would be the town mayor in a month. The third was to return to Backlund and become Todd's assistant. Although life on Longtail Island was a little more difficult, it had great potential. After this month of testing, they were already very eager for the position of town mayor, so most of them were willing to go to Longtail Island. Hobert gave them 3 days off, after which they had to report to Longtail Island. The backbone who stayed in the South Colson area to preside over the work was Corwin. Currently, this former personnel officer was the mayor, and Donna was the deputy mayor. Hobert was preparing to train his sister so that she could hold an important position in the future. With Hobert's help, Donna was now a beyonder. She had chosen the same path as her father, becoming an arbiter. In the Lord's manner, she still liked to fool around in front of her brother, but in her work, she had already shown a considerable degree of maturity, especially with the help of the potion. She already looked a bit imposing. After touring the territory, Hobert, at Donna's request, took her to see the beach on Longtail Island. Donna, who had changed into a more casual long dress, realized that her dress was too long and a bit hot after arriving on Longtail Island. Fortunately, Furs still had some clothes here and found Donna a knee-length dress to change into. As the three of them walked down the street, people greeted Hobert and Furs enthusiastically. But Donna could feel that the enthusiasm of the people here was different from that of the residents of Jeffrey City. Their enthusiastic greeting seemed only to be in order to get more opportunities to make money, and not like the residents of Jeffrey City, who wholeheartedly supported Hobert. Hobert, on the other hand, noticed that the gazes of a few people in the crowd seemed somewhat malicious. But considering that most of them had been criminals, he didn't pay much attention to it. There was a beach on Longtail Island that looked quite good, but unfortunately, it was undeveloped, full of weeds and coconut trees. Actually, a seaside park could be built here, Hobert said. Otherwise, it's really a waste. Furs also commented, this beach is no worse than the beach in Conant City. Donna smiled and said, if there was a park here, there would be a place to take a walk after dinner in the future. She was still quite playful. Whenever she had time, she would follow the lumberjacks to Shipyard Island to pick wild fruits and catch sea fish. Especially after Hobert organized Beyonders to start hunting the Beyonder creatures of Shipyard Island, she almost always went along. Now, Hobert had used the Traveler's Gate to connect his sphere of influence. With the Lord's Manor in South Colson as the center, one Traveler's Gate led to Backlund, one led to Shipyard Island with its abundant timber resources, and one led to Longtail Island, constantly transporting logistical supplies such as grain and vegetables. Therefore, there was now an agency similar to customs in the Lord's Manor, where the movement of goods and personnel had to be registered and inspected. If a park were built here, I believe many people would indeed eat dinner in South Colson and then come to Longtail Island for a walk. The more the three of them talked, the more Hobert felt that a park should be built, especially since they could have barbecues there. He had always wanted to experience a beach barbecue, but he had never had the chance. However, this park would have to be built when there were enough building materials. The current main construction task was to improve the housing of the local natives as soon as possible. Just as they were about to leave the beach, Hobert noticed 3 ships in the distance, seemingly preparing to dock on Longtail Island. None of the 3 paid much attention. After all, this was a seaport, and it was normal for ships to dock. At dinner, Donna raved about the local coconut toast. No wonder everyone wants to go to sea. It turns out there's an endless supply of fruit at sea. The toast is even made with coconut. Oh, and there's an endless supply of fish. Hobert smiled and said, would you like me to arrange for you to experience the life of the natives? If I were a native, I would find a deserted island to live on, and I wouldn't live like a slave like this, Donna said seriously. Hobert forked a piece of peeled mango. That reminds me of a book I read about island civilizations, and there's one point that impressed me deeply. Because it's easy to encounter natural disasters on islands, people who live on islands often lack a sense of security and tend to band together to survive, which easily leads to a hierarchical society. Furs was very interested in this idea. What book is that? Hobert paused slightly before smiling. I forgot. Actually, it was a book from the Common Era. TCH, Donna said, Hobert hasn't actually read this book. He's just telling me in a sarcastic way that the natives on the island won't leave their own tribe. However, in her heart, she also felt that Hobert's words made sense. Hobert raised his glass. In any case, the miserable lives of the natives here are all a result of colonialism. Haha, the 3 of us are actually acting like colonizers. Let us. Just as he said this, Hobert seemed to sense something and looked towards the harbor. Boom. A muffled cannon sound suddenly rang out on the sea, followed by the sound of shells exploding. This was like a blow to the head for Longtail Island, and the city, which had been a bit noisy, suddenly became quiet. Someone shouted, pirates are here. Run. In an instant, the entire Longtail port became very chaotic. Hobert put down his glass and said unhurriedly, I was wondering why I felt like I had forgotten something important. We don't have a navy yet. This won't do. Donna reminded him, brother, they're firing cannons outside. She wasn't nervous either. Although she didn't know how powerful Hobert was, he seemed very powerful. As long as Hobert was there, she wouldn't be in any danger. I'm not deaf. Hobert came to the window, first glanced at the chaotic street, and then saw 3 ships lined up in a row, firing at the coast in the moonlight. At this time, he finally realized that no wonder he felt some unfriendly gazes when he was walking on the street in the afternoon. Those should have been scouts sent by the pirates in advance. Because they didn't pose any danger, there was no spiritual warning. And the 3 ships they saw at sea when they came back were the 3 pirate ships now. Hobert smiled. Speak of the devil, I was just worrying about where to order warships from, and now someone is delivering them to my door. At this time, the second round of shelling sparsely landed in the city, and the explosions immediately caused bursts of screams. However, the power of the shells didn't seem to be great, at least very few buildings were blown down. Hobert seemed oblivious to the scene outside, still staring at the pirate ships. Let me take a look. The one in the front should be the flagship, with more than 20 gunports on one side. It's quite decent. The 2 ships behind are a bit old, but they can still be used, but they need to be modified and used as training ships. Finally, Hobert sighed, the future of the sea belongs to giant steel ships. At this time, Seal and Freya had already reacted. They began to maintain order on the streets, and had already noticed that someone seemed to be inciting everyone's fear. Conrad had also begun to organize people to evacuate the city, and then give the pirates a strong blow after they landed. Longtail Port does have coastal defense positions, but the coastal defense guns inside were replaced with rusty old cannons at some point. No one dared to use those cannons, because there was a risk of explosion at any time. So Hobert ordered 50 coastal defense guns from Mr. Ulysses in one go, but because of the lack of artillerymen, they haven't been deployed yet. The artillery force currently under Hobert's command is still undergoing training by Archibald on the shipyard island. Hobert was quite satisfied with the reaction speed of Seal and others. He said to Furs, let Seal prepare to take over our warships, and let Angus prepare for interrogation. After speaking, Hobert disappeared in place. Furs and Donna went to convey Hobert's orders respectively. The shelling stopped suddenly after another 2 rounds, and then the 3 pirate ships began to dock. The residents of Longtail Island thought that the pirates were about to land. Without Conrad's organization, many residents who had been navy or pirates or adventurers spontaneously picked up weapons to meet the enemy. For them, you have to fight pirates. Only in this way can you protect your property and safety. Gentlemen in Backlund believe that this is their awareness of resistance, but in Hobert's view, this is a manifestation of their never expecting the governor's office. When the 3 ships docked at the pier one after another, and the residents were ready to fight the pirates, a dark thing suddenly flew down from the ship and landed on the pier. A resident saw in the light of the kerosene lamp that it was a corpse. The face still had a look of shock. Whoosh! Before everyone could understand what was going on, another corpse flew down. The pirate ship was quiet from beginning to end, and the atmosphere on the pier gradually became strange. However, what was even stranger was still to come. After the gangplank of the pirate ship was put down, the pirates lowered their hands and walked off the ship one by one without saying a word. This stunned the residents in place again. Please step aside. Seal led people forward to arrest people. A pirate seemed to think this was an opportunity, put down his hand and bent over to run, but was smashed back by a soldier with the butt of a gun. He is a devil. The pirate shouted heart-wrenchingly, he is definitely a devil. But he was still tied up by the soldiers and taken away. The residents were also strange. How much shock did they have to receive to shout like this? Cough. A cough attracted everyone's attention. The residents saw a familiar figure on the ship's side. It turned out to be Earl Hobert. They asked the Earl wiping the blood stains on his hands with a handkerchief, and said, after the interrogation of these pirates is over, take them to the construction site and deal with them according to the previous old rules. The so-called old rule is to work to death unless there is a major contribution. In South Colson, there are still a large number of former bandits working for free on construction sites. The soldiers responded in unison, yes. The residents couldn't help but take a step back, and put down the weapons in their hands. It was the first time they had seen such a military appearance. Hobert also said to the residents, these dead people are the captains, first mates, etc. of the pirate ship. I think they must have bounties on them. After I receive the bounty, I will repair the houses that were shelled for everyone, and give a certain amount of compensation to families with casualties. If there is any remaining, it will be used to renovation warships and maintain coastal defense positions. Everyone began to discuss, in this berserk sea that believes in the law of the jungle, they didn't expect to receive compensation from the governor's office. A few seconds later, there were cheers and cheers. The strength and justice shown by Hobert tonight made everyone very supportive of the new lord. Even if the compensation given to them is just talk, they will support it. On the governor's side, Angus's trial quickly had results. These pirates heard that a rich nobleman had come to Longtail Island, so they wanted to rob him. Hobert seriously suspected that the information dealer had a grudge against the pirate captain, so he didn't make it clear that this nobleman was Earl Hobert. But thinking that the captain was a sequence 6, Hobert felt that maybe they knew this, but the captain thought that Hobert would not be his opponent. The next morning, Hobert, who had finished fighting the pirates, had returned to Backlund and embarked on a journey to Mason. As soon as he got on the train, Hobert discovered that Princess Alice was also in the delegation of the lone royal family. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 562, Chapter 561, Gathering of Royal Family Members. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Alice looked out the car window and said, I'm suddenly full of anticipation for this trip. Hopefully, it will be a thrilling and exciting journey. Hobert, sitting across from her, also looked out the window. Exciting is acceptable, but goddess above, hopefully not thrilling. Then he smiled and said, within the territory of Lone, we should be safe. In addition to Hobert, there was also a demigod protecting the royal delegation's safety, the kind old man, Rickmont, whom Hobert had met. The rough division of labor was that Rickmont protected Prince Bertram, and Hobert protected Princess Alice. There were also 4 Sequence 5s protecting the other 4 royal family members. Although they were nominally princes and princesses as well, they weren't born of the queen and royal concubines, and so their status in the royal family was far inferior to Alice's. Besides the 6 of them, there were also several mid-sequence security personnel, but none of them had fixed protection targets and were part of a mobile force. In addition, there was a guard of 50 soldiers, including some Beyonders. The rest of the delegation consisted of servants and people from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At this time, Alice was chatting with Hobert face-to-face in the luxurious dining car of the first-class carriage. Alice turned her gaze away from the car window. Your invention of the light bulb is shocking. Prince Bertram, sitting next to her, smiled and said, Alice described the effect of electric lights to me, but it's really hard to imagine. Hobert also turned his gaze away. Your Highness will be able to see it soon, because many nobles have already placed orders for light bulbs with my newly established company. The Empress Borough will be the first to have electricity and the first to use electric lights. Hobert had already rented another large factory near the Empress Borough and was preparing to convert it into a small power plant to solve the district's electricity problem. Because it was a small power plant, there was no need for such a large boiler and chimney, so it was enough to modify the factory and assemble a large boiler. The key point was that the electricity was only being used for lighting at this time, not for industrial use, so a small power plant should be able to temporarily supply the Empress Borough. After hearing Hobert's words, Prince Bertram smiled expectantly. The nobility should lead the trend anyway. Hobert gave a polite smile and then said to Alice, I didn't invent the light bulb, but I can promote this product to thousands of households. Alice said, that's already amazing. Prince Bertram, who was sitting next to her, was obviously uninterested in this topic. Earl, I heard you've met Princess Ethel of Fanapotter before. Did she even attend your wedding? Hobert nodded. I did deal with her a few times. Then he explained, the reason she attended my wedding was because our father and son's disguise fooled everyone. The Fanapotter royal family at the time was trying to win us over. Bertram was more interested in, I heard that Princess always keeps her hair short and fights on the battlefield more bravely than men. Hobert was slightly taken aback. She does have short hair. What's her personality like? Is she really as decisive as the rumors say? Before Hobert could answer, Alice, who was across from him, said unhappily, Bertram. Watch your words and actions. We're here for a diplomatic mission. Don't be as casual as you are in the palace. Bertram immediately smiled and said, as if in self-criticism, it's indeed not very prudent to inquire about a princess from another country. Hobert thought, it seems that Alice is the real leader of this exchange. And this Prince Bertram seems a bit useless. He's attending such an important event and only cares about the Princess of Fanapotter. Or is this what the royal family is like? Is this prince just being more candid? Alice gradually regained her smile and continued to say to Hobert, I heard from some channels that Ethel even took you to her manor in the suburbs. It said that only her confidants are qualified to go there. Hobert was a little dumbfounded. Aren't you two siblings the same? Just with different focuses. He said, she did want to win me over and consolidate her political position. Fortunately, Hobert played a decisive role in the Battle of Fanapotter, otherwise, the fact that he had been to Ethel's private manor would definitely be investigated over and over again. On the first-class carriage side, besides an official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, only Hobert had been to Fanapotter, and he had stayed in the South Colson area and knew a lot about the lower classes of Fanapotter. Compared to the 50-something-year-old official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, everyone preferred to talk to the young and handsome Hobert about Fanapotter. The journey to Mason was spent in boring small talk. The group first took a train from Backlund, crossing the Balkis Mountains in the east. Then, on the vast Tucker Plain, they switched to another railway line, first heading south and then continuing east. After passing through the entire Tucker Plain, the spurs of the Central Plateau appeared before everyone's eyes. It can be said that a central plateau separates the countries of the northern continent on all sides. This also makes it difficult for the northern continent to unify, because, according to common sense, after crossing the central plateau to attack another country, it becomes very difficult to transport manpower and supplies to the front line. Most of the territory of the small country of Mason is made up of the spurs of the central plateau, which is known for its various summer resorts. Even when the northern continent welcomes the scorching summer heat, many of the snow-capped mountains here will not even show signs of melting. As the train entered Mason, it began to climb and frequently enter tunnels. Hobert also became vigilant. If anyone wanted to sabotage this event, it would be most appropriate to do so within Mason. Not only did Hobert think so, but Alice and the others also thought of this. So Alice simply changed into pants and a shirt that were easier to move around in. Her beautiful legs were neither too fat nor too thin, just right to support the clothes. Wearing this in Backlund would seem very unladylike, but this wasn't Backlund. Alice asked Hobert, if the enemy launches an attack, where will their attack come from? Hobert thought for a while and said seriously, from the sky, maybe. Bertram, who was next to her, smiled, you're such a joker. Almost at the same time, a meteorite seemed to appear in the sky, heading straight for the train. Hobert was on guard and about to take action, but Rickmont had already rushed out of the car and actively met the meteorite. Seeing this, Hobert began to watch the sides of the tracks ahead. Since a demigod had taken the initiative to attack, then another demigod should stay on the train. As he expected, a stream of intensely burning flames suddenly appeared in front of him, burning towards the carriage. Hobert still had the button that the royal family had provided last time, so he made the space around the train illusory, as if it were in another space, in order to avoid the sudden ambush. After the train quickly passed through the flames, flocks of fire crows rushed towards the carriage. This time, Hobert didn't take action, but instead allowed the sequence 5s in the rear carriages to block the fire crows. Soon, the security personnel sent by Mason also came to support, and the other side chose to retreat immediately. The attack came and went quickly, and the train quickly escaped the enemy's ambush. Rickmont also quickly returned to the carriage. The other side was led by that bastard Polanov. The old man knew the demigods of the enemy country very well. Although the other side had been covering his face with flames, Rickmont still recognized him. Then the old man smiled slightly at Hobert and nodded slightly, as a confirmation of Hobert's performance just now. The attack just now was obviously the enemy's probing. Rickmont was a well-known demigod protecting the royal family, and he would be exposed in Mason as well. Hobert was different. Not many people knew that he was a demigod. In the attack just now, he only used the sealed artifact to protect the train and didn't expose himself. In Rickmont's view, Hobert's approach was very calm. The attack was like a false alarm, and laughter quickly returned to the carriage. Only Hobert and others were more vigilant, because after the probing, the other side's next attack would not be so understated. Fortunately, the rest of the journey was relatively smooth. That afternoon, at 4 o'clock, the train arrived at Mason Station. Prince Ernest of Mason personally greeted them at the station. In fact, Mason was also very helpless. The exchange between the two royal families was chosen here. In addition to doing their best to entertain them, they also had to be careful to protect the royal family members of the two countries, for fear that something dangerous would happen to them. This was the helplessness of small countries in the northern continent. Although they were protected by the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, they sometimes inevitably got caught in the vortex of the great powers' struggles. The group arrived at the manor where they were staying, and at night the Mason royal family held a grand welcome banquet. The princes and princesses of Feynapotter were in another manor, where there was also a grand welcome banquet. Taking advantage of the gap during the banquet, Hobert walked around. The kingdom of Mason had sent a large number of security personnel, apparently led by a demigod. That was a helper, but it could also be an enemy. That night, the two demigods who didn't get much sleep, one was on duty in the first half of the night, and the other was on duty in the second half of the night. The next day, the interaction between the members of the two royal families began, starting with a meeting introduced by Prince Ernest of Mason. Ethel was one of the members of the Feynapotter delegation. Her court dress couldn't hide her heroic spirit, and according to Hobert's observation, the other party's royal delegation was also headed by this princess. In addition to his mission from MI9, Hobert was also a member of the lone delegation of nobles, which was to facilitate close protection of the members of the royal family. So in the handshake and greetings, Hobert was behind the members of the lone royal family. Ethel had seen Hobert long ago. When the two shook hands, Ethel smiled and said, "Baron Geoffrey. We meet again." Hobert smiled and said, "Hello, Princess." He knew that in such a diplomatic setting, the Princess of Feynapotter, who had suffered before, would definitely ridicule him. So Hobert didn't respond, just greeted her politely. At the same time, Hobert felt that there was a note in his hand that he shook with Ethel. This made him a little helpless, but in such a situation, he could only accept it first. As the greeting procedure ended, with the translation of the interpreter, the two sides began friendly talks face to face. At least on the surface, they looked very friendly. Occasionally, the two sides would communicate with each other in ancient Fasak, which was a compulsory course for the nobles of the northern continent, and could be communicated without obstacles. But after all, this was a diplomatic activity, and having a translator present looked more like it. Taking advantage of the opportunity to go to the washroom, Hobert took out the note Ethel had given him, which had a simple line of words on it: meet at Turboni Square at 3 a.m. As soon as he finished reading it, the words on the note disappeared and the note turned into a plain piece of white paper. Hobert was considering whether this was a diversionary tactic by Fainapotter. But thinking about Ethel's eyes at the time, it didn't seem like it. After thinking about it, Hobert decided to meet the other party at night. Otherwise, with Ethel's character, if he didn't go, such notes might be handed to him non-stop. The two sides had lunch together at noon, and in the afternoon there was a ball. On the lone royal family's side, Princess Alice danced the first dance with Hobert, which drew applause from the crowd halfway through. The reason Alice said that Hobert danced well was actually because the charm of a demigod was at work. This was not something he actively used, but a natural temperament that he exuded. So once Hobert was in the spotlight, he would become particularly attractive, coupled with his good looks, and the cooperation between him and Princess Alice, and the gorgeous clothes, so everyone applauded. Then the two sides began to invite each other's royal family members as dance partners. Hobert rested for a dance, and soon received an invitation from Princess Ethel. Such a ball was originally about mutual invitations, so Ethel's invitation was not considered impolite. And it would follow the principle of women first, giving priority to women's invitations. As the music sounded again, the two danced gracefully, and Ethel smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to dance so well." Hobert also smiled and said, "This is the battlefield of gentlemen. I've discovered something very interesting." Ethel whispered in Hobert's ear, "Your princess has feelings for you." "I know that." Hobert hadn't noticed this at first, but after spending the last 2 days together, he would be too slow if he hadn't noticed it. Ethel was slightly stunned, "You know. Then why do you still seem so indifferent to her?" Hobert said seriously, "I'm already married." Ethel smiled, "Okay, I didn't say anything." Hobert had just left the dance floor when he immediately received an invitation from Alice, another one. As soon as he entered the dance floor, Alice whispered, "What were you two talking about so mysteriously just now?" "Just asking each other about recent events." "Liar, I clearly saw her looking at me with ill intentions." Hobert smiled, "She did praise Princess Alice's graceful dance just now." "Liar." As soon as this dance ended, Hobert received another invitation from Princess Ethel. "Here we go again." It would be impolite to refuse, so Hobert had no choice but to step back onto the dance floor. As a new waltz began, Ethel asked, "Did Alice say something bad about me just now?" Hobert gave a helpless smile. "No, she was just praising how heroic and impressive the princess is." "Humph." Ethel said, "Help me tell Alice that her dress is truly hideous." "Big sister, why don't you tell her yourself?" Leaving the dance floor, Alice immediately came forward and asked, "What did that fellow say?" Hobert took a deep breath. "She said your dress is very beautiful." "She definitely didn't say that," Alice said. "Help me tell her she has none of the manners a princess should have." Hobert was also a little helpless. He was just here to be a nobody. How did he become a translator? Not long after, Ethel came over with a wine glass in hand, smiling. "What did Alice say?" Hobert forced a stiff smile. "She said you are a role model for the royal family." "Humph. Liar." Hobert sighed inwardly. This is diplomacy. At 3 in the morning, Hobert observed from a distance and then appeared on Turboni Square right on time. In the center of the square was a statue of Turboni, who was once a nobleman of the Fainapotter kingdom. During the oath-breaking war, he declared independence with the support of the god of knowledge and wisdom and other countries in the northern continent. Mason City had a curfew. After 9 in the evening, the streets were deserted. Under the statue stood a hooded figure. "You've come." The figure removed the hood. It was Ethel herself. "I didn't expect you'd really dare to come." Hobert smiled. "What wouldn't I dare to do? It was the lone royal family who ruined your plans. Don't mistake your target." Hearing this, Ethel was relieved. Hobert didn't seem to have any sense of belonging to the lone kingdom. She said, "I called you out because I have something important to discuss with you." Ethel still liked to get straight to the point. This suited Hobert's taste. "Please, speak." "Some members of the Castilla family hope to secretly worship the Creator," Ethel said, looking at Hobert. This surprised Hobert somewhat. It was well known that the Fainapotter royal family were all followers of the Church of the Earth Mother, or rather, the Church of the Earth Mother was the only faith they could have. Hobert considered it for a moment before asking, "Why?" "Just because the Creator eliminated the corruption within them." "Don't you know that the Creator also caused that corruption?" Ethel countered, "Isn't that enough?" Hobert considered it again before saying, "I can't make the decision on this matter, but I will pass it on." However, I must remind you that worshipping the Creator isn't just about praying and offering sacrifices to him. You must also be loyal to him. Can you do that? He realized that this was either the Phaenopoda royal family testing the Creator, or they were so shocked by the Creator's power that they made a submissive choice. After all, when the corpse of the ancient death god descended on Elihambella Palace, it once left the Castilla family's angels and the Earth Mother Church's Pope helpless. The despair of the demigods and even those below demigod level was imaginable. Ethel said, "As long as we don't have to work with the Augustus family, everything else is negotiable." Hobert frowned. The other party was clearly very sincere. He asked, "What is the real purpose of this exchange activity?" To discuss the issue of the Lemberg territory's ownership, Ethel didn't hide anything. Both sides feel they should occupy most of the country's territory. However, this discussion is about how to divide Lemberg now that the situation in the northern continent has been broken. Neither side wants to expend too much military force fighting over this small country. Hobert smiled and thought, how ironic, discussing how to divide up another small country in a small country. Lemberg was also sandwiched between the Lone Kingdom and the Phaenopoda Kingdom. Because of the country's hilly terrain, it was easy to get bogged down in a war of attrition while fighting for these territories, which was clearly something neither side wanted to see. In addition, Hobert realized that the situation in the northern continent was about to be broken. This was the consensus of the high-level officials of various countries. Excess capacity was like a giant sword hanging over people's heads. At this time, many enlightened people should have reached a consensus, launch a war to consume the excess capacity, and at the same time let the children of farmers, workers, and merchants die on the battlefield to reduce the population pressure in major cities. This was a consideration at the elite level. In this extraordinary world, if only they thought so, it was not certain whether this war would be fought. But now, the extraordinary world behind the ordinary world was also brewing a war, which made this war inevitable. Hobert's thoughts raced, and he promised again, "I will pass it on." Then he warned, "As a friend, I must remind you, do not test God." Ethel nodded solemnly and then said, "Also as a friend, I must remind you that the Intis Republic and the Phaesac Empire want to sabotage this exchange activity, and they are more likely to target members of the lone royal family." Back at the station, Hobert considered Ethel's request in his room. He decided to put the matter aside for now. As for Ethel's last reminder, he wasn't surprised. After all, he had already encountered an ambush by a Phaesac Empire demigod on the way here. In the following days, Hobert remained very vigilant, but nothing happened. The diplomatic personnel of both sides were discussing the division of Lemberg in secret meeting rooms, and the royal members of both sides had been competing with each other ever since the ball. They competed in horse racing, hunting, and even playing ball, apparently. Hobert only fulfilled his duty to protect the royal family members and turned a deaf ear to their secret competition. Finally, on the 5th day of arriving in Mason, the two sides began to enjoy artistic performances together. Hobert thought they could finally relax, but he didn't expect them to compete in giving their opinions on the artistic performances, which left Hobert somewhat speechless. In the evening was a masquerade ball, and Hobert also watched the performances on stage with Alice and the others as an earl. In Hobert's view, this form of performance was very similar to a roast, where actors would put on some historical figure's iconic makeup and then use the tone of that historical figure to comment on the past and present in a humorous style. Moreover, there could be interaction between the stage and the audience, and it was not considered impolite to interrupt the performance. This placed high demands on the actors, because the actors had to answer the audience's questions in the tone of the person they were playing to be considered a qualified performance. At this time, the actor on the stage had long chestnut hair, a high nose bridge, and a neatly trimmed mustache, exactly like Roselle. Roselle said, "If those fools hadn't assassinated me, the Intis Republic would definitely be the strongest country in the northern continent." This made the members of the lone royal family almost applaud together, indicating that this joke was very funny. Hobert sighed. The actor had put a lot of effort into the makeup, which was very similar to the image of Emperor Roselle in some paintings. "The entire northern continent will crawl at my feet. The actor on the stage performed hard, and your gathering will seem ridiculous." Suddenly, Hobert felt a premonition of danger. He looked at Roselle on the stage. He was the source of the danger. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 563, Chapter 562, Escape Journey with Princess Alice. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Tremble. The Roselle on the stage said, "When the new, Black Emperor descends upon the earth, it will subvert the entire world, and that will be the doomsday and disaster of the whole world." No surprise, no applause. Spectator in the theater became very focused, so focused that their expressions were a little stiff. In Hobert's view, the atmosphere gradually became strange, and the dangerous aura became stronger and stronger. The Roselle on the stage has a problem. Hobert immediately made a judgment, stop the performance. Everyone either turned around or turned their heads to look at Hobert. Polanov, that idiot. Roselle said, he didn't even notice that there is a demigod in the lone royal delegation. Hobert grabbed Alice and Bertram by the collar and dragged them back. As soon as the princess and prince moved, they returned to normal and showed surprised expressions. Rickmont, who was protecting in the back row, also came back to his senses at this time and hurried forward to meet him, helping Bertram to run out. Potter also reacted, quickly covering Princess Ethel and the prince to walk out from another exit. The others still sat there motionless, as if continuing to enjoy the performance. For Hobert and Rickmont, it was the best choice to leave here first, because no one knew whether Potter's demigod was a helper or an enemy. It wasn't until they left the theater that Alice asked Hobert, "What was that just now?" "There's something wrong with that actor." Hobert replied simply, he couldn't draw a conclusion about what the specific problem was, but there must be a problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Hobert, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, and the front was not the way out of the theater. Hobert was about to turn around and talk to Rickmont, but found that Rickmont and Bertram behind him were gone. Alice also noticed this. She firmly said, "Just a few seconds ago, I could still hear Bertram's panting." That prince was far less calm than Alice, probably because he was nervous, so his panting was loud. Hobert didn't even feel when they disappeared, and when he looked at the corridor they were in, the sides were dark as if there was no end. A thin layer of mist floated on the soft carpet, as if it was no longer in the real world at this time. Hobert propped up his arm. "Hold my arm." Alice immediately stepped forward and took Hobert's arm. Hobert injected spirituality into the traveler's knife. Fortunately, the ability of travel is still available. He cautiously observed it and saw that there seemed to be no problem in the spirit world, so he and Alice entered the spirit world together. Soon Hobert noticed that there was not a single spirit world creature in the spirit world. Something is wrong. Hobert immediately left the spirit world, and as a result, he saw the Roselle on the stage again, but the other viewers were gone, and only the three of them were in the empty theater. The Roselle on the stage smiled and said, "It seems that you have a sealed artifact with the ability of travel on you, but it's useless. My sealed artifact has marked you too. If you travel through the spirit world or the underworld in any form within 3 days, you will return here." Hobert stared at the other party. "Are you a saint from the Intis Republic?" "And it is very likely that he is a saint of the seer pathway." The child's reaction is quite fast. The other party smiled and said, "But I cannot admit this." Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. "Doesn't this equal to admitting it?" The other party said again, "How about we play a game? If you can get out of here, I will send you back to Lone. But I want to explain to you that I will also tell the other 2 demigods about your whereabouts. If you can return to Backlund under our pursuit, you win." Hobert negotiated with the other party. "Why don't you just let us out? The game should start from the most exciting place." "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." The Roselle on the stage suddenly laughed, and laughed so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. Hobert waited for the other party to laugh for a while before asking while guarding against the other party's sneak attack, "Is it that funny?" "Sorry." The other party was laughing with tears in his eyes. "I just thought of a past event. Okay, the game can begin." "Wait." Hobert asked, "Where are the others?" "I let them out at the time." The other party smiled and said, "It's enough to trap Princess Alice. What do you want others to do in here? If you hadn't noticed something was wrong, I would have just trapped the princess behind you." Alice grabbed Hobert's arm hard. The scene was scary to think about. "Okay, the game starts." The other party made a gesture to leave. "Please." Hobert took Alice and prepared to go out from another exit to take a look. But after only a few steps, he seemed to suddenly think of something and looked at the door on the stage where the actors entered and exited. Hobert looked at the Roselle on the stage for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "How about we also go to the stage to interact with you?" Roselle was slightly stunned, and Hobert took Alice to the small stage without any explanation. Hobert stared at the other party cautiously, and gradually moved to the entrance and exit of the actors with Alice. The Roselle on the stage smiled. "I didn't expect you to discover it so quickly." He suddenly raised his hand and said again, "But don't think about playing tricks. As long as you join this game, you can't break the rules." Hobert realized that the other party had done something when he raised his hand. But he didn't feel any dangerous aura, and there was no time to do a careful inspection at this time. Hobert opened the door, and outside was a lively bar. Compared with the weird theater, this place was like another world. Looking back, it was a room full of sundries. The 2 people came out of the door, which shocked the drinkers. The whole bar became quiet. First of all, their formal wear and court dresses were obviously expensive, and the man was handsome and the woman was noble and beautiful, which stunned them. And the bartender was surprised that the door was behind the storage room. When did these 2 go in? After coming out, Hobert immediately went to get the talisman that could summon Duke Southville, but only took out a paper doll. Hobert finally understood that when the other party raised his hand just now, he replaced the talisman with a paper doll. Theoretically speaking, even if the other party is a sequence 3, there is no way to replace the talisman so easily. It must be the sealed artifact he said that made it easy for him to do this. But another question came up. Hobert was a little confused. Why did the other party let himself and Alice go so easily? Is this just wanting to play a game? But now is not the time to think about this question. Hobert must face reality. His wishful thinking has failed. Originally, he planned to summon Duke Southville as soon as he came out and announce the end of the game. Now it's good, the angel can't be summoned, and travel can't be used, so I can only walk back to Backlund. Fortunately, Hobert's wallet was with him. He took out a 1 solely paper money, squeezed to the bar and gave it to the bartender. Where is this? Everyone was slightly stunned again, and the bartender accepted the tip. Ludsey Town. What county? East Tucker County. Hobert nodded. It was indeed in the territory of Lone, and it was on the east side of the Balkis Mountains. If he could find the train station smoothly, he could return to Backlund in most of the day. Is there a clothing store in town? Is there a rental carriage? Turn left when you go out and walk for a while to reach the clothing store. There are rental carriages at the intersection over there. Hobert stroked his top hat and nodded to express his gratitude. He took Alice and walked out. We must first change into clothes that are convenient for action, and we must act quickly. The other party may catch up at any time. It's only past 7 o'clock in the evening, although it's already dark, but there are still many people on the streets of the town. But Hobert didn't go to the clothing store first, but went to the rental carriage, gave the other party a 10-pound note, and asked him to pick up a Mr. Orwell at the nearby train station. If he doesn't pick up anyone by midnight, he will come back. The coachman happily raised his whip and set off. He usually doesn't earn that much money in a month. During the conversation, Hobert talked about the direction of the railway. Then the two came to the entrance of the clothing store. Hobert distorted the feelings of the owner and customers inside, making them suddenly feel stomach pain. When they all went to the toilet, Hobert and Alice entered the store and locked the door. Alice said, I have money, you don't need to rob. Hobert chose clothes while saying, it's best not to let anyone see our disguise process. Alice thought about it and agreed, and then she realized, why are you giving me men's clothes? Hobert said to her, next, we are going to play hide and seek. We must try our best not to let them find us. The best way is to turn the princess into a man. Alice hugged her clothes. It sounds exciting. Hobert smiled slightly. It's dangerous, not exciting, go change your clothes quickly. The two came to the fitting room. Although there were 2 fitting rooms, they were separated by a layer of cloth, and the two could see each other's calves. When Alice saw Hobert's pants on the ground, she suddenly felt her heart pounding a few times. Hobert is taking off his clothes next to me. She tried to restrain her mind and quickly went to change her clothes, but she couldn't help but peek at Hobert. Since childhood, Alice had maids to help her put on and take off her clothes, so she was not skilled at taking off her clothes, and even less skilled at putting on clothes. After all, these were men's clothes that she had never worn. Fortunately, Hobert didn't seem to be very fast, only a little faster than Alice. In fact, Hobert had completed the process of bestowing himself, took out the faceless necklace from the Nation of Disorder, and a mystical item with the ability of faceless. This mystical item was just made by Winston. At that time, 2 pieces were made in total, one was sold to Audrey, and one had been kept in the Nation of Disorder. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. Hobert briefly explained the ability of the mystical item and handed Alice a mask made of order crystal. Keep it with you, so that even if we get separated, they won't be able to divine your location. While speaking, Hobert turned into a middle-aged man while finding a bottle of spirits from the clothing store owner, opened the bottle and gulped a few mouthfuls, then handed it to Alice. Alice frowned slightly when she smelled the spirits, but she still quickly finished the remaining mouthfuls. At Hobert's suggestion, Alice turned into a slightly hunchbacked old man. The rest was to dirty the clothes, leave 10 pounds in cash for the clothing store, and then Hobert and Alice pretended to be drunk and fought, rolling on the dirt road outside. After a few rolls, the two became more and more like drunks. After all these preparations were completed, Hobert said, back to the bar. Alice, whose appearance had now turned into an old drunkard, was slightly stunned, and immediately understood that if they returned to the bar, it would definitely exceed the other party's expectations. Hobert held a wine bottle in one hand and hooked Alice in the other, muttering some songs that Alice had never heard before, and it even seemed to be a language she had never heard before. He swayed back and forth, singing as he walked, as if he could fall at any time. This made Alice also let go of her acting, also singing songs that no one understood, and swaying forward with Hobert. When there was still some distance from the bar, 2 big men came out of the bar. The older one had a slightly narrow nose, a round face, and thin lips. This was a typical Fayask appearance. The two looked a little unhappy, glanced at the 2 drunks outside. One went to the clothing store, and one went to the only intersection in the town. This must be the pursuers, and one of them must be a demigod. It's not that they were negligent and didn't notice Alice who was close at hand, but if Hobert, disguised as a drunk, didn't intend to attack them, their spirituality would not have a clear warning. At most, they would take a few more glances at these two drunks and think they were very interesting. Of course, Hobert would not conflict with the other party at this time. Although he was confident that he could defeat the other party's demigod, who knew if this was the only demigod who came after him? Hobert shouted loudly and entered the bar, and found that the drunks inside were relatively quiet, and the bartender carefully went to check the storage room to see if there was anyone inside. Amid Hobert's scolding, the bartender had to come back and pour them wine first. Soon the bar returned to its original lively atmosphere. After a little inquiry, Hobert learned from these drunks who were already drunk that two people had just come out of the storage room door. After asking some questions, they left without even giving a tip. As for the questions they asked, they were naturally related to Hobert and Alice who had appeared before. So they went to the clothing store in the intersection. After drinking a glass of wine, Hobert felt that the time was almost up, and took Alice away from the bar again. It was already past 8 o'clock, and there were not many lights in this kind of small town. After the two swayed into the darkness, Hobert pulled Alice and ran forward quickly. At this time, there was not a single person on the road. Hobert simply carried Alice on his back and advanced in a distorted manner. Alice, clinging to Hobert's back, felt like she was traveling at lightning speed, faster than any carriage or train. After running through the wilderness for more than half an hour, the two saw a blink of fire in the distant sky. Obviously the pursuers had caught up with the carriage and returned to the town after realizing they had been fooled. Alice smiled. "They are always one step behind you." Hobert smiled without saying a word. He was a master of hide-and-seek when he was a child. The demigod who played, Roselle, must not have imagined that Hobert possessed an ultimate anti-divination mystical item like the Crystal of Order. After letting Hobert go, they couldn't divine his location. However, among the two people who later chased after them, the one with obvious face-act characteristics should be a demigod of the hunter pathway. As long as they knew that Hobert and Alice had once disguised themselves as drunkards, they could quickly track them down based on some clues. So, the two of them had to run. Keep running. Soon, Hobert, carrying Alice on his back, found the railway. In fact, if the demigod continued to chase the carriage, they could still find clues, but he returned to the town in the first instance. Hobert began to advance in the direction of Backlund. Alice, who had returned to her original appearance on his back, suddenly said, "Wait, I thought of a problem." "What problem?" "If I hadn't appeared in Mason but appeared in Backlund, their goal would also be achieved," Alice said seriously. Hobert thought about it, and it was indeed the case. The princess, who was originally going to participate in the event, suddenly returned to Backlund. How should this be explained? Or rather, as long as Alice was discovered to have appeared in Backlund, it would almost declare the failure of this diplomatic event. If Alice was in a missing state, the negotiations on the Mason side would continue, but after the final results were achieved, some agreements would have to be reached, right? Alice should be authorized to sign that agreement after the negotiation results were reported to Backlund and obtained Backlund's approval. Of course, Prince Bertram could also be temporarily assigned to sign it, but the activities in the past few days had already shown that Alice was the head of the delegation. If Prince Bertram signed it, the other party might not buy it. Therefore, the Intis Republic and the Faceac Empire didn't necessarily have to kill Alice and cause a shocking international incident. They only needed to force her back to Backlund. After Hobert understood this, he asked Alice, "Do you know where the Duke of Southville lives specifically?" Alice was slightly stunned and shook her head. Hobert sighed and said, "In that case, there won't be too much danger if we return to Backlund. But if we go to Mason again, it will definitely be a very difficult road. Which path do you plan to choose?" Alice thought for a full half a minute before saying, "Return to Mason." "Okay." Hobert continued to sprint forward using distortion. Alice was slightly stunned. "I thought you would object." Hobert smiled, "Then I would be letting down your determination." Alice was very moved. She felt that the back she was lying on was so upright. But she soon discovered, "Isn't this still going back to Backlund?" Hobert smiled and said, "We have to pretend to go to Backlund." Alice reminded, "It's best not to seek help from the royal family, and don't appear publicly in Backlund." She knew several Intis Republic spies in the palace. The reason for keeping them was to use them when necessary. If people found out that Princess Alice had returned to Backlund, this matter would likely be impossible to hide. In other words, any power in Backlund now has the risk of exposure, so it's better not to contact them at all. "I know," Hobert said with a smile. More than 20 minutes later, the two caught up with a train heading to Backlund. And soon, when two trains met, Hobert took Alice and jumped onto the train going in the opposite direction of Backlund. It was a freight car. Hobert found a half-full carriage to rest in. The pursuers should not have caught up to the railway at this time. Even if they did, they would think that Hobert and Alice had boarded the train to Backlund. In that case, they wouldn't chase so closely. By the time they found out that the target was not on the train to Backlund, it would be at least the second half of the night, so Hobert and Alice were basically safe tonight. This was a carriage loaded with large bundles of cotton thread, and sitting on it was neither too soft nor too hard, just right. Alice, who was also a little tired, suddenly sighed. To be honest, this feeling of no one being able to eavesdrop on my conversation and no one paying attention to my demeanor is quite good. Hobert smiled and said, I can sell you that mystical item that changes appearances, and you can leave the palace and play around in someone else's appearance. Alice rubbed her arms. That's a good idea. She said, I'm a little cold. Hobert found that he was also wearing a single layer of clothing. As a gentleman, shouldn't you open your arms to me at this time? Alice smiled, haha. Now no one will say that I'm not being ladylike enough by doing this. As she spoke, she simply got up and sat next to Hobert. Hobert smelled the alcohol coming from her breath. He then remembered that those few sips of spirits and the later glass of inferior wine might have made her a little drunk, right? Without thinking too much, Hobert opened his arms. He wasn't a saint either. Being able to secretly hug a princess was quite exciting to think about. Alice snuggled into Hobert's arms, hugged his waist, and smiled triumphantly again. Hobert, do you have any thoughts of becoming a member of the royal family? Hobert certainly understood what she meant. I'm sorry, princess, I know your feelings, but I can't give you too much, and I can't have too deep of an entanglement with the royal family. He had wanted to explain this for a long time. It wasn't that he was such a saintly gentleman, but he felt that it would be a jerk if he didn't make some things clear. I understand. Alice leaned against Hobert's chest, enjoying this moment of warmth. As for future things, she would think about them later. Soon, Alice, who had drunk some spirits and relaxed from the process of escaping just now, actually fell asleep in Hobert's arms. Hobert, who had been in a state of vigilance, suddenly felt that his potion had digested quite a bit. He pondered for a while before seeming to understand. First of all, in order to prevent being eroded by the potion, he had set many bottom lines for himself, and he had given himself strict principles in terms of love between men and women. And tonight, whether it was the thrill of escaping or the excitement of outwitting the pursuers, the emotions that the two had suppressed in this process naturally made them feel that hugging each other in this state was a way to seek a sense of security. At this time, Hobert realized that it was precisely because of this state that his demands on himself had been lowered. At the same time, he seemed to suddenly understand that to digest the potion at the level of a demigod in the lawyer pathway, one must not only break the external rules, but also break the rules or principles that one has designed for oneself. And such behavior is mostly depraved, so the potion will be digested. Another thing is that Hobert believed that he had enough appeal to Alice, which made her break the etiquette that a princess should have and the ingrained restraint, and actively request Hobert's embrace. This can be said to be a true expression of emotions, but from another perspective, isn't it a kind of depravity? Thinking of this, Hobert smiled and found that it didn't matter if he broke the principles he had set for himself. It wasn't some heinous crime. He even reflected on whether the string in his heart had been too tight in the past, so tight that it was a bit inhumane. Hobert didn't continue to think about it, but he decided that he could appropriately relax his bottom line in the future. After all, he was already an earl now, and it would be too boring to be so tight. After a while, Hobert realized again, could this be the beginning of his complete depravity? But immediately afterwards, he temporarily put this question out of his mind. It wasn't until dawn that Hobert woke Alice up. The pursuers behind them should be chasing here non-stop at this time. If they continued to take the train, they would definitely be caught up. When the train entered a small city, Hobert and Alice changed their appearances again and once again patronized a clothing store. When they came out again, they were dressed as a young couple. This kind of character role-playing made Alice very satisfied, so she could recklessly hug Hobert's arm and openly make some intimate gestures. After having breakfast in a coffee shop, Hobert prepared to change to a carriage for another ride, so the two boarded a long-distance carriage to the Southville County. On the carriage, the two casually chatted with other passengers, occasionally showing some sweet actions, making everyone think that they were a couple going to Southville County for vacation. Hobert called himself Anthony, a lawyer. This time it was purely a natural performance. He told several interesting cases he had encountered before, and everyone not only admired him but also labeled him as a lawyer in their hearts. Alice did know that Hobert had worked as a lawyer before, but she didn't expect that he had encountered so many bizarre cases. At this time, the admiring look in her eyes was not entirely feigned. In an atmosphere of laughter and joy, the whole morning passed. Close to noon, suddenly the coachman's exclamation was heard, and the carriage stopped abruptly. Then came the coachman's scolding, "You two damn bastards don't want to live anymore. Do you know?" The coachman's voice suddenly stopped, because one of the people who stopped him pushed him off the seat with a casual push. This caused the passengers in the carriage to exclaim. They were not taking those remote roads. There was a small town not far ahead. How could there be robbers in such a place? Hobert saw that the two people were the two who chased out of the tavern yesterday. He gripped his cane tightly, ready to fight at any time. The two opened the car doors on the left and right. The passengers in the car were all frightened, especially the face-act men, who gave them a great psychological shock. Alice also tightened her grip on Hobert's arm, leaning tightly on him. Her fright was not entirely feigned. Hobert tried to make himself calm. "Gentlemen, if you want to rob money, we will give you the money we have on us, but please don't hurt us." As he spoke, he took off his top hat and put his wallet in the hat. Others also reacted, and someone said, "Anthony, the lawyer, is right, please don't hurt us." Fortunately, there is a courageous young man like Anthony, the lawyer, otherwise I wouldn't have realized this. Everyone put money into the hat while speaking, so as not to be hurt. The two people on the left and right stared at the people in the carriage for several laps, but they only glanced at Hobert and Alice. When Hobert handed the money to the other party, the big guy snorted, "No backbone." With that, they closed the car doors. The passengers in the carriage were stunned. They didn't expect the other party to leave like this. Hobert also smiled, feeling that the other party cheated when digesting the hunter potion. Didn't they find anything? Then he realized that the other party only thought that the target might be on the carriage on this road, and they were not sure which carriage it was. Of course, the most likely thing was that everyone's recognition of Anthony, the lawyer, made the other party take it lightly. And if the other party had caught the top hat that Hobert handed over just now, they might have discovered some clues, but the other party did not suspect this young couple who looked very intimate at all. After all, one of the two targets was a princess who had always behaved very noble, especially the Princess of Loan, who was known for her restraint. In their concept, it was impossible for her to make such intimate gestures with the men who protected her. Hobert returned the money and wallets in the top hat without any difference. The passengers scolded whether the two people just now were sick. Hobert got out of the car and helped the coachman who had fallen to the ground. After confirming that the other party was okay, Hobert stuffed 5 pounds of banknotes into his hand as compensation for implicating the other party. The coachman seemed to understand something and returned to the driver's seat silently, continuing on his way. The atmosphere in the carriage gradually became enthusiastic. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was not paying attention, Alice whispered in Hobert's ear, "That was so thrilling just now." Hobert smiled, "That's what makes it interesting." He found that he seemed to be enjoying this game after all. At more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hobert and Alice arrived at their planned stop and got off the car, then took a boat south. On the boat to Desi County, Hobert and Alice changed their clothes again. Because the two bought tickets in the name of husband and wife, it was only natural to have a cabin on the boat. But because they were playing ordinary couples, they only wanted a medium cabin in order to fit the persona, and as a result, there was no servant's room, which made it difficult for them to change clothes. Alice smiled and said, "When one of them changes, the other one closes their eyes for a while." Hobert said, "Why don't I go out first?" "That would be weird." Alice said seriously, "Do normal couples avoid each other when changing clothes? That would expose us to risk." Hobert smiled, "If you're not afraid, why should I be? I'll change first." And while he was changing, Alice didn't close her eyes. Fortunately, it was just a change of clothes, not a full undress, otherwise Hobert would have felt a little embarrassed. In return, Hobert didn't close his eyes when Alice changed, and seeing her shapely legs, he sighed in his heart again, "Those legs are truly amazing." Hobert's slightly aggressive gaze made Alice very satisfied. At the same time, Hobert felt his potion digest a little more. At this point, the digestion of the potion was like a measure. As long as it digested, it seemed to prove that the two people's hearts had opened up some of the things they had originally held onto. After changing clothes and resting for a while, the two went to the restaurant for dinner. Watching the beautiful evening scenery on both sides of the river, Hobert and Alice, transformed into a middle-aged couple, looked at each other with much more tenderness. After dinner, Hobert kept watch again while Alice rested. At about midnight, Hobert carried Alice horizontally and jumped onto a bridge over the river by distorting his own weight and temporarily tampering with gravity. He quickly waited for a passenger train and climbed aboard. This railway was the one they had taken to Mason before, and it was also the only railway to Mason. Hobert guessed that the other party was very likely to intercept them within Mason, but this journey through the Kingdom of Loan should be relatively safe. There weren't many people on this train. They found 2 seats side by side and sat down. Alice fell asleep in Hobert's arms again, and even Hobert dozed off. They both knew that tomorrow's journey would be difficult. They rested until dawn, when they were about to enter Mason. The two washed their faces to wake up and then went to the dining car for breakfast. Opening the door of the dining car, Hobert didn't go in immediately but observed the surroundings. In the dining car, there was an early-rising old woman, a disciplined officer, a couple who seemed to be in a Cold War, a middle-aged man with a delicate mustache, and several crew members who were taking advantage of the few customers to quickly enjoy breakfast. Seeing that there were no problems, Hobert took Alice into the car. Eat more. Hobert ordered a large plate of food. They might not have a chance to eat lunch today, and whether they would have a chance to eat dinner depended on the results of today's actions. Alice also obediently devoured a lot, and finally burped unladylike. Hobert drank the red tea in his cup and asked with a smile, "Ready?" Alice replied, "Ready. Let's go." "Excuse me, please wait a moment." At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a delicate mustache and a friendly smile, who was sitting at the next table, suddenly said. Hobert was slightly stunned, feeling like he had seen this person somewhere before. "Little friend, you're good at hide and seek." The other party smiled. Hobert immediately became alert. This was the actor who had played Roselle before. The other party continued, "I haven't had so much fun in many years. You actually have very powerful anti-divination mystical items, as well as mystical items that can change your appearance. To be honest, if I didn't know your purpose, I wouldn't have been confident in finding you again." He smiled and said, "To make this game more interesting, how about I injure you before those two idiots catch up?" Without knowing when, the early rising old woman, the disciplined officer, etc., the entire carriage of people had turned into the appearance of this man with the delicate mustache. Almost at the same time, they all looked at Hobert and Alice. This scene made Alice feel a chill down her spine, and she unconsciously stood behind Hobert. Hobert sat down again, unhurriedly poured himself a cup of red tea, took 2 sips, and then said, "You've patiently waited for us to finish breakfast, which shows that you really want this game to continue. To make this game more exciting, shouldn't you give us 10 seconds to escape?" As a result, the other party burst into laughter again. "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." Hobert waited for him to finish laughing again. "What's so funny?" "Nothing." The other party laughed with tears in the corners of his eyes. "I just remembered something from the past, so." Just as the other party was speaking, Hobert had already drawn his rapier, and the blade quickly lengthened, stabbing the other party in the heart. But Hobert wasn't happy because the other party's expression was too calm. Even if a mosquito bit him, he shouldn't be so calm. The other party smiled and said, "That was a surprise attack." Hobert retracted his rapier. The other party disappeared as soon as he finished speaking, and then an identical middle-aged man with a delicate mustache emerged from the void. The one Hobert had stabbed earlier was indeed a historical projection. The middle-aged man who had just emerged smiled and said, "The material you used to forge this weapon looks very familiar." This seemed to be in order, and people with the exact same appearance around them, either using beyonder abilities or weapons, attacked Hobert together. Hobert had no intention of fighting them at all. He picked up Alice and crashed out of the window. The marionettes dressed as old women, officers, etc., chased after them closely. Finally, the exquisite mustache-man who had been talking to Hobert unhurriedly finished the coffee in his cup. He snapped his fingers, and a dry leaf 5 kilometers away was ignited. The next second, he appeared at the location of the leaf, making a gun shape with his hand. Bang 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 bang. Like a machine gun, the Scholar of Yore fired a series of air cannonballs with the power of coastal defense guns. Running through the forest with Alice tucked under one arm, Hobert didn't dodge, but these cannonballs perfectly missed him, blasting trees and rocks into the air. This Scholar of Yore once again used flame jump to come to the front of Hobert. Hobert suddenly stopped and ran in the opposite direction. Although he couldn't see the other party's spirit body threads, he could feel the danger ahead. Behind him were the marionettes chasing after him. The sword in Hobert's hand turned to normal thickness, and he lunged at one of the sequence 5 marionettes with a thrust. The marionette was a guardian in life. His lightsaber was thrust into the ground, forming a solid dawn barrier. Hobert slashed in front of him, and the space in front was cut open like wallpaper. Countless malicious hands stretched out from inside at the same time, and a gap was also cut open in the dawn barrier. Hobert hardly slowed down, squeezed through the gap before it merged again, and kicked the guardian marionette away. The rapier suddenly lengthened, and with a violent wave, he cut the marionette in half in midair. At the same time, 8 ghouls emerged from the gap in the underworld and began to attack the marionettes. Hobert, who had already run a distance away, didn't forget to wave his hand to close the gap in the underworld. Before the marionettes could surround him, Hobert broke out of their encirclement. The Scholar of Yore didn't chase too closely but arrived at the battlefield afterward, glanced at the marionettes entangled by the ghouls, and then looked at the marionette that had been cut in half, whose spiritual threads were severely damaged, and obviously could no longer be used. He smiled and sighed, "The little friend has a lot of good things on him." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 564, Chapter 563 The Hateful Seer, Bonus 1. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. 200 Power Stones Bonus. But Scholar of Yore had no intention of dealing with Hobert alone. He was merely leading his marionettes, following far behind, as if genuinely enjoying the game. Hobert had no intention of turning back to counterattack, because he was very clear that if the other party summoned one or two angels from the historical void, the only thing Hobert could do was ask the Creator for help. They chased and fled like this for a morning. Hobert still hadn't lost his general direction, and continued to advance towards Mason. Perhaps because his goal was too clear, as he passed through a desolate valley, a high wall of fire suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately afterward, the two Faceac people who had been chasing Hobert and Alice blocked the way. In addition, two people wearing Intis Republic attire were also blocking Hobert, but judging from their positions, they were wary of the two Faceac people. However, Hobert was their common target at this time, because they had almost run their legs off in the past 2 days searching for Hobert. After stopping Hobert, they pounced on him almost immediately. Seeing that this battle was unavoidable, Hobert had no choice but to put Alice aside and prepare to fight with all his strength. At this time, that Scholar of Yore also led his marionettes and caught up from behind. The large man with Faceac features was Polinov, the demigod of the Hunter pathway who had previously probed the Lone Kingdom delegation. He complained to the Scholar of Yore, in ancient Faceac, if you could have killed them that night, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. The Scholar of Yore smiled, you also agreed to my plan at the time. No one wanted to bear the infamy of killing a lone princess, so we had to rush them back to Backlund. It's just because of some idiot that they escaped from under their noses that we had to run around looking for them. Polinov snorted coldly and said nothing more. Blocked in the middle, Hobert watched them talk while considering whether to release Bold Devil Monarch and Great Sage to help. That Scholar of Yore continued, you guys do it. I did a divination, and this kid is a source of danger. If the three of us besiege him together, I will encounter some danger. But if you two besiege him, I won't be in any danger. Hobert was slightly stunned at first, and then sighed in his heart that it was no wonder everyone said that seers were difficult to kill. He believed that if he entered the Nation of Disorder, this guy would definitely turn around and run. Moreover, the other party's seer was very experienced, obviously bypassing the Nation of Disorder and directly divining his own safety. The two people wearing Intis Republic-style clothes obediently said, okay, Mr. Brandon. Polinov sneered, mystifying. However, in his opinion, his own two demigods and two Sequence 5s were completely capable of defeating Hobert and capturing Alice alive. It didn't matter if this cleric didn't help. Hobert was now ready for battle, so he took the first step, order. An order tree covering hundreds of meters rose from the ground. Currently, he had to deal with two opponents, so he had to be careful. He decided to first try how long he could last if he exerted all his strength under the attacks of two demigods. Was there any possibility of counterkilling? If that Scholar of Yore took action or wanted to run away later, he would simply invite the Creator to take action and kill them all. The order tree gave Polinov and the other four people a certain psychological impact, but the two demigods from different countries quickly restrained their emotions and launched an attack on Hobert from different directions. Polinov's body was suddenly covered with a layer of flame from the inside out, and he slammed a punch towards Hobert. This was a Kull. The Intis Republic's demigod, called Cornell, was also an iron-blooded knight. He used a violently burning wall of fire to block Hobert's retreat. The two Sequence 5s were very self-aware and did not participate in the battle between the demigods. They were waiting for an opportunity to bypass the battlefield and prepare to capture Alice. Hobert stretched out his hand and swiped, and Polinov's fist smashed towards Cornell. With the blessing of the Order Tree, the intensity and duration of Hobert's distortion had been greatly improved. Cornell quickly dodged, and dozens of fire crows flew out from his back, smashing towards Hobert. As a result, these fire crows turned around in midair and rushed towards Polinov. The flames on Polinov's body suddenly burned violently, blocking the fire crow's offensive. Don't be counterproductive. Cornell frowned, took a step back, and planned to watch the two fight for a while first. Hobert had already rushed over and stabbed Polinov with his sword. Polinov had a blazing white spear in his hand, blocking Hobert's attack. Then, the flames on his body suddenly swelled up, almost engulfing Hobert in the flames. Hobert slightly retracted his sword, swiped in midair again, and once again, like tearing open wallpaper, he tore open a gap in the underworld, basically sucking away the flames on Polinov's body, leaving only a faint flame. Brandon, that Scholar of Yore, sitting on a stone outside the battlefield to watch the battle, clapped his hands to express his appreciation for Hobert's handling of the situation. Alice, who was also at the edge of the battlefield, was sweating for Hobert. At the same time, she did not dare to relax her vigilance, and according to Hobert's instructions just now, she paid attention to the movements of the two Sequence 5s. On the battlefield, the gap in the underworld quickly disappeared. Polinov wanted to trap Hobert with a wall of burning, but his wall of burning turned around under Hobert's distortion and surrounded Cornell, who was ready to attack at any time. Polinov had also fought against many Earls of the Fallen, but today was the first time he had seen this kind of roguelike distortion that seemed to be able to be used continuously. If there was no blessing from the Order Tree, Hobert's distortion would not be as easy to use as it is now. He could only distort the direction of the wall of burning, but he could not continuously distort the direction of these skills. Generally, the cull of an iron-blooded knight can only distort the fatal point of the opponent, but cannot distort the entire attack. After some probing, Polanov understood which of his abilities were enhanced under the canopy. His response strategy was to dodge Hobert's attack, quickly retreat, and not take the initiative to attack. He was covered in fire and moved very nimbly. Even if Hobert magnified his speed, he couldn't catch up with him. Now Hobert finally knew that the other party had not cheated when digesting the hunter potion, because the other party had obviously discovered that the order tree had a time limit, so he could delay for a while and look for an opportunity. Hobert used a trick, pretending to try his best to catch up. Finally, when the position and timing were right, the thin sword in his hand suddenly lengthened and pierced Polanov. This shocked Polanov very much. Fortunately, he had a miraculous item that could produce dawn armor in a small range in response to emergencies. Although the range was small, it was enough to block most demigod-level attacks. After Hobert realized that he had not pierced Polanov's skin, he immediately retracted his sword, then leaped backward, and the sword in his hand lengthened again, piercing a Sequence 5 who was trying to bypass the battlefield. The moment the Sequence 5 was stabbed, the whole person was covered in flames to block the spread of the injury. But soon, the flames disappeared, leaving only the Sequence 5 trembling all over on the ground. His spiritual body had been stabbed, and the power of the underworld invaded his body with the thin sword, causing him to lose his combat power instantly. Brandon, who was sitting on a rock watching the show, said at this time, "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you just now that the sword in his hand can change shape at will." Polanov gritted his teeth a little at this, because the one who was stabbed just now was the Faceac Empire's Sequence 5. But he didn't have time to care about his subordinates at this time, and didn't even have time to scold him, because he found that his body was becoming stiff and the flames on his body were almost gone. This was the effect of the language of the dead, attached to Hobert's thin sword. Although this effect was not so obvious, it could be superimposed. The longer the battle lasted, the greater the impact the opponent received. Hobert had been using Azek's mark from just now to tamper with the surrounding environment, making the environment more conducive to the power of the underworld. Magnify. Hobert's next attack magnified the language of the dead, attached to the thin sword. Polanov seemed to hear a very terrifying murmur. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. While his whole body was frozen stiff, his limbs seemed to stop working. Disorder. Hobert's counterattack began. Taking advantage of the opponent's chaotic state, he punched the opponent towards the tree trunk. Since the thin sword couldn't stab the opponent for a while, it was better to just use his fist. At the same time, his attack was also to prevent the opponent from escaping the range of the canopy. Polanov was actually very cautious. He had been staying away from the central area of the canopy, but at this time he was punched back by Hobert. The moment he hit the tree trunk, he suddenly turned into a group of flames that shot out in all directions. These flames merged in front and reformed Polanov. His lips were a little purple from the cold at this time, and he complained to Cornell, "You can't help at all." Cornell snorted coldly and temporarily blocked Hobert, who was chasing over, with a wall of burning. He also realized that under the canopy, neither he nor Polanov could deal with Hobert alone. Of course, he couldn't stand idly by at this moment. Taking advantage of this moment to catch his breath, Polanov pulled out a bottle of strong liquor from his clothes like a magician. After gulping down a few mouthfuls, his condition seemed to improve a lot. Brandon, sitting on the stone, stroked the delicate beard on his chin and said strangely, "He was just blasted into a ball of fire. Where did he hide the wine?" Alice suddenly recalled a joke about the Faceac people. "You never know where they will hide their wine. If you accidentally destroy his wine, then congratulations, this may be the last thing you do in your life." Brandon nodded slightly. "I've heard those two jokes too." At this time, the battlefield had formed a situation where Polanov and Cornell were besieging Hobert. Just like their initial tentative attacks, one person definitely couldn't defeat Hobert, and two people's attacks could easily be exploited by Hobert. This is a characteristic of Beyonders of the lawyer pathway. Sometimes, dealing with one enemy is almost as difficult as dealing with two enemies. It's just that with two enemies, Hobert has little chance to counterattack. Polanov and Cornell had the same idea, which was to maintain the current state. After the duration of the Tree of Order ended, they would definitely be able to defeat Hobert. Of course, Hobert also knew the other party's plan. While distorting the opponent's attacks, his long-planned counterattack began. Hobert first took the opportunity to suddenly summon the Underworld Gate using the Spirit Wine Glass. This Sequence 5 level ability, in theory, is difficult to play a significant role in a battle between demigods. However, the environment under the canopy enhanced its power. Then, at the cost of enduring a punch from Polanov, Hobert slashed with his rapier, creating a huge underworld gate. Many more malicious hands stretched out, as if trying to grab something. This made the two iron-blooded knights feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave again. They reacted almost simultaneously, fleeing to the outside of the canopy as quickly as possible. In a normal environment, the power from the underworld is not so strong. They can use their own flames to dispel the chill on their bodies. But the environment under this canopy is abnormal. Originally, they thought that Hobert would never leave the canopy, but unexpectedly, Hobert actually chased after them and stabbed Polonov with his sword. Exploit. The mystical item on Polonov's body appeared again in response, but Hobert used exploit to prematurely end its duration. This sword, which Hobert had endured until now, finally pierced Polonov's chest. The price of this strike was that Hobert's abdomen was also pierced by Cornell's blazing white spear. Bestow. Hobert immediately bestowed most of the injuries from Polonov's punch and the injuries caused by the blazing white spear to Cornell. Cornell's chest immediately had a clear dent, and his abdomen suffered serious injuries. His whole body was instantly covered in flames, with a bright red flame burning from his chest and abdomen respectively. After the flames on his body disappeared, the red flames at the wound were still there. When the red flames also disappeared, the injury had healed for the most part. Magnify. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert magnified the injury in Polonov's chest. The wound immediately became very hideous and flowed with a lot of black, thick liquid. Hobert stabbed again with his sword, and part of Polonov's body completely turned into flames, causing Hobert's sword to miss. Even as strong as a demigod, Polonov felt that his body and abilities were a little out of control. Hobert no longer used his sword and directly threw a punch, which he surprisingly failed to dodge. The force of this punch sent Polonov flying again, but Hobert tampered with the air density in the direction he was flying, causing Polonov to immediately feel like he had crashed into an airtight wall. Hobert took a step forward and kicked again. At this time, Hobert was more like an iron-blooded knight, punching flesh and kicking with the wind, beating this demigod of the Fasak Empire without any power to fight back. At this moment, Cornell came forward to block Hobert's attack, but a phantom door suddenly appeared between the two. This was the ability of the button that Hobert had obtained from the royal family, and he didn't use it until the critical moment of the counterattack. Cornell looked at Brandon, who was still sitting on the stone. This scholar of yore still had no intention of taking action. Cornell pondered for a moment and decided to attack Hobert, preferably taking advantage of this opportunity to seriously injure him. At this time, Polonov had been beaten until he was covered in blood, which reminded him of the time when he was in school and fought with older students. Only at that time had he been beaten so badly. Hobert threw another punch, but this punch only rested on the opponent's chest. At this time, Polonov's whole body shook violently. At this moment, his internal organs were experiencing a series of constant explosions. This was the ability of 1 to 109, obtained from the Black Knight of the Aurora Order, Flesh and Blood Bomb. As long as the enemy is injured and starts bleeding, it can be detonated. When Hobert fought the Black Knight before, he was blown away twice in a row, and he knew the power of the bomb very well. After continuous explosions, Polonov's internal organs had been blown to pieces. Although he could turn part of his body into flames to avoid fatal damage, the explosions in his chest and abdomen were difficult to avoid all the damage. Polonov seemed to have been hollowed out, rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground. Hobert's set of counterattacks was as smooth as flowing water. A dozen seconds ago, he was still at a disadvantage, but now he had severely injured a demigod. This is also Hobert's current fighting style. Once he seizes the opportunity, not many demigods can withstand his counterattack. Cornell's attack finally arrived at this time. He turned into a ball of flame, bypassed the phantom door, and struck Hobert with a fire fist the moment Polonov fell. At this time, they had left the area under the canopy. Hobert only distorted the extraordinary damage attached to this punch, but he himself was still blown away. Cornell appeared in midair like a stream of light and kicked Hobert in the abdomen. Hobert spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not an ordinary blow, but slaughter. Even if every blow did not hit Hobert's weak point, the place that was hit would become a weak point, thus suffering serious damage. This ability consumes a lot of spirituality, but it is the best way to attack when seizing the opportunity to approach the enemy. Disorder. Hobert used his Beyonder power to avoid Cornell's next attack. After he landed on the ground, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Cornell continued to launch his offensive. This time, he used Fatal Attack. In a head-on battle, the Iron-Blooded Knight's attack is quite powerful, but he had no chance to use it under the canopy of the Tree of Order just now. Weaken. Hobert had used most of his hidden strength in one go in order to severely injure Polonov, which led to Cornell taking a certain initiative. The injured Hobert quickly changed his tactics, trying to avoid the opponent's frontal attacks as much as possible, while defending and giving the opponent a wave of negative states first. Orange flames suddenly burned under Hobert's feet. He quickly somersaulted to avoid it, even setting his pants on fire. Bestow. He once again granted most of his injuries to Cornell. Several dark fire crows flew out from Cornell's back, sending most of Hobert's bestow back in the form of flames. At this time, the trap he had set up took effect. Hobert stepped on empty air and opened his arms to maintain balance. In battle, this is definitely a superfluous and fatal move. At the demigod level of the hunter pathway, this simple trap can almost be created out of thin air. He can keenly detect cavities under the surface and make use of them, allowing the prey to accurately step into the trap under his influence. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Cornell punched Hobert. This was a fatal attack. Hobert once again distorted the opponent's fatal damage. While he was being blown away, he used connection. He strengthened the connection between Cornell and Polonov, making Cornell very worried about the injuries of this temporary comrade Polonov and wanting to go over and check on him. Hobert landed on the ground and rolled before standing up again. Although he was embarrassed just now, he had already sent most of the damage he had received. His counterattack also began. When Cornell was weakened and in the state of Grant, the effects of the connection and other 3 abilities would be enhanced. Just as Cornell recovered from the connection, Hobert's arrogant ability smashed into him, making him feel that Brandon's observation was really hateful. He rushed over to teach him a lesson. Hobert attacked from behind and kicked him down, charm. Cornell immediately felt that although Hobert had kicked him down, the battle just now made him feel indeed a little tired, and it was quite nice to lie down for a while. Hobert took a step forward and stepped on Cornell. The rapier in his hand suddenly turned into a 2-handed greatsword, and he was about to chop off the opponent's head with one sword. At this time, one of Brandon's puppets with a sword rushed over and blocked this fatal blow for Cornell. Hobert jumped back immediately, feeling that this puppet should be at the level of a demigod. Cornell got up in a disheveled manner and retreated to Brandon's side. Brandon smiled and said, "You lost because you were deceived by the illusion he created from the very beginning. In my opinion, summoning this big tree does indeed enhance his abilities to some extent, but he is very clear that such an enhancement is not enough to deal with 2 demigods at the same time. So from the beginning, he was trying to alienate you. As for his purpose in summoning this big tree, it was just to make you think that he was relying on this big tree and that he could not leave the range of the canopy. So you thought that as long as you encountered danger, you could retreat outside the canopy. At this time, it became the time when you were most careless, and it was also the best time for him to launch a counterattack. That idiot Polonov didn't understand, and neither did you. When you used slaughter just now, you had already gained an advantage. But subconsciously, you still thought that as long as you were not under the canopy, you could defeat him. As a result, he gradually turned the disadvantage into an advantage, and finally delivered a fatal blow. Brandon smiled and said, "This is what a lawyer does, creating loopholes for himself and using self-created loopholes to defeat the enemy." Hobert was slightly stunned. This was indeed the tactic he had thought of when facing the 2 demigods. Although there were some minor errors in the implementation, it didn't matter much. In the end, he won. If it weren't for Brandon's rescue, he would definitely have completed the feat of a double kill. However, Brandon's rescue was inevitable. After all, they were both beyonders of the Intis Republic. Cornell looked like he had learned a lesson. At the same time, the way he looked at Hobert seemed a little gloating, because after this evaluation, it meant that Brandon was about to take action. "You guys go first," Brandon said. "Leave this to me." Cornell nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Brandon." Hobert slowly retreated to the canopy of the Tree of Order and greeted Alice, asking her to retreat as well. If the opponent was just a bizarro sorcerer, Hobert would still fight him to try, but if it wasn't Scholar of Yore, then he wouldn't even think about it and would directly call for reinforcements. Who knew what kind of guys they would summon to help? After Cornell and the others left the valley, Brandon suddenly took action. However, he didn't attack Hobert, but a marionette suddenly sprinted forward and pierced Polonov's head with a sword, pinning him to the ground. Just now, the seriously injured Polonov was also preparing to sneak away during this opportunity, but he died under the sword of Brandon's marionette. "Let's talk about how to deal with the spoils, shall we?" Brandon smiled and said, "My sword just now can also be considered as participating in the battle. Polonov is of course yours. However, that Reaper who hasn't completely died will be mine, as compensation for the marionette you damaged for me this morning." Hobert was slightly stunned, not understanding the other party's intention. "If you don't speak, I'll take it as you've agreed." Brandon waved his hand, and the marionette beside Polonov's corpse pulled out the sword inserted into his head and kicked the demigod's corpse in front of Hobert. And the Sequence 5 who had been stabbed by Hobert earlier stood up from the ground like a zombie and joined the ranks of Brandon's marionettes. At this time, the duration of the Tree of Order was up, and the canopy quickly shrank, eventually turning into an ordinary wooden stick. Brandon suddenly waved his hand. "The game is over, you guys take the spoils and leave." Hobert was still carefully guarding against Brandon. "That sounds like a clumsy lie." "Ha ha ha ha." Brandon laughed heartily. "Logically speaking, the Intis Republic cares more about your meeting than the Fasak Empire does. After all, although Lenberg is not adjacent to us, it is not far from the Republic. That's why they asked me to take action and must disrupt this meeting. But according to the news I just received, this meeting has made almost no substantial progress, so there is no need to continue blocking you. Hobert understood. This Faceac Empire's big guy doesn't know that you have lost your common goal and have become enemies from friends again. And I killed a demigod of the Faceac Empire, further deepening the conflict between the two countries. For the Intis Republic, it also eliminated a demigod opponent for you. Brandon smiled. Little friend is very smart, but this guy is not stupid either. In order to make him willing to die, I didn't even tell Cornell the news from Mason. So after the two people met, although they were wary of each other, they still looked like they were fighting against a common enemy. Hobert sighed. Seers are really hateful. Then he suddenly asked as if in retaliation, you are my biological father Rex's friend, aren't you? Alice on the side was slightly stunned. After all, Rex was the legendary colonel more than 20 years ago. She had heard some of his stories in the palace. The smile on Brandon's face disappeared. He stared at Hobert for a while before saying, you are much more careful than your father. You actually noticed my hint. When Hobert heard Brandon call him little friend for the first time, he felt that he had heard this title somewhere. When he heard this title for the second time, he suddenly remembered that it wasn't that he had heard it somewhere, but that he had seen it. In the room where the corpse of the ancient death was parked outside Backlund, Hobert had obtained the notes left by Rex. On it, there was a message from Rex's seer friend. The message's address to Hobert was, little friend. Many of your reactions are too similar to Rex, especially that shameless energy. Brandon smiled, which was the reason for his previous few laughs. Then he spread his hands. How about the meeting gift I gave you? A demigod of the Faceac Empire is enough for you to be rewarded. Hobert looked at Brandon with a serious face. Brandon smiled a little embarrassedly. Well, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Originally, I planned to look for you when you were Sequence 3. What do you want to find me for? To divine for you whether you should advance to Sequence 2, Brandon smiled, but you probably won't listen to my divination results, at least your father didn't listen at all. In addition, your father put some of the gains we obtained together during our adventures over the years in one place. That is the inheritance he left for you. It also includes some of the inheritance and documents of the Trunsoist family. He entrusted me and Christian to jointly witness you inherit this inheritance. Hobert smiled and said, sounds very good. Brandon spread his hands, but I heard that you seem to be quite wealthy, at least richer and more powerful than I was when I was young. He smiled slightly. Today is not the time to reminisce about the outer deities. Our chat may cause you trouble. Fortunately, I have a marionette of the spectator pathway. How about asking him to help you forget our conversation just now? Alice raised her hand slightly and said, hello, Mr. Brandon, I have a method to avoid interrogation. Polite good child. Brandon smiled. Hobert said, I also have a way to avoid it. Ah, brat, you haven't even called me uncle yet, even if you call me Mr. like this princess. As he spoke, Brandon got up and left. While walking, he said to Hobert without turning his head, say hello to Christian for me. That guy's plan to go undercover in Fainapotter was wonderful. Soon, Brandon and his marionettes disappeared into the sparse forest. Hobert was a little worried and still stared at the direction Brandon left for a while, because Hobert couldn't be sure whether this guy was Rex's friend or not. Even if he is Rex's friend, he is not his Hobert's friend. So many years have passed, who knows if there will still be any affection. After waiting for a while, Hobert squatted beside Polinov's corpse, reached out his hand, and prepared to shepherd this demigod. He injected his spirituality into 1-109 and used the ability of shepherd, so he immediately felt that the 1-109 in the shape of a leather hand ring seemed to become very ferocious. With a slight force, 1-109 sucked out Polinov's spirit body. The expression on the other party's spirit body was a little distorted, as if he was experiencing great pain. Soon, Hobert felt that he could make three choices. 1-109 did not provide any options, but as long as the spirit body had the ability, he could choose it. Hobert, who had already considered it, chose Slaughter, Fatal Strike, and Fire Crow Art. After making the selection, a small groove appeared on the leather bracelet of 1-109, and then a blood-red gemstone filled the groove. At this point, the entire shepherd process was completed. Hobert searched out two mystical items from Polinov's body, and then he found a place to sit down a little tiredly. Let's rest for a while before we leave. The battle just now consumed a lot of his spirituality. The key is that every time he can only send most of the injuries away, he has actually accumulated a lot of pain himself. He used the healing fork to heal himself twice, but the injuries caused by the previous slaughter would take 2 or 3 days of recovery to fully heal. In Mason City, a small signing ceremony will be held at 4:30 in the afternoon, but because Princess Alice has not been found yet, this event will inevitably end in an anticlimactic manner. In the past 2 days, politicians from both countries have been blaming and shying away from each other. Although everyone is gritting their teeth and saying that this event was a success, everyone knows that this exchange will definitely have the opposite effect. Even if Princess Alice returns to her country safe and sound afterwards, politicians from both countries will definitely attack each other with this. But to everyone's surprise, just as the signing ceremony was about to begin, Princess Alice appeared. She was wearing a noble court dress, without makeup, and only had a very simple bun. Following behind was Earl Hobert, who had also not appeared in the past few days. Before everyone could inquire, the signing ceremony began, and the delegation from the Kingdom of Lone was still represented by Princess Alice. She roughly looked at the results of the negotiations over the past week. Just as Brandon said, there was no substantial progress at all. However, with Alice signing the agreement, it was equivalent to putting a perfect end to this event. In the evening, members of the royal families of the two countries jointly attended the farewell ball. Ethel spent a lot of effort to find Hobert, who didn't even want to dance, in a corner of the ball. She smiled, "Your return exceeded everyone's expectations. After our review, we should have encountered an scholar of yore and an attack from a Sequence 0 sealed artifact that night. However, the other party didn't seem to intend to harm us. In the end, only you and Alice disappeared. Obviously, you were trapped somewhere, and the other party intended to use this to disrupt this exchange." Hobert yawned. The escape process was indeed quite difficult. "Anyway, welcome back." Ethel smiled and raised her glass. "I'm really fed up with those stupid politicians." The successful conclusion of this exchange at least deprived them of a reason to quarrel. The two people clinked glasses and took a sip of wine together. Ethel said meaningfully, "Remember to write to me." Hobert nodded, knowing that the other party was reminding him that once there was progress on the Castilla family's secret belief in the Creator, he must write to her. Early the next morning, both parties boarded trains and left Mason. This finally allowed the Mason royal family to breathe a long sigh of relief. In the next 2 days, Alice and Hobert didn't show up much, and no one openly discussed the princess's disappearance. It wasn't until they returned to Backlund that Hobert and Alice were questioned separately. The one who questioned Hobert was Georgina, the Director General of Military Intelligence 9. The Duchess asked very politely, like a chat between colleagues. After all, Hobert made a great contribution to this incident. Most of what happened in those 2 days could be told truthfully. As for how Bolanov's beyonder characteristics were handled, Hobert glossed over it. Georgina didn't ask for details. They had already defaulted that it was Hobert's spoils of war. The parts that could not be said mainly involved the intimate contact with the princess, and the experience of the two people appreciating each other's figures. Based on the situation at the time, Georgina could probably sense that Hobert was hiding something, but of course she wouldn't be foolish enough to ask for details. It was already past 6 p.m. when Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion. This 11-day mission was finally over. And Hobert also missed a tarot gathering because of this. At this tarot gathering, the World and the Hanged Men agreed to explore the island mentioned earlier in the near future. The World asked the Fool when the Emperor would have time. In the end, they set the exploration time for the night 3 days later. Georgina gave Hobert a few days off to let him have a good rest. The next day, Hobert originally planned to have a good rest in the Earl's mansion, but in the morning, the King and Queen sent rewards, as a reward for Hobert's protection of Alice. Military Intelligence 9 also sent a commendation order. Hobert was almost constantly entertaining and welcoming guests. In the afternoon, many nobles who had some friendship with Hobert sent gifts to congratulate Hobert on his meritorious service. Among them were Audrey and Viscount Glaint. These friends came to visit. In the reception room, Audrey smiled and said, "Congratulations, Hobert. I heard that you are very likely to be promoted to Rear Admiral because of this meritorious service." Hobert smiled. "After being promoted to Rear Admiral, I can get a few dozen pounds more salary every month." Viscount Glaint then said, "Now you are a hero of Lone. I didn't expect you to be so brave that you blocked a bullet for the princess." Hobert was stunned. "Bullet? Who said that?" Glaint, Princess Alice said it herself in an interview with the Backlund Morning Post. "To tell the truth, I have only seen the battle of wits and courage between you and the spies of the enemy country in storybooks. And the part where you chose between personal safety and national interests was quite touching to me." Hobert smiled. "Is that so? May I ask which part you are talking about? I don't remember having such an experience at all. No wonder they said they came to visit me when we first met." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 565, Chapter 564, Joint Action of the Emperor, the World and the Hanged Men, Bonus 2. Thanks to Nawfal Sako Gusnaya for becoming a free member. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Audrey could tell from Hobert's expression that the Backlund Morning News was probably making up stories again. As for the reason, she could guess that it was to use Hobert's heroic deeds to cover up the fact that this diplomatic mission had been unsuccessful. Hobert quickly asked Dofus to bring him a copy of the Backlund Morning News to see what he had supposedly done. At the same time, he thought to himself, these people are too unprofessional. They didn't even say hello or ask for my opinion when they were making things up. I might have even been able to give them some ideas. I'm a professional at bragging. The content is basically true, Hobert said after reading the report about himself, but those spies were actually Beyonders from enemy countries, and the so-called gunfight was actually a battle between Beyonders. He smiled at Glaint and said, and that part that moved you, it was actually Princess Alice who made the choice, not me. At the time, Hobert was quite surprised that someone who had almost been assassinated by the royal family and the Demonist sect could still choose to risk maintaining national interests in that situation. So Hobert didn't even try to dissuade her, nor did he use his power as a demigod to ignore Alice's choice, but instead chose to help her. Glaint was slightly stunned when he heard Hobert's words, and finally smiled helplessly. Then Hobert talked to Glaint about hiring another batch of noble children. Hobert had already read a batch of briefings sent by Furs last night, including Corwin's report, about Longtail Island and the South Coulson area during this period. In his report, he mentioned that the noble children who had accepted transformation could enter the working state more quickly, were very motivated, and could infer other things from one instance. With a little experience, they could flexibly handle the affairs encountered in their work. Of course, Hobert understood that these people had received a very good education and had a strong ability to accept new things. Moreover, under the influence of their upbringing, they were better at dealing with people, which was almost inevitable. In the future, there would definitely be many such noble children in Hobert's power structure. Therefore, Hobert had an important requirement for their selection, to fully accept the core idea of people-oriented. In the previous assessment, noble children who refused to accept this idea, no matter how capable they were all dismissed by Hobert with a salary of £1 a day. For him, a lack of ability could be cultivated, but if the path was wrong, then people with different ideals cannot make plans together. Glaint immediately agreed to help Hobert contact another batch of noble children, and said that this time there would definitely be more people applying. Because Hobert had given the noble children who had passed the assessment and been assigned positions 3 days off before he went on a business trip. Not many people cared about their experiences, everyone was staring at the positions they eventually obtained. Currently, things looked good. They were either grassroots officials in the territory or management in Backlund, which was a very good way out for many noble children. If this group of people had a good future, then Hobert wouldn't have to actively recruit them. People who wanted to find a way out for themselves would definitely find a way to recommend themselves. After a good night's rest, Hobert came to Longtail Island and began to implement the second step of his plan. 2 more weeks passed, and Hobert once again paid the planters the second batch of rubber, to the penny, at 1.5 times the market price as previously agreed. This immediately aroused the enthusiasm of all the planters. They had already begun to plant the new varieties provided by Bishop Jody on a small scale. At this time, most of them were determined to take out all their savings to plant rubber trees. Although these seedlings and potions were very expensive, it was estimated that they could recover their costs in 4 or 5 months. And even if Earl Hobert no longer had such a large demand for rubber and the purchase price returned to the market price, it would only take 2 or 3 months to recover the costs. For the planters, it was already a very profitable crop for this perennial economic crop to recover its costs so quickly. The most important thing was that after recovering the costs, they could get more than 10 times the income of ordinary rubber trees. For them, this was simply a lucrative investment. But at the third banquet, Hobert gave everyone another stimulant. Hobert said very seriously, "The rubber you provide is still too little. For a long time to come, I will need a lot of rubber. If you can't meet my needs, I will have to send people to other islands to purchase it." At the same time, he also said, "Before meeting the huge demand for rubber, the price I pay will be 1.5 times the market price." As Hobert expected, the planters began to complain, saying that they only had so many rubber trees, that the new rubber tree varieties were too expensive, and so on. At this time, Bishop Jody explained that those potions and new varieties used many expensive materials, and that they were giving everyone this price because they had a good cooperation with Earl Hobert. There were no such seedlings in other places, and the Earth Mother Church was hardly making any money. Because the planters didn't understand the mystical logic behind this, they didn't know how to refute Bishop Jody's explanation. Hobert pondered for a while before saying, "I will issue you a loan to plant rubber trees, and you will pay it back after you start producing rubber." Because the Earl had previously advanced a payment, everyone was not surprised by this proposal. Moreover, planters with connections had already inquired that the Earl was producing a large number of wires in Backlund, and had purchased almost all of the rubber in Backlund, which had caused a certain premium on rubber in Backlund. So everyone had discussed before coming to see if they could ask the Earl to advance some money to buy seedlings. Even if they paid some interest. Unexpectedly, the Earl took the initiative to offer a loan, and didn't even mention the matter of interest. Hobert continued, "The maximum loan for each person is £3,000, and this loan can be collected from the governor's office tomorrow. He said, I have a requirement, which is that this money must be spent on planting rubber trees. This must be written into the loan contract. Once a breach of contract occurs, I will recover the loan in advance. £3,000. Unexpectedly, the Earl would lend them such a huge sum of money. In addition to being surprised, everyone promised that they would abide by the agreement. The next day, Hobert disbursed the loans as promised, and more than £70,000 were loaned out that day. For a time, Longtail Island was filled with enthusiasm for planting rubber trees. In order to grab rubber tree seedlings and land for planting, the planters had clashed more than once. Under Hobert's previous step-by-step stimulation, not only the loan given by Hobert, but everyone's savings, and the money they could borrow, were used to plant rubber trees. In addition, some people felt that they could buy a large batch of rubber from other islands with such a large sum of money, and then return to Longtail Island to sell it to the governor's office. Someone had calculated that it would be profitable to buy several £1,000s. Hobert temporarily had no intention of interfering in the affairs of Longtail Island, and just allowed the situation to develop. At this time, he was more concerned about the construction of cement plants and other factories. Relatively simple brick factories, gravel factories, lime factories, etc. had been built and started mass production, and cement plants had also begun to be capped. Only factories such as smelting plants and steel plants, which required higher craftsmanship, were still being built in full swing. Hobert was very satisfied with this progress. After the completion of his first step plan, Longtail Island would have the ability to build on a large scale. Returning to the governor's office, Hobert glanced at the rubber plantations that were in full swing, smiled slightly, and returned to Backlund. Before you knew it, the harvest season had arrived. For the farmers of South Colson, this year's harvest season was especially happy. The dozens of villages around Jeffrey City had long known that all the harvests in their fields belonged to them. They would look at the golden wheat ears under the scorching sun, then smile and continue to bury themselves in harvesting. The people in the area west of the West Bank that had once been ruled by the Blood Sanctify sect were told when they were about to harvest that if they did not continue to believe in demons, did not carve statues for them, and did not perform any sacrificial actions, the wheat in the fields would all belong to the owners of the wheat fields. But if they wanted to continue to believe in demons, they could continue to believe, but all the harvests in the fields would be taken over by the town government. For several months, the people had not been exposed to anything about demons. Most people's spirits had returned to normal, and even those whose mental bodies still had some problems had calmed down and regained their enthusiasm and hope for life. So they basically chose to leave the wheat behind and chose a future that looked pretty good. So the town government on the west bank of Full Moon Lake seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, and the policy of redistributing land was not so difficult to implement. The East Bank also took advantage of the harvest season to tell everyone that they would not collect any agricultural taxes, but because the city government had a large shortage of food, it would purchase the excess grain from the people at market prices. Most areas completed the process of land distribution in an atmosphere of joy. This made Hobert feel that his potion had been digested a lot, which proved that everyone felt the huge changes in this area, and also proved that his rule over the South Colson area was more solid. In this harvest season, on the west bank of Full Moon Lake, when everyone was resting at noon, an old man found a corpse in the wheat field, but when the old man went to ask the village chief Mike to come, the corpse was gone. If it weren't for the traces of the corpse pressed out in the wheat field, everyone would have thought that the old man was mistaken. In the end, people thought that maybe a passerby was tired and lay down in the wheat field to rest, but was awakened by the old man, so the passerby left. This Mike was directly sent down from the town government. He had undergone many trainings and was a relatively knowledgeable person in the local area. He found that the place where the wheat was pressed down was under the scorching sun. If someone wanted to rest, they should be in the shade of a tree. Who would rest under the scorching sun? The key was that Mike also found a clump of fishy and smelly mucus in the wheat field that had been pressed down, which seemed like blood but not blood. Mike found a leaf, collected the mucus, and then told everyone that someone was tired and lay down in the field. He also asked everyone to continue to harvest the wheat to avoid rainy weather. But Mike took the mucus to the town government and handed it over to the security officer of the town government. To Mike's surprise, one of the security officers told him that it was corpse fluid, and similar things had happened in several surrounding villages, and some people had seen people digging graves at night. The security officer took Mike to a small office, where 3 young people, 1 woman and 2 men, were sitting wearing uniforms that were similar to the security officers, but also different. 2 months ago, the Lord's Mansion had unified and standardized the uniforms in the territory, and even Mike had received 2 sets of uniforms for village-level cadres. This made Mike feel that he was more energetic than before, but the uniform manual did not have the uniform style worn by the 3 people sitting opposite him. The leading man smiled and said, "It can be seen that you are a careful grassroots worker. You have even discovered that our uniform styles are a little different. We are a special department in the Lord's Mansion, specializing in solving the strange things you encounter." Then he introduced himself, "My name is Monet, and I will ask you a few questions now. Did it happen at noon? Were there any other traces found around? Was that corpse a dead person from your village? Are there any other witnesses? Mike found these questions a little strange, but he still answered them one by one. After that, Monet thanked Mike and asked him to pay attention to the movements in the village after he went back. If he encountered similar situations again, he must report them in time. The captain of the security team praised Mike a few words and told him that he would report his initiative to report this matter to the town government and record it in his monthly assessment. Mike left very happily. On the way back, looking at the scene of harvesting wheat on both sides of the road, a heartfelt sense of pride once again arose from the bottom of his heart. Turning over the mountain pass ahead was the village where he worked. He saw that some villages had already finished harvesting wheat. He felt that his village should also work harder and strive to finish harvesting tomorrow and start drying the day after tomorrow. Mother Earth is above. It must be sunny these 2 days. Crossing the mountain pass, the expression on Mike's face gradually stiffened. He saw that his village was lifeless, and some people had fallen at home. Some people had fallen in the fields. Mike seemed to realize something and raised his foot to rush over. It's too late. Monet's voice suddenly appeared behind Mike. We were already too late when we found something was wrong. Mike pointed to the people in the wheat field in the distance. They are all dead. Mike burst into tears. Are all dead? Why? The young man Clee at the entrance of the village just got married, and Conra's wife just got pregnant. I also promised Old Vit that I would invite him to drink in the town after I got paid. Those demons just left a few months ago. Everything just had new hope. As he spoke, Mike slowly squatted down and cried with his head in his hands. Monet sighed with emotion. Some things are so hateful, they always give people a blow when there is just hope. He took out a bottle of wine. I heard you like to drink it, it's on me. Mike opened the bottle cap and took 2 gulps. Raymond persuaded, take 2 more sips. Mike was slightly stunned, feeling that the wine was not bad, so he took a few more sips. Raymond crouched down, patting Mike's shoulder and saying, there's something I have to tell you. Actually, you're already dead. Mike's eyes widened, and he finally remembered everything that had happened last night, a cloud of black mist, enveloping the entire village. After saying that, Mike fell to the ground, motionless. Raymond sighed and then said to the female officer, quick, go get Sir Dunn. This case is too strange, we can't handle it. Hobert rested for half a day in Backlund and made some preparations. On the night he had agreed upon with the world and the hanged men, he put on his mask and used travel to arrive at the entrance of a cemetery in the suburbs of Byam. This was their meeting place. The hangman Alger, with his rough blue hair, had already arrived. He smiled and said, long time no see. Hobert also smiled and said, long time no see. At this moment, the space beside them was torn again, and Gehrman Sparrow, also known as Klein, with a cold expression, arrived last. Hobert smiled and said, look, our great adventurer has arrived. I'm not an adventurer anymore, Klein said, his face unchanging. Are you all ready? Alger was slightly stunned. Didn't you say, the Emperor is a demigod? Isn't it impolite to not even smile? Hobert wasn't angry, but said, you should smile more, my friend. Is the burden of life about to crush you? How about I invite you to Fainapotter for a trip in a few days to relax? Klein glanced at Hobert, this time with some warmth in his eyes. If I have time, I will go. Alger immediately realized, they knew each other before, and they seemed quite familiar. That's right, they each represent 2 allied gods and should communicate often. Then, Hobert and Klein both looked at Alger. Alger immediately understood, I know, I'll lead the way. Klein put his hand on Alger's shoulder. The meaning was obvious, to have Hobert put his hand on his shoulder. Hobert didn't do so. The way we look, it's a bit like blind people traveling together. Alger was stunned. It really did look like that. Then you can put your hand on my other shoulder. That would look like we're escorting a prisoner, Hobert said. How about this, I'll use travel to push you into the spirit world. After discussing the formation, the 3 of them entered the spirit world together and quickly arrived at the target island. Walking in front, Alger lit a lantern and explained, if you come during the day, it's quite lively here. You can even see some bird-like creatures that only exist in myths and legends. But at night, the power that dominates here seems to change, and many supernatural creatures hide themselves. While listening to Alger's explanation, Klein also lit a lantern and asked Hobert, didn't you bring a lamp? My night vision is very good, Hobert smiled. When you become a demigod, you'll understand this feeling. If it were before, he definitely wouldn't have said the second half of the sentence because it was very annoying. But when Hobert realized he had to break through the rules he had set for himself, he consciously changed some of his habits. After hearing Hobert say this, Klein and Alger smiled strangely one after another. Alger cleared his throat, forcibly skipping the previous topic. He pointed to the front, we follow this road into the forest, straight ahead, and we will reach the ancient ruins of unknown age. Along the way, we hunt supernatural creatures that we encounter and are capable of dealing with. The materials corresponding to those killed alone belong entirely to the killer. Those completed in cooperation are kept by Mr. Emperor, and after leaving here, they are distributed by means of rotation. And the order of selection is adjusted according to the specific contributions made. The members of this team include a demigod and a crazy adventurer. Alger, who had just been promoted to Sequence 5, was the weakest of them, so he first explained how to distribute the spoils to avoid unnecessary trouble during the trip. Hobert nodded and said, "No problem." He patted the leather bag hanging around his waist. "With it, the harvest this time can be handed over to me to the fullest." Klein nodded indifferently, indicating that he also agreed with this way of distributing the spoils. So the three of them, holding lanterns, began their exploration. Klein walked in the front, Alger in the middle, and Hobert at the end. The reason for this formation was that most of the dangers at night came from behind, so the only demigod in the team was placed at the rear. After walking for a while, they saw that the trees in front became sparse. Alger wondered, "Have we arrived at the ruins so quickly?" After walking a few more steps, they saw hunched or crawling figures. These figures included humans, baboons, goats, and tigers. They were either holding stones or using their claws and teeth, constantly grinding the accumulated trees and rocks, seemingly building a palace. Suddenly, these figures seemed to sense something, and at the same time, they stopped their movements. The next second, they turned around in unison and looked at the three outsiders. Under the light of the lanterns and the moonlight, their faces were pale, their fur was withered, or their bodies were ulcerated. None of them looked alive. Klein immediately realized that supernatural creatures were driving corpses to build a palace for themselves. Then his gaze passed over them and saw a dark cave that sloped deep into the ground. The weeds around it were fallen, and several white feathers with pale yellow oil stains were scattered. Hobert held the head of his staff in one hand and the body of the staff in the other. "Did we encounter this guy right away?" Alger, who had also carefully observed for a while, hesitated for 2 seconds before suggesting, "I haven't seen a similar situation before, and I don't know the level of this beyonder creature. How about we bypass it?" Just as he was saying this, the ground suddenly trembled, as if something was turning over below. Without thinking, Klein and Alger turned their heads and were about to run. Hobert slowly drew his thin sword. "It seems that there are also beyonders or beyonder creatures among those corpses. They are left to you." This made the two who were about to escape slightly stunned. "That's right, we also have a demigod on our side, why are we running?" Then Klein looked at the thin sword in Hobert's hand. The material of the thin sword made him feel very familiar, and it seemed to have some connection with Azek's copper whistle. Before he could take a closer look, a giant snake that a single person could not hug emerged from the dark cave. It had huge scales that were dark green and black, and exaggerated eyes that burned like flames. In the gaps between the scales, white feathers covered with single yellow oil stains grew, and there were even a pair of thick wings that could be unfolded on its back. The giant snake raised its body, watching the three figures who had broken into its territory. Hobert smiled and greeted, "Quetzalcoatl, please hand over your beyonder characteristics. I need a demigod butler." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 566, Chapter 565 That's a curly-haired baboon. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Around the feathered serpent, the trees were rapidly withering, the weeds were all withered, and countless corpses crawled out of the soil. Uncountable shadows, of unknown origin, clustered around the feathered serpent. Klein and Alger immediately judged that this was definitely a demigod-level feathered serpent. The two of them involuntarily took a step back, because the gathered corpses and shadows alone looked difficult to deal with. As for the feathered serpent itself, their spirituality warned them not to look at the feathered serpent over there, as looking at it could very likely lead to death. Hobert walked forward unhurriedly. He could feel his life seemingly draining away, so he immediately used the mark Mr. Azek had given him, and the process of life loss immediately stopped. If it were other demigod-level beyonder creatures, Hobert would have to consider whether to hunt them, but for beyonder creatures of the death pathway, with his rapier in hand and the mark Azek gave him, what was there to consider? The feathered serpent also seemed to sense Hobert's special nature and did not immediately launch an attack, but instead had those corpses and specters launch probing attacks. Hobert smiled slightly, very dashingly and handsomely waving the sword in his hand, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, cutting open an underworld gate. The zombies and specters realized something. Ignoring the feathered serpent's orders, they turned around and ran. But it was impossible for them to escape. The underworld gate produced a huge suction force. This suction force was not the normal wind-like suction, but a suction that seemed to be grabbing all spiritual bodies. The zombies fell like dominoes, and the specters suddenly seemed to lose all their power and were sucked into the underworld gate. Klein and Alger were stunned. Did the lawyer pathway have such abilities? But they quickly guessed that the rapier in Hobert's hand was very likely a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Klein was a little envious because he currently only had one Grade 1 sealed artifact, and it could only be used above the gray fog. Alger didn't feel much about it, because grade 1 sealed artifacts were too far away for him. Hiss. As Hobert got closer and closer to the feathered serpent began to emit continuous hissing sounds. A sense of fear filled Hobert's heart, causing his spiritual body to not obey his control. Klein and Alger, on the edge of the battlefield, felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They both turned their heads away, not daring to look at the battlefield over there. They realized that just watching from a distance was dangerous, so they simply took a few steps back to deal with the corpses that were being manipulated by the feathered serpent to build the palace. As Hobert said, there were also some dead beyonders or beyonder creatures among them. Magnify. Hobert magnified the words of the dead on his rapier to counter the hissing sound. The hissing sound was of course defeated, so the feathered serpent suddenly swung its tail and lashed towards Hobert. Hobert poured his spirituality into 1 to 109, slaughtering. This was the ability of the iron-blooded knight he had just shepherded. Hobert's fist seemed to be covered with a layer of orange-red light, and he punched the feathered serpent. If this ability were used on the rapier, it would temporarily cover the rapier's suppression of beyonder creatures of the death pathway, so Hobert simply used his own fist to attack. The feathered serpent also did not expect that its probing attack would attract such a powerful blow. This was also Hobert consciously changing some of his habits. If it were normal, he would be more cautious than the feathered serpent. Just as Hobert was about to hit the feathered serpent, a bronze door with intricate mystical symbols suddenly appeared in front of him. This underworld gate was hit by Hobert's full blow before it even opened. The bronze door was visibly skewed and made a creaking sound, as if the door hinge had been broken. Underworld gate is just a general term. The strength of the Beyonder's own ability also determines the strength of the underworld gate they summon. Like a demigod-level feathered serpent, the underworld gate it summons is also at the demigod level, so when hit by the demigod-level slaughter, it will be injured. Hobert bypassed the underworld gate and stabbed the feathered serpent with his rapier. Blocked by the underworld gate, the feathered serpent had already prepared to meet the enemy. It spat a black snake letter at Hobert. Hiss. Hobert immediately felt as if he had been hit by an invisible force. His soul and body seemed to immediately become decayed. This was not a simple feeling, but his skin really immediately ulcerated. Bestow. Hobert immediately bestowed these negative states to the feathered serpent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the feathered serpent struck Hobert with its tail, sending him flying into the gap where the underworld gate opened. Streams of pale arms stretched out and immediately grabbed Hobert. He felt cold all over, unable to move, and his entire life force was draining away. Just like that, Hobert was dragged into the underworld gate. Thump. The door merged and quickly disappeared. Only then did the feathered serpent have time to look at its rapidly withering scales. This was the injury that Hobert had just given it. The scales seemed to have ulcerated. But soon, under the feathered serpent's beyonder power, the scales returned to their original state. Just as it looked at the other two beyonders who had broken into its territory, a large opening was suddenly cut into the air, and Hobert drilled out of the underworld, punching the feathered serpent at close range, directly sending the huge feathered serpent flying. Hobert, like a cannonball being fired, punched the feathered serpent in midair again, and then kicked the feathered serpent's head hard, shattering one of its eyes and smashing the eye socket. This was the Hunter Pathway's fatal blow, each blow heavier than the last. If he could land 5 consecutive blows, he could even injure an angel. It's just that the angel wouldn't honestly stand there and be beaten. Although Hobert only had time to deliver 3 blows before the feathered serpent flapped its wings to avoid them. But the feathered serpent only escaped a short distance before it fell to the ground from midair due to its severe injuries. Hobert was about to rush over to continue the pursuit, but the feathered serpent's skin suddenly cracked, spraying out a large amount of black mist. This mist had the smell of death, and Hobert quickly avoided it. Then Hobert summoned dozens of fire crows, just about to fly into the black mist to bomb the feathered serpent, when suddenly a smaller feathered serpent suddenly poked its head out of the black mist, almost biting Hobert. Under the cover of the fire crows, Hobert escaped in a thrilling manner. This made him a little strange. Could there be 2 feathered serpents here? When the black mist dissipated, Hobert saw a thick layer of snake skin on the ground. Only then did he understand that the feathered serpent had just shed a layer of skin, as if it had shed all the injuries from before along with that layer of skin. At this time, the feathered serpent was lightly armed and looked more agile than before, constantly attacking with bites and whips. At the same time, a phantom door appeared on its body, releasing 3 evil spirits one after another to attack Hobert. Hobert, however, dodged the attacks while opening a underworld gate again. The 3 evil spirits imprisoned in the feathered serpent's body were also very powerful, but under the power of the underworld, they were immediately suppressed, desperately resisting the suction from the underworld. It was at this time that Hobert discovered that bloody tears were flowing from the corners of the feathered serpent's eyes. He suddenly realized that the injury caused by his most ruthless kick had not been completely shed by the feathered serpent along with its molted skin. Hobert seized the opportunity, stretched out his fist, and used the 1-109's flesh bomb ability to detonate the blood flowing from the feathered serpent, blasting its eye again, and the feathered serpent was also blasted to the ground, rolling. At this time, the feathered serpent did not hesitate and immediately turned to its cave. For it, this battle was too frustrating. The rapier in Hobert's hand made most of its abilities ineffective. It finally managed to capture Hobert to the underworld, but after all, that was the underworld, not the spirit world. Even an angel would have to spend some effort to return from the underworld. Of course, beyonders of the death pathway are an exception. What the feathered serpent did not expect was that this guy came back as easily as if he had returned to his own backyard. As for the words of the dead and withering attacks, these were the feathered serpent's signature skills, but they were of no use at all. When the feathered serpent saw that the 3 evil spirits it had used as its last trump card were also completely controlled by the power from the underworld, it planned to escape. How could Hobert let it go? Disorder. He rushed forward, and the rapier suddenly lengthened and pierced the feathered serpent's back. The severe pain awakened the feathered serpent from its brief state of disorder. It opened its mouth and spat a mouthful of black mist at Hobert, continuing to crawl towards the cave. This time, Hobert commanded the fire crows to all hit the feathered serpent. The whistling sound of the fire crows flying past was very similar to a string of rockets being fired, and the power was about the same as a rocket. The violent explosion dispersed the black mist, and Hobert stepped forward again, distortion. He distorted the feathered serpent's idea of drilling into the cave and escaping through the underground passage into there is no way to escape even if you drill into the cave. So the injured feathered serpent avoided its cave and flew away to escape. When it realized that its idea was contrary to its original intention, it needed to turn around to get into the cave, but Hobert was already blocking the entrance of the cave at this time, and reached out to the feathered serpent. The feathered serpent was about to drill into the other holes that had been reserved, but the place where it had been injured before exploded again. Hobert detonated the flesh and blood in those injured places again, thus launching a secondary attack on the feathered serpent. Magnify. Hobert magnified the feathered serpent's serious injury into a fatal injury. The feathered serpent immediately became dying. It was about to shed its skin again, but Hobert had already rushed up, and the rapier in his hand instantly turned into a 2-handed greatsword, chopping off the feathered serpent's head. The feathered serpent's entire body suddenly stiffened, and then the huge body began to struggle violently. According to common sense, it would not die if its head was chopped off, but Hobert's sword was different, cutting its spiritual body in half as well. So in the process of struggling, the scales on its body turned white for a while, black for a while, and then returned to dark green. Hobert realized that this feathered serpent was unwilling to die like this and showed signs of losing control. He quickly jumped onto the feathered serpent, dug his fingers into the feathered serpent's flesh to avoid being thrown off, and placed his other hand on the feathered serpent's scales, injecting spirituality into 1-109. Originally, Hobert planned to first shepherd the feathered serpent's spiritual body, and then release the spiritual body after leaving the island to obtain its beyonder characteristics. Who knew that 1-109 was obviously resisting Hobert's spirituality, and seemed unwilling to shepherd this soul. Hobert could forcibly shepherd, but he realized that this was not only 1-109's warning to himself, but also his own spirituality's warning to himself. So he let go, jumped aside, and quietly waited for the feathered serpent to die in the loss of control, and the beyonder characteristics were concentrated on a scale, eventually forming a green domino-like thing. Hobert put away this domino that always caused everything around it to wither, and opened his leather bag to stuff the feathered serpent's body into the leather bag. This was given to him by Christian before, that leather bag with space magic. The space inside was as big as a basement, more than enough to stuff a feathered serpent in. At this time, it was already far away from the original battlefield. When Hobert found Klein and Alger, their battle was over, and they had harvested 5 beyonder characteristics. Hobert said to them, "Solved, let's continue forward." Klein and Alger both felt a little unbelievable. After all, the battle just now only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. Hobert seemed to see their thoughts, so he smiled and said, "The rapier in my hand has a suppressive effect on beyonders or beyonder creatures of the death pathway." Klein and Alger's eyes did not change much, because even so, it was too fast. That feathered serpent was a demigod level. A demigod that is difficult to kill. A few seconds later, Alger cleared his throat and said, "I hope the battle just now didn't wake up any great existence." The explosion of the fire crows just now was very loud and should be able to travel a long distance. Hobert nodded, "I should have magnified the explosion just now. If it awakens other guys, it will make our harvest richer." Alger opened his mouth, "That's not what I meant." Klein said at this time, "We'd better get to that ruin as soon as possible." Although he did not fight the feathered serpent head-on just now, he still felt a little frightened until now. This is the impact brought by the demigod-level enemy. This is not a good experience, so don't encounter this level of enemy again. Alger had a similar idea, pointing to the forest, "Go inside." The 3 continued forward. After walking for a few minutes, Alger suddenly stopped. If we go forward a little further, there will be a psychedelic wind chime tree. I want to try to deal with it myself first. Hobert didn't think much. Okay. He actually prefers to explore with Alger. This guy always knows when to be honest. In order to maintain his persona, Klein said coldly and politely, if you can't deal with it, it's best to ask for help actively, otherwise I will assume that you are still persevering. Alger quietly took a breath, holding the horse lamp and continued to move forward. As they walked, they heard the faint tinkling of wind chimes, immediately giving them a sense of returning home and relaxing both body and mind. After walking a few more steps, the three of them saw a strange tree. Its brownish-green trunk had slender cracks, each appearing to house constantly rotating eyes. Hanging from the outstretched branches were wind chime-like gray objects that swayed on their own, emitting pleasant sounds. Near the trunk and at the very top branch was a fist-sized, colorless, translucent fruit. No matter how much Klein and Alger emphasized and repeated in their minds that they were currently under hypnosis, they still wanted to approach this psychedelic wind chime tree, feeling that there was something extremely precious to them there. Hobert was also affected to some extent, but not much. He sat on a rock, as if preparing to enjoy a performance. Alger brought the mental whip, a mystical item with the negative effect of causing headaches, which would allow him to effectively avoid being hypnotized by the psychedelic wind chime tree. Then he took out a wooden box containing rats he had prepared in advance. At this moment, Hobert was already laughing unkindly, but because he was sitting behind, Klein and Alger didn't notice. Klein was secretly nodding. The hanged man wants to use rats as bait to attract the psychedelic wind chime tree's attention, a very thorough preparation. But Alger seemed to notice something. He picked up the rat and shook it with a strange expression, only to find that the rat was already stiff. Although he didn't directly fight the feathered serpent in the previous battle, the influence emitted by the feathered serpent was enough to kill ordinary creatures like rats. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, afraid of ruining his persona. Hobert simply laughed and asked, "Need any help?" "I have backup plans." Alger cleared his throat and, while walking towards the psychedelic wind chime tree, began to sing loudly, "Surge, surge, surge," the sea, crashing against the gray and cold rocks. His singing was rough and bold, but completely off-key, full of irritating, nauseating, and headache-inducing power. The branches of the psychedelic wind chime tree trembled simultaneously, retracting as if to curl up together. The beautiful chimes that rang out slightly diluted the terrible noise. Even though Klein had restrained his spirituality, at this moment, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and a sudden urge to kill the singer arose in his heart. Alger continued to sing as he moved forward, "Surge, surge, surge," the sea, breaking at the foot of the rocks. Disorder. This wonderful singing was interrupted by Hobert's ability. Klein and Alger both turned to look at the masked demigod. Hobert had stood up at some point. Although they couldn't see his expression, Klein could guess that he must be frowning or even gritting his teeth. "I don't mean anything else," Hobert said, "that fruit is yours. Whoever dares to snatch it from you, I'll beat them to death. But please don't sing any more." Alger seemed to understand something. He first smiled helplessly, then seized the opportunity to summon invisible wind blades, slashing at the very top of the psychedelic wind chime tree where the fruit was. The fist-sized fruit fell, and a strong wind swept it into Alger's palm. The branches of the psychedelic wind chime tree drooped simultaneously, losing their vitality. Hobert and Klein both breathed a sigh of relief. This hunt was finally over. Alger was a little embarrassed. "Sorry, my singing was a bit off-key." At the same time, he couldn't help but consider a very serious question. Even the Emperor, who has advanced to a demigod, can't stand my singing. How am I supposed to act as an ocean songster? Hobert thought, "No, your singing wasn't just off-key, every single note was wrong. Calling it off-key is an insult to the composer." He sighed and said, "Actually, I should congratulate you. After becoming the ocean songster, you've gained an ability that can irritate even demigods." Klein thought, this ability might be innate, perhaps not related to advancing to ocean songster. Alger smiled wryly. Before he could say anything, Hobert added, "Go and pull out that psychedelic wind chime tree. I remember that the eyes on its bark are auxiliary ingredients for sequence 6 of the reader pathway, and the wind chimes on the branches seem to be higher-level supplementary ingredients, but I'm not sure where exactly they're used." Alger was slightly taken aback. "Carrying it with us will be very cumbersome." Hobert took off his satchel. "It won't be cumbersome. I'll carry it." Alger seemed to realize that it was an item with spatial magic. So, he stepped forward, shook the psychedelic wind chime tree, broke its roots, and easily pulled it out. With Klein's help, they worked together to stuff the tree into the small satchel. Hobert closed the satchel. "All right, let's continue forward." The three of them continued forward, walking for over half an hour, and the forest began to thin out again. After passing through this sparse area, we'll reach the edge of the ancient ruins. Alger broke the silence. I've previously discovered traces of demigod-level Beyonder creatures around here. But the strange thing is that there are no clues of Beyonder creatures active inside the ancient ruins at all. Klein muttered in his heart that this was likely because there was something even more terrifying inside the ancient ruins. However, he wasn't too worried because he had done a corresponding divination, above the grey fog, beforehand. The revelation he received was, there is danger, there are twists and turns, but the possibility of leaving safely is not small. The three of them continued forward. After walking only a few dozen meters, Hobert said seemingly casually, there's a Beyonder creature ahead. Hobert was about to unleash his demigod's aura, but considering that it would likely scare the creature away, he only gave a warning. Klein was slightly stunned. His spirituality didn't sense anything related. Is this the difference between a demigod and Sequence 5? Sure enough, a few seconds later, they saw a pair of ghostly blue eyes. It was a black baboon squatting on a branch. Its fur had natural curls, and a patch of black crystals grew out of its head. These crystals grew upwards, clustering irregularly into a strange crown. Hobert thought, true curly-haired baboon. As soon as they saw the black baboon, Klein and Alger had the urge to lower their heads, as if they dared not look directly at it. According to the order, it was Klein's turn to act this time. Hobert and Alger both stepped back, watching Klein unleash his attacks. First, he used travel to approach the target, then used wraith to control it, and finally, the fatal blow of dirge. This Beyonder creature with Sequence 5 power was easily killed. Hobert nodded slowly. Klein, with the support of his marionette and mystical items, is definitely among the top of Sequence 5. Then he couldn't help but simulate the tactics of fighting against Klein in his mind. This curly-haired baboon suffered because of its low intelligence. If I were fighting Klein, I would love for these very fast seers to get close to me. While distorting his possession ability, a slap would be enough to make him doubt his life. In close combat, the marionettist is no match for the mentor of disorder. Hobert also thought, it's just that Klein probably wouldn't use such tactics when facing me. His most likely tactic would be to use wraith and his ranged skills to wear me down, and then patiently wait for an opportunity to manipulate the spirit threads. The manipulation of spirit body threads is not like possession, which can be distorted this second but not the next. Faced with such tactics, the only option is to attack proactively, using travel to get close, and then continuously using arrogance and disorder. No matter which ability hits the main body, it can create good conditions for close combat. Just as Hobert was thinking about this, he suddenly sensed the approach of danger. He threw the satchel to Klein, put the corpse in the satchel, quickly hide inside the ruins. Alger was still surprised that Klein had so easily hunted down a Beyonder creature at Sequence 5, and Klein was also waiting for the Beyonder characteristics to separate. But after hearing the Emperor's warning, they immediately took action, stuffing the curly-haired baboon, whose Beyonder characteristics had not yet separated, into the satchel. Just as they finished packing, they felt a huge sense of oppression. This sense of oppression was several times stronger than that of the curly-haired baboon just now. At this time, they not only couldn't lift their heads, but also had a strong urge to kneel. Hobert stood in front of them, also releasing his own demigod's aura. Klein and Alger felt as if a huge rock pressing on their chests had suddenly been removed. While still feeling lingering fear, the two quickly ran towards the ruins. At this time, Klein, who had the danger prediction ability of the Fool, saw in his mind a large, curly-haired baboon running quickly towards them. In addition to being much larger than the black baboon just now, its black fur seemed to emit a black light, and the crystals on its head were deep black, forming what looked like a solemn crown. This was definitely a demigod-level curly-haired baboon, and Klein seriously suspected that it might be in a mythical creature state. Fortunately, they ran fast, otherwise, the consequences of witnessing it would have been unimaginable. Hobert, who had already drawn his thin sword, wondered if he had stirred up a baboon's nest today. How did another baboon come? Then he began to think about a very serious question: could the mythical creature state of the lawyer pathway be a curly-haired baboon? He shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this time, the demigod-level curly-haired baboon roared at Hobert and was about to charge when Hobert reached out first. Weaken. The curly-haired baboon didn't seem to be affected much, and charged head-on. At the same time, Hobert's surroundings immediately fell into a state of chaos, and he himself felt dazed. He found that when he wanted to raise his left hand, he raised his right hand instead, and when he wanted to lift his left foot, he turned around in circles. Distort. Hobert distorted his position with a tree, appearing outside the disordered area. Hobert's dazed feeling disappeared, but his body was still a little uncoordinated. This was the first time he felt that his chaos could bring so much inconvenience to the enemy. The curly-haired baboon seemed to anticipate Hobert's movement and slapped him. Bestow. Hobert bestowed the remaining disordered state to the curly-haired baboon, and punched the curly-haired baboon head-on in a contest of strength. As a result, the curly-haired baboon's slap sent Hobert back more than 10 meters, and it followed up with another punch. Ha! Hobert shouted as if to cheer himself up, and also punched the curly-haired baboon head-on again in a contest. Hobert took 2 steps back, his back hitting a towering tree. Crack! The clearly mutated tree on the island was directly broken and flew out vertically. Crack, crack! It knocked down 2 more towering trees before the force of the punch was completely dissipated. The curly-haired baboon's attacks came like a storm. Although it was in a weakened state, it didn't look weak at all. Hobert, who had a further understanding of his own strength and physique, decided to end this battle as soon as possible. Charm. Hobert had planned to use his mental attacks to control the enemy when he used weaken and grant in succession. Because the curly-haired baboon's flaws were too obvious. Like the previous black-haired baboon, they seemed to have put all their talents into strength. Even though this guy was in a weakened state, Hobert was no match for it in terms of strength. But weaken not only weakens strength, but also weakens intelligence, spirituality, and other aspects. The curly-haired baboon's already meager intelligence was weakened again, and under the bestowed state, charm, and other abilities would be greatly enhanced. Sure enough, the curly-haired baboon couldn't bring down its raised fist. It suddenly felt that the 2-legged beast in front of it looked quite cute. Hobert certainly wouldn't be polite with it, slaughter. A punch hit the curly-haired baboon's chest, and the punch went directly into its flesh and bones. He even felt the curly-haired baboon's soft internal organs. The curly-haired baboon roared angrily, recovered from the charm state, and then ran away. Magnify. Hobert then magnified the opponent's serious injury into a fatal injury. At the same time, he thought, slaughter plus magnify is a perfect match. The curly-haired baboon staggered, almost falling, but its physique was strong. Even with such a serious chest injury, it could still continue to escape. Just as it was preparing to bestow its own injuries to the person behind it, Hobert had already raised his hand first, connection. The curly-haired baboon looked in the direction of the black baboon that had just been killed by Klein. There was still the other party's brains and blood on the ground. While the other party was feeling emotional, Hobert's second wave of attacks had already arrived, directly piercing the curly-haired baboon's head with a thin sword, nailing it to a large tree. The curly-haired baboon struggled desperately, and its surroundings suddenly became chaotic. Whether it was beyond her abilities or physical attacks, it was difficult to penetrate this chaotic area. Hobert's sword was still stuck in the opponent's head, but he couldn't grasp the hilt. It was right in front of him, but his outstretched hand kept reaching in other directions. Hobert had already thought of a way to deal with this situation, disorder. This method was to confuse the opponent's confusion. Although it wouldn't have a negative times negative equals positive effect, Hobert's attacks would have a certain probability of hitting the target. So Hobert began to use fatal attack. The first strike hit a tree to the side, sending the towering tree flying. The second strike hit a nearby rock, shattering it into pieces. The third strike hit the woolly baboon, directly breaking its spine. The fourth strike hit it again, shattering the scapula of its left shoulder. The broken bone pierced through the flesh, turning outwards. The surrounding disordered state gradually disappeared, and the woolly baboon's breathing became weaker. Hobert stepped forward, grasped the hilt, and the rapier instantly transformed into a 2-handed greatsword, splitting the woolly baboon's head. Sheathing his sword, Hobert was about to wait for the woolly baboon's Beyonder characteristics to separate when he suddenly looked up towards the ruins, so many demigod-level Beyonder creatures. Klein and Alger quickly headed towards the ruins. As they walked, Klein suddenly felt something. He raised his hand and saw his fingernails gradually losing their luster. Then his knees stiffened, and his muscles solidified. Only then did he and Alger's spirituality realize the extreme danger. Klein immediately grabbed Alger's shoulder and entered the richly colored spirit world, preparing to quickly traverse to the ancient ruins. Suddenly, the colors before Klein's eyes uniformly turned deep black, and presented fine textures, like a head of dark hair. A chill filled his heart. Klein didn't hesitate to leave the spirit world and return to the real world. The close contact with the long hair had already started to petrify them from their feet, and now they couldn't move their legs. At this moment, the two saw Hobert dragging the corpse of a 3 to 4 meter long, sturdy woolly baboon, rushing towards them. His running was interesting, as if he was moving forward in fits and starts. This reminded Klein of some horror movies he had seen before. In the first half of the second, Hobert was still 7 or 8 meters away, and in the second half of the second, he had appeared in front of them as if he had jumped through space. Half a second later, he advanced another 7 or 8 meters. This running speed was very fast. Just as they saw Hobert appear in the sparse forest, he was very close in the blink of an eye. In another blink of an eye, Hobert had already punched out, hitting a lithe body from the air not far from them. Whether it was her or its hair was very long, like a curtain, and once again hid in the air. Hobert threw the woolly baboon in his other hand into the nearby ruins, and then, with one arm around each of Klein and Alger, quickly entered the ruins using the distorted distance method. As soon as they entered the ruins, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, and their spiritual warning disappeared. However, Klein and Alger's petrification had already reached their thighs, and Hobert's fist was also petrified. Fortunately, the gray-white petrification was gradually fading, and their bodies were rapidly recovering. Hobert laughed. "This island is a treasure. In such a short period of time, I've already encountered the third demigod-level mythical creature. It's a pity that my spirituality has been consumed a lot, and I don't have any miraculous items that can restrain the opponent's abilities, otherwise I could try hunting it." Klein and Alger were sweating profusely at this time. They had already made up their minds that they must never come to such a dangerous place again before becoming demigods. At this time, Alger looked at the woolly baboon's corpse that Hobert had thrown in earlier, and he couldn't help but sigh. These two teammates, one at Sequence 5, so easily solved and beyond creature of Sequence 5. One at the demigod level, so easily solved and beyond creature at the demigod level. The time they were apart was only a little over half a minute, and Emperor had already killed the opponent and chased after them. Hobert, who recovered first, put the huge woolly baboon into his leather bag in a good mood. This leather bag with space magic was already full, and it could barely hold the outer buckle. Hobert sighed in his heart, "I really hope Furs can become a demigod soon, so that I will have endless space magic equipment to use." At this time, Alger, who had also recovered, asked, "What kind of creature attacked us just now?" If it wasn't for the lithe figure that Emperor had punched out of the air, he would have thought that the area was petrifying them. "That should be an beyonder creature corresponding to Sequence 3, Demoness of Unaging," Hobert said. "I remember that Demoness of Unaging has the ability to petrify." Then he explained casually, "The beyonder creatures on these islands are very strange. Many of them have complete beyonder characteristics of a certain sequence." Alger nodded as if he had learned something. But Klein recalled the Demoness of Unaging he encountered on the Vice Admiral Ailment's ship. Then, the three of them looked together at the ruins in front of them. Alger said, "I came here during the day. This looks like a church." After resting for a while, he led the way into a relatively intact hall. "I explored inward from here last time." Entering the interior of the building, you could see the outer towers and bell towers from some collapsed places. Alger continued to explain, "After leaving here last time, I consulted some information. This is the architectural style of the fourth epoch. Its biggest feature is the upper temple and lower tomb, uniting life and death together, but I cannot be sure of the internal structure of this church, because I didn't explore deeply enough last time. Ahead is the mural area, which is the basis for my judgment that there are extremely important things here." As he spoke, they came to an area with murals on the walls. The first mural contained crosses that emitted layers of light. In front of the cross was a majestic figure, surrounded by 2-winged, 4-winged, and 6-winged angels. Hobert simply glanced at it and continued forward, but Klein clearly paused. He had seen similar murals in Amon's mausoleum. But he quickly found the difference. There was no description of Adam and Amon in it. The majestic divine figure held a simple and unadorned stone slab in both hands. That stone slab was painted extremely vaguely, but it had a feeling of being ancient and young, sacred and evil. Klein's pupils dilated slightly, and he immediately realized what it was: blasphemy slate. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 567, Chapter 566, The Mural of Sharing the Ancient Sun God. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Klein looked at Hobert, who was studying the stone slabs on the ground. He remembered Hobert mentioning at the tarot gathering that the first, blasphemy slate, occasionally appeared in the second epoch, and frequently in the third epoch, but since the cataclysm, there seemed to be no records of it. Based on this mural, he guessed, the blasphemy slate was closely related to the ancient sun god. The ancient sun god appeared in the latter half of the second epoch. Although the process of his becoming a god was unknown, according to the limited information currently available, he seemed to have gradually recovered the authority of the ancient gods. Perhaps he was occasionally in a dormant state in the second epoch. That's why the blasphemy slate occasionally appeared. Klein continued to guess, the third epoch was the era of the ancient sun god, so the blasphemy slate was always in front of people. After the cataclysm, the ancient sun god fell, so the blasphemy slate disappeared. Then he had new questions: where did the blasphemy slate go? And where did it come from? Alger hadn't noticed this yet, and tentatively asked, the ancient sun god. Klein was about to nod and say yes, but then he thought that he was currently playing the role of Gehrman Sparrow, so he said, it's not hard to see. Alger asked again, in the fourth epoch, were there still people building churches for the ancient sun god? Were there still people worshipping the ancient sun god? Could this be the reason why this place was abandoned? After all, no matter how they prayed, they would not receive a response from the gods, while worshipping other gods could easily elicit a response. Over time, a large number of the ancient sun god's believers would inevitably convert. Klein didn't answer this question because he didn't know the answer either. I suspect that this island was not originally in its current location. Hobert, who was squatting on the ground, suddenly said, "Look at these small grooves formed by the cracks on these stone slabs. They are all the size of a human forehead and extend forward. What does this make you think of?" Before Klein and Alger could answer, Hobert answered himself, "What I think of is devout believers prostrating themselves on the ground, crawling forward, and hitting the ground hard with their foreheads every so often, causing them to bleed. That's why these marks are dark red. Some of them may be beyonders, but most of them should be ordinary people, because if beyonders casually cracked the stone slabs here, it would be a very impolite act. And even if they cracked the stone slabs, they probably wouldn't bleed." Hobert stood up and looked at the end of the traces. There should have been a large number of believers who passed through here time and time again, eventually leaving such traces. But this small island obviously can't support so many people, so I infer that this island may not have been in this location before, or this church was not on this island. It may have been in a more prosperous place than here, or even somewhere on the north or south continent. Klein nodded. It wasn't impossible, but a new question arose: who moved this church to this island? Why would he do this? To be able to do this, at least an angel-level beyonder was required, so Klein directly used he. Hobert smiled. Maybe some people didn't want to see the ancient sun god's church exist. He paused and added, "I can imagine the believers here piously praying for their god's response, but only reaping disappointment time and time again. At the same time, they also had to face some other blows, such as believers and beyonders from hostile churches." Klein wanted to continue asking, but saw Hobert walking forward first, obviously not intending to continue talking about this topic. Continuing forward, they came to the end of the hall, where the three of them saw the steps leading down. Alger had never been to the underground area either, so Hobert led the way in the underground exploration, with Alger in the middle and Klein at the back. They first saw some stone statues and murals in the corridor. The stone statues were obviously some explorers who had been petrified before, and were moved here by someone or something. The remaining murals depicted the ancient sun god defeating the ancient gods and saving the world. In the dim environment, the broken murals and the petrified statues with terrified expressions made the surrounding environment very strange. The three of them could feel that there seemed to be some danger hidden here, so they walked carefully, for fear of waking something up. Suddenly, there was a thump, thump, thump sound in front of them, as if some monster was wandering in the underground corridor. Hobert in the front said, "To save time, I'll take care of it." As soon as he finished speaking, a tall figure nearly 4 meters high walked out from the corner ahead. Its entire body was grayish-white, and its surface was engraved with scale-like patterns. Its head had sharp goat horns. What was most attractive about it was its pair of red glowing eyes and 6 pairs of grayish-white wings. Although Klein had never seen the real thing, he recognized what it was at a glance: a 6-winged gargoyle. Its core crystal was one of the main ingredients for marionettist. While Klein was pondering the combat power and beyonder abilities of the one in front of him, he saw Hobert distorting the distance between himself and the 6-winged gargoyle as if he were taking a leisurely stroll, and almost instantly appeared in front of the 6-winged gargoyle. He jumped up, grabbed the goat horns on its head, and tore the 6-winged gargoyle's head completely off its neck. The 6-winged gargoyle's body really turned into a stone statue this time, stiffly falling forward. Hobert held its chest with one hand, slowly lowering it as if he were taking care of a drunkard. The 6-winged gargoyle didn't seem to react at all throughout the whole process. It didn't make much noise until its body fell to the ground. The disorder of a demigod was simply indefensible to a Sequence 5 Beyonder creature. Because there was really no room for anything else in his leather bag, Hobert simply gouged out the 6-winged gargoyle's eyes while accelerating the precipitation of its core crystal. It only took a dozen seconds from hunting to harvesting the spoils, which made Klein and Alger sigh. It was really necessary to have a demigod participate in this exploration. Even if the two of them worked together, they would definitely make a lot of noise to solve such a beyonder creature, and it would definitely be impossible to solve the enemy so easily in such a narrow space. Stepping over the 6-winged gargoyle lying on the ground, the three of them continued forward and finally reached the end of the tunnel. There was a 7 or 8 meter high stone door here, engraved with mystical symbols of death and sleep. As Alger had explained before, this was a structure with a church above and a tomb below. Hobert in the front casually pushed open the tall stone door, revealing a row of grayish-white stone coffins. This was an underground burial hall. After confirming that there were no obvious dangers inside, Hobert took the lead and entered. The burial hall near the entrance was divided into left and right sections, each with 12 stone coffins. In the center was an empty circular area, and there seemed to be a beautiful and complex picture on the ground. Further away, there were many more stone coffins and a large space, so large that the edges could not be seen. This underground structure seemed to be very huge. Hobert, who was walking in the front, came to the central area and glanced at it. The main body of the picture on the ground was a long table, on which lay a figure with a radiant cross on his back, surrounded by 3 shadowy figures. One of them was handsome and energetic, one was majestic and heroic, and one had a white beard and looked very wise, but their eyes were filled with unspeakable evil, and their behavior was the same. One of them tore off the arm of the figure on the long table, one held up his head, and one dug out his still-beating heart. In the chest and abdomen of that figure, there was a long and wide crack, inside which sat a gloomy and dark baby. The four of them seemed to have noticed that someone was peeking, and their eyes looked up at the same time, as if they were watching every living being who saw this painting. After seeing this picture, Klein's head exploded as if he had received some information from his previous transaction with Hobert. The pure white angel later became the eternal blazing sun, the wind angel later became the lord of storms, and the cherub later became the god of knowledge and wisdom. Then, the figure on the long table was the ancient sun god. They devoured the ancient sun god, so they completed the process of becoming gods. Then he thought of the information about the rose redemption that Hobert described. Could the rose redemption have been formed to kill the ancient sun god and allow these three to become gods? Klein shook his head and felt that this guess was not quite right. There was no such harmony between the gods, or was the act of killing the ancient sun god actually planned by these three? Finally, he calmed down. This mural may not be true. It may be a kind of slander. In the forsaken land of the gods, there were images of the 6 gods that had been clearly darkened. At this time, Alger, who had also seen this picture, was shaking uncontrollably with both hands, like an epileptic patient. He also thought of the information he had traded from the Emperor and made many blasphemous guesses. The two of them looked at the Emperor together, only to see that Hobert's expression was as usual, and he even had a smile on his face, as if he was appreciating the artistry of this painting. Then the two of them realized, he knew about this. Klein even further thought, this may be the other part of that 20,000-pound intelligence. At this time, Hobert had a sense of having come to a famous scenic spot to check in. The characters inside are lifelike, as if injected with a certain spirituality, which reminds me of the oil paintings in Hogwarts Academy. Just as Klein was about to ask a question, he suddenly heard a sharp, tearing sound. Before Klein and Alger could react, Hobert, who was prepared, had already kicked a stone coffin next to him flying. Thump. With a muffled sound, the stone coffin directly shattered on the wall, and the corpse inside fell out, its head falling off and rolling far away. But the headless corpse immediately got up as if waking up from a deep sleep, groping to find its head. The lids of the other 2 stone coffins next to them also opened, and a corpse stood up in each of them. One of the corpses was wearing a simple white robe, and its forehead and the back of its hands were covered with deep eyes. The other corpse was wearing a triangular hat, and slimy, thick tentacles emerged from under its clothes. It exuded an aura of majesty, recklessness, and tyranny. Hobert even had the illusion of facing a high-sequence beyonder. He said, "I'll deal with this octopus, you deal with the other 2. Without waiting for the other 2 to reply, Hobert had already thrown a rampage over. Originally, this was just a corpse, and the sailor pathway was famously fond of getting angry. Coupled with the rampager state, it directly caused the only bit of intelligence it had to disappear. The rapier in Hobert's hand turned into a 2-handed greatsword, and he split the opponent in half with one sword. Because of the characteristics of this sword, the corpse with many tentacles only struggled for a moment, and those tentacles instantly contracted, turning into a real corpse that had been cut in half. Hobert stepped forward and, sure enough, found the tyrant card on the corpse. Without time to look closely, Hobert went to accelerate the extraction of the corpse's beyonder characteristics. By the time Klein over there had solved the corpse covered with eyes, and Alger had solved the corpse that had finally put its head back on and was flowing with dark green pus, they saw that the Emperor was already using a 2-handed greatsword to pry open the other stone coffins. The coffin lids were pried open, and the corpses inside fled in a panic in the opposite direction of the Emperor. The Emperor casually cut the corpse in half with one sword. "Just a sequence 6, what the hell are you running for?" Then the Emperor held his sword and went to pry open another coffin. "Hopefully there's a sequence 5 inside." Klein twitched his lips. Why did this originally so strange exploration action suddenly seem like the style of painting had changed, giving it a sense of opening a blind box? Before that coffin could be pried open, the 3 of them simultaneously heard a long sigh, alas. This sigh came from the depths of the burial hall, carrying an unspeakable sense of vicissitudes. The muscles on the backs of the 3 of them tightened at the same time. Without hesitation, Hobert distorted the distance and appeared next to Klein and Alger, supporting their shoulders. The space in front of them suddenly became illusory, but none of the 3 of them entered the spirit world, because they saw a spirit world creature with skin like a grouper and a lantern-like structure on its head, which happened to appear in the spirit world space in front of them. The spirituality of the 3 of them almost simultaneously sensed that this spirit world creature was difficult to deal with. Hobert simply withdrew his spirituality from the traveler's knife and politely bowed in the direction of the sigh. "I'm very sorry to have disturbed you. Thank you for your gift." Alger, who had experience exploring with the Emperor, also quickly bowed in that direction. Klein was slightly stunned. Were they all so polite? Who was just prying open the coffins here with a 2-handed greatsword? From the depths of the burial hall, a very pleasant and magnetic voice said, I know very well that the two of them will come here sooner or later, but why did you come here? The spirituality of the three of them did not sense any abnormalities in the burial hall, nor did they sense the presence of anyone, as if a cloud of air was speaking just now. Hobert smiled helplessly. Didn't follow your script? This can only show that your script is not good. He seemed to know who he was communicating with, but also seemed not to. However, he had made corresponding preparations in the afternoon, sealing many memories and preparing contingency plans for the current situation. So, Hobert calmly said, I'm here to confirm something. At the same time, he injected his spirituality into the mask, forming a protective layer, otherwise he would have no secrets in front of the other party. What is it? Hobert pointed to the drawings on the ground. After confirming this, what does the creator intend to do? Klein and Alger originally thought it might be a special Beyonder creature, but now they knew this guess was far-fetched. The other party actually knew about the creator. So, was this a high-level Beyonder? Klein also noticed that Hobert rarely used the honorific reserved for deities, which proved that the other party should be a big shot. Neither of them spoke, believing that it was best to leave this matter to the Emperor to handle. Hobert said, at least on this matter, the creator will stand on your side. The other party was silent for a few seconds, then said, answer 2 questions, and I'll let you leave. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief and gestured for them to speak. The other party asked, is the creator an incarnation of the uncertain mist? Hobert smiled, how could I possibly know such a thing? Based on my observation of your expression, you know very well. I'm wearing a mask, what can you see? But then, Hobert sighed helplessly, no. Very good. The other party said, then, is he a Sefirah with living characteristics? No. The other party paused for a few seconds. Hobert was very nervous, knowing that the other party was weighing whether it was worth breaking through the barrier created by the Order Crystal to dig out all the secrets in his mind. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. He remembered that this expedition should have been very safe. But soon, Hobert prepared himself to go all out. He meditated, stopping all inner activities to avoid exposing more secrets. Only 7 or 8 seconds passed, but Hobert felt like it had been a very long time. Finally, the other party sighed again and said, you may leave. Without saying a word, Hobert supported Klein and Alger's shoulders. The space in front of them became illusory again. The spirit world creature that looked difficult to deal with just happened to have left. The three of them entered the spirit world together, but soon, they came out of the spirit world again. They were now in midair, with the island below them. The mist that had enveloped the primitive island was rapidly dissipating. They saw that the island was gone. The primitive island, inhabited by many demigod-level Beyonder creatures, was gone. The area where it had been located, the deep blue sea gently swayed, without any anomalies. Hobert used his exploit ability to end the traveler's knife's travel cooldown early. They entered the spirit world again and quickly appeared on a deserted beach on Blue Mountain Island, where Byam was located. The three of them first sighed in unison, taking a few minutes to recover from the shock. Then, Hobert opened his leather bag and took out the black-haired baboon that Klein had killed, and the psychedelic wind chime tree from which Alger had picked the fruit. As for the corpses of the demigod-level curly-haired baboon and the feathered serpent, Hobert simply didn't take them out. After all, they were his own hunted prey. The three of them gathered the spoils they had temporarily kept, including 3 Beyonder characteristics of Sequence 5 level, 3 of Sequence 6 level, 3 of Sequence 7 level, the core crystal and eyes of the 6-winged gargoyle, and the tyrant card. Hobert first handed the Beyonder characteristic formed by the black-haired baboon to Klein, as it was his prey. Then, he said, I helped bring back the corpse of the black-haired baboon and the psychedelic wind chime tree. According to the conventions of the extraordinary world, I have to charge a certain fee. If you sell them to me, I will buy them at 80% of the market price. That 20% will be my share. If you plan to sell them to others, I will take 30% of the proceeds. Klein said, name your price. Hobert said, after an 80% discount, the corpse of the curly-haired baboon is £3,500, and the psychedelic wind chime tree is £3,000. These spiritual materials are worth far more than this price, but the general purchase price is this much, because the loss problem has to be considered. In at most a year and a half, the spirituality of these materials will weaken a lot, or even fall below the level of usability, and then they will be useless. Hobert didn't have to worry about this, so he added a little to the market price. Klein and Alger both realized that the Emperor was buying at a price slightly higher than the market price, and after expressing their gratitude, they sold the corpse of the black-haired baboon and the psychedelic wind chime tree to Hobert. Then they divided the other spoils. Klein and Alger both said that one of the Sequence 6 Beyonder characteristics and the related gains from the 6-winged gargoyle should belong to the Emperor. Especially the Sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic obtained from the burial hall, which was obtained by the Emperor himself prying open the coffin. Hobert didn't intend to take this small advantage, so the sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic and the 2 Beyonder ingredients were also added to the common division. The order of selection was based on the contributions made. The first of course was Hobert, the second was Klein, and Alger was last. Hobert of course chose the Tyrant card, Klein chose a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, and Alger said, "Can I use this opportunity to exchange for a sequence 4 potion formula?" Hobert pondered for a moment. Perhaps there's no need to waste this selection opportunity. I can provide it to you when you need it, and you help me complete 2 things. These 2 things will both be within your ability, and the total value will not exceed the value of a sequence 4 potion formula. Alger thought for a while. Okay. He remembered that the Emperor also had a similar deal with the Moon, but now the Moon didn't seem to have received the first task yet, but had obtained the opportunity to advance to sequence 5 first, which was obviously a benefit provided by the Emperor. So Alger also chose a sequence 5 level Beyonder characteristic. In the second round of selection, Hobert chose the last sequence 5 level Beyonder characteristic, Klein chose the core crystal of the 6-winged gargoyle, and Alger chose the sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic. The next 2 divisions were from the corpses controlled by the feathered serpent, the 2 sequence 6 Beyonder characteristics and 1 sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic obtained, as well as the pair of 6-winged gargoyle eyes. After the division, Hobert smiled and said, "If you don't find suitable buyers for the spoils of this exploration, you can sell them to me at tomorrow's gathering." Klein and Alger nodded together, and Klein said, "Well then, it's been a pleasure working with you." After saying that, he left first. Hobert asked Alger, "Shall I send you back to buy 'em?" "Thank you." Alger smiled and said, "But I want to walk around by myself." Today's harvest was not small. After tomorrow's gathering, his savings would definitely exceed 10,000 pounds. This was a happy thing, and he wanted to be happy alone for a while. Alger extended an invitation, "Want to take a walk together?" Hobert was slightly stunned, but then smiled and said, "Of course." The waves gently lapped against the beach, and in the pale red moonlight, small animals such as crabs scurried across the sand from time to time. "It's so fast," Alger said with emotion. "I'm already an ocean songster now." The first time they met, Alger was only a sequence 7. Hobert seemed to guess what the other party intended, so he followed up with emotion. "Time is like the scenes of falling flowers and flowing water, once gone, never to return." Alger was slightly stunned, thinking, people who have been to university are different, these 2 metaphors are very appropriate. He followed up on this topic and said, "In the blink of an eye, I've reached the point of preparing to advance to sequence 4. Alger got to the point, "If the time is right, I would like to ask you to help me explore a ruin together, which is the last of the 3 coordinates I found before." Hobert nodded, "No problem." He smiled and said, "I quite like exploring ruins." Having obtained the Emperor's promise, Alger felt that half of his action to advance to a demigod had already succeeded. The 2 chatted for a few more words, and Hobert used travel to leave. Alger stared at the sea under the moonlight for a while, and then a feeling of joy filled his heart again. First of all, today's exploration was very successful. Although he got the least amount of spoils, he was already very satisfied. Secondly, Alger felt for the first time that he was so close to the level of a demigod. Even though he was already sequence 5 now, before today, the level of a demigod still seemed very far away from him. But tonight, he had the potion formula, and there were important clues about Beyonder characteristics. He smiled slightly and continued to stroll on the beach. Hobert returned to the Earl's mansion in Backlund, took out a bottle of good wine from the wine cabinet in the bedroom, and 2 glasses. Just as he filled the glasses, Hobert heard a knock on the door. "Please come in." The bedroom door opened, and Klein, with a scholarly temperament, pushed the door in. "Sorry to bother you so late." Hobert picked up a glass of wine and pointed to the other glass. "Shouldn't we celebrate first?" Klein picked up the glass. "You knew I was coming." "No, I just saw that you seemed to need this very much." As he spoke, he took the Tyrant card out of his pocket. The first time Klein saw this card, his spirituality realized that it was a blasphemy card, and if used in conjunction with his Sea God Scepter, it could produce good results. It could even temporarily suppress the negative effects of the Sea God Scepter, and it might be possible for him to bring the Sea God Scepter into the real world when he summoned himself again. He asked directly, "What compensation do I have to pay to get this card?" Hobert smiled and said, "I can't make the decision on this yet. I'll give you an answer after I ask about it." He was actually prevaricating, wanting to take this blasphemy card to the Nation of Disorder first to see how useful it was to him. If it wasn't very useful, he would consider trading with Klein. Hobert paused and then said, "However, if you need it, I still have the authority to lend it to you temporarily." Klein thanked him, then drank the wine in his glass and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute." Hobert smiled and said, "Do you remember the invitation I sent out before I acted? A tourism festival will be held in Fainapotter in a few days. Are you interested in taking a break?" Klein was slightly stunned. "Tourism festival?" Yes, Hobert finally found an opportunity to explain. This is a concept mentioned in a draft that Roselle the Great did not make public. Klein suddenly asked, was the light bulb also mentioned in the draft? Hobert began to show off his acting skills again, revealing a hint of surprise. How do you know? Oh, right, Mr. Fool can understand Roselle's diary. So he frankly explained, actually, that's a draft, with many novel ideas for inventions, such as light bulbs. Roselle the Great proposed the idea of using it for lighting, but the material of the filament was not good enough before, and the service life was not long enough. At the same time, there are many new concepts in the gaps in the draft, such as the commercial concept of the tourism festival I mentioned earlier. Klein was different from Furs. If he had to expose the fact that he was a transmigrator in the future, when Klein asked why he was lying to him at this time, he could say that this was a kind of protection for himself. After all, Klein had not actively announced that he was a transmigrator. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He did remember Roselle mentioning in his diary that because there was no oil, many of his ideas were difficult to realize. It was possible that he had recorded some of his creative ideas, and Hobert had seen them, and because of the technological progress of the past 100 years, some of them could be realized. Before this, when he heard Hobert mention the use of light bulbs, Klein had suspected that the creator might also be a transmigrator. Or was Hobert also a transmigrator? But today, after hearing Hobert say this, Klein understood that this was the case. Then he asked as if casually, where did you get that draft? I'm quite interested in such new concepts. Can I borrow it? Hobert didn't answer directly, but just smiled and said, I remember saying before that Roselle became the Black Emperor, so we have some information and materials that are not available to the outside world. That information is top secret. If you want to borrow it, you need to pay a considerable price. Then let's talk about it later. Klein smiled. For him, those might all be common sense things. If he paid a considerable price in exchange for some knowledge like postpartum care of sows, it would be really not worth it. If it doesn't conflict with my time, I will participate in the tourism festival. Klein smiled and said, by the way, there is one more thing. I have decided to sneak into St. Samuel Cathedral to obtain clues about the relevant potion formula. If you really have a good way to hide yourself, we can act together. Hobert smiled slightly and suddenly turned into a pool of flesh and blood, flowing into the liquor cabinet. After disappearing from Klein's sight, his spirituality completely lost track of Hobert. Soon, Hobert flowed out of the liquor cabinet again. How is it? Klein nodded. I'll plan how to infiltrate the church, and I'll contact you if I need your help. Okay. Watching Klein leave with travel, Hobert thoughtfully opened the notebook on his desk, which contained simple tips for offering sacrifices to the Creator and entering the nation of disorder. These were all preparations made to avoid Adam. Hobert waited for another 10 minutes or so, in case the other party forgot to explain something just now. After confirming that Klein would not suddenly return, Hobert sacrificed all of tonight's gains to the nation of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert's head seemed to explode, and all the memories left in the nation of disorder returned. It took him more than half a minute to recover before Hobert began to deal with the spoils. First, he took the Tyrant card. This card had already been activated. The outermost layer was Roselle, raising his hands and wearing a triple crown. Before him were kneeling believers, and behind him were lightning, dark clouds, storms, and waves. Then Hobert opened the Blasphemy card, which looked like a booklet. Each page contained an image of Roselle, either dressed as a sailor, or wearing a captain's hat, holding a sextant, or singing in the background of the sea. Looking all the way down, the last one was Sequence 0, Tyrant. The promotion ritual is, you need hundreds of thousands of followers who obey and believe out of fear. Secondly, challenge a true God alone and survive. Finally, take the potion in an atmosphere of fear and obedience. Hobert smiled. This ritual seems simpler than the Black Emperor's promotion ritual. Then, he wrapped the Tyrant card with his spiritual body and tried to mobilize the power of the nation of disorder. Hobert felt that although this Blasphemy card had also correspondingly improved the rank of his spiritual body, it was not as smooth as the Black Emperor card when mobilizing the power of the nation of disorder. If he used this to enter the real world, he could also emit a majestic and frightening aura, and might also have the empty shell of an king of angels, but the abilities he could use were far less abundant than the Black Emperor card. This is a bit of a tasteless thing. It may only be used in specific situations, just like the Red Priest card that has been lying there gathering dust. The greatest use may be to provide a complete potion pathway. It might be possible to trade it with Klein. As for what to trade, Hobert recalled that Mr. Fool currently has nothing that could interest the Creator. Finally, he wondered if he could exchange Hounds of Fulgrim with Klein in the future to allow Archibald to be promoted to Scholar of Yore. If he had an Scholar of Yore as a subordinate, it would be very convenient in many things. But there are two prerequisites. First, Archibald must show enough loyalty, and second, Hobert himself must be promoted to sequence 2 before he is sure that he can recover the other party's beyonder characteristics at any time to avoid working in vain. In addition, after Klein becomes a demigod, he may need his or the Fool's help. But the probability of this is not high. After all, Hobert can now mobilize several demigods, and most of the problems that demigods cannot solve are currently difficult for the Fool to solve, so it is better for the creator to take action. Finally, Hobert believed that he could first give Klein the use of it in the form of a lease, and then pay it all at once when he wanted to get some reward, or pay it once per lease. There's no rush for this, we can talk about it later. Hobert looked at the second biggest gain of this operation, the sealed artifact that looked like a green jade. Hobert held it in his hand and used the high rank of the Nation of Disorder to feel what was different about this sealed artifact. After spirituality wrapped around the other party and established a certain connection, a huge inverted pyramid appeared in front of Hobert. In the pyramid were many corpses covered in pale yellow oil stains. Deep in the pyramid-shaped mausoleum, there was a thick fog, and there seemed to be a very terrifying figure in the fog. It seemed to be the most terrifying thing in the world. Hobert couldn't see what it was, but his heart was uncontrollably trembling and filled with fear from the bottom of his heart. It was as if that was fear itself. Withdrawing his spirituality, Hobert wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, slightly trembling, and put down the sealed artifact, and immediately had a guess, that is the artificial death. No wonder 1 to 109 would refuse to graze. It turns out that the feathered serpent has a close connection with the artificial death. Perhaps it is also a byproduct of the artificial death plan. In short, as long as the feathered serpent is grazed, 1 to 109 will inevitably move closer to the underworld and may eventually disappear completely in the kingdom of the death god and become a plaything of the undead. If Hobert uses the feathered serpent's abilities through 1 to 109, it will be similar to being marked by the artificial death and will often be attacked by powerful underworld creatures. Hobert went to hold the jade tablet-like sealed artifact again. If he just held it, he wouldn't feel the fear from the bottom of his heart. Then he realized that even if he crushed it into beyonder characteristics, he couldn't use it. That was just equivalent to dispersing the mark of the artificial death. It may have to wait until the artificial death is solved by the Evernight goddess before it can be used as a normal beyonder characteristic. So before that, it can only be used as a sealed artifact, and as Hobert expected, as long as it is used once, it will be marked by fear itself, or the uniqueness of the death god pathway at present. Then it will inevitably move closer to the artificial death, not a close approach in the real sense, but a close approach in the sense of mysticism. Feathers with pale yellow oil stains will grow on the body, and dreams will appear in the pyramid, and will eventually come to the end of life early, and the body will be taken to that inverted mausoleum by unknown underworld forces. In the end, whether it is the corpse or the soul, it will forever become a servant of the artificial death. Hobert mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder to try to seal it, and finally got the opportunity to use it safely for 3 minutes. After using it for 3 minutes, he had to rest for 6 hours, otherwise any spiritual contact with the sealed artifact would be marked by the artificial death. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 568, Chapter 567 Bernadette asks the Fool a fourth question. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. As for the ability of the sealed artifact he obtained from Quetzalcoatl, it was actually quite good. It can cause the target's flesh to rot and soul to corrode, it can summon the underworld gate, it can awaken and strengthen corpses and ghosts, it can cause the vitality of all living beings to rush towards the end of life, causing irreversible withering. Hobert named the sealed artifact 1 to 110, and placed it on the stone platform for Grade 1 sealed artifacts. At the same time, he sighed inwardly, unknowingly, I have already collected 10 Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Currently, the Grade 1 sealed artifacts Hobert commonly uses are 1 to 107, which was seized from the Tamara family and allows him to use all the abilities of a imperative mage for a short time, and 1 to 109, which he obtained from the Aurora Order's Black Knight. Especially after 1 to 109 grazed the demigod from the Fasak Empire, Hobert gained the ability to severely injure a Sequence 4 in a short time, so he doesn't use 1 to 107 much anymore. Next, Hobert began to wonder why this Quetzalcoatl was on that primitive island. After entering the Nation of Disorder, Hobert recovered all his memories of Adam, so he knew that the sigh in the burial chamber and the person who asked him the question was Adam. Fortunately, he had prepared the corresponding response in advance, giving Adam enough concerns about the Creator, so he didn't harm them. Otherwise, with just a thought, Hobert and the other two could have died in various coincidences. For example, that creature in the spirit world just happened to want to say hello to Hobert and the others, or a few wandering Sequence 3 beyonder creatures outside just happened to find a secret passage into the burial chamber. Hobert smiled helplessly. In front of the Angel of Kings, a demigod is like an ant. He took a deep breath and recalled his conversation with Adam. He found that Adam seemed to intentionally promote the death of the ancient sun god to the fool, but the favorite of the creator was also in this expedition, which was obviously not in Adam's script. Hobert thought to himself, Adam, old brother, is that creator's power not strong enough? Why don't you change your script? Thinking of this, he smiled. He wasn't particularly worried about Adam's script. If Adam made the development of the story very unfavorable to him, or there was a life-threatening situation, he, who had become a demigod, could sense it through the nation of disorder and use the nation of disorder to make corresponding responses. Hobert's thoughts returned to the original question. What was the use of that Quetzalcoatl to Adam? Soon he had a bold guess. Was Adam using the Quetzalcoatl to observe the state of the artificial death? Did he even discern the Evernight goddess's plan from some details, so he began to observe the artificial death? The Evernight goddess's plan was definitely not written by Adam. After all, that is a true god. Adam can only temporarily influence the probability of the Evernight goddess's plan succeeding or failing, but he cannot write a true god into his own story. Perhaps there are some secret collaborations between the two, it's hard to say. According to Hobert's impression of the Evernight goddess, it is not excluded that she put a certain bet on Adam's side. After all, everything is unclear now, and true gods must also consider the issue of hedging risks. In any case, Adam is very likely observing the state of the artificial death god through the Quetzalcoatl, so that at a critical moment, he can support the side that should be supported. Hobert took a deep breath and temporarily stopped considering this issue, or rather, the creator has not yet reached the level of participating in the game of the gods. After considering this question, Hobert looked at the third trophy of this operation, the Beyonder characteristics extracted from the demigod-level woolly baboon. That was of course an Beyonder characteristic of a Earl of the Fallen. Hobert used the authority of the Nation of Disorder to check it, and this Beyonder characteristic had no problems. Hobert guessed that there should be more Beyonder characteristics of the lawyer pathway on that island. After all, Adam once held the uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway for a long time, which should have attracted many Beyonder characteristics of that pathway. Unfortunately, that island was hidden by Adam. After crushing this Beyonder characteristic, Hobert went to look at the corpses of the Quetzalcoatl and the curly-haired baboon, but unfortunately, there were no spiritual imprints on them, so they couldn't be reused. They can only be treated as normal demigod-level spiritual materials and sold to the Earth Mother Church. Even if they are only treated as spiritual materials, they can sell for at least tens of thousands of gold pounds. But because the South Colson area is not currently short of money, Hobert does not yet have the idea of selling them. The last 3 trophies were 1 Beyonder characteristic of the Reader Pathway Sequence 5, Mysticism Magister, and 1 Beyonder characteristic each of Baron of Corruption and Seafarer. The Beyonder characteristic of Mysticism Magister can be considered for sale to Vice Admiral Iceberg, and the Beyonder characteristics of Baron of Corruption and Seafarer will be stored for cultivating his own forces. After dealing with the trophies, Hobert returned to the real world to rest for a while. Early the next morning, he went to Longtail Island again in high spirits to see how the manor owners were planting rubber trees. As it stands, in a maximum of 3 days, the manor owners will be able to plant all the places where rubber trees can be planted, and the scale of the rubber forest is expected to increase by 2 times. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. Wait a little longer and it's time to slaughter. In the afternoon, Hobert came to the Green Meadow Manor again, and like last week, he participated in the tarot club with Furs. The 2 of them were lying on the bed again. Hobert first briefly described the exploration activities with the World and the Hanged Man last night. Then they talked about the recent situation on Longtail Island and the preparations Conrad had been making recently. At 3 o'clock sharp, the 2 people's vision was covered by grey fog. When they came back to their senses, they had already appeared above the grey fog, on both sides of the bronze long table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. With Justice Audrey's unwavering greeting, this week's Tarot Club officially began. This time, Hermit Catlia brought 3 more pages of Roselle's diary to the Fool. At the beginning, of course, it was the Fool Klein's reading time. The time span of this diary is very long. There are Roselle's thoughts of his hometown not long after he traveled through time, records of his love for Bernadette, and the teaching of her 2 Chinese characters, as well as a detailed description of the blasphemy slate. Before, Roselle had only briefly mentioned the blasphemy slate he saw in the Twilight Hermit Order. This diary is a record of just having seen the blasphemy slate. According to Roselle's description, what he saw was the second blasphemy slate, and he realized that he only saw part of it, and part of the content of the blasphemy slate did not appear. But strangely, the 22 Beyonder pathways on the blasphemy slate were complete, and he was also strange why he had the feeling that the blasphemy slate was incomplete. Seeing this, Klein thought of the murals about the blasphemy slate he saw in this exploration. The ancient sun god once mastered the first blasphemy slate, and his son Adam mastered the second blasphemy slate. The blasphemy slate must have a very close relationship with the ancient sun god. Then he wondered, whether it is in the church's information or in Emperor's description. The first, blasphemy slate, has information on 22 beyonder pathways, so does the second, blasphemy slate, have some other information besides the content on the first, blasphemy slate? What will this information be? But he didn't think too much at this time. Klein glanced at the two Chinese characters Roselle taught Bernadette. They were, hometown. These two words seemed to have magic power, making Klein's eyes a little hot. He took a breath, suppressed the emotions in his heart, made the diary in his hand disappear, and looked at Hermit. What is your question? Katlia opened her mouth respectfully and said, Respected Mr. Fool, I want to know the meaning of these two symbols. After getting permission, she materialized two Chinese characters. Everyone was very interested in the symbols in Emperor Roselle's diary. Basically, they all forcibly memorized the appearance of these two symbols, and then waited quietly for the fool's explanation. Hobert also saw it. It was hometown. He suddenly smiled helplessly and found that he was like a wanderer who had been away for many years. He had adapted to the life of foreign land, and only nostalgia remained when he mentioned hometown. Klein paused obviously. He finally understood why Bernadette chose these 3 pages of diary, because there was a talisman symbol left by her father on it, hometown. And the record about the blasphemy slate just happened to appear on one of the pages. After figuring this out, he said, their combined meaning is, hometown, the home of the heart and spirit. At this moment, Hobert suddenly felt that a soft place in his heart was touched. He felt that the spiritual distance between himself, Klein, and Roselle was so close, and it seemed to produce some kind of resonance. Klein didn't give more explanation. You can start. The hanged man Alger first looked at, the Emperor. You know, I have one beyonder characteristic each of ocean songster, polymath, and briber, and the eyes of the 6-winged gargoyle for sale. Because Klein and Alger discussed exploring the ruins together at last week's tarot club, they communicated privately, so when the hanged man initiated the transaction, everyone was slightly stunned. Katlia even suspected that the hanged man was in urgent need of money and sold the beyonder characteristics he had bought for promotion. But because there was also an beyonder characteristic of the reader pathway to be sold, Katlia realized, the hanged man has been promoted and hunted a ocean songster and a polymath last week. Then she wondered, how did he do it? Katlia has been promoted to Sequence 5 for a long time, and she does not have full confidence that she will be able to kill a Sequence 5. The hanged man has just been promoted, how can he seem to have completed 2 hunts of mid-sequence beyonder so easily? As for the Sequence 7 briber, it is not difficult to solve for a Sequence 5. Others were also a little surprised and a little curious. This should be the most extravagant transaction initiated by the hanged man. Hobert collected his emotions in time. Ocean songster, £8,000, polymath, £3,500, briber, £1,200, 6-winged gargoyle's eyes £450. Deal. Alger tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart. These tens of thousands of pounds plus the income from selling the psychedelic wind chime tree yesterday made his income from this exploration reach £16,150. At this time, Klein had also walked out of his nostalgia for his hometown. He manipulated the world and said, I have an beyonder characteristic of Sequence 5 for sale. It is from the planter pathway, druid. The other members were slightly stunned. Another Sequence 5? Emlyn from the Moon thought to himself, is it just me who has this illusion? Why is the Sequence 5 powerhouse at this tarot club as common as carrots sold on the street? Hobert almost reflexively said, £8,000. Katlia hesitated and said, I offer £8,500. Hobert was stunned before realizing that Klein sold this beyonder characteristic separately because he wanted to sell it to the hermit lady. As the captain of future, Katlia has a deeper understanding of the hidden dangers of Frankly than others, but she also knows how rare the beyonder characteristics of the planter pathway Sequence 5 are on the market with the Earth Mother Church. So after hesitating, she decided to try her best to buy this beyonder characteristic. At worst, I won't tell Frank that I bought the druid beyonder characteristic until he becomes a little more normal. There's no way that will happen. In short, Katlia felt that the opportunity was rare, so she offered £500 more. The world said, priority will be given to the one who can pay with gold coins. Hobert spread his hands, indicating that it was difficult for him to get so many gold coins, so he gave up the bidding. At the same time, he thought, the food in City of Silver is finally expected to improve. Katlia breathed a sigh of relief, please give me some time to raise the money. If it were £8,500 in banknotes, it would not be difficult for her, but it would take time to raise so many gold coins. Okay. Klein then manipulated the world and said to the Emperor, I want to sell one beyonder characteristic each of Mentor of Disorder, Wind Blessed, and a Detective, and the core crystal of the 6-winged gargoyle. After thinking about it, he decided to sell the core crystal of the 6-winged gargoyle, because he didn't have any subordinates in the seer pathway, so it was useless to keep it. It was better to convert it into cash. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall was a little condensed. Audrey even suspected that in the past week, the World and the Hanged Men had jointly eliminated an Beyonder organization. No, Hobert also participated. The Hanged Men said, as soon as he came up, so it is likely that they shared the spoils together. While the other members were still immersed in thoughts such as, where did they get these Beyonder characteristics, Hobert had already started to offer prices. The same price as for Mr. Hangman, Mentor of Disorder, £8,000, Wind Blessed, £3,500, Detective, £1,200, Six-Winged Gargoyles Core Crystal, £3,000. World said in a hoarse voice, deal. The other members then came back to their senses. World had earned a total of £24,200 from the 2 transactions. And Emperor's 2 rounds of acquisitions had paid out nearly £30,000. Even Audrey sighed, are large transactions so common in the Tarot Club? Emlyn recalled the previous transaction between Emperor and Sanguine, but that was a long time ago. Audrey seemed to realize something, and she asked, Hanged Men hopefully, do you have the fruit of the psychedelic bell tree yet? She was almost certain that Hobert, Mr. World, and Mr. Hangman had a private cooperation last week, and Mr. Hangman should have gotten what he needed. Alger smiled and said, I was just about to tell you that I have obtained the fruit. £2,000. Deal. Audrey agreed almost without thinking. Based on the digestion of the potion, she believed that she could try to advance by June or July at the latest. Next, Klein and Katlia also completed the transaction of mythical creature blood. After the transaction was completed, Klein asked the Marionette World to say, according to the previous agreement, now that the transaction is completed, you need to pay me an extra reward. Katlia then asked, what do you want? World said hoarsely, I want to meet Queen Mystic. Don't worry, it's very simple, but her help is necessary. Hobert slowly nodded, this is to prepare for infiltrating St. Samuel Cathedral. Katlia said cautiously, I will do my best to facilitate it, but I can't guarantee success. While everyone was sighing about how many transactions had been completed in this tarot gathering, Son Derek said again, I need the sequence 5 potion formula for the Sun pathway. When the other members were silent, World said, I have it. The name of that potion formula is Priest of Light, worth £5,000, and there is also an Beyonder characteristic of Priest of Light, worth £8,000. This came from a soul released from the creeping hunger. Not only did he get the relevant potion formula, but he also got an Beyonder characteristic of Priest of Light. Audrey, sitting on one side of the bronze long table, couldn't help but sigh, has the Tarot Club grown to this point? It can almost instantly meet a member's need to advance to sequence 5. Alger also sighed, when the Tarot Club first started, besides Mr. Fool, I was the only one at sequence 8, and now transactions regarding sequence 5 are so frequent. The other members also felt emotional, feeling that today's explosive transactions had seemed to elevate the Tarot Club to another level. Little Son said happily, Mr. World, I really hope to complete this transaction with you. He said with some embarrassment, but I don't have pounds. Hobert then said, still like the last transaction between you and Mr. Moon, I will pay for you first, and you settle with Beyonder materials. Little Son breathed a sigh of relief, Mr. Emperor, I don't know how to thank you enough. He decided that he must give Mr. Emperor more Beyonder materials in this transaction. Klein had no objection to such a transaction, and he manipulated World to say, no problem. Emlyn then sighed, is Emperor so rich? It's like he has inexhaustible money. Derek seemed to think of something and quickly said to Emperor, Mr. Emperor, can I use Beyonder characteristics of levels other than sequence 8 to settle the payment? City of Silver may not have that many sequence 8 Beyonder materials in reserve. He roughly calculated that he would need to pay more than 40 sequence 8 Beyonder materials this time, which might really exchange away most of the sequence 8 Beyonder materials in the City of Silver warehouse, which might affect the normal operation of the City of Silver. Sure. Hobert said, but there is something I want to make clear to you. I have my own sales channels. Sequence 8 Beyonder materials are very common transactions at Beyonder gatherings, easy to sell, and can add a small premium, so I can discount them at £300. But Sequence 9 and Sequence 7 levels are different. Sequence 9 Beyonder materials generally don't sell for a good price, most are between £100 and £150. And transactions of Sequence 7 Beyonder materials are not many, and I may have to hold them in my hands for a long time before I can process them all. Counting the time cost and possible low-price sales, I can only discount Sequence 9 Beyonder materials to £100, and Sequence 7 Beyonder materials to £500. Although Hobert intentionally or unintentionally helped Derek, he couldn't help without making money. After all, there are so many mouths in the South Colson area waiting for the auction house's income to eat. With the re-establishment of order in the South Colson area, Hobert has to spend about 20,000 gold lire every month to maintain the normal operation of South Colson. In addition to the current various constructions, the auction house's money and taxes are not enough to spend. However, this situation will improve after the tourism festival, and Hobert is not panicked. He had previously reached a transaction with Bishop Simpson for as much as 80,000 gold lire, and that money has been kept in the nation of disorder and has not been used. Derek nodded, no problem. Buying at a slightly lower price than the market price, Derek felt a little better. At this tarot gathering, the transaction like dumplings finally came to an end. Then came the free exchange session. Alger looked at the Emperor and World at the lower end of the bronze long table. Can that mural be shared with everyone? He believed that the mural might remind Sun of something, so as to get more information. Klein also hoped to use this mural to attract the attention of other members, so that everyone could be more active when trading information crowdfunding, so he said, I have no objection. Hobert also believed that it was time to trade this key information with everyone, so he also said, no problem. The other members also realized that the mural seemed to be very important, so they all looked at the hanged man. After Alger obtained the consent of Mr. Fool, he manifested the mural of the King of Angels devouring the creator of City of Silver. The evil, terrifying, and dark scene stunned the other members of the Tarot Club. Emlyn looked a little dazed. Who are they? What are they doing? This dining style is too barbaric. But soon, he recognized who the victim being devoured was from the glorious cross. He may, probably, be the creator of City of Silver. If Emlyn could figure it out, basically all the other members understood. Audrey felt a huge shock. That is the ancient sun god, that is, the creator worshipped by City of Silver. Yes, Hobert gave a clear answer. This is an abstract depiction of the death of the ancient sun god. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 569, Chapter 568, Death of the Ancient Sun God. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Son Derek's mind was filled with pain and despair. He recognized that the one being devoured in the mural was the creator that City of Silver believed in, and he also recognized that the three figures around were Eternal Blazing Sun, Lord of Storms, and God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Derek sadly muttered to himself, God is dead, eaten, and will never return. After a long silence, Justice Audrey seemed to be asking herself and everyone else, is this the origin of the three gods? Blasphemy. Audrey suddenly felt a little terrified. I actually said such blasphemous words. Magician Furz's pupils shrank. Three gods. Reminded by Miss Justice, and based on some information she had obtained before, she understood what the scene depicted in the mural symbolized. Hanged man Alger responded, perhaps, but there's no way to explain the baby. He quietly glanced at Mr. Fool, and found that this great being had no intention of explaining, but just watched calmly, so he looked at Emperor again. The reactions of the others were similar to Alger's, and finally their eyes focused on Hobert. It's time to trade this information with everyone. Hobert said, however, before that, I want to apply to report some things to Mr. Fool alone. Everyone was stunned. Why report to Mr. Fool alone first? Alger thought of Emperor's performance in the burial hall. He was obviously participating in this adventure with a mission. When he obtained some information during the adventure, he must have reported that information to the creator first. So, is his separate report to Mr. Fool because the creator has some private, or even God-level, information to communicate with Mr. Fool? Then he sighed in his heart, I really want to know the content of Emperor's separate report. Katlia, who didn't know too much inside information, guessed, maybe there are some secrets involving Mr. Fool that will be announced in this exchange. Moon Emlyn thought, could it be that Mr. Fool also participated? Hee, what am I thinking? If that were the case, how could Mr. Fool allow such a mural to be displayed in the Tarot Club? Derek also came back to his senses at this time, and looked at Mr. Emperor and Mr. Fool with slightly red eyes. Klein was also strange. What's there to report? Then he sighed, I hope this guy doesn't report anything that would embarrass the Fool. Yes. Klein said, sitting at the head of the long bronze table, and then he established a separate communication environment. Hobert said, Respected Mr. Fool, the following information exchange may involve many blasphemous remarks, so I request your understanding in advance. Klein said as if he knew what those remarks Hobert was referring to, I know. He thought to himself, haven't you blasphemed against the gods enough times before? Why do you know to report in advance today? There is also a private matter to report. Hobert said, Miss Magician and I have not leaked any information about the Tarot Club, even after marriage. But the previous transaction of biological poison bottle made us know each other's identity, and I also ask for your understanding for this matter. Klein said in the Fool's flat tone, as long as it's not active disclosure, it doesn't matter. This was the answer Hobert expected, and he continued, thank you for your understanding. Then he said, in order to maintain the normal trading status of the Tarot Club, Miss Magician will continue to trade with me normally in the future, but after the transaction, she will no longer pay the reward by offering sacrifices to you. Klein behind the grey fog, why do I feel like your private money has been discovered? Miss Magician should simply not pay the reward, right? Do you have to hand over your income from the Tarot Club? Klein breathed a sigh of relief and lifted the separate communication state. Fortunately, he doesn't want to seek confirmation from me. Hobert said to everyone may have felt it, I don't value the amount of pounds in my transactions with you anymore, and the asking price for each transaction is not high. But this transaction requires 8,000 pounds. Because this is worthy of the weight of this transaction. I hope everyone can participate in this exchange, and even pay the reward in the form of debt, and we can even discuss the way to pay the reward. Audrey was the first to raise her hand and said, I'll pay 2,000 pounds. She didn't seem to hear the last sentence Hobert said at all. Little Son immediately said, I hope to replace the reward of 2,000 pounds with 4 beyonder ingredients of sequence 7 level. He would participate in this transaction even if he had to sell everything he owned, and besides, the pressure of such a reward was not great for him. Hobert nodded, yes. The two of them had already solved half of the reward, and then Catlia was willing to pay 1,000 pounds. World and Alger, who had so much income just now, also rarely showed off and each paid 1,000 pounds. Finally, Furs and Emlyn each paid 500 pounds and claimed the last 1,000 pounds. After completing the crowdfunding, Hobert first organized his language before starting to say, everyone should still remember the relevant information of Rose Redemption. Let's first talk about Dark Angel Sefirah. In some myths, this king of angels was created by the ancient sun god with one of his ribs. Catlia thought of some questions she had before. No wonder Emperor did not announce the detailed information of Dark Angel before. It seems that Dark Angel has an extremely close relationship with the ancient sun god. Maybe knowing the relevant information of Dark Angel will reveal how the ancient sun god fell. Hobert continued, this is actually a metaphor. The great creator said that Sefirah is actually the human side split from the ancient sun god. In other words, Sefirah is more like an avatar of the ancient sun god. Everyone opened their mouths wide, and even Audrey couldn't maintain the state of spectator. His avatar can be in King of Angels. While surprised, Klein did not forget to manipulate world to speak, at the level of outer deities, which is above the sequence, you can split your humanity. Then the ancient sun god only has divinity left. Derek didn't know how to react for a while, but he remembered that Chief once described Dark Angel as the deputy of heaven. At that time, he thought it was an King of Angels who was very trusted by the omnipotent and omniscient God, but he didn't expect that it was the omnipotent and omniscient Lord himself. The most surprised was Catlia. This was a result she had never expected. The others were still in a somewhat dazed state at this time. A good King of Angels turned into an avatar. Hobert smiled slightly, sorry, I can't answer your questions, because my understanding of above the sequence is very limited. But one thing is certain, Sefirah is the human side of the ancient sun god. He paused and said, another piece of information that can be confirmed is that the purpose of Rose Redemption is to assassinate the ancient sun god. Catlia was the first to realize, that's not right. I remember that Sefirah was the main initiator of Rose Redemption. He was assassinating himself. The avatar wants to assassinate the main body. Everyone immediately had such an idea. Furz's mind even appeared with one story after another. Catlia smiled bitterly, God, what am I thinking? Am I out of control? Why do I have such thoughts? Klein behind the grey fog glanced at World across the long bronze table, but then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that's just a puppet, at most a marionette. He doesn't have to worry about being hurt by World, and he doesn't have to worry about him rebelling. Then he sighed in his heart, in this extraordinary world, is the risk of opening a small account so great? Emlyn suddenly thought of the puppets that accompanied him. Before, he always felt that those puppets were unique and had emotions. Now, looking back, he even felt that these ideas were a bit terrifying. Little Son felt a little strenuous, as if he couldn't keep up with Mr. Emperor's narration. Didn't he just say that Dark Angel is the Lord's avatar? How did he become the mastermind of assassinating the Lord again? Things are not that simple. Hobert said, I don't know the specific situation of the things I am going to describe next, because it involves some very high-level information. But I can tell you very clearly that the cause and result of the matter is as I described it, but I am not clear about some theoretical details. He said this to avoid explaining the awakening of the consciousness of God and celestial worthy. Even a demigod would find it strange to know such high-level information, so it is better to pretend not to know. When everyone heard Emperor say this, they knew that they were about to grasp some very high-level and very secret information. The ancient sun god was in a very bad state at that time, Hobert said. I can't explain clearly what state he was in specifically. You can understand it as being subjected to a special corruption. This corruption will make him become like another person, or another god. Do you remember that I said before that Emperor Roselle used death to wash away excess beyonder characteristics? The ancient sun god probably also planned to use death to clear the corruption he was subjected to. Although he does not have the Black Emperor characteristic that can be resurrected, he is the omnipotent and omniscient God, and has many ways to use the process of death without truly dying. Everyone had a feeling of not being able to react for a while, like a primary school student listening to a university course. They seemed to understand something, but they seemed unable to react for a while. But soon they realized why they had such an idea, that is a god. A god seems to be a kind of creature different from humans. How can their thoughts and their logic be so easily understood by ordinary people? At the same time, Klein also thought, outer deities will also be corrupted. Who corrupted them? Or who can corrupt outer deities? Well, maybe it's not corruption. Emperor said that the ancient sun god may become another god. Could this be an attack by another outer deities? Alger smiled in his heart. Death is the end of life for me, but for gods, it is a kind of rebirth. Thinking about it this way, I feel that I am so small that it is a bit pitiful. Katlia crossed her hands on the long bronze table. World just mentioned a new word, outer deities. Emperor did not refute it, that is to say, the real name of, above the sequence, is actually outer deities. Then she sighed. Before participating in the Tarot Club, I thought I was knowledgeable and very learned, but after joining the Tarot Club, I realized that I was as ignorant as a child, and I realized that the essence of the extraordinary world was like this. Derek's heart ignited a glimmer of hope. Mr. Emperor said before that the Lord still has the possibility of resurrection, so does that mean that the Lord we believe in may return? Next, Hobert said the point, under the organization of Dark Angel and the Evernight Goddess, the members of Rose Redemption began to frequently appear in Giant King's court to conspire. After they reached some agreements and plans, the action to assassinate the ancient sun god began. The specific process is unknown. According to some very vague information, the entire plan started with the sleep of Dark Angel Sefirah. His consciousness and beyonder characteristics returned to the main body together, and together with the ancient sun god, they fought against that special corruption. The Evernight Goddess and other gods and kings of angels took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Although there was the confrontation between the ancient sun god and Sefirah, that special corruption still began to resist. This battle was earth-shattering and created huge ruins of the war. In the end, the ancient sun god fell. Katlia suddenly realized, it's the Sonia Sea. Klein also recalled his previous experience of looking for mermaids. There were indeed many gods' auras there. At that time, Klein was wondering what kind of battle caused such consequences. It turned out to be the divine war in the third epoch that all the gods and most of the kings of angels participated in. Audrey sighed. Thousands of years have passed, and the traces of the divine war are still there. It can be seen how fierce it was at that time. First felt that when she was strong enough in the future, she must go and see it and feel the power of the gods. Yes. Hobert replied affirmatively. Not only that sea area, but the current, forsaken land of the gods is still filled with the power of concealment, corruption, and lightning. In the complete darkness, City of Silver will have monsters, or companions will disappear unconsciously. The other party should have entered the concealment state. And those monsters are likely to be their former disappeared companions. After being corrupted by the power of corruption, they turned into monsters and hid in the shadows, and they would attack the residents of City of Silver when they had the opportunity. The power of lightning is obviously the power of tyrant, that is, the power of the sailor path. I remember Sun said that forsaken land of the gods is basically illuminated by lightning. Derek was first surprised, and then he firmly remembered what Mr. Emperor had just said. He realized that this was what City of Silver had not understood for thousands of years. Klein thought, I didn't expect that the operating logic behind the forsaken land of the gods, which sounds so strange, would be so simple when explained from the upper level. Those appearances are the consequences of the war. Or rather, in the war, the gods changed the nature within a certain area. Then he smiled. Suddenly, I have the illusion of a magician revealing the secret. Katlia sighed and said with emotion, this is the power of the gods, it's really despairing. Derek asked, Mr. Emperor, was the forsaken land of the gods caused by that war? Hobert thought for a while and then said, I think it should be caused by the fall process of the ancient sun god. This is my own guess. I think the fall process of the outer deities, which is the above the sequence mentioned before, can have a huge impact on this world. This is what I think. When the uniqueness on them is in the body of the outer deities, it is still within a controllable range. Once the outer deities fall, the collision between the uniqueness will make them uncontrollable. If a single uniqueness loses control, it may not cause a big reaction, but if several uniqueness lose control together, it may cause very serious impact within a certain area. After all, that is the abstract expression of natural forces. Their brief loss of control may be equivalent to a reconstruction of the relevant natural forces. These reconstructed forces are staggered and colliding, and then explode with energy enough to destroy the world. Of course, this is purely my personal guess. I only know that the so-called Great Cataclysm was caused by the fall of the ancient sun god, and the forsaken land of the gods was formed. The theory of specific details can only be supplemented by guessing. Derek nodded slightly. Mr. Emperor's guesses are generally very reasonable. Before finding a more accurate theory, Mr. Emperor's theory can be used to explain it completely. Klein sighed. This theory is a bit like nuclear fusion, that is, the theory of hydrogen bombs. Two hydrogen atoms collide under tremendous pressure, producing strong light and high temperature. I regained the demeanor of a keyboard warrior. The others didn't have any opinions on the Emperor theory. After all, they had just come into contact with this information today and had not fully digested it. Hobert waited for a few seconds before saying again, if the ancient sun god can be resurrected, he may be able to reorganize the disaster he caused during his fall. At most, there will be ruins of the war, and there will be no forsaken land of the gods that has existed for more than 2,000 years. But his resurrection process was interrupted. The pure white angel, wind angel, and wisdom angel suddenly betrayed the ancient sun god. The pure white angel sees the uniqueness of the ancient sun god's sun pathway and a sequence 1 characteristic, the wind angel sees the uniqueness of his tyrant pathway and a sequence 1 characteristic, and the wisdom angel sees the uniqueness of his white tower pathway and a sequence 1 characteristic. Therefore, the resurrection process of the ancient sun god was forced to terminate. It is because his resurrection failed that the forsaken land of the gods has not returned to normal. Klein sighed. Sure enough, guard against your own followers like you guard against fire and thieves. In addition, the sequence 0 of the reader pathway is called White Tower. Audrey frowned. This is not the first time I have sighed. Why do betrayals between gods happen so frequently? The followers of the second epoch betrayed the ancient gods, and Tudor and Trunsoist betrayed Solomon in the fourth epoch. The third epoch was no exception. The three kings of angels betrayed the ancient sun god. Kathleen listened quietly to the Emperor's description, White Tower. Listening carefully to the Emperor's description, I always inadvertently discover some important information, which is enough to show the Emperor's erudition. This time, Derek's eyes did not turn red again. He already knew that the resurrection process ultimately failed, so when he heard the description of the failure process, his heart was very calm, and he had already accepted this fact imperceptibly. Hobert continued, Sefirah can also be said to be the personality side of the ancient sun god, realized that his plan had failed, and urgently recovered the uniqueness and sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the hangman pathway, and integrated the negative emotions before the fall of the ancient sun god, and finally transformed into the true creator. Derek stood up abruptly. No, it's impossible. How could it be the true creator? It's not like this. That is the Lord that City of Silver has believed in for thousands of years. How could he transform into an evil god? Klein behind the grey fog was also a little lose one's composure, and quickly and silently covered himself with grey fog, so this is how the true creator came to be. No wonder he dares to call himself creator. No wonder in the early fourth epoch, the true creator would be enemies with the eternal blazing sun, Lord of storms, and God of knowledge and wisdom. It's not because the true creator may have the ability to graze the gods. There is a certain reason because they are adjacent pathways. I believe the most important reason should be the feud forged by this betrayal process. Everyone was very surprised at this time, and no one noticed Mr. Fools lose one's composure. Audrey couldn't believe her ears. The ancient sun god turned into an evil god. And he is now in the forsaken land of the gods, but he no longer protects the living beings there, and also caused many members of City of Silver to lose control. First side, this is very similar to the plot in a horror novel. A gentleman who is widely respected by people is betrayed and killed by friends and servants, and then this gentleman transforms into an evil ghost. Alger sighed because of another matter. The level of above the sequence is so strong. Even if the plan fails and cannot be resurrected, it can still retain the position of a true god. Now even if I know how the Lord of Storms got his godhood, I am not surprised. Is this affected by the Emperor? Or is it because I had unintentionally thought about this before, but I just didn't want to admit it? Emlyn was surprised for a while, but soon couldn't help but laugh because that history was too distant. This reminds me of a sentence from Emperor Roselle, history is more exciting than drama. Kathleen thought of the most content after calming down. The histories of the third and fourth epochs are connected, the fall of the ancient sun god. Although he did not completely fall, he did not successfully resurrect. In short, this event caused the so-called Great Cataclysm. She continued to think, this event created the pattern of the early fourth epoch. According to the information about the Rose Redemption, traded with the Emperor before, the Evernight goddess, the god of combat, and the Earth Mother had already become gods in the third epoch. Because the three kings of angels betrayed and seized the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics they needed from the ancient sun god, they became gods one after another after the Great Cataclysm, or early in the fourth epoch. Together with the previous three gods, such as the Evernight goddess, these were the six gods at that time. Also because of the betrayal of the three gods, such as the eternal blazing sun, the three gods, such as the Evernight goddess, did not trust them very much. the eternal blazing sun, and other three gods were also suspicious each other because they were adjacent pathways. The Evernight goddess and the god of combat are also adjacent pathways, and they also do not trust each other very much. Therefore, in the early 4th epoch, there were very complex contradictions between the 6 gods, which gave the true creator's camp a lot of development space, until the true creator threatened the safety of the 6 gods. The 3 gods of adjacent pathways, such as the eternal blazing sun, had to cooperate. The true creator should have shown some thoughts of revenge in the early 4th epoch. Thinking of what the emperor said, the true creator should not have checked and balanced the Evernight goddess and the god of combat at that time, but should have united with them. Looking at the current performance of the true creator, he should have displaced his anger on the 3 gods, such as the Evernight goddess, so this made the Evernight goddess join the camp of the eternal blazing sun, forming the 6 gods camp, and quickly disintegrated the true creator camp. After sorting out this whole history, Catlia felt comfortable. Only in the Tarot Club can you get such high-level information. If it is another gathering, or even through the Moses ascetic order, you may not be able to understand this history so thoroughly. At this time, Little Sun still could not accept the fact that the omnipotent and omniscient God had transformed into the true creator. It is very ironic that the omnipotent and omniscient God that City of Silver has always believed in is in the forsaken land of the gods, but he has not brought redemption but will bring madness and out of control. Everyone did not open their mouths to persuade, because they all knew that such things can only be accepted by Little Sun himself. After more than half a minute, Little Sun sat down and apologized. "I'm sorry, I just. Hobert said, "Still that sentence, City of Silver now has new hope." Derek unconsciously glanced at Mr. Fool, then retracted his gaze. He now finally understood why Mr. Emperor had repeatedly reminded himself before that even if the omnipotent and omniscient Lord really resurrected, he would not be the ancient sun god they believed in. Seeing that everyone had recovered from the shock just now, Hobert continued, "So the true creator is the human side of the ancient sun god, and also the true god of the secret supplicant pathway. Similarly, it can also be considered that he is Sefirah. They are all one concept." He paused and then said, "When we conducted the transaction before, we said that the ancient sun god had the uniqueness and sequence 1 characteristics of a total of 5 pathways. The true creator recovered the relevant characteristics of the secret supplicant, and the eternal blazing sun, lord of storms and god of knowledge and wisdom, respectively seized the relevant characteristics of sun, tyrant, and white tower. There is also the author, which is the beyonder characteristic of the visionary pathway. Although I have not found a clear record, it should have been obtained by Adam." Suddenly mentioning Adam, everyone felt a bit like returning to reality, or finding an acquaintance in that familiar and unfamiliar history. Hobert said again, "Last week, I conducted an exploration with the world and the hanged men, and encountered a church. The murals that everyone saw just now were discovered in the church. According to the information I just got, that church should have been built by Adam. We should have mentioned this before. Adam has been carrying out the action of resurrecting the ancient sun god in the 4th epoch. But it is said that he does not think that the true creator is his father. It seems that he and Amon do not recognize this point. In the early 4th epoch, they did not even join the true creator's camp. So there is that infant in the mural looks unpleasantly, that is the description of the true creator. But although they don't recognize it, there have been no conflicts between the two sides. As for the fact that Adam's consciousness has long been occupied by the ancient sun god, it is not suitable to be announced to the public at this stage." Alger nodded, "That's all right. Those murals are painted from Adam's perspective, of course they will vilify the true creator." Klein said with emotion in his heart, "The things that Roselle didn't understand back then have finally been understood today. So the relationship between the 4 gods, such as the eternal blazing sun, and the king of angels Adam is like this. On the surface, it looks intricate and complex. After understanding the events and contradictions behind it, the relationship between them is not difficult to understand." Audrey also said with emotion, "From the aspect of beyonder characteristics, it is easy to sort out the context of a matter." Little Sun lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he made a decision: just treat the true creator as an evil god. Although he has a close connection with the Lord, what he is doing now is the act of an evil god. You must not hesitate at the critical moment. Hobert smiled slightly at last. The above is the intelligence about the ancient sun god, which is the great cataclysm. Like usual, everyone began to savor the intelligence they had just traded. After a long while, the world suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "In the church, I also discovered a special mural." Then he feignedly obtained Mr. Fool's consent and presented the mural depicting the ancient sun god and the blasphemy slate. Catlia also immediately recognized it. "Is this depicting the ancient sun god? Is the one in front of him the blasphemy slate?" Alger was slightly stunned. When he saw this mural twice, he noticed the slate, but he didn't even think that it was the blasphemy slate. Klein manipulated the world and said, "I think so." Audrey said with emotion, "So this is what the blasphemy slate looks like." Emlyn stared at the blasphemy slate for a few eyes. This is the legendary blasphemy slate. That's not right, I heard that it records the potion formula. I always thought it was similar to a stone tablet. How can such a slate record several formulas? Or are the letters on it written very small? Derek also temporarily came out of his emotions and looked at the slate. After all, the City of Silver teaching material has records about the blasphemy slate. The world said again, as far as I know, the content of the second blasphemy slate is different from the first blasphemy slate. Nonsense. Of course it's different. Emlyn thought to himself, isn't this obvious? If the content is the same, would there be a need to distinguish between the first and second ones? Wait, the sequence and pathway are fixed, how can the content be different? Everyone also seemed to realize this problem. Kathleen said, could it be because the potion name and main material required for promotion are different? Then she explained, I heard that the names of some Beyonder creatures have changed over the long history, and after some Beyonder creatures became extinct, the Beyonders found alternative Beyonder creatures. Many fourth epic potion formulas are different from what they are now. Audrey nodded. We had discussed at the previous tarot gathering what to do if some Beyonder creatures became extinct. I didn't expect that alternative creatures could be found. Klein didn't say anything, but he felt that things were definitely not that simple. That's just the superficial difference. Hobert joined the discussion. As far as I know, the biggest difference between the two blasphemy slate is the different meanings they represent. He smiled, although this information is also very high level, my knowledge is limited. Consider it a gift from this tarot gathering. Mainly because the origin of the blasphemy slate cannot be announced in the identity of Emperor. This level of intelligence can be given away. This was far beyond Klein's expectations. The reason why he showed that mural just now was to attract everyone's attention so that they would be more active in crowdfunding. He didn't expect Hobert to be so generous. First thought of some of the ideas Hobert had expressed before, the creator's mission for him might be to conduct more intelligence exchanges with us and let us know more. The other members also looked at the Emperor with great curiosity. As far as I know, Hobert said, the first blasphemy slate mainly records the path to becoming a god. We talked about the second epic before. The reason why those ancient gods were able to become gods was all thanks to luck, and even after becoming gods, they were basically crazy, bloodthirsty, and lacked rationality. The first blasphemy slate was of great significance at the time, as it provided a path to becoming a god while maintaining rationality. Emlyn smiled and said, then we probably can't understand the first blasphemy slate, right? After all, the main ingredients required for the formula are the names of ancient creatures. This reminded Audrey of the psychiatrist potion formula she had traded from the sun. The first time she saw the formula, she realized that everything from the name of the potion formula to the name of the main ingredients was unfamiliar. Fortunately, there was Mr. Fool's translation. Hobert pondered for a while before saying, although I haven't seen the blasphemy slate, my feeling is that the content on it should be some conceptual information. For example, what it presents to Beyonders might be the promotion ritual and the measurement of the Beyonder characteristics used in the promotion potion. After Beyonders see the measurement of Beyonder characteristics, they can naturally associate it with the relevant Beyonder creatures. So even if the Beyonder creatures recorded on the blasphemy slate became extinct, when looking at the blasphemy slate again, alternative Beyonder creatures would appear. If no alternative Beyonder creatures can be found, perhaps the words, a copy of the Beyonder characteristics of a certain sequence, will directly appear. Emlyn opened his mouth, so magical. Audrey and Furs had similar thoughts. Klein thought, this is very mystical. Hobert spread his hands and smiled, this is a magical world in the first place. But this is just my guess. What the real blasphemy slate is like can only be known by seeing it in person. Then he said, so the significance of the first blasphemy slate is generally considered to be that there is a way to advance that avoids most madness and loss of control. This also provided a prerequisite for the rise of mankind. Compared with those huge beasts, the physique of humans at that time was too weak. At that time, relying on directly devouring Beyonder characteristics to obtain Beyonder abilities, the huge beasts were also more able to withstand loss of control, so humans at that time had no advantage in this regard. Many legends point to one fact: in that era, human ancestors tested medicines with their own bodies and summarized some relatively safe promotion methods. But we all know that after sequence 5, some rituals are needed. Human ancestors may have indeed tested some valuable information, but the overall rise of mankind cannot be separated from the promotion of the blasphemy slate. From then on, smaller humans stood on the same starting line as those magical beasts, whether intelligent or not, and may even have had greater advantages than them. Thus, mankind began to rise in the Beyonder world. Everyone listened very carefully. Although the Emperor's words were not surprising, they straightened out some things that they could not think of or understand before. For example, other members hardly associated the blasphemy slate with the rise of mankind. Audrey quickly asked, what about the second blasphemy slate? What is its significance? Is that a prerequisite for making mankind prosperous? Hobert thought for a while before saying, according to my understanding, the second, blasphemy slate, has great significance for the gods. Well, before explaining this, let me first talk about a concept. The name of what we said before, above the sequence, is outer deities. Catlia sat forward, it really is. Alger followed and read it out, outer deities. This word was very unfamiliar to him. The other members also firmly remembered this word. What this noun represents must be very high-level information. According to some information I have learned, a god who has mastered the uniqueness of multiple pathways and certain beyonder characteristics is called outer deities, Hobert continued. But I don't know exactly how to master it. The reason for not knowing is very simple. This is not something a demigod should know. Klein had already grasped the relevant concept of outer deities because of the transaction with the emperor, but Hobert's words allowed Alger to unravel a long-standing doubt, the root of the contradiction between true gods of adjacent pathways. Hobert then said, the second, blasphemy slate, is said to be about how to become outer deities. Join the Church of Misraven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 570, Chapter 569 I unexpectedly met Adam. Join the Church of Misraven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The way to become an above the sequence. Everyone at this moment only had a vague concept of what it meant to be an ancient sun god. The emperor's words made them realize that, just like becoming a Sequence 0 true god, there was a specific method to becoming an above the sequence. Moreover, this method was unclear even to the usually knowledgeable emperor. Klein immediately understood, what Roselle hadn't seen must be the content about how to become an above the sequence. Alger sighed, this is the blasphemy slate, only such high-level information is worthy of its legendary status. After a brief moment of surprise, Catlia quickly calmed down and organized her words to ask, where did the blasphemy slate come from? I mean, who summarized the way to become an above the sequence? Also, who summarized the 22 relatively safe advancement methods on the first blasphemy slate? And who recorded this information on the blasphemy slate? Was it an ancient god? Or the legendary original creator? Hobert felt that he couldn't disclose too much detailed information about the first blasphemy slate for the time being, so he said, the era when the first blasphemy slate appeared is too long ago, and I don't have any relevant information here. However, I do know that the summary of how to become an above the sequence on the second blasphemy slate was completed by the ancient sun god, because he was an above the sequence. This is his great contribution to the beyonder world. Catlia nodded. She remembered that during a previous tarot gathering, the emperor had said something similar. She said, does that mean the first blasphemy slate should be from the second epoch, or even earlier, by someone who advanced to godhood in a relatively safe way? Not necessarily, Hobert said. Like me, I didn't receive systematic mystical training but only occasionally came into contact with mystical symbols. However, as I advanced, I gradually became able to clearly feel the connection between beyonder powers and those mystical symbols, and it was easy to understand their meaning. Now, I can even understand the operating principles of most magic arrays. Catlia nodded, I understand what you mean. Some things can be deduced from one's own beyonder characteristics and a high sequence. Hobert smiled, I think so. The conversation between the two made Audrey realize a problem. In the beyonder world, mature concepts are very important. Hobert and the hermit had roughly the same level of understanding, so their communication was very efficient. Hobert continued, for the gods, the second blasphemy slate ended the era of wars fought for various ridiculous reasons and ushered in an era of gambling for the position of above the sequence. Thus, the brand new fourth epoch began. These words made everyone realize that the gods were already gambling to become above the sequences at the beginning of the fourth epoch. Klein sighed, as a Sequence 5, he was completely unaware of such things. The concept of God was like a huge dividing line. Below this dividing line were the masses, and above this dividing line, one had completely transcended the thoughts and consciousness of ordinary people. Audrey felt as if she had seen a distant peak, but all she could do at the moment was praise the peak because she was too far away from it. Alger smiled wryly, clearly, my goal before joining the Tarot Club was just to become a Sequence 5, and later I had the ambition to become a demigod. Now, I'm almost unable to define my goal. The other members also had their own feelings. For a while, the entire hall was silent. After a long while, Klein manipulated the world to ask, where are the two blasphemy slates now? Or rather, who has them? Hobert vaguely replied, it is said that the ancient sun god once held the first blasphemy slate. After his fall, it disappeared and should now be in the forsaken land of the gods. The second blasphemy slate seems to be in Adam's hands. Klein nodded almost imperceptibly. This was related to the diary of Emperor Roselle he had seen. Roselle had seen the second blasphemy slate, but the way to become an ancient sun god was hidden by Adam. Catlia suddenly said, can we see the blasphemy slate as the light brought to the beyonder world by the ancient sun god. I remember Mr. Emperor once said that the first blasphemy slate appeared in the second epoch, and the ancient sun god also appeared in the late second epoch. And now Adam, the son of the ancient sun god, holds the second blasphemy slate. I believe this blasphemy slate is also closely related to the ancient sun god. Emlyn and Derek realized this after hearing Catlia's summary. Audrey sighed again. The hermit's logical ability is very strong. She can think of so much information so quickly. You can say that. Hobert continued to announce more information to everyone. According to reliable information I have obtained, the second blasphemy slate seems to be the remains of the ancient sun god, fused with a part of his will. Everyone immediately showed varying degrees of surprise. Alger thought to himself, it's always called blasphemy slate, as if it were a naturally formed object. I didn't expect its main material to be the remains of the ancient sun god. Klein wasn't very surprised. No wonder the Emperor guessed that the content displayed on the blasphemy slate was a mode similar to direct communication with spiritual bodies, since it fused the will of the ancient sun god. Emlyn had the urge to scratch his head. The blasphemy slate is not a stone tablet, but it's made of remains. It sounds terrifying. First suddenly thought, I wonder if I can write books with my will after I continue to advance and become an angel. That way, I don't have to write with a pen, and I can write very quickly. After a slight pause, Catlia asked, whose will formed the first blasphemy slate? I don't know. Hobert said bluntly. However, what is certain is that the first blasphemy slate appeared before the ancient sun god appeared. Alger followed up with his analysis. Could the first blasphemy slate be a product of the first epoch? Derek looked at the hanged man and couldn't help but mutter to himself, the first epoch. For City of Silver, the first epoch was also a very distant history with only very vague records. Klein also sighed. Has the Tarot Club's information exchange finally touched on the first epoch? Then he realized that he currently had almost no information about the first epoch. Hobert smiled. It's not impossible. Catlia sighed. The first epoch. The disorder epoch. It's a pity that there doesn't seem to be any relevant records left. This epoch was like a blank in history. Everyone knew of its existence, but then they realized that they had no knowledge of it. After everyone fantasized for a while, Hobert said, the above is all the information I know about the blasphemy slate. Then he said, please, Miss Justice, give us psychological cues, because information about the above the sequence is not suitable to bring into the real world. Of course, everyone had no objections. After accepting Audrey's psychological cues, they thanked the Emperor. After all, this information was very valuable and helped them sort out their thoughts. After this topic ended, Alger curiously asked the Emperor, Mr. Emperor, which pathways beyonder were we talking to in the burial hall at that time? Although Alger couldn't see the Emperor's expression, he felt that the Emperor's expression was a little strange at this time. He only heard the Emperor say, that should be Adam. Alger almost slipped off his chair. Adam. He originally thought that it was at most an angel level beyonder, or even only sequence 3, because he didn't feel any threat at the time. Also, because he had encountered a long-haired monster with stealth and petrification abilities outside the church, he thought it was just a beyonder with stealth abilities. Unexpectedly, that was a king of angels. He actually heard a king of angels talking to the Emperor. This gave him the feeling that characters from myths had walked into the real world. Klein wasn't so surprised because he had already guessed it. The other members' eyes went back and forth between the Emperor and the hanged man. Where exactly did they explore last week? Not only did they see such a huge amount of information in the murals, but they also encountered Adam. First frowned, Hobert didn't tell me about such an important thing before attending the tarot gathering. Well, maybe his relevant memories were sealed, and he only remembered after coming to the grey fog. After a moment of surprise, Audrey asked Hobert, what does Adam look like? How did you escape from there? I don't know, Hobert said with a wry smile. If he wants to hide himself, with our current level, we might not find out until we die. Well, it's even possible that after we landed on that island, he had already been observing us all the time, watching us move forward, watching us fight. Not only watching us, but at that time, our thoughts and what we thought in our hearts were like a book placed in a library that Adam could read. To him, we had no secrets. Although Hobert sealed the key memories he could think of, he was still afraid that Adam would learn some key information. Fortunately, Hobert also knew that Adam couldn't be so idle and wouldn't stare at a demigod and 2 sequence 5s without letting go. Of course, the key is that all 3 of them have backers. Everyone was once again shocked by the Emperor's description. Such an ability is too terrible. Audrey found it a little unbelievable. Is this pathway so terrifying at the King of Angels level? It should be said that every pathway is quite terrifying at the King of Angels level, Hobert said with a smile, but the abilities of Adam and Amon are particularly strange. In fact, after the seer pathway reaches high sequence, from sequence 5 onwards, it also begins to develop in a strange direction. Klein actually felt a little chilly behind his back. it's hard to imagine that our exploration team may have had 4 people at the time. Anyway, I only remember there being 3 people. Katlia also said, what a terrifying ability. Although we know that Mr. Fool has been providing us with protection, let's imagine that there is actually another member eavesdropping on our gathering. If someone hadn't reminded us, we wouldn't have realized his existence at all. This description made everyone feel insecure and unconsciously looked at the empty seats around them. Hobert smiled and said, Adam wouldn't care too much about small characters like us. Alger nodded, that's right. He remembered that Adam seemed more concerned about the state of the creator at the time. However, the two people's harmonious duet did not comfort everyone, and everyone still felt a little insecure. Hobert continued, as for how we escaped. He smiled, of course, we were let go. Don't you think we can escape from the gaze of a king of angels? Even if we escaped by chance, as long as we are still in this world, we are very likely to be poisoned by a poisonous insect that accidentally falls into the kettle while drinking water, or be killed by an beyonder's ability out of control or the ability of a sealed artifact not being controlled while walking on the road as usual. In short, it is easy to die from a small or extremely small probability of coincidence. This reminded Klein of Anderson's encounter, but that guy encountered an attack from the spectator pathway's psychological cue aspect, making everyone around him regard Anderson as an enemy. However, those ordinary people's methods of attack were very clever, or rather, it seemed that they were really able to attack Anderson because of various coincidences. The scene at that time was still vivid in Klein's mind, and even now he doesn't know what the demigod of the spectator pathway looks like. Hobert's description made everyone understand that spectators' attack methods even more, and everyone almost came to a relatively unified conclusion: it is impossible to defend against. Finally, Alger sighed, fortunately, we have the gaze of Mr. Fool and the Creator, and Adam did not embarrass us. He believed that even if these two did not always pay attention to that exploration operation, judging from Adam's meaning, he was also very clear that the Emperor and the world were the blessed ones of two great figures. Then the other members also realized that even if they encountered the legendary Adam, the Hangman, and the others had successfully escaped, and at least so far they seemed to be in no danger. That is to say, Adam also has a certain fear of the Fool and the Creator and will not easily attack their blessed ones. Klein behind the grey fog thought to himself, I am more inclined to believe that Adam hopes that this mural will be more widely spread through the Fool and the Creator. After all, these two evil gods are in a similar situation to his Adam, and their forces are not orthodox churches, so they are considered grey forces and do not resist this type of information. With the end of this topic, everyone felt that they had gained too many surprises at this tarot gathering. After a moment of silence, Emlyn cleared his throat. I hope to rent a mystical item with a strong offensive ability to complete the next hunt. Audrey was very interested in this form, rent. Oh, yes, with Mr. Fool's witness, we can indeed conduct rental transactions with confidence. Exactly. Emlyn exclaimed inwardly, truly a clever lady. He smiled and said, at other gatherings of Beyonders, transactions involving the rental of mystical items are almost impossible to achieve due to a lack of sufficient trust and a strong guarantee. But at the Tarot Club, with the witness of Mr. Fool, who possesses godlike power, we can all confidently engage in such transactions. Emlyn's idea seemed to open a new door for everyone. Even Klein marveled, this guy's thought process is really different. I didn't even think of conducting such transactions. Should I collect a certain percentage as a security deposit? Forget it. That would really make the Fool a middleman. First suddenly realized that Laymanos Travels was very suitable for such transactions. I have a mystical item here that I can rent to you. She briefly described the abilities and negative effects of Laymanos Travels, then considered it slightly and said, the rental fee is £50 per day. But there's one requirement, you can freely use the abilities in the book, but when you return it, it must have 2 additional pages of abilities. If you use the demigod level abilities, it must have 4 additional pages of abilities. The abilities recorded from you can be repeated and have no level restrictions. Emlyn was a little surprised, it actually has demigod level abilities. Then this hunt is guaranteed. Even if he encounters a situation like the moon puppet last time, he can easily solve it. Katlia nodded slightly, after all, Miss Magician also has an organization behind her. They can definitely provide her with the opportunity to record demigod level abilities. Alger sighed, Miss Magician's background is not simple. Audrey and Klein's gazes almost simultaneously turned towards Hobert. Those demigod abilities must have been provided by him. Emlyn asked, is it convenient to reveal what those demigod level abilities are? Yes. Furs secretly glanced at Hobert before saying, there are demigod level distortion, disorder, and exploit. Klein and Audrey almost simultaneously thought in their hearts, as expected. Katlia was a little strange, aren't these all abilities of the lawyer pathway? Have the Abraham family members changed pathways? Furs continued, the demigod who recorded these abilities once tested them. Using this level of distortion and disorder on a sequence 6 Beyonder can prevent the opponent from breaking free from the corresponding state for 12 to 15 seconds. Speaking of this, she felt a little proud in her heart. Although this may reveal some information about Hobert's abilities, just like wanting to find a place to talk about how handsome her boyfriend is, Furs has a strong desire to confide in this regard. Or rather, it is not suitable to confide in this information elsewhere. Only at the Tarot Club, when other members do not know Hobert's true identity, is it okay to talk about it without bringing any danger to Hobert. Moreover, Hobert does not object to such a statement. This is equivalent to a public advertisement. If everyone has problems that cannot be solved and it is inconvenient to ask the fool for help, they can request the help of the Emperor. Fair prices and guaranteed after-sales service. Emlyn was a little surprised when he heard this. Are you serious? Then, as long as he can find a way to get close to the hunting target, throwing a disorder over will end the hunt. Then he added, do I really only need to record 4 of my own abilities? Klein nodded slowly. He had personally experienced this. In the process of defeating the 6-winged gargoyle, Hobert used a similar disorder ability, and as a result, that monster did not break free from the state Hobert imposed until it died. Cathlia exclaimed, this is the qualitative change of a demigod. Alger also recalled the process of the Emperor eliminating the 6-winged gargoyle. Sequence 6 is as fragile as a child in front of a demigod. He doesn't have much contact with the Emperor, and he has never met the magician in the real world, so he never thought that these two would be a couple. Furs suddenly remembered one of Hobert's words, so she smiled and responded to Emlyn, this is a benefit of the Tarot Club. But I still want to thank you for providing the mystical item and the explanation just now. After thanking her, Emlyn asked, can you explain the exploit ability again? This is an ability I like very much. Furs smiled and said, it can extend the duration of some states or continuous abilities that are beneficial to oneself. Using sequence 6 as an example, the duration of this level of state or ability can be extended by at least 1.5 times. It can also instantly end all negative effects and mental attacks suffered. If used on enemies, it can end some of their abilities early, such as the Dawn Sword and Dawn Armor summoned by the Dawn Paladin. Moreover, it can also be used on sealed artifacts, such as making a Grade 2 sealed artifact unusable for 5 to 10 seconds, or strengthening and prolonging the consequences and duration of the sealed artifact's negative effects. Klein exclaimed, the main point of this ability is to catch people off guard. I can imagine that if creeping hunger suddenly cannot be used normally, it will not only cause immeasurable consequences but also undermine my confidence in battle. Cathlia frowned and thought, exploit should also be able to end some spells and ritual magic early. This ability is very restraining to my abilities. Fortunately, I haven't encountered a demigod-level lawyer pathway opponent before. After listening to the explanation, Emlyn said, I want to rent this mystical item. I'll start renting it from the day after tomorrow. Furs smiled and said, okay. After this transaction ended, Derek took the initiative to say, I just learned a new piece of information. It turns out that the former chief of City of Silver did not die. He just built a mausoleum for himself and lived in it. However, he hasn't appeared for a long time, so many people, including me, thought he was dead. I heard that the 6-member council is planning to open the former chief's mausoleum. Will such an action bring danger to City of Silver? Hobert suggested, regarding mausoleums, it is easy to associate them with Beyonders of the Death Pathway. That's right. Alger thought so too. Then he asked the son, was your former chief also on the warrior pathway? Little son nodded, yes, he was once a demon hunter. He may have found the corresponding Beyonder characteristics and potion formula and tried to jump to an adjacent pathway. Alger guessed. Then he asked, has there ever been a sequence 3 of the warrior pathway in City of Silver, or in the history of City of Silver? Derek tried hard to think, it seems not, at least not now. Then, can we assume that there is some reason that hinders the advancement of the City of Silver demigods? Alger once again made a guess based on the clues provided by Derek. He said, in order to obtain stronger power, in order to try to find a new way out, perhaps your former chief hoped to be promoted to sequence 3 of an adjacent pathway. Derek nodded, very much agreeing with Mr. Hanged Man's guess. City of Silver has been trying for more than 2,000 years, and there are too many tragic stories. Audrey asked curiously, Mr. Hangman, if the current 6-member council wants to open the former chief's mausoleum, does it mean that his advancement failed? Or is it for other purposes? What kind of consequences will such an action lead to? Derek nodded repeatedly. He also had such questions. Klein glanced at the death card on the bronze long table. Perhaps there was a problem with the former chief's advancement ritual. He thought that the Emperor should also know this, so he didn't let the world take the initiative to remind him. I don't know either. Alger answered while looking at the Emperor again. The meaning was obvious, the knowledgeable Emperor might know the answer. So, Little Son and other members looked at the Emperor again. I heard that the ritual for promoting to sequence 3 of the death pathway requires a mausoleum of one's own. Hobert reminded again, the former chief failed to come out on his own, probably because the advancement process was not very smooth. He said, this is inevitable because no one knows whether the potion formula in the former chief's hand is complete. Even if you know the complete ritual, each advancement after sequence 6 is very dangerous. This is when the role of Beyonder organizations is reflected. As far as I know, there are actually some techniques for designing the ritual during advancement. But City of Silver should not have such information and can only rely on their own exploration. Everyone seemed to see City of Silver, which had been in a state of exploration for more than 2,000 years, gradually becoming majestic as it walked to the present step by step. Hobert said to Derek, there is too little information currently known. It is not clear where the problem is, so there is no way to guess the consequences of this matter. I suggest you inquire more to see if you can get more information. After having more information, everyone will help you analyze it. Derek was slightly stunned. Okay, Mr. Emperor, I will try my best. After this topic ended, the world said to Hobert, you mentioned earlier that the way to temporarily obtain good luck has been answered. You have to wait a little longer to find a suitable opportunity to obtain it. The other party is very satisfied with the price you offered. You can pay in advance, or you can wait until the time is right to pay. Hobert smiled and said, I will offer a sacrifice to Mr. Fool around 5 o'clock. Well, the large amount of cash I acquired from the Beyonder characteristics was also sacrificed at that time. Klein manipulated the world, okay. At this point, this tarot club came to an end. After chatting about some interesting things that happened last week, Klein announced the end of this tarot club. Forsaken Land of the Gods, City of Silver. Returning to the real world, Derek looked at the candle on the table as usual. Fortunately, it was not extinguished. Then he stared at the dim roof for a while. When discussing the former chief's problem, he could feel the respect of other members. He recalled the Emperor's help to him all along, allowing him to conduct transactions with the outside world more conveniently. He believed that the Emperor's help was precisely because of such psychology. This made Derek feel both proud and sad. Pride because City of Silver has never given up. It is commendable to constantly explore and persevere. Sad because they have to do this. Then, Derek thought of the murals displayed by the hanged men. He lay on the bed, and tears flowed uncontrollably. At the tarot club, he had been trying his best to restrain his grief. The pain that he had suppressed in his heart now emerged and became uncontrollable. Derek did not wipe his tears. He vowed that this was the last time he would cry. He vowed that if the sun did not return, he would be the son of City of Silver. He vowed to protect City of Silver forever from the invasion of evil gods such as the True Creator. Northern Continent, Faceac Kingdom, South Colson Area, Green Meadow Manor. Hobert and Furs returned to the real world together again. The two did not rush to get up. Furs held Hobert's hand, thinking about it now, City of Silver is not easy. Yes. Hobert squeezed Furs's soft hand, so help if you can. Then he got up and said, I have to go back to Backlund. I spent too much money at this gathering. Furs smiled and said, but the harvest is not small. Hobert put on his coat and said, well, there are no social engagements tonight. We will have dinner together at the Lord's mansion. Okay. Hobert kissed Furs on the forehead and used traveling to return to Backlund. He opened the safe and started counting money. He calculated that the cost of this tarot club was £28,850, plus £6,500 for acquiring the black-haired baboon and psychedelic wind chime tree yesterday, and £13,000 for helping Little Son purchase the potion formula. The cost for these 2 days was as high as £48,350. And this time, Hobert's income at the tarot club, not counting the 4 Beyonder ingredients from Little Son, and deducting Furs's £500, the final income was £5,500. Then he still needs to sacrifice £42,850 to the Fool. Looking at the gold pounds in the second safe also bottoming out, Hobert couldn't help but sigh, have I been spending too much money lately? This acquisition will take some time to recover the capital, and Hobert is now investing in the construction of Longtail Island at all costs. Although he used Creator Logistics to save a lot of money, he has already invested more than £20,000 in just over a month. The Earl of Light light bulb factory and wire factory have been mass-produced. The initial investment is very large, and Hobert has recently invested more than £20,000. In order to seize the rule of Longtail Island, Hobert has also spent nearly £90,000. Fortunately, with the cooperation of Bishop Jody, about £50,000 have been repatriated so far, otherwise, Hobert's money in the safe would not be enough to pay for this expense at the Tarot Club. Hobert returned to the Nation of Disorder and bestowed upon himself 3 worms of time. As he prepared to leave the Nation of Disorder, he glanced at the £150,000 and over 80,000 gold lire stored there. This money came from large transactions with Miss Sharon and Simpson. because Hobert had plenty of money recently, he hadn't touched these savings. He hesitated for a moment, deciding to leave the deposit untouched for now. There was still around £15,000 in cash in the safe, which should last him for a while. After counting the money and taking the worms of time, it was already past 4:30 p.m. Hobert simply performed the sacrifice to the fool ahead of time. Then, he conducted the bestowal ritual and obtained the Beyonder characteristics and materials traded at the tarot gathering. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he sacrificed the traded items to the Nation of Disorder, sealing what needed to be sealed and shattering what needed to be shattered. By the time he returned to the Lord's Manor in South Colson, it was already past 5 p.m. Furs and Donna were already waiting in the dining room. Hobert smiled and said, "I heard we're having fish tonight." "That's right," Donna replied with a smile. "I caught some big fish at the dockyard island when I was off yesterday." Just as Hobert was about to compliment her, Helen, the captain of the Special Operations Department's second team, hurried in from outside. "Lord. It's fortunate you're at the manor. Something major has happened on the West Bank." Hobert was taken aback. "The Blood Sanctify sect isn't attacking again, are they?" "We can't rule out that possibility," Helen said. "An entire village has already died. Teacher Dunn is also at the scene. He believes it was an attack by an Beyonder of the Death Pathway. Teacher Dunn organized an encirclement once, but they got away. It can't be ruled out that they are helpers hired by the Blood Sanctify sect, because they are very familiar with the situation on the West Bank." Hobert frowned. "You're saying an entire village has died?" "That's right." Hobert stood up and picked up his cane. "We'll go take a look at the West Bank immediately." Furs and Donna wanted to go too, but because Hobert only had one mystical item with travel abilities, he had Helen arrange to pick them up later. Supporting Helen's shoulder, Hobert arrived at the West Bank. They arrived at a valley with lush vegetation, but among the vegetation were many white skeletons. In the distance, there were even small hills made of various bones, about the size of a mound. Dunn, Elliot, and others were not far away. Elliot was the captain of the extraordinary team provided to Hobert by the Balk family, and is currently undergoing training as an official Beyonder in Jeffrey City. Once Elliot completely digests the Baron of Corruption potion, he will take the Mentor of Disorder potion provided by Hobert, becoming a Sequence 5. Because the case required a large number of people, Dunn also called them in for support. In addition, there were several members of the second team, who were the main force investigating the case. After Hobert appeared, Dunn led the team over. "This case needs your help." Then he pointed to a man in his 30s with light yellow hair. "This is Raymond of the second team. His team was the first to discover the Beyonder elements of this incident." Raymond stepped forward and respectfully called out, "Lord." Then he began to report. "In the past week, the security team of Lobie Town has received several similar reports. Basically, people in each village have discovered that someone seems to be lurking around the cemetery at night. The security team in the town sent people to investigate and found that there were cases of corpses being stolen. During the investigation, they encountered attacks similar to zombies, so they handed the case over to the Special Operations Department. After divination, we found that the corpses were actually crawling out of their graves on their own, so we determined that this was a Beyonder case. After careful investigation, we found that anomalies actually started appearing 3 weeks ago. At that time, the corpses of people who died in Lobie Town disappeared, and were found in a very remote place the next day." Hobert was stunned. 3 weeks ago?" Yes. Hobert nodded. It was probably around the time that Mr. Azek came to Jeffrey territory. Although he had only heard the beginning, he could almost be certain that this case was related to an Beyonder in the death domain, and it might not be a helper of the Blood Sanctify sect. After all, the Blood Sanctify sect is not a small organization, and it is unlikely that they would ask Beyonders from other pathways to help them raid Jeffrey territory. To be precise, according to the intelligence gathered in the last few months, the Blood Sanctify sect has only tried to infiltrate Jeffrey territory, and there has been no sign of a large-scale attack. Raymond continued to report that after their investigation and ambush, they found nothing unusual. Until the day before yesterday, Mike reported to the town government. After Raymond and the other two communicated with him, they realized that Mike was already dead. They returned to the village before Mike and found that the people in the village were also dead, but they didn't seem to realize that they were dead and were still working as usual. Raymond and others did not find any useful clues. When they were about to leave the village, they found a pale white skeleton in the village. Just as they were about to pick up the skeleton, it turned into powder in front of them. At the same time, everyone in the village seemed to suddenly realize something. After saying goodbye to their families, or after some unbelievable crying or screaming, they all turned into corpses. Raymond, who had lost the lead, asked Dunn for help. Dunn arrived at the scene in the evening. Based on his experience, the skeleton should have been left in the village by an Beyonder of the death pathway, allowing the villagers to move as zombies. And the corpses that crawled out of the graves before should also be the effect of the skeleton. This inference was made because Dunn took out a map, marked the location of the skeleton, and also marked the locations where cases such as corpses crawling out of the cemetery had occurred before. Obviously, the location of the skeleton was in the very center. Hobert couldn't help but admire after seeing the map marked by Dunn. Professional things should be done by professional people. For such cases, only experienced people like Dunn can quickly sort out the broken clues and find new ones. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 571, Chapter 570 Hobert's Demigod Butler, Bonus 1. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to David Rodriguez for becoming a free member. Based on the limited clues, Dunn made a very logical guess about this bizarre extraordinary case. He also roughly deduced the course of events from the descriptions of the case by Raynette Tyneker and others. About 3 weeks ago, a cloud of black fog covered the village where Mike lived. After the black fog receded, a piece of pale white skeleton remained in the village. From that moment on, the villagers were already dead, but they didn't realize it and continued to work normally. Because the harvest season was not far away, the villagers had little mobility, and no one noticed this for a long time. That piece of skeleton basically affected the corpses of the entire Lobby town. Whether it was a newly deceased corpse or a long-dead corpse, they all turned into zombies. It wasn't until the special operations team intervened and the skeleton disappeared that this effect also disappeared. It was because of the reconstruction of the entire case and the sorting of the clues that Dunn finally guessed that the murderer would definitely return to check after learning that the skeleton had disappeared, and even come back to try to manipulate the corpses of the villagers again. So, under Dunn's organization, Helen and Elliot set up an ambush. As Dunn expected, the black fog appeared again in the early hours of this morning, and the corpses of the villagers turned into zombies again. However, the Beyonder hidden in the black fog was very vigilant, discovered Dunn and others' ambush, and quickly left. Helen and others immediately launched a pursuit. The other party knew the uninhabited mountainous areas like the back of their hand, so Helen guessed that it was someone from the blood sanctification sect who was helping him. They chased until noon today, but the other party still escaped. However, in the process of chasing, they found some new clues, which can quickly start a new round of pursuit. The reason for calling Hobert to help is because in the process of the pursuit, the Beyonders of the Special Operations team had a fight with the other party. Helen discovered that the other party actually showed the ability of a demigod. Fortunately, the second squad had a large number of people, and there was a Grade 2 sealed artifact provided by the Lord's Manor, so only people were injured, but there were no casualties. Dunn pointed to the pile of white bones like a hill, that should be some skeletons collected by the other party from the surrounding area. I just checked it, and most of them are animals. According to divination, this pile of bones is closely related to the murderer, but the other party should have a certain anti-divination ability, and it is impossible to use these bones to divine the murderer's location. However, we can also find traces of the other party through other methods of divination. The skeleton lord is not a demigod in the strict sense, but there are always some animals, insects, and other creatures dying in the places it passes. So, the astrologer only needs to divine this kind of unnatural death to find some clues. Hobert looked at the pile of bones and suddenly remembered something. He asked Dunn, "Have you heard of the Beyonder creature called Skeleton Lord?" Dunn thought for a while and shook his head. Hobert thought it was also true. Dunn was only a captain-level official Beyonder before his death, and should not have access to information at this level. Logically speaking, Helen's level in the Theosophy Order is higher than Dunn's, but organizations like the Theosophy Order are far behind the Orthodox churches in terms of intelligence. Helen also doesn't know anything about the Skeleton Lord. Hobert then explained, "I received information last year that there may be a Skeleton Lord in the southern Colson area, or rather, one. And the eyes of the Skeleton Lord are said to be one of the main ingredients for Sequence 4 of the Death Pathway." Hobert didn't know how long the gatekeeper, who died in the room where the ancient Death's corpse was parked, had been dead. After coming to southern Colson, he had never heard any rumors about the Skeleton Lord, so Hobert thought it had already left here. Who knew that the Skeleton Lord was still hiding in the deep mountains? Dunn nodded, "I see. That makes sense. Why the murderer still chose to escape despite having the ability of a demigod." During the previous siege, Dunn, Helen, and others had already realized that if the murderer was a demigod, there was no need to escape at all. After all, the Special Operations team only has Helen, a Sequence 5, in the southern Colson area at this time. A demigod can wipe them out. So Dunn and others guessed that the other party might be a Sequence 5, but it is very likely that they have a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Calling Hobert was to deal with that Grade 1 sealed artifact. Now that they know what the murderer is, it's even easier to handle. Immediately, the group followed the clues and began a new siege. After discussing a few words with the astrologer, Hobert found that their divination results were not as useful as his own connection. After all, the level is higher. So in the next action, Hobert looked for clues in front. During the continued pursuit, Hobert said to Helen, "After this case is over, I will apply for certain permissions for you. In the future, if you need a grade 1 sealed artifact, you can pray to the creator and prepare the bestowal ritual to obtain the help of the corresponding sealed artifact. After solving the problem, you can sacrifice it to the creator again. Helen was a little surprised. That's a grade 1 sealed artifact. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the sealed artifact and run away? Then she shook her head and smiled. In that case, I would definitely die miserably. So Helen nodded, yes. In the subsequent search process, they found 2 more piles of bones, but they couldn't find the skeleton lord, even late at night. At this time, Dunn's previous method of drawing a map came into play again. He believed that these piles of bones must have some special significance for the skeleton lord. Since the other party is a duke, wouldn't these piles of bones prove that this is part of its rule? You can try using the map again to find further clues. After marking the locations of the 3 skeleton piles, they found the rules for the placement of the skeleton piles. Although they are in different directions, they have a common center point. Everyone once again marveled at the practicality of this method. Dunn took the opportunity to explain to everyone that this method is only useful in specific environments, such as this kind of beyonder creature with territorial awareness, but it is not omnipotent. In any case, everyone was very impressed with the experience Dunn showed. It was already late at night. In order to prevent the skeleton lord from going out to attack the villagers again, everyone lit their kerosene lamps and searched overnight. This level of beyonder creature has at least the intelligence of a normal person. It knows that although it has been discovered, as long as it returns to its long-established territory, it will not be afraid of those beyonders below the demigod level. After crossing another mountain peak, everyone found a small town with a pale white light in the mountain. There seemed to be many pedestrians on the streets there. If it weren't for the abnormal color of the lights, it would look like a mountain town with a rich nightlife. However, although this town looks crowded, there is no sound at all, and there are not only pedestrians on the streets, but also some wild animals. This made the term ghost market appear in Hobert's mind. When everyone saw that town, everyone seemed to have an illusion that the town also saw them. Without time to rest, the beyonders of the Special Operations team immediately launched a surprise attack. Furs and Donna, who came with them, also joined the attack. Hobert winked at Furs. Furs understood and kept protecting Donna, who seemed a little excited. When they got close to the town, a faint smell of decay wafted over. Everyone found that the residents of the town seemed to have encountered foreign enemies and spontaneously organized to meet the enemy. Most of them are ordinary zombies. Some are still intact, and some can already see bones. There are also some dead beyonders mixed in. Helen, Elliot and others were ready to face a fierce battle. But just as the 2 sides were about to fight, Hobert, who was rushing in the front, suddenly drew out his rapier and cut open an underworld gate. The zombies seemed to have seen terrifying things that they had never seen before in their lives and after their deaths, and they all turned their heads and ran. But after running a few steps, they fell down in pieces and turned into normal corpses. Only a few zombies who used to be beyonders of the death pathway were still holding on, but they couldn't even stand up under the pressure shown by the rapier. The members of the Special Operations Department, such as Helen, were stunned for a full 3 seconds before they came back to their senses and stepped forward to eliminate these persistent zombies. At this time, a burst of black mist emerged from the underground of the town. Helen and others retreated backwards and stood ready. Hobert stepped forward and said, "Everyone, withdraw from the town, I will deal with it." Helen sighed in her heart, "Is this a demigod?" A beyonder battle was resolved by the other party like this. While thinking, she organized everyone to withdraw from the town. Donna, who originally wanted to show off her skills, was just panting from running during the charge, and didn't even touch the corner of the enemy's clothes before she had to withdraw from the town. She looked at Hobert, who was going deep into the town alone. "I didn't expect Hobert to be so powerful." Furs just smiled and said nothing. Then Furs also looked at Hobert's back, with some worry in his eyes. But it was not worried that Hobert could not solve the skeleton lord, but worried about Hobert's current duties. The risks that a demigod has to bear are greater than when he was a Sequence 5. Hobert in the town distorted the grey mist. A passage appeared in front of him. He walked step by step into the black mist containing the aura of death. Hobert remembered that when fighting the feathered serpent on that island, it had also spewed out a black mist from its body. But upon reaching the level of an angel, those of the death pathway are usually surrounded only by grey mist, perhaps because angels of this pathway are closer to the underworld. Through the channel distorted open, Hobert seemed to see the pale white manor house, and a skeleton sitting on a throne, with giant pale white bones and a pair of scarlet eyes. It felt like with every step forward, the figure of that skeleton grew larger. Hobert also exuded the majesty of the Earl of the Fallen, and transformed the thin sword in his hand into a normal sword, raising it high above his head. The skeleton's figure returned to its original size, and the surrounding black mist seemed to thin slightly. Hobert saw the skeleton sitting on the throne slowly rise, and then, it ran. Hobert was stunned for a moment. It really ran. And it ran into the underworld. He quickly chased after it, once again using the thin sword to cut open an underworld gate, and followed it into the underworld. Previously, when fighting the feathered serpent, he had half-willingly entered the underworld once. The underworld is clearly different from the spirit world. First of all, the underworld is cold and biting, and as soon as you enter, it attracts a large number of ghosts. They don't come to watch the excitement, but to see if there is a chance to kill Hobert and then use his body to return to the real world. Even if this is not a death pathway beyonder, their corpses will rot after death, and they will have to return to the underworld after a few days, but those who can become ghosts all desperately want to return to the real world to fulfill their regrets from their lifetime. The ghosts here are also slightly different from the ghosts in the real world. In the real world, ghosts are basically beyonders or involve beyonder factors. Most of the ghosts in the underworld are formed by ordinary people. They are the residents here, having lost most of their memories and the concept of time. Theoretically speaking, the god of death could turn these ghosts into normal spirits and make them disappear from the underworld, but the god of death has been fallen for a long time. Besides ghosts, there are various special undead in the shape of skeletons and zombies, such as Hant and Maximilian, who have established contracts with Hobert. Many natural spirits can also freely enter and exit the underworld, and their appearances are often bizarre. Except for the beyonders of the death pathway, beyonders of other pathways are very dangerous here. But Hobert is different, because he has Mr. Azek's mark, so it is more convenient for him to move here than in the spirit world. Even without Mr. Azek's mark, just holding his own thin sword makes the ghosts dare not approach him. As soon as Hobert stepped into the underworld, he used the special mark on his body to mobilize part of the power of the underworld to find the skeleton lord, and then he distorted it to catch up with him. The skeleton lord seemed to realize something and quickly left the underworld. Hobert also chased closely and left the underworld. There was no moon tonight. After coming out of the underworld, Hobert quickly adapted to the surrounding dark environment and found that this was the location of one of the bone piles. The skeleton lord should have felt the suppression of Hobert himself and that thin sword on it, and was still running away desperately. Weaken. Hobert added negative effects to the opponent while twisting the distance again, and the thin sword in his hand suddenly lengthened, piercing into the opponent's bones. But the skeleton lord did not stop. Hobert realized that this guy might not have pain. So he injected his spirituality into 1-109, and his right fist was covered with a layer of orange light, slaughter. He shattered the skeleton lord with one punch. Hobert didn't expect the opponent to be so weak. Just as he was about to step forward to crush the opponent's head and collect the pair of scarlet eyes, suddenly, the scarlet eyes quickly dimmed and finally disappeared without a trace. Even the pale white light on its bones disappeared. All this happened so fast that almost in the blink of an eye, the skeleton lord became like an ordinary skeleton. Hobert even squatted down to check. It was like a corpse that had been left in the wilderness for who knows how many years, and eventually the flesh and blood rotted away, leaving only bones. Hobert frowned. Could it be that collecting the skeleton lord's eyes requires certain specific conditions? If the conditions are not met, nothing can be collected. That's not right. Hobert then thought that even if he couldn't collect beyonder ingredients, there should be beyonder characteristics extracted, right? Now there is nothing, which is very strange. Suddenly, Hobert looked at the bone piles not far away. The astrologer had once divined that these bone piles were closely related to the skeleton lord. Hobert seemed to have thought of something, and injected his spirituality into 1-109. Two thick flames extended from his back, quickly forming dozens of fire crows, and whizzed into the bone pile. Whoosh! The bone pile was quickly lit, and after burning, it emitted an eerie green flame like a ghost fire. Hobert immediately used travel to reach the location of another bone pile. Here, he really saw the skeleton lord standing up from the bone pile. Hobert smiled. No wonder the main material is the scarlet eyes. Or rather, the so-called skeleton lord is just a pair of eyes. Whichever skeleton these eyes are on, that skeleton is the skeleton lord. Well, that might not be right either. You should have used some ritual or method to make those skeletons have a certain connection with you, so that you can possess those skeletons. The skeleton lord only had a skeleton frame and could not speak. Its teeth, which were opening and closing at this moment, were enough to express its surprise. Did he discover this secret so quickly? The two flames reappeared behind Hobert, and dozens of fire crows drilled into the bone pile in front of him again. The skeleton lord jumped out of the eerie green flames, and Hobert stepped forward, exploit. At the same time, he punched out, knocking the opponent's head to the ground. When the skeleton lord jumped out of the flames just now, its eyes showed a tendency to dim again, but Hobert's ability to exploit extended the time for the skeleton lord to transfer to other skeletons. Hobert quickly turned the staff head into a box, and at the same time bent down, his other hand clenched his fist and smashed the skeleton lord's head, and picked up two scarlet eyeballs, and threw them into the box as quickly as possible. 1 or 2 seconds later, the skeleton lord, or rather the two eyeballs, seemed to finally realize that they had failed to enter another skeleton. It bounced around in the box, but could not break through the barrier set by Hobert. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief. He finally caught this guy. For him, with the thin sword and Mr. Azek's mark, he had a lot of restraint against both the death pathway beyonders and beyonder creatures, so it was not difficult to solve a skeleton lord. Even without these cheating-like advantages, Hobert was half a sequence higher than the skeleton lord. But what Hobert didn't expect was that the skeleton lord could actually borrow a corpse to return the soul. Looking at the scattered skeletons on the ground again, because the skeleton lord had failed to leave just now, those skeletons still looked taller and more mighty than normal human skeletons, and the pale white color on them had not been lost. Hobert remembered that the auxiliary ingredients seemed to require the bone powder of the skeleton lord, so he sacrificed these skeletons and the eyeballs in the box to the Nation of Disorder. After entering the Nation of Disorder, the pair of eyes became very well behaved and honest. Hobert opened the box and wondered how to kill it, but he immediately realized that the eyes seemed to be already dead. This may be a common problem encountered by the death pathway, how to kill the dead again. Hobert smiled and decided to leave this difficult problem to Dofus. He returned to the real world and used travel to reach the third bone pile, and burned and destroyed this bone pile as well. Returning to the town in the hollow, Hobert told everyone that he had solved the skeleton lord, and asked everyone to pile up the corpses here and burn them. Half of the beyonder characteristics would be handed over to the lord's mansion, and half would be everyone's merit. Although tonight's battle meant that everyone just followed the lord in the mountains for half the night, they had started running around for this case early this morning. Even Raymond and others had started investigating this case a few days ago. When Hobert joined the action, the case had been sorted out almost completely. These credits should not be ignored. Hobert's decision made everyone very happy, because this time they had harvested 11 beyonder characteristics. Even if only half of them were taken and everyone had to share, they could still get a lot of merit. After all, this was not a beyonder battle, but just a beyonder case investigation during peacetime. After burning the corpses, they returned to the lord's mansion, and it was already late at night. However, the chef knew that the lord and the lord's wife had not had dinner, so he waited for Hobert and the other two to return. Hobert saw that the fish brought up by the servant was still hot, thanked the chef and the servant a few times, and was about to eat, but saw the dead fish eyes on the fish head. This made Hobert think of the skeleton lord's eyeballs that he had thrown in the Nation of Disorder, and he suddenly lost his appetite. Forcing himself to eat a few bites, Hobert said to Furs, who was obviously hungry and had already eaten half of the fish in big mouthfuls, "I plan to give the beyonder ingredients formed by the skeleton lord to Mr. Dofus." Furs was slightly stunned at first, then smiled and said, "I have no objections." Hobert simply put down his knife and fork and began to talk about the past event. "Last year, I explored a ruin with Mr. Dofus, and found a Grade 1 sealed artifact in the ruin. That so-called Grade 1 sealed artifact was the Blackhound spirit beast that was currently being held in Misty Town. At that time, with our abilities, there was no way to obtain the sealed artifact. Hobert only spoke of the general situation. We agreed to explore it together after we were both promoted, but I encountered Mr. Azek and explored that ruin with him. Because of this exploration, I became very familiar with that sealed artifact. Later, I used an opportunity to obtain that Grade 1 sealed artifact." At this time, Furs and Donna stopped eating and were listening to Hobert's past. Furs only learned today that Hobert and Dofus had actually been on an exploration mission together. "I've always felt like I owed Mr. Dofus a favor for this matter," Hobert said. "Back then, we discovered clues about the skeleton lord in that ruin. I wanted to give this main ingredient for advancement to demigod to Mr. Dofus to repay this favor. But after being in South Colson for so long, I haven't found any clues about the skeleton lord. I thought I would have to repay this favor in other ways." Furs expressed her understanding and was also willing to listen to Hobert's past. "Now it's good, we can just hand this main ingredient to Mr. Dofus." Hobert smiled slightly. "I'll go back to Backlund after I finish eating, and I'll come to accompany you again tomorrow night." Seeing that the story was over, Danitz picked up his knife and fork again. What was that saying again? "Oh, right, averted a great battle." Furs blushed slightly, then looked at Danitz with a wry smile. Hobert glanced at him. "No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." After having dinner together, Hobert chatted with Furs for a few more words before returning to Backlund. After resting for a while, it was already past 5 in the morning. He first used bestowal to bring the skeleton lord's eyes and a piece of the skeleton lord's bone to the real world. Hobert discovered that the eyes were very well behaved even when they arrived in the real world. Knocking on Dofus's door, the butler of the Earl's mansion was indeed already awake. Hobert said with a smile, "I've brought you a gift." Dofus looked at the box in Hobert's hand, seeming to sense something. "What reward should I give you?" "No reward is needed," Hobert said with a smile. "I've already obtained the sealed artifact from the ruins outside Backlund." He raised the box in his hand. "It should have been yours in the first place." The expressionless Dofus did not decline, but said, "I will advance this morning and need your help." Hobert smiled and said, "No problem." It turned out that the other materials were already prepared, leaving only the materials related to the skeleton lord. Originally, he was supposed to go to the MI9 office today, but it was clear that Dofus's advancement was more important, so Hobert simply took a leave of absence. After breakfast, the two came to Hobert's study, and Dofus began to use the measuring cylinders and balances here to prepare the potion. Dofus first added auxiliary ingredients to the beaker. The bone powder of the skeleton lord was freshly ground. Even when ground into bone powder, it still looked faintly pale white. Hobert felt that this should be a very good spiritual material from the death pathway, so he said, I still have some bones of the skeleton lord there. I can give you some more if you need them. Dofus shook his head, it's not very useful to me. Then he explained, the bone powder of the skeleton lord is much better in effect and experience than mummy powder, and it is effective for a week after taking it once. Hobert seemed to see a wave of gold pounds crashing towards him. He smiled and said, this is good news for the nobles. Then he had to state, it's not very useful to me either. In this regard, the exploit ability is much more useful than these drugs, but in order to pursue a passionate experience, Hobert actually doesn't use exploit very much. Dofus continued to prepare the potion, adding 20 grams of skeleton lord's bone powder, a pair of antennae of the grey spirit moth, a 3-colored undead flower, and 30 milliliters of zombie brain fluid to the beaker. Then he began to add the main ingredient, first adding a snow-white crystal, and then Hobert saw the scarlet eyes of the skeleton lord again. But Dofus did not add it immediately, but waited for the snow-white crystal to dissolve first. Hobert reminded, it's best to add it quickly, otherwise it will easily burrow into the surrounding skeletons. It can only do this in its territory, Dofus explained. There need to be many corpses and skeletons around it before it can gradually create its own territory. Hobert nodded slightly, I see. After preparing the grey-white potion, Dofus held the potion and said to Hobert, I need you to do me 2 favors. Tell me. First, kill me within 10 seconds of drinking the potion. Hobert was slightly stunned, are you sure this is helping? This is clearly sending you on your way. Then Hobert recalled that the ritual for advancing to undying was to become a dead person. Before, when he saw this ritual, he guessed that it might be using some means to become a dead person in the mystical sense. He didn't expect that before becoming undying, one had to really die once. Dofus continued to say his request, don't let my body suffer too serious damage. Hobert asked, what is considered too serious damage? For example, dismembering and mincing, and for example. Hobert raised his hand, I'm not that perverted. Dofus nodded, second, after I become an undying, I will lose my memory. I will only be able to recover some important memories in the next month. But I have already left relevant diaries and notes. You need to take me to my room and let Sefirah take over my work for the next month. Hobert asked strangely, can you recover your memory in a month? He remembered that Mr. Azek would take many years to gradually recover his memory. I can only recover important memories within a month, Dofus explained. But as the number of times I die increases, the process of recovering my memory will become slower and slower. In addition, writing diaries and notes in advance will greatly help in recovering my memory. Hobert nodded slowly. He realized that Mr. Azek's strength had regressed to the undying state for some reason, and it must have been quite sudden, which did not give him enough time to prepare. I understand, Hobert said. I hope you don't even forget how to read and write by then. According to some information I have seen, most of the time I will not forget some things that are more inclined to instinct. If I really forget the ability to read and write the first time I am resurrected, it means I am extremely talented, Dofus said. But even if I forget how to read and write, I will understand the meaning of the words after seeing them. I have also left relevant teaching materials that can allow me to quickly restore my reading and writing ability. In the first few days, I only need Sefirah to send food to my room on time. Hobert nodded, in other words, the more you forget, the higher your talent. Then he realized that Dofus had been preparing for today's advancement for a long time, let's start. Leave the rest to me. Dofus took a deep breath and solemnly drank the potion in his hand. Hobert stared at Dofus's Adam's apple. Seeing him swallow the potion, he slapped his head out of a 360-degree rotation. Dofus almost didn't struggle, and fell cleanly to the ground twitching. Hobert waited quietly for Dofus's resurrection. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Hobert was about to suspect that he had really killed the other party when he finally saw the muscles and bones on Dofus's neck begin to twist. After 4 or 5 minutes, Dofus's head turned back 360 degrees, and there was some brilliance in his wide eyes again. Then Dofus resumed breathing, tried to move his hands and feet, and slowly got up to face Hobert face to face. After staring at each other for a while, Dofus's eyes gradually became confused and fearful. He opened his mouth, where, you, who. Hobert discovered that the other party had lost the ability to connect languages. According to your theory just now, you are very talented. Then he smiled, do you want to ask who I am? Have you forgotten? I am your father. Dofus obviously didn't quite understand Hobert's meaning, and was a little unresponsive for a while. Hobert smiled, Your expression is so rich now, it's much better than always having a cold face. To be honest, I always felt that you were already a dead person before you became an undying dot. He got up and gently carried Dofus on his shoulders. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore, I'll send you back. In front of Dofus's desk, there were indeed many diaries and notes piled up. On the desk, there was also an open notebook, which was obviously the first one to read. Hobert pressed Dofus, who was like a child, on the chair and let him read the notes himself. Then he instructed Serena to pay more attention to Dofus during this period and report any situation to him in time. As for the other servants, don't let them approach Dofus for the time being. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of May. On this day, a construction team came to Order Square and erected a tall iron pole in the center of the square, with a pumpkin-sized light bulb on top of the iron pole. At this time, most people didn't recognize light bulbs and assumed that Order Square was adding some new building. Curious people went to ask, and there were dedicated people in the construction team explaining, "This is Earl's Light." The vast majority of people didn't understand the meaning of this sentence and assumed that the new building was a donation from some earl. After preliminary experiments, the staff set up a rain shelter, seemingly planning to stay there for a while. Until dusk, as night fell, the gas lamps around Order Square were lit. Gradually, the fog of Backlund made Order Square hazy. Many people who had finished their day's work, after dinner, strolled to the square chatting and laughing. Just then, something seemed to light up in the middle of the square, getting brighter and brighter, eventually becoming dazzling. The strong light it emitted pierced through the fog, illuminating the entire Order Square, making the gas lamps as dim as fireflies in comparison. Most of the people strolling in Order Square had never seen the full view of the square at night, but now they did. Even leaving the square and walking down a street, they could still see the light in the square. Further away, some even thought that the fog in Backlund wasn't too thick today, so they were seeing the moonlight tonight. The first to recover were the people in the square. Some panicked and hurried home with their wives and children. Others were very curious about what it was and cautiously went to check it out. As a result, they found that many people were already asking questions under the bright light, with staff maintaining order and loudly explaining with a megaphone, "This is Earl's Light, a light bulb that brings light to Backlund." At the same time, there was a product display, with many fist-sized light bulbs lit up. They were also very bright, giving people the illusion of still being in daylight. The staff shouted emotionally, "Buy the light bulbs and hang them on the roof, and the whole room will be as bright as day." The light bulbs aren't expensive either, only 8 pence each. If used for 2 hours a day, they can last for a year and a half. Please keep the receipt. If it breaks within 1 month from the date of purchase, you can exchange it for a new one at our sales department. Although he introduced it vigorously, no one bought it. Everyone was basically watching the excitement and learning about this novelty. Some people asked questions repeatedly, asking if the light bulb burned gas. Some people asked what electricity was and how to obtain it. The staff patiently explained it again and again. That night, Order Square was very lively. The display of large electric lights gave many people the feeling of watching a wonderful circus. By late at night, everyone noticed that the huge light bulb had not been extinguished. A few people who knew what light bulbs were like were very strange. How is this a little different from the light bulbs I've seen? In the second half of the night, residents around Order Square got up to go to the toilet and saw that the electric lights in the square were still on. While going to the toilet, they muttered, "This is big news, it will definitely be published in tomorrow's Backlund Morning Post." However, the next day's Backlund Morning Post did not publish the kind of advertising advancement. However, a piece of apology news aroused the curiosity of many people. The general meaning of this report was that the Earl's Light Factory's experiment on light bulbs in Order Square was complained about by nearby residents. Because the light bulb was too bright, it kept people from sleeping. In response, the Earl's Light Factory published an apology to the residents around Order Square. Then, it briefly introduced the experiment, saying that there had been a new breakthrough in the research on light bulbs, which made the lifespan of the light bulbs very long. In order to verify this major new breakthrough, this experiment was designed. Finally, it said that for the future of Backlund, and to give Backlund light, please ask the residents around Order Square to be patient for the next 2 months, because according to the estimate, the light that has been on will only last for 2 months at most before it goes out. For a time, everyone was talking about this report and was full of curiosity about the experiment in progress. In terms of public opinion, Hobert absolutely crushes the advertising industry in this world. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 572, Chapter 571, Earl's Light Bulb Released, Bonus 2. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Polkesh Shrivas for becoming a free member. Hobert was very clear that if normal advertising methods were used, people would first think it was an advertisement and wouldn't bother to read it carefully. Secondly, a large amount of space would be needed to explain what a light bulb is, what electricity is, and so on, and very few people would read to the end. So it would be better to promote it lightly with this kind of apology, and it must be stated that the residents around Order Square had to complain to the relevant departments before they had to publish an apology in the newspaper. But the light bulb only lit up yesterday. How could people complain so quickly? When did the bureaucracy of the Lone Kingdom operate so fast? This was purely a show that Hobert had arranged in advance, but because the method was novel, it easily achieved the desired effect. At this time, for gentlemen and ladies, newspapers are an important channel for obtaining information, so if everyone has time, they usually read most of the newspaper while eating breakfast, so they have topics to chat with colleagues. So today in Backlund, most of the middle class knew about the experiment in Order Square. And they used their limited knowledge to explain new things such as electricity and light bulbs. This was a large-scale popularization of electrical knowledge. Although the direction of the popularization was not necessarily correct, they spontaneously learned the basic knowledge of electricity and light bulbs. When passing through Order Square, everyone would also look at the light bulb that was still lit in the center of the square. Even during the day, its brightness was clearly visible. For 2 or 3 days in a row, the topic of light bulbs was relatively popular. But after 4 or 5 days, the popularity of this topic basically passed. At this time, the Backlund newspapers published another piece of information, that a professor in the scientific community criticized the Earl's Light Factory, saying that their reports were untrue. Because according to normal logic, the lifespan of a light bulb should not exceed 10 days. Not only that, the lifespan of most light bulbs is only a few minutes, a few hours. Then he began to list his data from some experiments, telling everyone the true lifespan of light bulbs, and telling everyone not to believe the previous false reports. When the report came out, everyone didn't think much of it at first. But in the evening, the Backlund evening newspapers followed up with a report, saying that the Earl's Light bulb factory had found the professor who made the critical remarks this morning, and made a £3,000 bet with him. As long as the lifespan of the experimental light bulb can exceed 10 days, the professor will have to compensate the Earl's Light Factory £3,000 for reputational damage, and publish an apology in the newspaper. If the large light bulb goes out within 10 days, the Earl's Light Factory will donate £3,000 to the other party for scientific research sponsorship. This immediately made everyone start to pay attention to this matter again. First of all, this was a dispute and a bet, which easily aroused the appetite of gentlemen and ladies, as well as the curiosity to watch the excitement. Secondly, this bet amount is the amount most likely to make the middle class fantasize. With their income, they certainly understand what £3,000 is. With this money, they would have their own set of housing, or rent a larger house, and own their own carriage. In short, it would improve their lives by a notch. If the bet amount is £10,000 or tens of thousands of pounds, it would indeed be more surprising, but they don't have a practical concept of this amount of pounds. That night, many people ran to the square to ask how many days the light bulb had been lit, and the people who came to the square to watch were even more crowded. The next day, the topic of Earl's light bulbs became popular again, and everyone was discussing how many days the light bulb could last. Some curious gentlemen would even visit their friends in the scientific community to solve their doubts and complete a middle-class social visit. Many ladies also wrote letters to their classmates or friends with relevant knowledge to connect with each other. The answers they got were basically the same. As the professor who criticized the Earl's Light Factory said, under normal circumstances, it is difficult for any light bulb to last more than 10 days. However, combined with previous reports, many people in the scientific community have guessed that the Earl's Light Factory should have found a new material for manufacturing filaments, and the specific results will have to be determined after this bet is over. For a while, the relatively marginalized scientific community suddenly became a popular topic in Backlund. At the dance or banquet held in June, be sure to invite a friend from the scientific community to explain the knowledge involved in this bet to everyone. This will make the host very respectable. And those scientific workers or scholars who are usually unknown are very grateful for this dispute, which has made them become very popular. Nobles such as Earl Hall also began to pay attention to this matter. Earl Hall even pointed to the newspaper and said to his good friend Earl Wolf, "This is definitely a commercial advancement that can be written into business school textbooks." After Klein saw the relevant reports, he also muttered in his heart, "No wonder the devotees of the Creator regard the draft left by Emperor Roselle as a treasure. It does leave a lot of advanced concepts in it." East Borough, 19 White Whale Street. This is a very dilapidated apartment. Emlyn had been patiently squatting here for a day. Through the clues provided by Miss Magician, he had indeed found 2 targets in this hunting competition, Gallus Kevin and Argos. By dusk, he finally waited for Argos to leave, and now only Gallus was in the room. This was a very good opportunity. Emlyn waited for more than 10 minutes and did not see Argos return. He decided to take action. Emlyn covered the smell of his body by taking extraordinary potions and spraying potions, and then sprayed potions that could temporarily hide his body. Taking out the Laymanos Travels, he first found the astrological interference ability belonging to the astrologer, so that the other party's spirituality could not find him in time. Taking a few deep breaths, Emlyn, who rarely participated in extraordinary battles, once again recalled the battle plan that had been deduced countless times in his mind. The action began. He came to Gallus's door at his fastest speed. The Laymanos Travels was turned to the page with the opening ability. Emlyn pressed his palm against the wall and opened a virtual door without substance. He rushed in and quickly found Gallus's location. At this time, the Laymanos Travels had been turned to the page with the Chaos ability. Gallus didn't understand what was going on and fell into a state of disorder. Emlyn quickly stepped forward, distorted Gallus's cervical spine with the hand that didn't hold the book, and then pulled off his head with force. Gallus's headless body fell down, and blood spurted everywhere. Emlyn's calm expression was quickly replaced by a look of astonishment. He looked down at the head in his hand in disbelief, and saw Gallus's bewilderment. This guy didn't understand what was going on until the moment he died. So simple. So easy. Although Emlyn was very proud, he didn't think he could kill a competition target so easily. But the fact told him that it was that simple. Emlyn glanced at the Laymanos Travels again. What he used just now was not the demigod level disorder, but the disorder in the middle pages that could record the abilities of the mid-sequence. After becoming a demigod, Hobert can also control the disorder at the sequence 5 level. After all, 3 pages can record the abilities of the demigod level, so this Laymanos Travels also records many lawyer pathway abilities at the sequence 5 level. The disorder at the sequence 5 level can last for 3 or 4 seconds for an beyonder at sequence 6 or sequence 7, and Emlyn only used this much time from the beginning of the action to the success of the hunting. In addition to emotion, Emlyn found a small wooden box and some waste newspapers from the house, and squatted next to him waiting for the beyonder characteristics to be extracted. Just after 2 or 3 minutes, Emlyn suddenly looked up at the door. Although the house was full of blood, it still did not affect him smelling Argos's smell. He's back so soon. For a time, Emlyn was a little nervous, wondering how to deal with the situation. Bang. Argos knocked on the door outside, and then stopped making any noise. Emlyn immediately understood that the other party smelled the blood and had noticed something was wrong in the apartment. What to do? Rush out and solve him. No, this will be seen and will be caught by official beyonders. Emlyn instinctively took out the potion and hit himself again. He suddenly had an inspiration, put Gallus's head on the bed, and hid himself in the corner, which made the room present a scene where the assassination was completed and the murderer had escaped. As soon as he hid, the window on the terrace was opened, and Argos jumped in from outside. In the room, Argos saw the body of his companion. He frowned at first, but when he saw the stack of newspapers and the small wooden box, his pupils shrank. Not good. Emlyn then remembered that he had forgotten to cover the wooden box. Argos almost didn't think about it, and illusory wings grew on his back, and immediately flew to the balcony. Emlyn quickly went to flip through Laymanos Travels. Paw. But because he turned too quickly, he dropped it on the ground. When he picked it up again, Argos had already flown out of the window, landed on the street in the surprised eyes of many people, and quickly fled. Emlyn really wanted to slap himself at this time, and made such a low-level mistake. But it was too late to chase him now. Emlyn was about to put away Gallus's head and retreat. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, turned to the page recording the demigod-level distortion, and he said to himself, try it. Once again injecting spirituality into the Laymanos Travels, the mysterious symbols recorded on this page suddenly distorted and disappeared into the void. At the same time, Emlyn actually sensed Argos, who had run 300 or 400 meters away. He immediately distorted the other party's intention, turning escape into charge. Argos, who was on the street, suddenly turned around and ran towards Emlyn at a speed that seemed to run out of afterimages. Emlyn was stunned. It really works. That's 300 or 400 meters. Not 3 or 4 meters, nor 30 or 40 meters. This is the ability of a demigod. It is estimated that if the demigod himself uses it, he may be able to attack targets within 500 meters. Emlyn realized that he was too conservative just now. He should have used the demigod-level disorder outside the apartment, and then swaggered upstairs and entered the room to solve the target. When he saw Argos running back with a look of horror, Emlyn finally breathed a sigh of relief, and once again gave the other party a disorder, easily killing the other party. Taking a few deep breaths, the strong smell of blood made Emlyn quickly regain his composure. It's over, it's another instant kill. This made him realize once again that Miss Magician's background was not simple, and then Emlyn's mouth rose. No wonder the ancestor asked me to join the tarot club. This is definitely a gathering prepared to welcome the end of the world. There were footsteps outside, and someone may have called the police. Emlyn quickly began to clean up the scene, cleaning up his own traces to avoid being found by official beyonders. When he left with the target's head and beyonder characteristics and got on a taxi carriage, he still had an unbelievable feeling when he recalled the experience just now. On the night of June 9th, the 10-day deadline arrived, and Order Square became crowded again. At 6 p.m., the light bulb was on. At 7 o'clock, it was still on. At 8 o'clock, it was still on. At 9 o'clock, the brightness of the light bulb was still normal. No one knows who started cheering and applauding first. They seemed to be celebrating something, but they didn't know exactly what they were celebrating. In short, they felt like they had witnessed something. Hobert in the crowd also applauded. He smiled slightly, but he knew what he was celebrating. The next day, June 10th, the so-called professor published an apology to the Earl's Light factory, saying that he had made a rash conclusion without understanding the facts, which had a very bad impact on this company that symbolizes Backlund's vigor and future, and so on. At the end of the report, the professor also speculated that with the new technology found by Earl's Light, the lifespan of their light bulbs should be between 1,000 and 1,300 hours. The gentlemen and ladies who read this report immediately calculated that if they use it for 2 hours a day, this light bulb can actually be used for 500 days. Even if the professor's calculation is not accurate, 800 hours should be able to be used, right? That can also be used for 400 days. Of course, it is impossible to use it on time and in quantity every day, and it will definitely be used more occasionally. Then it should be no problem to use it for 10 months, and if you think about it, this lifespan is quite long. So far, the topic of light bulbs has reached enough popularity. On June 11th, a report on the official sale of Earl's Light light bulbs once again fermented this topic. The report stated that the products of Earl's Light have been inspected by relevant departments and have passed all national standards certifications. Although everyone doesn't quite understand those inspections and standards, they look very powerful. The report also stated that in response to everyone's requirements and expectations, the Earl's Light factory decided to pre-sell light bulb products on the 15th of this month. In the first 3 months of sales, there would be dedicated sales stores, and after 3 months, the light bulb company would seek cooperation with major department stores. Household light bulbs are priced at 6, 8, and 10 pence, depending on the brightness. As for obtaining electricity, users around the Empress Borough can have electric wires installed for free, and only need to pay electricity bills regularly. The cost of electricity, based on 3 hours of use per day, is about 1 3/4 of a penny per day. For users in other areas, the Earl's Light factory can provide battery services. Light bulbs and household wires are also installed for free. Each battery pack can power an 8-penny light bulb for about 20 hours. Specialized staff will come to the door to replace the batteries. The cost of each replacement is 1 solely and 3 pence, which is 15 pence. However, each user using batteries must pay a deposit of £10. If electric wires are laid to the user's block, the wires will be laid for free, and the deposit will be refunded after a set of batteries is returned. This offer will only last until September. After that, electric wires, lamp holders and other products will be charged a certain fee. After some calculations, everyone came to the conclusion that using electric lights was only slightly more expensive than gas lamps. And the cost of the light bulbs can basically be ignored. After all, it only costs 1 penny, or even less than 1 penny, per month. The key is that replacing the new lighting tool is free. Installing gas lamps and gas meters, as well as the corresponding pipelines, costs a lot of money. Currently, many Backlund landlords are reluctant to install a set of gas lamps in their houses. After all, gas lamps and oil lamps are only slightly brighter, but the cost is several times higher. Many people were excited after seeing this report, and felt that free installation was very cost-effective. The key is that the cost of lighting has not increased much. At the end of this report, the Earl's Light factory stated that because the factory's initial production capacity is limited, only 10,000 light bulbs and supporting batteries and wires can be supplied before the 18th. Many gentlemen were eager to try and wanted to buy a light bulb to try it out. Fortunately, there are still a few days to discuss with the family. Hobert certainly knew that the next few days would be a critical period for everyone's consideration. Therefore, from the 11th to the 15th, reports about the Earl's Light light bulb never stopped. There were the most direct advertising reports, as well as some reports carefully designed by Hobert. For example, the advancement on the 12th was an anecdote about a coachman who delivered goods to the Empress Borough in the early morning and thought he was late. He rushed to his destination, but the person receiving the goods had not yet gotten up. Because under the light of the light bulbs, the entire Empress Borough was as bright as day, and the coachman arrived more than an hour early. In fact, with the current usage of light bulbs in the Empress Borough, it is far from reaching this level. Hobert's report is just conveying a message: nobles have already begun to use light bulbs on a large scale. This is a trend. The report on the 13th was about a patrolman who heard someone shouting, "Catch the thief," while patrolling. He and the surrounding citizens who were awakened quickly surrounded and caught the thief. According to the thief's confession, he had already broken into that house twice without being discovered. But today he was discovered because the owner of the house, as a trial user of the light bulb factory, had just replaced the light bulb. In the bright environment, the owner discovered the thief's trail. The thief repented, "I really shouldn't have gone to such a bright house to steal things." Hobert doesn't care whether the thief's direction of repentance is right or not. Even if everyone knows that this is his designed propaganda, it doesn't matter. The information he wants to convey has actually been accepted by everyone. After installing light bulbs, because the house is bright enough, thieves will have certain concerns. The advancement on the 14th was in the story section of the newspaper. There was a story of a young man who gained love because of the light bulb experiment in Order Square. At this time, everyone realized that the light bulbs on the square had been lit for half a month, and still maintained normal brightness. After half a month of preheating, it was finally the day of sale on the 15th. Dozens of sales stores were crowded with people, and tens of thousands of orders were received in just one morning. The first 1,000 or so users who pre-ordered used light bulbs that night. The reason why there were so few was because the electricians Hobert had trained at the beginning were not very skilled. For this day of sale, in the past month or so, Hobert trained 300 electricians, and temporarily recruited 1,200 vagrants before the sale. Each electrician was equipped with 2 assistants, and the remaining 600 people were responsible for carrying and transporting batteries and wires. For this reason, Hobert rented a large number of carriages. The carriages were all marked with the Earl's light bulb logo. In the areas of Backlund where the middle class was more concentrated, a carriage like this could be seen passing by on the street almost every once in a while. Although the second batch of electricians has already begun training, Hobert is not in a hurry. Just install them at this speed, which can create a sense of scarcity. The key is that if the installation is too fast, the power may not be enough. The first large power plant built in the suburbs will not be completed until early July. Before that, the only power plants providing electricity to the entire Backlund were the medium-sized power plant built in the manor and the small power plant near the Empress Borough. Currently, electric wires have been strung on several main roads in the Empress Borough, and some nobles have already used electric lights. There is also a group of nobles who are installing them, and the power consumption here will definitely increase day by day in the future. Therefore, the medium-sized power plant in the manor mainly provides electricity for the entire middle class. If the number of electric lights sold can be installed, it is estimated that the power supply will become tight in a few days, which is an even bigger problem. As long as the large power plant in the suburbs is repaired, there is no need to worry about the power consumption problem for the time being. Unless machine electricity and large-scale heating electricity are popularized, at most 3 large power plants will be enough to provide sufficient power for Backlund's lighting. After a few days of sales, the popularity of light bulbs has not diminished, and the installation of orders has been scheduled until August. Some nobles couldn't sit still and sought channels to seek cooperation with Hobert. However, Hobert refused all invitations to dances, salons, etc., on the grounds of being busy. The Viscount Glaine's house first became lively. It should be said that the mansion had never been so lively since his father passed away. Earl Hall's mansion also became crowded, and Audrey was so annoyed that she simply hid in the manor in the suburbs. Just when some people began to have some crooked ideas, preparing to put pressure on Hobert by destroying his business, a message came from the sea. Everyone then realized that while Backlund was enthusiastic about light bulbs, a huge change had taken place on Longtail Island. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 573, Chapter 572, The Power Seizure on Longtail Island. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert did indeed completely reclaim the governance of Longtail Island at the same time as the light bulb sales. This began in early June when the deadline for the third round of rubber purchases arrived, but the Longtail Island Lord's residents claimed it needed to maintain the rubber processing plant's equipment, asking the planters to wait before sending their rubber. The planters found it strange, as the so-called processing plant only consisted of some furnaces and iron pots. What maintenance could they possibly need? But they soon found out that it was they who needed maintenance, as Hobert began ordering the pursuit of debts. The first to be targeted by the Lord's residents were the speculators. Several planters, after receiving loans from Hobert, joined forces to buy rubber at low prices from other islands, intending to sell it to the Lord's residents at 1.5 times the market price. This was almost an open secret. Furs, who was stationed on Longtail Island, had always turned a blind eye to this. It wasn't until these people had transported large quantities of rubber back to Longtail Island that Furs told them the Governor-General's office would be recovering their £3,000 loans early because they had seriously breached the contract. The contract clearly stated that the loan could only be used for planting rubber. If there was a breach of contract, the Governor-General's office had the right to immediately recover the loan. The planters panicked. Besides using the loan to buy rubber, they had also put in all their savings, leaving them with no money to repay the loan. So they requested to sell the rubber first and then repay the loan. Furs's reply was, "Deal with your breach of contract first, then we'll talk about buying rubber. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, we'll start arresting people and using your fixed assets to pay off the debt." The planters hurriedly tried to borrow money, but everyone was frantically planting rubber trees, so no one had any cash on hand. Then they quickly contacted rubber buyers, hoping to turn their rubber into cash, but after contacting 2 rubber buyers by telegraph, they both said they didn't need large rubber transactions at the moment. 3 days later, Freya arrived with the constables to arrest people. The planters had no choice but to use their rubber plantations, villas, slaves, etc., to pay off the debt. Fixed assets used to pay off debt were generally discounted, and FIRS now had the power to decide the discount rate. After inspecting the assets, FIRS gave them discounts ranging from 40% to 80%. The main criterion for this conclusion was how they treated their slaves. The more brutally they treated their slaves, the harsher the discount FIRS gave them. Those whose fixed assets were still less than £3,000 had to use the rubber they had purchased to pay off the debt. Longtail Island only had 2 large rubber plantations worth several £1,000s. The other rubber plantations were not large, worth only £2,000 or £3,000, and after such a discount, there wasn't much left. But using rubber to pay off the debt was definitely not calculated at 1.5 times the market price, but at 30% of the market price. If they were unwilling to accept this method of debt repayment, then sorry, but the Governor General's office would arrest them because these planters had seriously breached the contract, and all their assets would be confiscated. At this time, the Governor General's office, or rather Hobert, suddenly showed its violent side, and several planters suddenly realized that they were not on the same level as Hobert in terms of power. Hobert had simply not used such methods before, but now he was starting to use them, and he was using them with justification. Forced to do so, these planters had to use their assets to pay off the debt. The Governor General's office immediately obtained 6 rubber plantations and a large amount of rubber. Having resolved the breach of contract issue, the Governor General's office could now purchase the rubber in their hands, but because they had a serious breach of contract record and were on the Governor General's office's untrusted list, they could only purchase it at 40% of the market price. Of course, they were unwilling to sell and went to Byam to contact other buyers. After resolving the issue of these speculators, the Governor General's office's gaze, or rather Hobert's gaze, turned to other planters. The Governor General's office claimed that it had too much rubber from debt repayment and would temporarily not purchase everyone's rubber, but their loans were also due and needed to be repaid immediately. The previous loan contract clearly stipulated that as soon as the rubber trees started producing rubber, the Governor General's office had the right to recover the loan. Unlike the previous rubber saplings, the new rubber saplings could produce rubber in half a month, although the amount was very small, but it was producing rubber, and according to the contract, the Lord's residents had the right to recover the loan. These planters were not very panicked at this time, because this group of planters had some background, either managing the plantations for officials in Byam or for wealthy people in Backlund. They immediately sent telegrams to their respective masters, requesting some funds to repay the loans, and at the same time contacted rubber buyers to sell the rubber in their hands. These planters first discovered that the rubber in their hands could not be sold. After learning more, they soon learned that the main reasons why the rubber could not be sold were 2. First, Earl Hobert had purchased rubber on a large scale in Backlund some time ago, causing a slight premium on rubber. At that time, major rubber buyers began to purchase rubber one after another to supplement Backlund's rubber supply. But Backlund's rubber market was only so big and was quickly filled with rubber, so the buyers had a batch of rubber on hand at this time. The second reason was that the 6 planters on Longtail Island with speculative ideas had just purchased a large amount of rubber on other islands, making rubber a relatively popular bulk transaction all of a sudden. Buyers were afraid that rubber prices would rise, so they purchased another batch of rubber some time ago. Therefore, the rubber in the hands of the buyers was enough for them to complete their normal transactions for the next half year. And these buyers generally operate in a variety of bulk commodities and cannot invest all their money in rubber alone, so they basically will not continue to invest in rubber. The investors in Byam have the most contact with this type of raw material bulk transaction. They all know that this type of raw material is generally in oversupply. Although rubber prices are now rising, the entire rubber market is so small that prices will definitely fall soon. So no investors are willing to buy rubber. As a result, the planters on the other islands of the Rorsted archipelago, except for Longtail Island, have sold off all their stocks. Rubber also seemed to have risen in price due to supply exceeding demand, but there have been no large rubber transactions in the past week. Those planters who had speculative ideas were the first to panic. They waited in Byam for several days and only got one transaction of £300, and they had to transport the rubber to Byam. They have now become very short of money and cannot even meet their normal living expenses, so they can only sell to the Governor General's office at 40% of the previous market price. After operating on Longtail Island for so many years, they eventually left with only a few hundred to £1,000 each. Some of the former pirates began to recruit troops again, preparing to return to their old ways. Some wanted criminals from the Lone Kingdom went to other islands to look for opportunities. Most of them were relatively open-minded. Since they planned to do speculative business, they would either make a big profit or lose everything. The Rorsted archipelago has no shortage of stories of getting rich overnight and becoming poor overnight. In the end, Hobert essentially used £18,000 of loans and about £5,000 of cash to get 6 rubber plantations and a large amount of rubber at about 35% of the market price. Overall, it was equivalent to using £23,000 to buy about £28,000 of rubber at market prices, and also getting 6 rubber plantations. This batch of rubber is enough for Backlund to use for a while. Those planters who did not engage in speculative transactions were also a little panicked at this time. The Governor General's office only gave them 3 days, but they received news that the rubber in their hands could not be sold. The nobles behind them were also hesitant about whether to continue investing. When they planted rubber trees before, those nobles had already invested once. In the next few months, there may not be many transactions in the rubber market. The key is that they don't only have one plantation. Now this plantation needs £3,000 to operate normally. With this money, they could buy another small rubber plantation of this kind. Just as they were hesitating, the Governor General's office came to collect debts. Without saying a word, they took these rubber plantations to pay off the debts. Some rubber plantations were not the property of the planters, but the Governor General's office had the right to take them to pay off the debts and finally sent a notice to the real owners of the plantations. This made the group of people behind the planters very annoyed. Although the Governor General's office had this power, it generally would not use it easily. Who knew which powerful person would be offended by doing so? But the Governor General's office of Longtail Island did so, and the tone of the notice sent out was quite strong. Most people were annoyed, but they found that there was no way to deal with the Governor General's office of Longtail Island. It was Earl Hobert's territory and was not under the jurisdiction of Byam. According to the law, Hobert only had one superior, and that was King George III. But some people were still angry and denounced Hobert's atrocities on Longtail Island in some social occasions in Backlund. It was at this time that everyone learned that while selling light bulbs, Hobert had also done so many major things on Longtail Island. Even if they discussed it again, it would be of no avail. In the end, Hobert obtained 18 rubber plantations with that £54,000 of loans. Unlike the previous £18,000, this £54,000 was extremely inflated. First of all, these 18 planters spent £4,000 to £6,000 each on investing in new rubber trees, plus loans from the Governor General's office. But the cost of the potion sold to them for £10 was actually only 5 soli, which is 1/40th of the selling price. The cost of a sapling sold to them for £30 was only £1. They thought they were trading with people from the Earth Mother Church, but in fact, they were all subordinates of Hobert who were selling them. So most of these people's investments actually flowed into Hobert's pockets. And when their investments were used to pay off debts, they were all used to pay off debts with immature rubber trees, each worth only £3. Hobert was equivalent to using the wealth and manpower of these planters to expand the rubber planting area on Longtail Island by nearly 2 times. In the end, he made a profit. This is the main reason why that group of people was annoyed. Just as Backlund began to discuss Hobert, Hobert's actions on Longtail Island had not ended. Currently, there are only 3 rubber plantations on Longtail Island that belong to individuals. One belongs to an adventurer named Annalyn. When everyone was crazy because of the discounts given by the Governor General's office, he calmly realized that a contract was signed for the loan from the Governor General's office, but no contract was signed for how to purchase rubber, so he did not make investments beyond his ability. The other 2 are large plantations worth £7,000 and £8,000 respectively. Although they also made a lot of investments in the past month and a half, they did not take out loans from the Governor General's office. Hobert couldn't do anything about them. On June 19, the Governor General's office issued a decree on the slaves of Longtail Island. According to the relevant laws of loan, Hobert granted all the natives of Longtail Island the status of Longtail Island residents. To hire residents of Longtail Island, there must be a clear employment relationship, residents must be provided with food and accommodation, and salaries must be paid directly to the residents. Anyone who robs in any form is guilty of robbery. All day long, those planters and mine owners were stunned, because they had never heard of such an amazing decree in the Rorsted archipelago. Of course, the most stunned were the slave traders on Longtail Island. Now that they are all residents, how can they make money? Then on the next day, June 20th, the Governor General's office announced the tax law of Longtail Island. Starting next month, both rubber plantations and iron and copper mines must pay taxes in accordance with the relevant regulations in the Lone Kingdom's tax law. Individual business operators on this island must also pay taxes in accordance with the relevant individual income tax regulations. Someone discovered that the income level of the local natives was basically not in these tax regulations. As soon as this decree came out, everyone seemed to suddenly realize that in terms of law, everything on Longtail Island belonged to Earl Hobert's private property. That is to say, whether the assets in their hands were bought or they organized people to plant or develop them, the ownership belonged to this count. The remaining plantations and mines are basically the properties of some nobles. Among them, someone sent a telegram to the Governor General's office of Longtail Island, "Are you serious?" In fact, they wanted to ask, are you driving away investment in Longtail Island? Do you know that this will cause Longtail Island to be isolated? Hobert asked the Governor-General's office to reply, very serious. In other words, very clear. So those nobles sold their industries on Longtail Island to the Governor-General's office at low prices. The reason they took action was not because of anger, but because the production costs on Longtail Island were too high. You must know that if they start paying salaries to slaves, the long-term costs will probably be 2 to 3 times that of similar industries on other islands. Just based on cost calculations, they have to withdraw. In the end, the only private industry left on the entire Longtail Island was the planter named Annalyn. He actually said that he was willing to pay the residents of Longtail Island salaries and was also willing to accept the tax law promulgated by Hobert. When talking to Furs about this, Annalyn said, on the North Continent, this is just the most basic requirement for human rights, but the planters in the Rorsted Archipelago are so surprised, which is very ridiculous. After learning that Annalyn usually provided slaves with enough food and lodging in wooden sheds, Hobert decided to acquire his plantation for £5,000. To this end, Hobert personally spoke with him once. The price I'm offering is already above the market price. This money is enough for you to buy a medium-sized rubber plantation. I need to explain that I must reclaim the governing rights of your plantation for unified management. He said meaningfully, you are the only one who has emerged unscathed from this operation. Annalyn, a man in his 40s with a mustache on his upper lip, considered for a moment before saying, Earl, I'm curious about what Longtail Island will become in the future. After selling the rubber plantation, can I continue to stay on this island? Of course, you can, Hobert said with a smile. You can even join us, but you will need some training and experience in various positions for a while. That would be my honor, Annalyn said respectfully. I am willing to sell my rubber plantation. After the conversation, Hobert personally escorted Annalyn out, instructed the finance staff to pay him the money as soon as possible, and asked the Human Resources Department to arrange his training. After seeing Annalyn off, Hobert and Furs began to calculate the total cost of regaining governance rights behind closed doors. First, Annalyn's £5,000, Hobert commented. This is the most worthwhile expenditure in this operation. Furs sat in the governor's leather chair and began to record the expenses. Then there's the £26,000 spent on acquiring those mines and the 2 large rubber plantations, Hobert added, standing by the desk. Speaking of which, these nobles really withdrew cleanly. I was originally hoping to squeeze another layer of profit from them. They sold their assets on Longtail Island at a discount of about 40% to 50%. After recording the second expense, Furs added, the reason why the nobles don't take the assets on Longtail Island so seriously is probably because they have too many such assets. She sighed, as you said, the difference between nobles and ordinary people is never their clothing and speech, but their accumulated wealth. Hobert smiled. Our Lady of the Manor also possesses good political acumen. Furs smiled slightly, accepting her husband's compliment. Let's continue, Hobert said. The total amount of loans issued is £72,000, and the cost of acquiring discounted rubber is £5,000. In addition, the cost of acquiring iron ore and copper ore over the past month and a half is about £16,000. This was a necessary expense to stabilize the planters and mine owners. Only by continuously and normally purchasing ore, creating the illusion that the governor's office had inexhaustible funds, would the planters feel secure enough to fall into the trap Hobert designed for them. The next step for Hobert was to find a way to get the money back, then devalue the iron and copper mines before acquiring them. However, because the nobles withdrew so quickly, Hobert didn't have such an opportunity. So, the last batch of nobles who withdrew didn't actually lose much money. Hobert said, the last sum of money is for the potions and saplings purchased from Bishop Jody. About how much did that cost? First flipped through the account books. A total of 2,360 rubber tree saplings and 3,200 doses of potions were sold. It cost a total of £3,160. Hobert nodded. Good, that's the total cost. Calculate how much it is. Furs quickly calculated it, £122,160. 120,000. Hobert smiled as if impressed. Then he added, let's calculate how much money flowed back in from extraordinary potions and rubber tree saplings. Furs calculated on a piece of scratch paper, each sapling flowed back £29, so 2,360 saplings is £68,440. Each dose of potion flowed back £9 and 15 soli, so 3,200 doses is £31,200. The total flow back is £99,640. Hobert sat at the large desk, glanced at Furs's full chest, and then picked up the scratch paper. So, it cost a total of more than £20,000 to obtain the governance of Longtail Island. This operation was still very successful. If his plan could continue, he might be able to control the entire Longtail Island without spending a penny, and Furs was convinced of this. Then Hobert asked, about how much money have we invested in the construction of Longtail Island? Furs flipped through the relevant documents and found the accounts compiled by the financial staff, about £32,000, including the construction of factory buildings, the salaries of civil servants, the wages paid to slave traders, and the food and necessary expenses for workers and civil servants. I've contacted Upton, Hobert said. In the near future, we need to plan to build a batch of factories with a certain level of industrial capacity on Longtail Island, such as foundries, machine factories, and weapon factories. In the future, he planned to move the production of light bulbs and wires to Longtail Island as well. In addition, since he had started the electricity-related industry, it was impossible to only produce light bulbs. Currently, the relevant workers and technicians are unwilling to come to such a remote place as Longtail Island, but next year may be different. Furs nodded. I will work with Conrad to make relevant plans. Hobert went to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of good wine and 2 glasses. The next step is to fully take over Longtail Island. He smiled. Conrad has been waiting impatiently for a long time. As he spoke, he poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Furs. Furs stared at the wine glass, slightly lost in thought. Hobert took a sip of wine. What's wrong? Furs looked at Hobert. I just realized that your frequency of drinking seems to be increasing recently. Hobert had always been very restrained before. Hobert spread his hands and smiled helplessly. I'm the Earl of the Fallen. Drinking more wine is also a form of falling, right? Furs was relieved, he was just acting. She knew that compared to other nobles, Hobert was actually very restrained. As he said, for him, drinking more was a form of falling. After finishing their business, the two drank a few glasses of wine, celebrating the success of the operation. Hobert sat in his chair with Furs in his arms, imagining the future of Longtail Island in the office. Then Hobert returned to Backlund. Because of everything that had happened on Longtail Island, the public opinion in Backlund was very unfavorable to Hobert, and he had to solve this problem next. Back in Backlund, Hobert poured himself another glass of wine and celebrated the digestion of his potion from the series of actions he had taken on Longtail Island. The things he did on Longtail Island were quite immoral for all the nobles, but to Hobert's surprise, this had greatly helped him digest his potion. It was now about 3/4 digested, far exceeding his expectations. He originally thought it might take until next year to fully digest the potion, but now it seemed that it might be fully digested this year. If he took similar actions or similar events occurred, it might be digested even faster. Arriving in the study, Hobert also briefly calculated the recent expenses in Backlund. For the early use of electric lights, Hobert did not intend to make money. He hoped to popularize them in Backlund as soon as possible, so that everyone would associate electric lights with Earl Hobert. So, the expenses in this area were almost unlimited. Not only was the bounty for hunting the pirate admiral spent, but also £100,000 was taken from the savings of the Nation of Disorder, and the result was almost spent. It wasn't until the light bulbs began to be sold and the deposit for the batteries began to be collected that Hobert's finances in Backlund quickly recovered and he began to plan to invest in the surrounding cities. Now there was no problem with the funds in Backlund, the problem was how to solve the nobles' jealousy in Backlund. The key was the nobles who suffered losses on Longtail Island, as well as those nobles and wealthy people who wanted to participate in the light bulb business, who now seemed to have joined forces. They used what happened on Longtail Island to portray Hobert as a despicable villain who used any means to achieve his goals, creating shocking and coercive actions on Longtail Island, causing huge losses to the people of Longtail Island. In a noble social gathering a few days ago, Hobert had already told Princess Alice that he had some preliminary results on the case entrusted to him by the Queen and hoped that the Queen could fulfill her previous promise in advance. Previously, the Queen had asked Hobert to investigate who had cursed Duke Bowen, but Hobert had not started the investigation, and even the information the Queen had given him was still collecting dust in the office drawer. Hobert's request was equivalent to asking the Queen to fulfill her promise in advance. The Queen did not expect that what happened in the Rorstad archipelago would affect public opinion in Backlund. This was a rare occurrence, or rather, it was difficult for colonies to affect the home country. The Queen even looked at the nautical chart to find out where Longtail Island was. Because of Hobert's previous protection of Princess Alice, the Queen had a deeper understanding of Hobert's abilities and was very confident in his investigation, so the Queen decided to redeem her previous promise in advance. So, on June 25th, the Queen held a small-scale court ball. The ball not only invited some earls and viscounts, but also barons and baronets who were quite critical of Hobert. Of course, nobles such as Earl Hall, who had a good relationship with Hobert, and Duke Christian, who was now increasingly powerful in Backlund, were also invited. This surprised the nobles who were attacking Hobert in public opinion. Obviously, the Queen was personally mediating between the two sides. On the 25th, at the court ball, Duke Christian gave those nobles a considerable deterrent. Don't look at many barons and baronets who privately talked about Hobert and even spent money to publish reports criticizing Hobert, but in front of big nobles like Christian or Earl Hall, they didn't dare to fart. The ball officially began, and the Queen spoke to everyone, saying that Hobert had made some achievements in Longtail Island that were of great value to human rights and the legal construction of the Rorstad archipelago. This surprised many nobles somewhat. They did not expect that the Queen was not here to mediate, but to support Hobert unilaterally. Next, the Queen's speech vaguely warned those nobles that if they felt they had suffered losses on Longtail Island, they could ask Hobert for compensation, but in the Kingdom of Lone, it was not allowed to slander an earl in this way. This warning had already made many people tremble. They had already prepared the conditions to discuss with Hobert. However, some nobles continued to watch. Now they were warning the nobles who were slandering Hobert, but after a while, they might warn Hobert. Until Princess Alice invited Hobert to open the ball with her, all the nobles understood that the Queen and Princess Alice really fully supported Hobert. In this case, unless the king came forward, it could be considered that the entire royal family supported Hobert. But how could the king come forward in such a matter? Even if the king came forward, everyone would have nothing to say when Hobert told everyone about the legal basis for all his property on Longtail Island. Who made the situation on Longtail Island special? At this time, in the ballroom, Alice and Hobert danced gracefully. She said, "Tell me about the specific process of what happened on Longtail Island later. It sounds quite exciting." Hobert smiled. "I'd be happy to. I really envy you," Alice said. "Having your own territory, you can do whatever you want on that island." Hobert smiled helplessly. "It's not that free. If I could do whatever I wanted, those planters and slave traders would already be doing hard labor on the construction site." Alice was somewhat puzzled. "You seem to dislike the planters of the Rorstad archipelago very much." "I just don't like the Kingdom of Lone's colonial methods," Hobert replied. "Or rather, I don't like this kind of colonial development. But Emperor Roselle used this method to make the Intis Republic stronger. This method used to be useful, but in the future, we may suffer the consequences of colonization," Hobert said. "Besides, Emperor Roselle is not necessarily always right." Princess Alice smiled. "I like your arrogance in this low profile." Since they had experienced some things together in Mason last time, their conversations had become more casual. After finishing the dance, the two took a glass of wine each from the waiter and began to chat about another matter in the corner. Alice whispered, "According to your previous warning, I haven't done any investigations recently. I can feel that the surveillance on me has become less and less." Hobert knew that she was talking about the investigation into the cause of Prince Edisac's death, so he smiled and said, "Some things will have unexpected effects if you slow down." Alice asked again, "Then what should I do next?" If it were before, Hobert would definitely not express his opinion on this, but now the relationship between the two had become much closer. At the same time, today the Queen and Alice had indeed helped Hobert. It was understandable for the Queen to help, after all, there had been a promise before, which was only considered an early fulfillment of the promise. However, the favor that Alice helped with had to be repaid. Hobert considered for a moment and looked around. Although nobles had been paying attention to this side, they did not dare to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Don't worry," Alice said, "I've reactivated that mystical item that prevents eavesdropping, and among today's guests, only you and your son are demigods." Alice had a mystical item to prevent others from eavesdropping on conversations, but it could only prevent ordinary people and beyonders below the demigod level from eavesdropping. Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, "Has Her Highness ever considered that although the Demoness sect is highly suspected, the person who actually killed that prince might not be from the Demoness sect?" Alice was slightly surprised, then immediately understood, someone from the royal family. This princess was very intelligent, but she was too eager for revenge and hadn't thought of this. Since it was a collaboration between the Demoness sect and the royal family, after a problem arose with this collaboration, it was highly likely that the Demoness sect would deal with the witch, and the royal family would deal with the problematic prince. It's not impossible. Hobert couldn't remember the specific details, but he vaguely remembered that it seemed like the royal family had forced Prince Edisac to commit suicide. Alice sighed, "I understand." She smiled slightly, "I owe you a favor." Hobert also smiled and said, "No, we're helping each other." The intimate conversation between the two made many nobles feel uneasy. In their eyes, Princess Alice, who had always been aloof, was so enthusiastic in talking to Hobert, continuing to express her support for Hobert in this matter. Otherwise, could it be that the princess had fallen in love with Hobert? After this court ball, no noble dared to use the Longtail Island incident as an excuse to cause trouble, and no noble dared to go to Hobert's mansion to demand compensation. However, Hobert knew that this was an excellent opportunity to establish a community of interests. After returning to his earldom, Hobert asked Dofus, who had recovered many of his memories, to prepare a banquet. The next day, Hobert went to MI9 as usual. Today, he didn't slack off. Instead, he searched through his drawers for a long time and found the information sent by the Queen. The Queen had already paid in advance. Regardless of whether this matter was dangerous or not, it had to be investigated. As the Queen had said before, since Duke Bowen fell ill last year, 7 demigods had diagnosed him. Their diagnoses were consistent, believing that Duke Bowen was cursed. However, they used various methods to deal with curses, but none of them had any effect. After a brief look, Hobert deduced many ways to resolve the curse from the fragments of those demigods' diagnoses, but it only enriched his knowledge, and the problem remained unsolved. At the end of the information, there were introductions to Duke Bowen's political enemies and rivals provided by himself. After reading them, Hobert shook his head. It didn't seem like these political enemies and rivals were behind it. Take these political enemies, for example, they were all political enemies from years ago, decades ago, some even with grudges passed down from their ancestors. If they really wanted to use this method to kill someone, they would have done it long ago. The key was that Hobert knew these nobles too well, not to say how noble or upright they were. But they tried their best not to get themselves into trouble. Attacking the current queen's brother would likely bring them enormous trouble, and they wouldn't take that risk. As for those rivals, there were a few who might have such means. Hobert noted their information and decided to meet Duke Bowen privately to see if he could find any clues on him. His first thought was to visit Duke Bowen at night, but he thought that he didn't know if the Duke's house had any anti-theft sealed items. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, it was better to notify him in advance. Because Hobert didn't have any friendship with Duke Bowen, Hobert simply wrote a letter to Princess Alice, asking her to help facilitate this private exchange. Preferably at night, preferably a private meeting. After writing the letter and sealing it with a signet, Hobert asked his secretary, Charlene, to deliver it to Princess Alice's hand in person. Hobert knew that this secretary was sent by Georgina to watch him, and Georgina was loyal to the royal family, so he could completely trust Charlene to send a letter to a member of the royal family. As soon as Charlene left, Konas, the director of the operations division, came over and chatted with Hobert. The two first talked about the still popular light bulb business, and then Konas mentioned that there would be a reception at the East Balham Veterans Mess tonight, hoping that Hobert could attend. This wasn't the first time the club had extended an invitation. Hobert knew that the military wanted to cooperate with him. Because of Christian, Hobert had a military label. His first batch of partners would of course prioritize the military. Hobert had refused to participate before, but now the timing was just right, so he accepted the invitation. Konas breathed a sigh of relief. This guy finally agreed. In the afternoon, Hobert received a reply from Princess Alice. At 10 o'clock tonight, Duke Bowen would meet with Hobert alone at the manor where he had visited the Duke last time. Hobert shook his head and smiled. The evening's schedule was full. Around 6 o'clock, Hobert and Konas arrived at the East Balham Veterans Mess together. After learning that Hobert was attending, the reception was particularly lively today. Many people came to inquire about how the Longtail Island incident was handled. If it hadn't been handled well, they were willing to provide some help. In fact, they had been supporting Hobert before. The officers who had stayed in the colonies hated those nobles. The benefits they had worked so hard to obtain were divided up by these nobles who had done nothing. Because the ball where the Queen and Princess supported Hobert was only held yesterday, the information hadn't spread yet. Everyone only found out today that the problem had been solved, which disappointed them, losing a channel to cooperate with Hobert. However, after the reception started, Hobert took the initiative and said, "I know why everyone invited me here today. Many of you are my elders, and I won't say anything insincere. Today, I brought 20% of the shares of the Earl's Light bulb factory. These shares require £600,000 to purchase." The reception immediately fell silent. £600,000 was not a small amount even in Backlund. If it had been a year ago, Hobert wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a huge sum of money. Even 7 or 8 months ago, he was still worried about the tens of thousands of pounds of funds in Geoffrey's territory. 5 or 6 months ago, Hobert reached a £150,000 deal with Sharon, and he was so happy that he dreamed of rolling on piles of money for several days. But now, Hobert was talking about £600,000 as soon as he opened his mouth, which was quite like a millionaire's boldness. At this time, Amirius, who had also come to the banquet and had been promoted to general, asked, in such a short period of time, "Is the Earl's Light bulb factory already worth £3 million? Hobert smiled and said, "Everyone may have overlooked a very important thing. Let me take the first day of the light bulb sale as an example. There were as many as 36,000 people who made reservations that day, and almost everyone paid a £10 deposit. Everyone suddenly took a deep breath, which meant that on the day alone, Earl's Light had an income of up to £360,000. No wonder Hobert opened his mouth and said £600,000. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 574, Chapter 573, Stingy Klein. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert is only now starting to look for partners for a few reasons. First, the brand recognition of Earl's Light bulbs is already established, at least in Backlund. Secondly, because light bulbs are such a novel item, major media outlets are vying to report on them, eliminating the need for Hobert to spend money on new advertising. Many nobles and wealthy individuals in other cities are also eagerly anticipating the chance to use electric lights as soon as possible. Thirdly, the negative publicity surrounding Longtail Island has been resolved, and Hobert isn't short on funds. Seeking cooperation at this point allows Hobert to maintain a dominant position. The officers at the club knew that the light bulbs were making a lot of money, but they didn't know exactly how much. Today, they found out it was this much. As of today, the light bulbs have been on sale for 11 days. Although the company received over 30,000 orders on the first day, the number of orders has gradually decreased since then. But now, no one dares to refute Hobert's claim that Earl's Light is worth £3 million. Shares with such good prospects are sure to have a premium. After further understanding the situation, everyone expressed their willingness to purchase shares of Earl's Light. Hobert added, "There is one thing I must inform everyone, this industry is not profitable at the beginning. Although I have a massive amount of cash on hand, I need to use it to build power plants and lay electrical wires, which means I can't give dividends to everyone. The construction of such infrastructure is very expensive for a company, it is more appropriate to build it with the will of the state. But expecting the lone kingdom to build power plants and lay electrical wires is like waiting for never." So, Hobert decided to build these supporting facilities himself. No matter how much money he has, he will invest it all in this. Hobert roughly calculated that the money he had on hand was enough to build a dozen large power plants, but there can't just be power plants without electrical wires. If all the money were used to lay electrical wires, it might only be enough to completely cover 2 or 3 cities, including Backlund. Therefore, individual power is very limited in terms of infrastructure construction. However, Hobert believes that his purpose has basically been achieved. After all, Backlund has a population of 5 million. Even if only 1/5 of the people know about Earl's light bulbs, there are still 1 million people who can associate the light bulbs with Earl Hobert. To advance to sequence 3, a feedback of 100,000 people can generally meet the needs of the ritual, and 1 million people is more than enough. Although Hobert said so, everyone could see how great the prospects of the light bulbs were, so everyone was almost scrambling to buy shares. After roughly determining the shares to be purchased, the party ended in a warm atmosphere. Returning to the Earl's mansion, Hobert rested for a while and used travel to reach Duke Bowen's manor in the suburbs. At this time, the manor was silent, and only one room in the huge villa was lit. Hobert distorted the distance and took a few steps to the corridor of the lit room on the second floor. In the long corridor, a man in his 30s wearing a black knight's uniform stood in front of the door. "Greetings, Earl Hobert." Hobert nodded. "Hello." He guessed that this should be someone protecting Duke Bowen. The man knocked on the door, and a weak voice came from inside. "Please come in." The man politely opened the door and said to Hobert, "Please." Hobert entered the room. By the light of the gas lamp, he saw that Duke Bowen's hair was grey and he was as thin as a rake. He seemed to be several years older than the last time they met. He was covered with a blanket and seemed too weak to get up. "Young man, come and sit down." "Okay." Hobert agreed, but just stood opposite Duke Bowen, staring at him for more than half a minute. The Duke's spirit body seemed to be covered with a thin layer of black mist, and there seemed to be some black thread-like things in the black mist, tightly wrapped around the already weak spirit body. Currently, the black mist and black threads have spread to his chest. If the entire spirit body is wrapped in black threads and covered in black mist, it would be the death knell for this Duke. As Hobert had judged last time, this was a very typical appearance of a spirit body being entangled in a curse. Hobert distorted a bit to try, and as one of the demigods mentioned in the information, distorting and disorder had no effect, as if he couldn't cut off the connection between the Duke and the source of the curse. Hobert took a deep breath and sat opposite Duke Bowen. There were 2 things about this curse that Hobert couldn't figure out. The first was that, according to the information, the curse had lasted for more than a year, but it hadn't killed the Duke yet. This was very strange. Generally, long-lasting curses are because the caster's ability is too low and they need to perform multiple rituals to curse the target to death. But such curses are easy to solve. The second was, what was the medium of this curse? Unless it was a face-to-face curse, otherwise, cursing secretly in the dark definitely required a medium. And if it was a face-to-face curse, either Duke Bowen would have already died, or he would have already found a way to resolve it. Because that kind of curse is very aggressive, it would either take the Duke's life on the spot, or it would definitely be defended against, at least it would be noticed by those protecting Duke Bowen. The problem now is that no one knows what the medium of the curse is. The previous 7 demigods had tried many methods, but neither cut off the connection between the curse and the source of the curse, nor found out what the medium of the curse was. Duke Bowen knew that the young man in front of him was thinking about something, so he didn't speak, as if he was quietly waiting for his judgment. Hobert thought for a full 10 minutes before suddenly smiling and asking, "Many people should have asked this, but I still need to confirm it." He asked, "What discomfort do you feel now?" Cold, weak, stiff muscles. Duke Bowen smiled helplessly. I get sick very easily, and my organs seem to be failing. It feels like this body is becoming more and more unfamiliar to me. Hobert nodded slightly, which was indeed in line with the reaction after being cursed. Generally speaking, curses are mainly divided into two types. One is to curse through fate, such as making a person very unlucky, even unlucky enough to fail even when going to the toilet. Or unlucky enough to have the fate of their loved ones also affected, watching their loved ones die one by one in front of their eyes. The other is to curse through the spirit world. Hobert had talked about this issue with Helen a few days ago. The general theory seems to be to attack a certain internal organ's spirit body through some ties and through the spirit world. This will cause the organs to separate from the spirit body and be exposed to the spirit world, unprotected and subject to the scouring of the spirit world. The specific manifestation is that the attacked internal organs will quickly fail and appear to be dying from some disease. For example, attacking the heart will look like dying from heart disease, and attacking the lungs or trachea will look like suffocating to death. In the case of Duke Bowen's chronic curse, the spirit body still has some protection for the internal organs, so the external manifestation is that he gets sick very easily. This seems to be an unsolvable problem. Duke Bowen smiled. Young man, just do your best, there is no need to force yourself. Hobert glanced at the Duke. You are quite open-minded. The torment of illness over the past year has made me understand a lot of things. At this time, he no longer had the majesty of a duke, but looked like an old man who was about to die and only had sighs about life left. He said, to be honest, I have to thank the person who cursed me for not letting me die immediately. In the past year, I have realized how arrogant and conceited I used to be. I am over 50 years old and have not carefully supported my son who will inherit the title. I also discovered that I had missed so many things that were truly precious in my life. After a year of preparation, I have no regrets. To me, death is just that. The Duke smiled. Sometimes I think that death should come sooner and end my current pain. Hobert really wanted to tell him that death had fallen more than 1,000 years ago. Thinking of this, a blink of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he smiled and said, sure enough, philosophers are created by pain. Hobert got up and came to Duke Bowen and stretched out his hand, but it is rare to see a nobleman as open-minded as you. He looked like he admired Duke Bowen and wanted to shake hands with him. Duke Bowen weakly stretched out his hand, also prepared to encourage Hobert a few words, but suddenly realized that the young man's grip was too strong. Sorry. After shaking hands a few times, a smile climbed onto Hobert's face. I may have to pull you back from death. Duke Bowen looked at Hobert for a few seconds, and then said, if there is this possibility, it is not impossible. Then, please have the servant send all the items from the southern continent here. If it is inconvenient to move them, you can take me to see them. Hobert said seriously, if I don't find what I'm looking for here, I will have to go to other residences to look for it. Duke Bowen nodded and asked the men standing guard outside to call the butler. Soon, the entire manor seemed to be awakened, and the servants, with sleepy eyes, went to search for items from the southern continent. These items were mostly gold jewelry, all gifts to Duke Bowen. Hobert touched them one by one. After searching for more than 20 minutes, he suddenly looked at the door. A servant was bringing in an exquisite cane with southern continent style. Hobert dropped the jewelry in his hand and took the initiative to meet him and took the cane. This is it. He asked Duke Bowen, do you often use this cane? I used to use it often for a while. Duke Bowen recalled, but that was probably 2 years ago, which doesn't match the time of the curse. Hobert smiled, this is not a curse at all. He paused and added, I have already found what I was looking for. Duke Bowen understood and asked the butler to take the servants back. Only he and Hobert were left in the room. Young man, can you tell me what's going on? Of course. Hobert stood the cane aside. I guess this cane should have been blessed by a certain god. Hobert spread his hands. I don't know whether the person who gave you the cane was intentional or unintentional, but not every god's blessing is good. For example, this cane, if I guessed correctly, you should have used beyonder abilities while holding it. This is equivalent to your spirituality activating that blessing and marking you. Although the connection between this cane and that god is very weak, and you no longer use this cane, your spirit body is still slightly polluted and gradually approaching the underworld. Because it is a pure corruption of the spirit body and it was very slight at the beginning, you didn't notice it at all until this corruption caused your body to become diseased. Hobert crossed his hands and pointed out a finger. This is a very clever trap because it looks too much like a curse, whether it is the appearance of the spirit body or your diseased manifestations. So everyone has focused on how to block the connection of the curse, of course, without any success. If it weren't for Mr. Azek's mark on Hobert, he wouldn't have been able to confirm this. During the conversation just now, when Duke Bowen mentioned death, Hobert had a blink of inspiration and wondered if this was a curse from the underworld. Beyonders of the death pathway also have the ability to curse to an extent, but their curses are more like attacks such as language of the dead, which are easy to distinguish. But many underworld creatures also have the ability to curse, and their curses are strange and varied. So Hobert took the initiative to shake hands with Duke Bowen and used Mr. Azek's mark to test the black mist and black threads. As a result, his spirituality immediately felt a familiar touch, artificial death. After encountering the feathered serpent on the primitive island, Hobert was able to immediately distinguish the touch of artificial death. He then immediately realized that this was a slight corruption from artificial death. Because this corruption spread too slowly, Duke Bowen did not develop the iconic symptoms such as pale yellow oily feathers. Hobert recalled that although 7 demigods had come to diagnose the Duke, none of them were demigods of the death pathway. And even if they were demigods of the death pathway, without Mr. Azek's mark, they might not be able to tell that this was a blessing from artificial death. The remaining thing was to find the way in which Duke Bowen's spirit body was polluted. Since it was about artificial death, it was most likely from the southern continent and an item that had been used frequently for at least some time. According to the professional ethics of a noble butler, such a thing would most likely be in the Duke Bowen's manor, in case the Duke wanted to use it again. As a result, a search like this really found him the cane. Hobert couldn't explain the logic and thoughts too clearly to Duke Bowen. He could only roughly explain the ins and outs of the matter. Duke Bowen looked at the cane, his expression changed from solemn to grief. After a long while, he said, "That was a gift from Achilles when he returned from the southern continent." Hobert recalled that Duke Bowen's heir was called Achilles. He now truly believed that Duke Bowen had not carefully cultivated his heir before he became ill, which should have made Achilles feel very insecure. Then Hobert recalled the list of political enemies and rivals provided by Duke Bowen, and the final result made that list seem ridiculous. Hobert asked Duke Bowen, "Can you still maintain your previous magnanimity in the face of such a result?" He would never have asked this before. But now, by asking this, he seemed more like a demon. Duke Bowen stroked his chest for a long time before saying, "Young man, my heart can't withstand your pounding. After a long while, he took a deep breath and added, "Please help me keep this secret." The Duke looked at the cane. "I will take it to my grave." In other words, he didn't plan to make this public. This was the choice that nobles were most likely to make. "I will," Hobert smiled. "But I don't think this cane is suitable as a burial object." He realized that his words seemed ambiguous, so he simply explained, "It may cause certain changes to your corpse." Duke Bowen nodded, "I understand." Then he asked, "Can you cure the corruption on me?" Once this Duke's illness was cured, his heir would definitely notice something, but this could be covered up with some lies, such as only curing the illness but not finding the source of the outbreak. "I can try, but I can't guarantee it," Hobert said. He had just imagined using Mr. Azek's mark to mobilize some of the power of the underworld to see if he could absorb the corruption into the underworld. He could also perform corresponding rituals to pray to the underworld for power to eliminate the corruption of the spirit body. However, the underworld was not the nation of disorder, after all. Hobert was not sure that the underworld could give a response that met his needs. In case it directly sucked Duke Bowen's spirit body into the underworld and couldn't find it back, that would be interesting. Duke Bowen seemed to have returned to his previous composure. "Please." Hobert got up again, came to Duke Bowen's side, pulled out the thin sword hidden in the cane, held the Duke's hand with one hand, and cut open an underworld gate with the other. The whole room suddenly became cold, and even the flames of the gas lamps turned green, which gave everything around it a layer of green light film. Duke Bowen felt that his soul was like a piece of paper floating in the air, without support, and could fall into the cold abyss at any time. This made the men protecting Duke Bowen immediately enter the room. He was surprised by the door in front of him. After Duke Bowen made a difficult gesture that he was not in danger, the men closed the door and stared at Hobert's operation. Hobert used Mr. Azek's mark to mobilize a part of the power of the underworld, and as he intended, sucked away the black mist on Duke Bowen's spirit body. Then, Hobert drove an evil spirit to grab the black line on Duke Bowen's spirit body. Duke Bowen immediately felt as if his throat was distorted, his eyes turned white, and his limbs twitched involuntarily. Soon, under Hobert's order, the evil spirit dragged the black line back to the underworld. Duke Bowen's spirit body became pure enough again, but the slight corruption over the past year, and the torment by the underworld, made the spirit body look a little weak. It would take a period of rest to fully recover. Hobert checked and made sure that all the corruption had been absorbed, and then waved the thin sword again to close the underworld gate. Duke Bowen buried himself in the sofa, breathing heavily, as if a drowning man had just been rescued. Hobert found a bottle of spirits in the wine cabinet and poured 2 glasses, one for Bowen, whose hands and feet were disobedient, and one for himself. He let out a hearty "ah" sound, feeling like a ball of fire was burning in his stomach. Duke Bowen also felt much better, just now, was that the underworld. The man guarding the door was slightly stunned, because the Duke's voice sounded more powerful than before. Hobert put down his glass. "Yes. How do you feel?" Duke Bowen moved his arm. "It feels like I've taken off heavy armor." "It seems the problem is solved," Hobert put away the thin sword. If there are any other problems, you can send someone to find me. Oh, right, I remember the Church of the Evernight Goddess has potions that can quickly restore damage to the spirit body. Thank you. Duke Bowen thanked him very sincerely. Hobert smiled slightly. Gentlemen, goodbye. He slightly tipped his hat with one hand and stepped into the illusory space. After Hobert disappeared for a few seconds, Duke Bowen asked the man guarding the door, "Am I really okay? From the current point of view, your problem has indeed been solved." Hobert, Duke Bowen repeated the name, and then asked, "What are your impressions of him?" "He is a very powerful beyonder, and he has also shown a very knowledgeable side." The next day, June 27th, the officers who attended the cocktail party at the club yesterday all came to Hobert's manor to sign the contract to purchase shares. After sending off the officers, Hobert welcomed the Queen's envoy. The Queen once again gave Hobert many rewards, but did not explain why the rewards were given. Everything was self-evident. At noon, after Hobert had lunch, he prepared for the afternoon tea party to be held in the afternoon in the study. Suddenly, his spirituality sensed something, and he saw a figure wearing a complicated and gorgeous black dress, holding 4 heads in his hand, appearing in the study. One of the heads had a letter in its mouth, and the letter fell lightly in front of Hobert. Hobert immediately realized that this was Klein's messenger. He was about to open the letter when he suddenly realized that the messenger was still standing in front of the desk, so he asked, "Is there anything else?" The 4 heads, from left to right, each said a word, forming a sentence. "The reward for delivering the letter is a gold coin." Hobert then remembered that there was such a thing, which made him couldn't help but praise Klein. So stingy. He's already a millionaire in Backlund, and he's still so thrifty. He rummaged through the boxes for a long time, but couldn't find a single gold coin. Will paper money work? You can go to the spirit world to exchange it for other spirit world creatures. The messenger's 4 heads shook together. No, the spirit world has no bank. Hobert had no choice but to call Dofus and ask him to find a gold coin to pay the messenger, and the messenger left. Hobert opened the letter with a not-so-beautiful mood and read it. It turned out that Klein was asking him to meet at the riverside where they had met before in the evening. He pondered for a while. It should be to discuss the matter of sneaking into St. Samuel Cathedral. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 575, Chapter 574, Doesn't Your Worm of Time Cost Money? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. For this afternoon tea party, Hobert invited Earl Hall, Glaint, Lord Bradley, and several other nobles with whom he had a good relationship, telling them that he planned to sell 20% of the shares of Earl's Light for a total price of £800,000. He could invite friends to the Earl's mansion to buy them tomorrow. The nobles had no intention of bargaining at all. They knew that Hobert was not short of money now, and he had just solved the Longtail Island issue. At this time, his selling of shares was entirely to take advantage of this opportunity to establish a solid interest group to hedge against risks. For the nobles, the price of £800,000 was not high. After all, it would cost £1 million to buy a baronet title. Earl Hall alone paid for 5% of the shares, and this was only in consideration of the feelings of other nobles, otherwise he would have bought all 20% of the shares himself. Earl Hall had already realized before that Hobert's improvement of electric lights might cause the wealth of the entire loan to undergo a redistribution. It's just that he didn't expect this redistribution process to be so fast. After the afternoon tea, Hobert saw that it was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so he took a turn around Longtail Island. At this time, the governor's office had completely controlled the western plains of Longtail Island, first by dividing the villages and towns basically based on the previous rubber plantations. The previous towns and natural villages, after being merged or redivided, were all assigned town chiefs, town government officials, and village chiefs, establishing a very effective bureaucracy. And Conrad temporarily transferred a lot of manpower from the South Colson area, as well as the second batch of Backlund noble children who had just completed the assessment, to register land and assets. For the lone people on Longtail Island, this island had become chaotic and completely lacked the order that a colony should have. The local natives also felt some changes. First of all, a person from the northern continent moved into the village and could communicate with everyone in some local languages. The first thing he did was not to rob things or women, but to teach everyone how to farm, and brought many advanced agricultural tools from the northern continent that could be used for free. The iron and copper mines were all temporarily shut down, and the miners who had obtained resident status began to build a large number of brick houses, forming natural villages based on the iron or copper mines. After that, they will also widen and reinforce the mines, equip them with the most advanced water pumps, and then start re-excavating the ore. The ore that Hobert bought for £16,000 before was enough for a while. The transformation of Longtail Island was proceeding in an orderly manner, because it had not yet reached the point of dividing the land and forcing the local natives to live a modern life, so Hobert temporarily did not feel the digestion of the potion. After having dinner with Furs in the evening, Hobert returned to Backlund and met Klein on the bank of the Tussock River. at the place where the two had met last time. Without any pleasantries, Klein said as soon as they met, "I plan to take action in 3 days, that is, on Saturday night, you be prepared." Hobert nodded, "No problem." In addition, the opportunity to obtain good luck has arrived. Let those who want to obtain good luck attend the ball I am holding tomorrow. Klein took out 2 invitations. There are only 2 places. Because that snake of fate, Will Septon, who is reincarnating, only got 2 worms of time. Klein said, "Let those 2 people be sure to find an opportunity to chat with Dr. Allen's wife. It is best to help her, such as handing her an ice cream." Hobert put away the invitation and said again, "No problem." He took out a box made of order crystal. "This is the preparation I have made for the action 3 days later." Klein opened the box and looked at it. Inside lay 6 thumb-thick worms of time. You. Don't your family's worms of time cost money? Another 6. Hobert smiled slightly. "Please help pray to Mr. Fool to make these 6 worms of time into talismans. I'll take 4 and you take 2. If those advanced talismans are not used in this action, then the 2 talismans will be yours." Originally, Hobert planned to pray for the power of the Fool himself to make talismans, but he suddenly realized that he had no concept of making talismans. He didn't know what metal to use, nor did he know what symbols to engrave. He thought that Klein was quite knowledgeable about this, so he simply let Klein make them. Klein closed the box. "Leave it to me. This will be the biggest confidence for the infiltration operation." Hobert also told him, "Remember to return the box to me. That is a box made of order crystal." After talking about the business, the two chatted about the sales of light bulbs for a few more words, and then left with travel. The next day, Hobert still didn't go to work, and 20 or 30 nobles came to the Earl's mansion again, snapping up the 20% of the shares. Hobert sent another 2% of the shares to Christian, and 1.5% of the shares to the Queen and Alice each. Christian sent someone to send £80,000 in cash. Hobert symbolically kept £10,000, and asked Serena to take the other money to send it back to Christian. But the servant went to look for her and found out that Serena had asked for leave the day before yesterday to go back to attend her brother's wedding. Hobert had hardly been in the Earl's mansion these days, so he didn't know about this, and he didn't take it too seriously, so he asked Dofus to return the money. So far, Hobert's community of interests has been built. He still holds 55% of the shares, and he has the final say on the development of Earl's Light, and has absolute control over Earl's Light. This will avoid many risks encountered by Earl's Light. As for this allowing Hobert to completely integrate into the circle of nobles, that is just a matter of convenience. At this time, Hobert's funds have reached several £1,000,000, enough for him to achieve further expansion plans. In fact, at the same time as the electric lights were sold, Hobert's actions had already begun. First he bought a small factory, transformed it into a school, and established the Backlund Electrician School to solve the current serious shortage of electricians. Then he leased 3 more large factories, recruited a large number of vagrants to produce supporting facilities such as wires, batteries, utility poles, crossarms, and porcelain pots. At the same time, he leased a medium-sized factory, purchased a large number of carriages and horses, established a distribution agency, and a battery door-to-door replacement service, etc. The biggest investment was buying 2 large plots of land in the suburbs, and quickly started building the second batch of large power plants. The construction of supporting facilities in Backlund is like this, and the rest can only be done after the corresponding technicians are trained, little by little, pulling the wires all over the streets and alleys of Backlund, leaving a mark belonging to Hobert in this era. Now Hobert has sent people to Pritz Harbor, not far from Backlund, to buy land, prepare to build power plants, lay wires, and provide electric light services. Todd has also sent people to Eastchester County and Enmat Harbor to conduct research according to Hobert's instructions, preparing to use the massive funds in his hands to lay the framework for electric light services first. As for the large cities in the northern Mid-Seashire County and Constant City, although there are also a large number of potential customers, Hobert has no intention of developing there for the time being. Because that is where the war will be the most intense later. Even if the power plant is built, it will not be enough for them to squander. Now, Hobert only provides a general direction for the Earl's light bulb factory, and the specific affairs are all managed by Todd. Hobert also sent an invitation to Upton, asking him to serve as the deputy general manager of Earl's Light. After all, Todd is still young, and he has suddenly become a hot commodity from being unknown before. Hobert is afraid that he will not be able to resist some temptations and relax his strict requirements on himself. At the same time, Hobert also hopes to use Upton's accumulated connections to develop a series of basic industries on Longtail Island. Hobert did not use the money from Earl's Light for the construction of Longtail Island, but a sum of money from a group of financial personnel headed by Furs and Philip. Even without using the money from Earl's Light, Hobert still has £200,000 in savings, enough to build Longtail Island into a medium-sized, complete industrial base. Hobert's long-term plan is to use Longtail Island as a springboard to seek opportunities to build a country in the southern continent during the subsequent war. At that time, the northern continent will be in a mess, especially the fall of the industrial town of Constant will cause Lone to lose a large amount of industrial production capacity. And in the later stages of the war, Backlund will also become panic-stricken, and if Hobert has industrial needs during the nation-building period, he may not be able to obtain enough industrial products from Lone. So it is better to do it yourself and have enough food and clothing. Moreover, the labor and raw materials on Longtail Island are very cheap, and the construction cost is not high. These construction projects can also bring a lot of employment opportunities and create wealth for the natives of Longtail Island. On Thursday morning, Hobert finally returned to MI9 to work, but as soon as he went to work, he started to slack off. Hobert first went to the South Colson area and obtained the Beast Tamer potion formula from Bishop Simpson, then returned to Backlund and handed the formula to Viscount Glaint. In the past month or so, Glaint has introduced 3 more batches of Backlund noble children to Hobert. For now, these noble children are enough. This greatly alleviates the shortage of manpower in the recent period, but if there are more, this group may be difficult to control in the future. Since Glaint has basically completed the tasks assigned by Hobert, then according to the previous agreement, give him the Beast Tamer potion formula and Beyonder characteristics. In the past period of time, in addition to establishing a mature immigration mechanism, Hobert also established a new training mechanism, recruiting literate people from the East Borough of Backlund and vagrants, conducting basic training and sending them to the grassroots level to gain experience. Compared with the residents of the East Borough, there are a large number of people who have attended grammar schools among the vagrants. They are all bankrupt middle class. It's just that the quality of these people is uneven and not easy to manage, but this mechanism can almost completely solve the future shortage of manpower. And these people also need this job very much. Although the salary is not high, it includes food and accommodation. Such a job is almost non-existent in Backlund. This is also the reason why so many people break their heads to enter the Earl's Light light bulb factory every time it recruits, because it includes food and accommodation. This can save more than 90% of the expenses for the poor, and even for ordinary workers, it can save about 60% of the expenses. At first, many rich people secretly laughed at Hobert for giving such good treatment, but soon they couldn't laugh anymore, because the workers in their factories also demanded such treatment. Even without such a request, the enthusiasm for work has become not high. Under Hobert's care, Viscount Glaint completed the advancement. At the same time, he once again mentioned the matter he had entrusted to Hobert before, asking him to steal back his father's ring from Earl Vincent. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, this time Glaint told Hobert that the opening spell of that ring was to say in ancient Fasak, Summer of Winter County. The reward is still a grade 2 sealed artifact, which is also the most valuable reward that Viscount Glaint can offer. Hobert promised to help him pay attention to this matter. If he can get it easily, he will take it, but if he has to take some risks, then there is no need. Leaving from Viscount Glaint's place, Hobert returned to his mansion, and happened to meet Serena who had returned from Tingen City. Is your brother's wedding over? Hobert asked casually. It's over. Serena smiled slightly, they may have a baby in another month or 2. I have to save money quickly to buy a gift for the baby. Hobert smiled and said, it's just right, you can do something for me, and I will reward you when you come back. Serena nodded repeatedly, you say. Elizabeth has successfully entered Backlund University, you help me choose some gifts to thank Lord Atwood. Hobert said, you must be solemn and atmospheric, and apologize to him, because I am busy with official duties and have to ask you to thank him. After the Earl's light bulb became famous in one fell swoop, Hobert's status among the nobles quickly increased. For a current Minister of Education, it is completely possible to send a butler to visit and thank him. Serena was stunned, is it that simple? She then realized that the teacher wanted to give her a reward on purpose, thank you, teacher. Hobert smiled slightly, go. In the blink of an eye, it was evening, and Hobert was about to go to Longtail Island to find Furs for dinner and dancing, but Furs rarely came to the Earl's mansion in Backlund. She came with Zio. Hobert smiled, we haven't had a small gathering for a long time, let's go to Longtail Island to taste the local fruits, or go to Jeffrey City to eat authentic Fainapotter-style food. Furs said with a solemn expression in a low voice, Zio has found Lewis. Hobert recalled for a moment before remembering that this Lewis was a traitor of the Abraham family and is now an envoy of the Aurora Order. He took Furs and Zio to the study and talked about this matter in detail. Zio said, you should still remember Mr. A's gathering, right? That's right, it's that Mr. A, it is said that he participated in the Backlund smog incident and disappeared in that incident, and this gathering stopped. Recently, this gathering has started again, and now the host of the gathering is Mr. X. After several observations, I found that this Mr. X should be Lewis, whom Furs has been looking for. Hobert nodded and asked, when is the next gathering? Tomorrow night, Zio replied. Hobert hummed, tell me the address and password for the gathering. I'll go kill him tomorrow night. Zio reminded him, let me investigate further. Mr. X seems to have many helpers around him. All the better, Hobert smiled. It will make my spoils richer. Then he laughed. Don't worry, I've used the resources of MI9 to investigate Lewis as well. Although I didn't get much information, I'm confident I can kill him. He's just a sequence 5. Hobert can easily kill him now. Zio nodded. It's good that you're confident. Then she smiled and said, it's been a while since we gathered, but I have a mission tonight. I have to stake someone out. After telling Hobert the address and password, Zio left in a hurry. Furs watched Zio walk away and said, Zio is still so busy. She felt sorry for her good friend. How can we help her? Give her more remuneration for this mission, Hobert said. Furs said, that's for sure. I talked to Zio's superior at MI9 and asked him to give Zio some high-paying, safer missions, Hobert said. But that's all I can do. With Zio's personality, she won't accept too obvious help. Furs sighed. I once invited her to help on Longtail Island, but she refused. That method is not good, Ouch. Furs was startled by Hobert's sudden ouch. What's wrong? I was thinking that we have to act ahead of time for tomorrow's gathering, Hobert laughed. Otherwise, Zio might be suspected if she doesn't attend the gathering. Actually, he suddenly remembered that Furs seemed to have encountered an accident with Zio when she asked Zio to help find the main ingredients for the scribe, and then Zio joined the tarot club and started her amazing life. But the problem now is that Hobert has already prepared the Beyonder characteristics for Furs to advance to scribe. They won't encounter such danger at all. So how will Zio join the tarot club? And how will she start her amazing life? But of course, these questions cannot be told to Furs. Until dinner, Hobert and Furs were still discussing this issue. They used to be very good friends, and now Hobert and Furs are living very good lives. There's no reason to let their former good friends still work so hard from dawn till dusk. Hobert did think of a way. Come to Backlund more often these days, and when you chat with Zio, tell her about the rampant pirates and cultists on Longtail Island. And tell her that the governor's office is short of official Beyonders, and that we will be advancing into the mountains next, touching on the interests of the Mountain God Church. After laying the groundwork for a few days, ask her to protect your safety and give her a higher salary. If she wants to develop her career on Longtail Island, give her some support. Furs nodded. That's a good idea. First of all, what Hobert said is basically true. Longtail Island does have the worries of the Mountain God Church internally and pirates externally, and there is currently a shortage of extraordinary power. However, Hobert is already trying his best to solve this problem. Archibald just arrived on Longtail Island with artillery last week, which not only greatly supplemented the island's coastal defense forces, but also brought a group of military Beyonders. Currently, Seal is already a pyromaniac, and many officers are already warriors, provokers, or barbarians. They can solve ordinary pirate attacks. Of course, the most important thing is that Archibald is now on Longtail Island. It is itself a demigod-level Beyonder creature, and there are currently 3 Sequence 5 marionettes. Even if the Pirate Admiral comes, he will not return. With it and Angus on Longtail Island, even if the Mountain God Church's Beyonders launch an attack on the governor's office, Hobert doesn't need to support them. Moreover, after the land revolution that will take place soon, Hobert is preparing to start recruiting soldiers on Longtail Island. In up to half a year, Hobert will be confident that he can completely squeeze the Mountain God Church's living space clean. There is no need to tell these things to Zio. Let her take a look at Longtail Island and feel the thriving atmosphere. Maybe she will like it there. But soon, Furs realized that this idea seemed a little naive. Furs said, Zio's goal is to investigate the cause of her father's death and restore the family's glory. She probably won't leave Backlund for a long time before this goal is achieved. Hobert hummed, as if this goal could be achieved in the second half of this year. Regarding this, I will help her with some investigations, hoping to resolve her knot as soon as possible. Until the two of them returned to the bedroom together at night to rest, they didn't talk much about the assassination of Lewis. Through Lehman's travel notes, Furs knew how strong Hobert's abilities had become, and it also let her know how easy it was for a demigod to kill a Sequence 5. After nightfall on Friday, it began to rain lightly. This made the air in Backlund much better. Carriages were still galloping on the streets, and the coachmen lowered their hat brims to prevent rainwater from falling into their eyes. After a layer of rainwater covered the horse lamp, the light seemed to spread out a little, becoming somewhat unreal. Hobert, who had changed his face, looked at the street. Pedestrians on both sides of the road hurried by with umbrellas, while homeless people huddled in corners, hoping that the light rain would end soon. Now there is a joke in Backlund. Earl Hobert has hired all the homeless people. Although this joke is a bit exaggerated, since Hobert returned to Backlund, he has immigrated 40,000 homeless people to the South Colson area. When several branches of Earl's Light started construction, Hobert recruited nearly 30,000 homeless people one after another. This has reduced the number of homeless people on the streets of Backlund by a quarter, because Hobert also recruited some extremely poor people in the East Borough, otherwise the number of homeless people would have been reduced by a third. But according to the current trend, this quarter of the share will be filled again in the next 2 or 3 months, and the number of homeless people will return to about 200,000. It's not that there are only 200,000 homeless people in Backlund, but that the entire leftovers of Backlund are only enough to support 200,000 homeless people. Looking at the wet street, Hobert withdrew his gaze, and his thoughts drifted away for a while. The carriage came all the way to the East Borough. Hobert got out of the car in the rain and put on his hood. In fact, he could completely distort the angle of the raindrops, and not a single drop of rain would fall on his clothes, but that would instantly expose his strength. So Hobert, like most passers-by, lowered his brim and hurried to a dark alley, in front of a dilapidated wooden door. Hobert recalled the password Zio told him, bent his fingers, first 3 light and 3 heavy, then 2 long and 3 short. A few seconds later, the door opened silently, and a waiter wearing an iron mask examined Hobert, who had changed his appearance. Friend, who introduced you? Hobert frowned. Are you new here? I used to attend Mr. A's gatherings at 177 Empress Borough, and no one ever asked who introduced me. In fact, he only attended once. Mr. X only initiated a few gatherings after replacing Mr. A, and indeed many previous participants only came to participate in this gathering again these 2 times. Seeing that Hobert said the address of the previous gathering initiated by Mr. A was correct, the waiter let him pass. Hobert unhurriedly passed him, and when he passed through the not-so-long corridor, his spirituality felt 3 gazes sweeping over him one after another. Mr. X had just taken over the Backlund Beyonder gathering, and he was very cautious at this time. Through the short corridor, he came to a fairly spacious living room, and those gazes and examinations all disappeared. Hobert's Grade 1 sealed artifacts were all in a sealed state, and even the examination of an angel might not be able to see the clues. Of course, no one noticed his abnormality. And although Hobert didn't wear a mask, he was using the order crystal of the staff head to perform anti-divination operations, so as not to let the highly spiritual traveler detect the danger. He came relatively early, glanced at the rows of chairs, and finally sat down in a place close to the main seat. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the time for the gathering arrived. Hobert glanced at the gathering. There were only 30 people, only about half of the number of the previous Mr. A's gathering, and many wild Beyonders should still be watching. There is no need to worry that Zio did not attend this gathering and will be suspected by the Aurora Order. At this time, Mr. X came to the door with a golden mask and walked unhurriedly to the main seat. He was wearing a black classical robe, wearing a magician's hat, and did not exude much momentum, but the members who participated in the gathering unconsciously lowered their heads. Mr. X faced everyone, sat in the main seat, and said in a low voice, "Let's begin." Okay. Hobert's figure suddenly became illusory, and then appeared in front of Mr. X. He didn't use distortion, but used the blink of the traveler's knife. Hobert's right hand suddenly inserted into Mr. X's chest, and took out a still-beating heart. Mr. X's body was just a little illusory, and he didn't have time to enter the spirit world. He looked incredulously at the hooded man in front of him, holding his still-beating heart in his hand. His figure, which had begun to become illusory, also became solid again, and quickly lost his vitality. Under the golden mask, the incredible expression gradually turned into fear, and froze on this corpse's face. At this time, the members who came to participate in the gathering suddenly realized that the host of this gathering had been killed, screamed and ran out, and the living room became a mess. Hobert threw the heart in his hand casually, took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood on his hands, and said, "The Beyonders of this pathway are really weak. Travelers are indeed notoriously difficult to catch, but once their ability to escape is restricted, or they simply don't have time to use it, it also means that they will be in great danger." Hobert was fast enough, so he didn't even use the ability of disorder or distortion, and directly went up and killed the opponent. At this time, the surrounding shadows seemed to become viscous, and the shadows began to flow towards Hobert. They were unable to determine Hobert's strength, but they couldn't just leave like this, so they tried to attack. After Hobert wiped the blood stains on his hands, he threw Mr. X's body into the leather bag with spatial magic, corruption. Ah! 3 screams immediately came from those shadows. The dim shadows suddenly jumped up, and 3 strange-shaped human figures like black paper appeared. They seemed to be enduring great pain. Then these 3 shadows stopped struggling and fell straight to the ground, and the black paper revealed the faces of 3 people. They had always been influenced by the true creator at ordinary times. At this time, Hobert's corruption was like suffering a high-level ability attack of this pathway at close range, and they actually died tragically. Hobert unhurriedly put their corpses into the leather bag. He could feel that there were still some gazes peeping at him in the surrounding shadows, but Hobert was not very interested in these Sequence 7 or lower members. At this time, those members who participated in the gathering were still blocked in that narrow corridor. Hobert simply pushed down a wall and left the living room unhurriedly. There were basically no street lights on the streets of the East Borough. Hobert walked step by step in the dim alley. At this time, the darkness on the street suddenly became viscous, and illusory figures appeared one by one, staring at Hobert unkindly. In Hobert's impression, the Aurora Order seemed to have a demigod in background. He didn't have any nonsense. While his fist was covered with a layer of orange-red light, he suddenly rushed over to slaughter. The viscous shadows didn't expect the other party to launch a fierce attack without even trying. They quickly dispersed like a tide. But Hobert appeared in front of the shadow like a blink, and stomped it on the ground. The violent blow rippled like a circle in the shadow, and at the same time stepped out a big pit on the ground. A black shadow rolled to the side, rolling silently on the ground. The Black Knight let his shadow bear this blow of slaughter. The shadow was seriously injured, but the Black Knight wasn't scathed. Connection. Hobert, who had experience fighting the Black Knight once, let the shadow on the ground connection with its master. This allowed the shadow's injuries to be transmitted to the body to a certain extent, and a muffled groan came from the approximate end of the dim alley. Disorder. Through this ability in that direction, because disorder can occur within a certain range, so it doesn't matter even if it doesn't hit the opponent. Taking this opportunity, Hobert distorted the distance while rushing over, and injected spirituality into 1:109 Fire Crow technique. 2 flames stretched out from his back, turning into dozens of fire crows and smashed towards the opponent. The darkness at the end of the alley immediately became viscous, and stood up like a semi-solid liquid to block most of the fire crows' attacks. The fire crows exploded, blowing bricks and tiles at the end of the alley, and the land was sunken. Many people were still in their sleep and were hit onto the street by the shock wave of the explosion. Hobert took this opportunity to rush to the opponent, stabbing with a thin sword, and the semi-solid, dark liquid was pierced, weakened. The Black Knight dodged the rapier somewhat clumsily and was weakened. At this moment, a figure surrounded by bright, illusory symbols appeared between the two. This figure gradually emanated a twilight hue, and its appearance became clearer. It had only a giant vertical pupil on its face and wielded a 2-handed greatsword. Hobert's subsequent thrust failed to pierce this giant figure. At the same time, he felt his strength rapidly draining away, and even his mind grew weary, as if he loathed all combat and only wished to peacefully await the arrival of death. Bestow. Hobert struggled against the weariness of his mind, bestowing the negative state on his body to the Black Knight behind the giant figure. A wisp of twilight color appeared on the Black Knight, but this wisp quickly flowed to the ground, disappearing into the shadows. He gave all these negative states to the surrounding shadows, causing half the alley to briefly emit a twilight glow. Simultaneously, the tall figure with the giant pupil dissipated, and the figure surrounded by bright, illusory symbols reappeared. Hobert realized that this was the mystic, herded by the Black Knight. What he had just reproduced might have been a scene like God of Combat's Charge or Giant King's Advent. Hobert raised his other hand and injected spirituality into 1:107 Banish. The figure floating with illusory symbols immediately felt a tremendous force, as if it were about to be blown into another world. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert thrust his sword at the Black Knight. While recalling the mysticologist, the Black Knight conjured a blue magma greatsword in his hand, blocking Hobert's strike. At the same time, goat horns grew from the Black Knight's head, and his skin became dark and sinister, as if he were clad in a layer of armor. This was the demonification state. The Black Knight instantly switched to the soul of a desire apostle. Hobert casually slashed, creating a underworld gate, and the surrounding rain was swept into the underworld along with the cold wind. Hobert's mastery of underworld power grew more proficient. While using the power of the underworld to put pressure on the herded souls as much as possible, he extended his rapier, Magnify. He magnified the language of the dead that the rapier had been emitting. From the start of the battle, the Black Knight had been under attack by the language of the dead, and now these attacks finally manifested. The Black Knight felt his muscles stiffening, as if his body were becoming increasingly foreign. However, the Black Knight's flesh magic came into play at this moment. His heart instantly doubled in size, providing surging power to his blood and accelerating its flow. The feeling of muscle stiffness gradually disappeared. Hobert thrust again, and a hand reached out from the Black Knight's chest, gripping the rapier. The Black Knight himself quickly returned to normal from the demonification state. An arm extended from the hand on his chest that was grasping the rapier, and then a seemingly illusory, exquisite puppet emerged. Its eyes were blank and lifeless. Hobert was slightly stunned, not expecting this Black Knight to have herded 2 demigod-level souls. The highly spiritual puppet could use its spirituality to cover the rapier, blocking Hobert's attack. Pity. Hobert's lips turned down. You can only herd 1 soul at a time. Although the switch was seamless, the coordination of various abilities was difficult to deal with only below the demigod level. In demigod combat, a single spiritual body's attack could not produce unexpected results. Even continuous skills were somewhat weak. As Hobert spoke, a puppet-like figure was solidifying from illusion in his pupils. This was the possession of the puppet level. Hobert simply reversed the rapier and stabbed it into his own chest. The puppet, whose eyes had been lifeless, immediately showed a painful expression and screamed, leaving Hobert's body. Hobert pulled out the rapier, bestow. He once again bestowed most of the injuries to the Black Knight. This was the battle of demigods. Combos that were very effective below the demigod level could be broken in strange ways in demigod battles. The Black Knight's usual combo was puppet possession. He commanded his shadow to attack the target. Then, the second step was to use the mysticologist to create an offensive reproduction, while controlling the target with his shadow. There was a third step and a fourth step after that. However, in the battle with Hobert, his shadow was severely injured by Hobert from the start. He did not dare to manipulate the shadow now, fearing that the shadow's injuries would affect him. The Black Knight's combo became a joke. The underworld gate was always there. The Black Knight clearly felt that his hurted souls were being affected by some force, as if it were vying for control of these souls. He realized that he had no chance of winning in this battle. So, after having the puppet block Hobert's offensive again, he prepared to immediately hide in the darkness and escape. Hobert had been waiting for this opportunity. He knew that with his current abilities and the use of sealed artifacts, he was confident in defeating most sequence 4s of various pathways head-on. Even if he could not defeat the Black Knight in a short time, Hobert was sure that the Black Knight would run away at the first opportunity. After all, the Aurora Order was a hidden organization, and even if it had cooperation with the royal family, it was not something that could be seen in the light. The commotion just now was so great that the church's demigods could arrive in as little as 2 minutes. He definitely did not dare to fight a protracted battle. Connection. Hobert had already used the battle to put the Black Knight in a state of weakness and bestowal, so the 3 skills, including connection, were guaranteed to succeed. The Black Knight's escape came to an abrupt stop. He looked at his shadow. Although he had run away, he had not taken his shadow with him. Hobert punched him out of the shadows. The Black Knight suddenly realized that even if he ignored the shadow, it would return to his side after a while. But Hobert's second punch had already arrived. The Black Knight immediately turned into an exquisite puppet, using the extremely strong physique of the puppet to receive this punch, but was beaten back repeatedly. Then Hobert kicked out. The Black Knight realized that even the physically strong puppet seemed unable to block this kick. The Black Knight finally realized that something was wrong. Of course, something was wrong, because Hobert was now using the fatal attack, from 1 to 109, each strike heavier than the last. An average demigod would only last until the 4th strike. But the Black Knight had no time to dodge and could only block with his arms. Crack, an arm was kicked off. However, the Black Knight immediately used his flesh to return the protruding broken bone to its original position. The Black Knight was about to switch to the soul of the mysticologist to block Hobert's next strike. With his previous experience, he did not dare to run away now. But the rapier in Hobert's hand suddenly lengthened, piercing the Black Knight's chest. The Black Knight was stunned. It can lengthen. Hobert's actions from connection to fatal attack were actually just preparing for the rapier's attack. He needed such a moment that could unexpectedly wound the Black Knight. Letting the rapier become the main attacking weapon was entirely because it could destroy the Black Knight's spiritual body, which could effectively prevent him from using his tenacious flesh magic. The rapier suddenly widened, tearing open half of the Black Knight's chest. The Black Knight immediately retreated, using flesh magic to heal the wound, but he found that the wound could not heal. The wound was like a huge vortex, and his life force and spirituality were rapidly draining from it. Arrogance. Hobert used this ability almost like a judgment. At the same time, the sword in his hand turned into a 2-handed greatsword. The Black Knight seemed to think that he could continue to fight Hobert, but he was stepped on the chest by Hobert and his head was chopped off with a sword. The Black Knight did not even have the chance to use flesh magic to escape, because his spiritual body had become fragmented, which made him realize that he could not manipulate the damaged flesh. He could only feel his life rapidly draining away in fear and soon reached its end. Whoosh! A gust of strong wind blew from the direction of Holy Wind Cathedral. Hobert glanced at it, quickly collected the Black Knight's body, did not forget to seal the underworld gate, and left the scene using travel. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 576, Chapter 575 Entering the Foggy Town, Bonus 1. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Omar Amurio for becoming a free member. Archbishop Randall Valentinus of Holy Wind Cathedral was the first to arrive at the scene. At this time, the black, viscous liquid-like substance in the shadows had not completely dissipated, and on the ground, there were still traces of what looked like wriggling blood, like caterpillars. Especially at the end of the alley, it had almost blasted through this dead end and connected it to the street in front. This burly archbishop, with thick, deep blue hair, surveyed the scene. Soon, an old man wearing a black cleric's robe with 5 knight saint emblems on his chest seemed to emerge from the void. This was Archbishop Anthony Stevenson of St. Samuel Cathedral. He nodded slightly to Redale, as a greeting. Anthony also looked at the scene, the Aurora Order's Black Knight. Both archbishops saw the few drops of blood that were still wriggling just now but were now almost lifeless. Redale said, "I think so." He paused and then said, "Who killed this Black Knight?" Both of them knew that there were many demigods in Backlund, but battles between demigods were rare because their actions would quickly attract the attention of the church's demigods. Even in some situations where they had to fight, it was difficult to determine a winner in an hour or two. The usual situation was that the two would fight fiercely, but seeing that they could not quickly determine a winner, the official Beyonders demigods would be about to arrive, so they would tacitly end the battle. However, the battle that had just taken place in this dark alley had clearly resulted in a victory. Whether it was from the black shadows on the ground that were lifeless but had not completely dissipated, or from the spiritual perception of the two saints, it proved that the Black Knight was dead. At this moment, an old man wearing a white priest's robe and a soft hat quickly flew in from the sky and landed steadily. Behind him were a pair of mechanical-looking but thin and light silver wings. When the old man landed, the wings automatically folded and disappeared under the white priest's robe. He was Archbishop Oramic Hayden of the Steam Church. When his feet landed, the pupils of his eyes suddenly became illusory, and streams of information flashed through his eyes. A second or two later, his pupils returned to normal. The one who fought the Black Knight also seems to be a sequence 4, but he has good anti-divination abilities. I can't see any information about him. The three saints looked at the blood that had completely lost its vitality and saw the shadow that had completely disappeared. Although the other party had killed a demigod of the Aurora Order, the expressions of the three gradually became serious. A demigod who could kill a Black Knight in about 1 minute had come to Backlund, and they knew nothing about it. Hobert arrived in the western wilderness of Backlund, belonging to the Balk family, and dumped the corpses from his leather bag. The battle with the Black Knight had only lasted about a minute, so the Beyonder characteristics of these corpses had just begun to be extracted. Hobert took off the Mr. X mask, revealing a face with thin cheeks and a gloomy look between his eyebrows, like a drug addict. It was indeed Louis Veen. Hobert injected his spirituality into 1-109, and once again activated the sealing item's shepherd ability. Louis's soul was sucked out of the corpse by 1-109, and entered the leather bracelet that Hobert wore on his wrist with a painful expression, adding another dazzling blue gem to the bracelet. Hobert's spirituality immediately had 3 options again: travel, blink, and divination. This way, Hobert could give the traveler's blade to Furs, so that she would have the ability to escape immediately when she encountered danger. Using the rapier, he cut off Louis's head. Hobert accelerated the extraction speed of the Beyonder characteristics of the other corpses, and recovered 1 Black Knight and 3 Rose Bishop Beyonder characteristics. At the same time, several other pathways Beyonder characteristics were extracted from the Black Knight's corpse. Finally, Hobert used fire crows to burn all the corpses and bury them in the soil. He used travel again and returned to the study of the Earl's mansion. Furs was indeed still waiting here, and she immediately stood up. "How is it?" Hobert handed the head in the cloth bag to Furs. "I didn't expect there to be unexpected gains." Furs glanced at the head in the cloth bag. It was indeed Louis. "What gains?" "I also hunted down an important member of the Aurora Order, by the way," Hobert said with a smile. He did not say that it was a Black Knight, so as not to worry or blame Furs. Furs smiled. "Thank you, Hobert." Hobert pinched her face. "This is what I should do." Furs had to deal with the head, and Hobert had to recover his condition, so the two left the room and went about their business. There was no time to dance tonight. Hobert came to the study, took off his shirt, and the wound on his chest had begun to rot and was bleeding some black blood. It was the wound that Hobert inflicted on himself with his sword in order to prevent the puppet from possessing him. This sword caused great damage to the puppet, but Hobert was also injured as a result, and he could only bestow most of the injury away. Hobert drew his rapier again and cut out a underworld gate, using the power of the underworld to restore the injured spiritual body. After sealing the underworld gate, Hobert found a small knife, dug out the rotten flesh, and then used the healing fork to heal the wound quickly. After doing all this, Hobert sacrificed the Beyonder characteristics he had gained today to the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert crushed these 3 demigod-level Beyonder characteristics while pondering how to deal with them. The Mysticologist Beyonder characteristic could be sold to Bernadette, and the Puppet Beyonder characteristic would be kept to see if Miss Sharon would need it in the future. But how to deal with this Black Knight Beyonder characteristic? This time, Hobert acted cleanly and did not give the other party a chance to become a sealed artifact. The problem was that Hobert did not need the Beyonder characteristics of this pathway. It would be a pity to sell it to the Orthodox churches at a low price. After thinking for a while, Hobert thought of Old Man Winston, whom he had kept. He would see if he could make it into a mystical item. It didn't matter if the negative effects were a little stronger, it was better than directly using beyonder characteristics. As for the Rose Bishop beyonder characteristics, they could be crushed and sold to the Orthodox churches in the future. There was also one Desire Apostle and one Scarlet Scholar beyonder characteristics. The former would also be dealt with by the Orthodox churches, and the latter would be sold to the Sanguine when he found a chance. Saturday morning, Prince Harbor. Dorian walked out of the Fisherman's Connection, seemingly unhurried, but his heart was filled with doubts and worries, because he had just received a letter from his student first through someone. It said that she had something important to meet him about, and she was now staying at the Sea Breeze Street Hotel at number 55. What Dorian wondered was, how could his student, who was always lazy, suddenly run to Prince Harbor to meet him? He was worried about whether Furs had encountered some difficult problems. Dorian wasn't worried that this would be a trap, because at the end of the letter, there was a code that they had already determined. At least in Furs's view, this meeting was safe. After a simple observation of the Sea Breeze Street Hotel, Dorian finally walked in. After confirming that there was no danger, he came to the outside of the room Furs mentioned in the letter and knocked on the door according to the agreed code. The door was opened, and Furs made "everything is safe" gesture to Dorian before Dorian felt relieved and entered the door. "Teacher, I know this visit is a bit rushed," Furs smiled after closing the door, "but I have something very important to ask you about." Dorian was slightly relieved. At least it seemed that Furs's matter was not too dangerous or urgent. "Tell me slowly." The two sat down on the two chairs in the hotel. Furs picked up a small leather bag and said, "I know that Louis Veen once betrayed the organization and caused you a lot of harm. I have always wanted to find him and avenge you. Give up this idea." Dorian sat up straight. "Even if you have Laymanos travels, you are definitely not his opponent. Even if Hobert is also a Sequence 5, even if he is stronger than Louis, he may not be able to kill him. But as long as he is not killed, his organization will definitely launch a revenge. They are all a bunch of lunatics. Even if Hobert is an Earl, he can still become their target." He took a deep breath. "You have such a heart, which makes me very pleased, but you don't need to take risks. If Hobert was still Sequence 5, it would definitely not work." Furs muttered silently. "Hobert has succeeded." Cough cough cough. Dorian choked on his saliva, coughed, and took a few sips of tea before he was relieved. Then he seemed to realize something. "Hobert has advanced to Sequence 4. Furs nodded slightly. This could not be concealed, otherwise it would not make sense. Dorian asked with some worry, "Have you encountered any trouble? Have you accidentally left any clues?" "Shouldn't have," Furs said. "Hobert changed his appearance, and he has a mystical item that resists divination. According to his description, he seized the opportunity and succeeded quickly, and the other party didn't even have time to enter the spirit world." Dorian sighed. "That's good, that's good." Furs opened the exquisite small leather case on the ground, which contained a head wrapped in newspaper. Dorian saw the face he would never forget. His smug smile was gone, and his face was filled with disturbing fear. As an astrologer, Dorian's spirituality could confirm that this was Louis Veen's head. "Good, very good." Dorian whispered a few words slightly excitedly, took out a fist-sized pure crystal ball from his pocket. "It is made of star crystal and can effectively improve your astrology." Before Furs could refuse, Dorian laughed and said, "Louis is my enemy. You helped me get rid of him, so I have to pay you some reward." Furs immediately refused. No need. Hobert has already kept his beyonder characteristics for me to advance to Traveler in the future." Dorian said with a serious expression, "Do you want to make me feel guilty and uneasy?" Then he smiled. "Don't worry, your teacher still has some wealth." Furs didn't say anything else. If she didn't want anything, it might really make teacher Dorian uneasy. Dorian thought for a while and then said, "Wait here for a while, I'll be right back." Ignoring Furs's retention, he insisted on leaving and returned about an hour later. First, he handed Furs a box. There is still a crystal ball inside, but this is a mystical item. It allows people who don't know divination to use divination, but it can only have the level of Sequence 7 at most. If it is someone who knows divination, it can bypass some anti-divination abilities and improve the accuracy of divination. It can also be used as a medium for dream divination, roulette divination, and other forms of divination. The negative effect is, do not use it under the cosmos, otherwise it will attract malicious gazes. After Dorian finished introducing it, he said again, "This mystical item does not conflict with your divination ability, it is equivalent to giving you a higher sequence of divination. Then he took out 2 documents. These are 2 properties in Backlund, one in Hillston District and one in Sherwood District, both in good locations. Furs was slightly stunned. "Teacher, this is too much. How about this? I only want that crystal ball." She roughly calculated that these 2 properties were worth at least £6,500, and that crystal ball was also worth about £4,500, so Dorian gave her £11,000 at once. This is the foundation of the former Angel family. They are indeed unknown now, but there are still many properties such as land, forest farms, real estate, manors, and mines. No, Dorian said seriously, normally, the reward for assassinating Louis Veen, who is supported by the Aurora Order, would be at least £30,000. What I gave you is still too little, but I can only give you so much for now. Furs knew that these rewards were not easy to decline. Teacher, these are enough. Really, when hunting Louis, we never thought about asking for any reward. Hobert's main purpose was also to target the Beyonder characteristics on him. Dorian smiled, that's a good young man. If Hobert wasn't Furs's husband, and Dorian knew that the two were very loving, he would have suspected that Hobert had other plans. Dorian even thought just now that Furs meeting Hobert was her opportunity, and at the same time, wasn't this an opportunity for the Abraham family? He advanced to demigod at a young age. He must be a member of an Beyonder family, or, as reported in the newspaper, he has the support of the lone royal family. This is a demigod who has enough goodwill towards the Abraham family, and in the future, he may get more help from him. The key is that Dorian still thought that Furs and Hobert didn't know that he was a descendant of the Abraham family, so he could safely ask Furs for help in some matters. Then, Dorian asked Furs about the digestion of the astrologer potion. Furs smiled slightly, I'm now in the habit of divining before I do anything. Then she said seriously, not long ago, I discovered a fact, divination is not omnipotent. I mean, for various reasons, you can't be too superstitious about the results of divination. Dorian nodded with satisfaction, this isn't the first time I've said it, you have a high talent. Backlund, MI9. Hobert found Byron in the lounge and chatted with him in the corner about Zio's recent situation. Finally, Hobert asked in a low voice, do you know the real cause of Zio's father's death? Byron smiled helplessly, my position at the time was too low, and I didn't know the specifics. Hobert nodded, pretended to think for a moment, and then said, okay, there's nothing else. He went over to pour himself a cup of coffee, and while drinking it, he said to several intelligence personnel who suddenly became restrained, sorry, I interrupted your chat, please continue. He smiled and raised the coffee in his hand, I'll leave after I finish this cup of coffee. Byron smiled and said, we were just chatting, you didn't interrupt us. That's good. Hobert smiled, I heard you say just now that you got some news about the Aurora Order. Are you finally going to crack down on this crazy secret organization? This was his main purpose in coming to the lounge, he knew that someone would complain about this matter today. As he expected, one intelligence officer complained, we are investigating the person who killed an important member of the Aurora Order. Another intelligence officer joked, I really can't figure out why we're investigating the murderer. Are we going to give him a Good Citizen Award after we find him? Generally, investigations into cases where members of such secret organizations are killed are just a formality. If evidence is found, it is recorded, if not, the case is closed as a vendetta or a dispute over spoils. After all, no one cares how these villains die. However, this case is being pushed very urgently from above, and the investigation is quite thorough. Others also began to joke about this matter, it's as if we're going to avenge the Aurora Order. Hobert took a sip of his coffee and thought, it's very likely that you will become accomplices. After listening for a while, Hobert roughly knew that MI9's investigation direction had indeed been misled by him. According to the eyewitnesses they found, it is currently believed that it should be in Beyonder of the apprentice pathway who committed the crime, after all, the opponent used to blink. As for the signs of explosions that appeared on the streets outside, some people believe that it is likely to be a recorded ability. This is why Hobert used the blink ability yesterday, instead of the distortion ability. If the Aurora Order gets such news, they are likely to suspect that this is the Abraham family's revenge, or purely to hunt down that traveler. Even if they guess that blink may come from a mystical item, it is difficult to guess Hobert's specific pathway, because according to the traces at the scene, the murderer may also be in Beyonder of the hunter pathway. The ability of the lawyer pathway, as long as you are careful to avoid it, will generally not leave too obvious traces. As Hobert said, he left after finishing his coffee. In the afternoon, Konas came to see Hobert, and the two talked about the Earl's light bulb. Now Konas is also a shareholder of Earl's Light, which has invisibly brought the two closer together. Hobert smiled and said, the advancement of light bulbs is not over yet, because the big light bulb in Order Square is still on. Konas praised, I have to say, you are a business genius. Then he said, there is a card game at the club tonight, would you like to participate? Some other day. Hobert smiled helplessly, Todd is coming back from Pritz Harbor this afternoon, and I want to have a simple meal with him. It seems that the hot sale of Earl's Light is not all good. Konas joked, you don't even have time for entertainment. After Konas left, the smile on Hobert's face immediately disappeared. He certainly guessed that Konas's visit was an observation and test of himself. Although Hobert found a good reason to go to the lounge in the morning, this was his first time going, and it was after the Aurora Order case happened. It's not that Konas suspects Hobert, after all, on the surface Hobert has no motive for the crime, but he just wants to completely rule out Hobert's suspicion. Hobert's performance was also very natural. If he had accepted Konas's invitation just now, it would have made him seem guilty. After all, he rarely participates in club entertainment activities. In that case, Konas would definitely test him further. Because of Hobert's performance, Konas has ruled out Hobert's suspicion. After getting off work, Hobert met Furs in the Earl's mansion study. Teacher Dorian's reward is too generous. Furs said, he actually gave me a grade 2 sealed artifact and 2 properties. Hobert listened to the specific information about those rewards. That crystal ball might be useful to me, let me use it for a while first. As for those 2 properties, I suggest you can use them to collect rent. Furs was slightly stunned. I was planning to give them all to you. After all, I didn't play any role in this matter. You are Hobert's wife and Dorian's student, that's your greatest role. Hobert patted Furs's plump butt. Okay, let's go have dinner, I have an action tonight. As night fell, Hobert used travel to come to the bank of the Tussock River again, the place where he and Klein had met before. Klein was already waiting here. After the two met, there were no pleasantries. He took out 4 talismans. Through praying to Mr. Fool, I have created 3 types of talismans, namely Fate Siphon Talisman, Deception Talisman, and Deprivation Talisman. The Fate-stealing talisman can steal the target's fate for 3 seconds, and can exchange one's own fate with the other party. The Deception Talisman can deceive the target, causing the other party to make wrong judgments, or not notice some key actions. The Deprivation Talisman can steal 3 Beyonder abilities from the target, stealing in the order of the most recently used ability, going back in sequence. Here is 1 Fate Siphon Talisman, 1 Deception Talisman, and 2 Deprivation Talismans. The activation incantation is Steal in Ancient Hermes. Hobert put away these 4 talismans that looked like black crystal cards. They are all quite strong. With these talismans, dealing with the frenzied mage in Foggy Town is not a big problem. But the specific information about Foggy Town cannot be told to Klein for the time being. Klein is also very cautious about this kind of action, and only at this time did he reveal all his plans. Then Hobert turned into a small pool of flesh and blood and hid in Klein's pocket. Klein used travel to come to the dark place on Phelps Street where St. Samuel Cathedral is located. After waiting for a while, a group of believers who participated in the evening mass came out of the church. Soon, several servants walked out of the church with various cleaning tools and began to clean the street in front of the church, mainly cleaning the manure from the carriage parking spots. Today, Backlund rarely has no mist. The scarlet moonlight shines on the earth. The red moon seems to be watching everything that happens on the street. Klein found a servant walking at the back, used the power of Wraith to possess the other party, then controlled him to slowly walk into the corner, let him drink a sleeping potion, and settled him down. Then Klein transformed into the appearance of this servant, carefully swept horse manure for more than 10 minutes, followed the servant back to the church, and successfully moved into the servant's dormitory. Before long, the servants fell into a deep sleep, and Hobert came out of Klein's pocket to rest. Although the negative effects of 1 to 109 are relatively easy for Hobert to avoid, if there is a chance, he still needs to rest to keep himself in the best condition. 1 person lay on the bed, and 1 person stood on the ground, both waiting very quietly. Until dawn came, Hobert once again burrowed into Klein's pocket. Klein first used the Paper Angel, blessed by the Grey Fog ability to interfere, in order to avoid Archbishop Anthony's spirituality, and relying on the Queen Mystic help, the erosion aura of Wraith interfered with the ceiling core at the bottom of the church. In this way, they came silently to the place where the guardians closer to the core area lived, and once again used the potion to make a sparse-haired guardian fall asleep. Klein transformed into the appearance of the guardian, ate all the white bread on the table in front of the window, drank a glass of water, and vividly imitated the way he walked, seemingly struggling to get to the underground area. As soon as he arrived in the corridor of the underground area, Klein almost didn't control his emotions, because he saw Leonard, with black hair and green eyes, outstanding appearance but a somewhat casual temperament, walking towards him. Klein knew that a Marauder Pathway Angel was parasitized in the body of the poet student, but at this time he could only bite the bullet and move forward, hoping that the poet student was afraid of exposing his own secrets and pretended not to know. While moving forward, Klein quickly thought that it was the Marauder Pathway Angel who could detect his specialness, not Leonard. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief, then the possibility of the other party exposing me is very small. After all, he also has a lot of problems, and he is not an angel who believes in the Evernight goddess. Once he exposes me, he will also be at risk of exposure. There is no need to take this risk at all. Soon the two approached, nodded slightly to each other, and pointed their right index and middle fingers clockwise 4 times on their chests, as if drawing a round moon. Then 1 inward and 1 outward, brushed past each other. Klein silently breathed a sigh of relief. The Marauder Angel really pretended not to see anything, and didn't even remind Leonard. Cautiously walking in the underground passage for more than a minute, Klein finally came to a cold door. He was very clear about the handover process between the Nighthawks and the Guardians, knocked on the door of the guard room outside the door, and opened the Cheney's gate under the witness of the rotating Nighthawks. Inside the door, the deep darkness surged immediately. Klein felt as if there were invisible tentacles scraping his skin in the darkness, penetrating into his body, and linking with the eroded wraith. Klein tried to make his expression indifferent and entered the door, closing the Chinese gate. He took the horse lamp from the side and lit it, patiently waiting in front of the door for a while, so as not to have a nighthawk come early to collect or return something. According to his experience, as long as the internal guardian is not disturbed by the nighthawks for 5 minutes after entering the Chinese gate, then the Chinese gate will be opened again when an beyonder case occurs that day and a sealed artifact needs to be used. He spent 5 minutes in incomparable torment. Klein finally started moving forward again, walking towards the stairs leading to the second floor. After passing the rooms where various beyonder materials, potion formulas, and secret knowledge were stored, and where heretics or wild beyonders were imprisoned, Klein stepped steadily into the underground. This is an area separated by steel, brick, or silver. The doors of these areas are closed, only the door of the armor soaked in the steel bathtub is open. Passing this sealed artifact, Klein's spirituality seemed to be guided. He turned a corner and saw a stone room with a bookshelf made of bones, with only an ancient notebook with a hard cover placed on it. It is the Antigonus family notebook. According to the agreement with Hobert, he will get this notebook first, and then look for the clues of the saint who disappeared in the Backlund smog incident together. Things went smoothly, but Klein still didn't have the slightest carelessness and recklessness, carefully entered the room, and was about to reach out to take the notebook. Pa. Just then, the sound of the door opening suddenly sounded outside, as if someone had walked over. Klein's pupils dilated. While lunging towards the bone bookshelf, letting the marionette grab the Antigonus family notebook, he reached into his pocket and pulled Hobert out, hoping that this demigod could temporarily withstand the crisis behind. Hobert originally thought he could take a ride directly into Foggy Town, but he didn't expect Klein to prepare to resist. Leaving the cover of the wraith marionette, he had to distort the illusory tentacles in the darkness so that the ceiling core would not notice him for the time being. At this moment, he saw a figure wearing a hood and a classical robe standing outside the door. She had a beautiful face but no expression, and her eyes were deep but lacked spirituality. Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. People are already standing there, what's the point of resisting? Get ready to pose and go straight to Foggy Town. So Hobert reached back with his hand, preparing to pull Klein away together. But he found that he had grabbed nothing. Looking at the corner of his eye, Klein had disappeared, and the Antigonus family diary was still placed on the bone bookshelf. Hobert looked at his hands and feet again, and then he realized, why don't you let me disappear yet? If Klein goes to Foggy Town and I don't go, that would be embarrassing. But then, Hobert felt that he would definitely be sent to Foggy Town. After all, the Blackhound spirit beast was still inside, and the Solomon family's frenzied mage should also be inside. Without Hobert's help, it is almost impossible for Klein to walk out of the town by himself. So, Hobert looked towards the figure outside the door, his eyes seemingly saying, "Come on, what are you waiting for?" A smile suddenly flashed across the other person's handsome face, and then he pointed at Hobert with his index finger. Hobert's spirituality sensed something, as if something had changed within him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Fortunately, in the next second, Hobert was erased like a pencil drawing rubbed out by an eraser, quickly vanishing. Hobert's vision went black at first, as if he had entered a deep, dreamless sleep. He didn't know how long passed before the darkness before his eyes suddenly shifted, and a cold wind blew over him. He struggled to open his eyes and saw that he was in a cornfield, with a mist above him. The scarlet moon was hidden within it, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Hobert quickly regained his thoughts. A cornfield. I don't remember any cornfield. Immediately afterward, Hobert realized that these corn stalks were not normal. They were all turning their leaves, as if turning around to look at Hobert. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 577, Chapter 576 Zeradal in the Church. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In the cornfield, a creature, black all over, resembling both a rat and a rabbit, was gnawing at the roots of the corn stalks. Perhaps it was too engrossed in its gnawing, as it didn't notice a corn stalk behind it quietly bending low. Just as the creature was about to bite through the corn stalk's root, it suddenly raised its head, finally realizing the danger. But it discovered it too late. The bent low corn stalk abruptly opened its corn fruit, which was as large as 2 adult palms. Its red tassels resembled the proboscis of a blood-sucking creature, and the enveloping leaves were like thin membranes. When fully opened, there were no corn kernels inside, only a monstrous mouth full of backward-pointing teeth. This corn fruit lunged down, swallowing the rat-like creature in one bite. The creature struggled violently inside the corn fruit, but soon, it became still. Hobert realized that these were not corn at all, but monsters disguised as corn. What Hobert found strange was that after the corn saw him, they seemed to regard him as some kind of monster, and they all tilted away, trying to avoid Hobert. Hobert took a few steps forward, and the corn in front of him also moved away. He smiled. So shy, are you? After confirming that these cornplants were not aggressive, Hobert used distortion to cover distance quickly. However, this cornfield seemed endless, and after several distortions, he still couldn't leave. While advancing, he injected his spirituality into the Order Crystal, searching for the trail of the Black Hound Spirit Beast. Theoretically, as soon as he entered Foggy Town, the Black Hound Spirit Beast should have been attracted by the Order Crystal. Why hadn't that fellow appeared yet? But soon, Hobert stopped, hearing a faint rustling sound in the distance, as if some monster was hiding in the cornfield. He extended his left hand and injected spirituality into 1 to 107, hiding is forbidden here. Whoosh! All the corn to his left suddenly fell to either side. At the end of the cornfield, Hobert saw an old man who seemed weathered and worn. It was Ryan Salomon, who had disappeared during the Backlund smog event. When the other party saw Hobert, the corners of his mouth stretched back, suddenly revealing a grim smile. Frenzy. Hobert was already prepared and immediately activated the Order Crystal's shield. However, even when the other party was still hiding behind the corn, the characteristics he emitted had already begun to affect Hobert, causing a series of crazy thoughts to burst into Hobert's mind, making it difficult to form a complete train of thought. It was hard to imagine how serious the consequences would be if he were hit head-on by the other party's frenzy. Then, Hobert realized that his spiritual warning and perception had failed here. Hobert and the frenzied mage Ryan were at least 1 or 2 kilometers apart, but the other party arrived in front of Hobert with a single distortion. Hobert, recovering from the slight frenzy state, discovered that the eyes of this frenzied mage flickered with a crazy brilliance. Clang. He raised his hand, without seeing any force applied, nor touching the barrier, but the barrier made a soft sound, as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. Perhaps because the barrier was unharmed, Ryan's crazed gaze seemed to regain some rationality. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert poured his spirituality into 1 to 109. Releasing the barrier, he threw a punch. Slaughter. Ryan, who was regaining his sanity, was sent flying by the punch. Hobert felt that he had broken several of the other party's ribs, causing a depression in his chest. Magnify. While amplifying the serious injury into a fatal one, he raised his left hand again. Exile. A glimmer of intelligence finally began to blink in Ryan's eyes. Distortion. He distorted the concept of himself in a cornstalk, and the cornstalk was exiled several kilometers away. Hobert was somewhat surprised. A sequence 3-level distortion can even distort the target of exile. All along, he had felt that some of the Justicier's abilities were unavoidable for the target. Only now did he realize that the reason he had this understanding was simply because he had not encountered a strong enough enemy. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Hobert was 1 level lower than Ryan and was using a sealed artifact. If a Chaos Hunter had used exile, the frenzied mage might not have been able to distort it. Ryan looked at Hobert, a sneer flashing across his face. Bestow. Hobert's entire chest suddenly collapsed, and his heart and lungs felt like they were about to be crushed by some force. He spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing that this frenzied mage could bestow all of his injuries onto himself. Hobert gritted his teeth and threw out a deprivation amulet. Steal. Ryan's 3 abilities, Bestow, Distortion, and Frenzy, were deprived, which made him somewhat dazed for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert immediately fled, while bestowing most of his injuries to a nearby cornstalk. The cornstalk immediately exploded into a pile of minced meat. Unfortunately, the deprivation amulet only stole the other party's abilities, preventing them from using them for 3 hours. Hobert could not use these abilities himself. Therefore, Hobert could only use the sequence 4-level distortion of space to flee quickly. Fortunately, Ryan's distortion ability had been deprived, otherwise, the other party could have caught up with Hobert in an instant. However, the range of the other party's abilities was also very large. He raised his hand, just about to unleash a new ability towards Hobert. Hobert had been paying attention to this all along, and at this time, he immediately injected his spirituality into 1 to 107, deprive. The arrogance that Ryan was about to use was also immediately briefly deprived. This was deprivation, which could prevent the target from using that ability for 3 minutes. Taking advantage of this gap, Hobert finally escaped the cornfield. Although still within the attack range of the frenzied mage, Hobert now had a certain amount of reaction time because of the distance between the two. Moreover, Hobert discovered that the frenzied mage did not chase after him but instead went to the corn near the battlefield just now, to lick the blood that Hobert had spat out onto the corn leaves. Alarmed, Hobert finally saw the town in the mist. The most conspicuous building in this town was a steeple church with a very ancient style. It was black all over, without a bell tower, and black crows circled and lingered at the top. Many buildings were scattered around the church, including ordinary 2-story houses, simple wooden houses, and bakeries with hanging signs. Hobert found Klein lying on the ground near the bakery, coughing and struggling, as well as the wraith puppet being devoured. Devouring the puppet was a woman wearing a plain white robe. She looked holy, dignified, and her appearance was bright and radiant. She elegantly dug out the puppet's heart and bit off a large chunk, half of her face covered in blood. This was Panatia, the demoness of despair, who had also been captured into the town during the Backlund Smog event. In this scene, she looked very much like a fallen saint. After Panatia saw Hobert, she distorted off one of the puppet's arms and threw it to Hobert, grinning with a mouth full of blood. "Frenzied mage, sir, please, I don't mean to eat alone." Hobert was stunned. This lady has mental problems, actually mistaking me for that frenzied mage. But then he realized something was wrong and immediately injected spirituality into 1-109. 2 pillars of fire appeared from behind him, turning into dozens of fire crows. Sure enough, the surroundings were already covered with black hair, surrounding Hobert. Hobert immediately directed the fire crows to burn the hair. At this time, several ice arrows had appeared in front of Panatia, shooting fiercely towards Hobert. As Hobert had expected, Panatia's mental state was indeed not good, but not so bad that she would mistake people. The reason she said that just now was to make Hobert think that her mental state had already developed some problems, and then find an opportunity to attack. Disorder. Hobert dodged the ice arrows, then snapped his fingers. Boom. The flesh and blood bomb of 1-109 caused Klein's puppet to explode, scattering flesh and blood all over the ground. Hobert let 2 fire crows hover around him and said to Panatia, who was rushing towards him, "I have no intention of disturbing your meal, just here to rescue my companion." Panatia stopped, looking with some regret at the flesh and blood all over the ground. She hadn't had time to enjoy it properly, and it had turned into minced meat. Hobert added, "You eat in peace, we'll leave now, otherwise, I'll burn this flesh and blood into charcoal." Panatia did not answer, but squatted down with a wary look, picking up the flesh and blood on the ground. Hobert also carried Klein, about to find a place to rest first. Suddenly, the 3 people present all looked towards the sky. The red moon had penetrated the mist, clearly illuminating the town. Panatia showed a look of horror. Her hair grew longer, like tentacles, picking up the flesh and blood within her range, and rushed into a nearby house. Hobert also quickly carried Klein into the house and immediately locked the door. It was temporarily safe in the house. Hobert and Klein each found a chair to sit down. Although Hobert had bestowed most of his injuries, the remaining small portion was also a very serious injury. After all, that was the attack effect of slaughter plus magnify. He suddenly thought that if the frenzied mage were to fight someone, he could give himself a brick to the head and then bestow all the injuries to the enemy. If 2 frenzied mages were fighting, it would be even more exciting. This one bestowed the injuries to that one, and that one bestowed them back. They could fight like this until the end of time. And Klein wasn't doing much better. He lost his marionette right away, and accidentally saw Panatia's incomplete mythical creature form, so his spirit was severely impacted. Then he encountered a demigod-level disease attack. If Panatia hadn't wanted to save some fresh ingredients, Klein probably wouldn't have lasted until Hobert arrived. Hobert injected his spirituality into the fork of healing, using it twice in a row, and his injuries were only half healed. Ever since I purely reminded Hobert to keep the beyonder characteristics in the fork of healing safe, he had been carrying this mystical item with him. Then Hobert treated Klein, but could only heal the diseases on his body. The mental shock Klein suffered could only be recovered by himself through meditation. Fortunately, Klein's many daredevil experiences had made his spiritual body's self-healing ability very good. The 2 of them quietly gasped for a while before each told their experiences just now. Unlike Hobert, Klein appeared in a bean field, where countless bean pods opened their mouths and tore at Klein. It took him a lot of effort to get rid of that bean field. His pants were also basically torn to shreds, but fortunately he wasn't hurt. Afterwards, Klein, who had entered the town first, encountered the demoness of despair. After Hobert finished talking about his experience, a thought appeared in his mind: he was no match for the frenzied mage at all. Fortunately, the other party had a tendency to be crazy. If he had silently gifted his own madness to me from the beginning, I might already be dead. He sighed, if I didn't have the talisman, I might have died in that cornfield. Klein also sighed, today I finally understand the power of a demigod. I didn't even have a chance to use the talisman. Or rather, even if he used the deprivation charm, he would not be a match for that demoness of despair. Hobert looked out the window for a while and said, I have some information about this town here. In some documents, it's called Foggy Town. The specific source is unclear, only that it is related to the Concealment Authority. Klein nodded and said, I just divined that this is a dangerous source of the Sonia Sea's Eastern Divine Ruins at night. He further explained, after entering the ruins, when night falls, if anyone doesn't sleep, when dawn comes, they will find that they have disappeared silently. Once, because of an accident, I woke up from a dream and saw such a mysterious and strange foggy town in the distance of the sea. Hobert pondered for a moment and said, according to the information we traded before about that mural, this makes sense. Before, they had traded information about the fall of the sun god, which mentioned the battle between the Rose Redemption and the ancient sun god. The Evernight goddess also participated in the war at that time, and it is normal to leave some power about concealment in the ruins of the god war. The two people looked at each other, but they didn't say the specific content of the information they exchanged, or how it made sense. They thought of going together to avoid eavesdropping. But no matter what, Klein could be sure that the creatures who disappeared at night in the ruins were all sent here. Because they were not directly obliterated, the divination results for them were that they were still alive. At the same time, because of the interference of concealment, it was impossible to know their whereabouts. He also thought, this place is closely related to night. Could it be a prison personally created by the goddess? It's possible. She is the mother of concealment, and should be able to directly transform people and things into a concealed state. Thinking of this, Klein said again, the scenes in this town have many similarities with the ancient ruins on the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains. I just saw that there was half-eaten white bread, a glass of red wine, and messy silver knives and forks on the table in the room. It looks like someone was enjoying dinner, but suddenly evaporated. I have read relevant documents before. In the ancient ruins on the Hornassus Mountains, the furnishings and decorations are well preserved. Some tables are still filled with many plates, and there are traces of dry rot in the plates. In some rooms, there are also half bottles of wine that have almost turned into clear water. This was his doubt. At the same time, if this place was related to that ruin, there might be other dangers. Hobert thought for a while and said, this reminds me of a piece of information I forgot where I saw it. The kingdom on the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains is likely to be the divine kingdom established by Antigonus and his sister. Klein was slightly stunned. Antigonus's sister. The king of angels also has a sister. It's not that they can't have sisters, but these great figures in the ancient mystical world have experienced a long time after becoming angels, and their families may have already passed away. Moreover, Klein heard about the information about Antigonus's sister for the first time. Yes. Hobert said, she is called the Mother of the Sky, and their kingdom is called the Nation of the Evernight. Klein was stunned. Mother of the Sky. Nation of the Evernight. The title, Mother of the Sky, sounds like she won't live past 3 episodes. As for the Nation of the Evernight, Klein had heard of it before. If Antigonus's sister's title was Mother Concealment, then it is very likely to be the Evernight goddess. He also recalled that in a free exchange session of a tarot meeting, the Hanged Men mentioned that the Nation of the Evernight was destroyed by the Church of the Evernight goddess. Klein speculated that this should be a war of national extermination launched by the Church of the Evernight goddess for the beyonder characteristics of the Nation of the Evernight. Hobert looked at the figures moving outside the curtains. Before the action, the creator gave a hint, the church is the key. Klein was slightly stunned. Just now, that demoness of despair said that the church is very dangerous. Of course, it may also be her lie, but I personally think it's the truth. The reason is very simple, who would tell such a bizarre lie to food? Moreover, in general, the ability of instigation needs to be supported by some real information. It may be very dangerous for her. Hobert said, have you ever thought that if this place is related to the ruins on the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains, then the danger we encounter may come from concealment, but also from the high sequence of the seer pathway? Klein understood, you mean, in that church, there is danger from the seer aspect. Then he asked and answered himself, it's very possible. These foods on the table actually have spirit body threads. Just now, I was wondering why this was the case. After you reminded me, I realized that maybe when the seer pathway reaches the high sequence beyonder, the spirit body thread can appear on some inanimate objects. Finally, he smiled helplessly, isn't there a high sequence of the seer pathway guarding the exit in that church? That's too extravagant. Hobert sighed, not to mention angels, even sequence 3 is a member of the God's Council in the real world, the bishop of the region. If it is in a secret organization, then it may be the leader. He guessed, there may be an arrangement like a sealed artifact there. Klein nodded, which made more sense. After the state of the Crimson Moon ends, we have to risk exploring that church. Hobert said again, now let's summarize our enemies. Klein also agreed with Hobert's suggestion. The most likely way out was hidden there. He said, the demoness of despair, just now is the one who created the Backlund smog. I know. Hobert smiled helplessly, I was almost killed by her before. Klein was slightly stunned, recalling his experience just now, and thinking that Hobert was also a sequence 5 during the Backlund smog incident. At this time, he deeply realized that what Hobert said was just stating the facts, not describing anything. There is also Mr. A from the Aurora Order, who is a shepherd. Klein said, as far as I know, he should have also come to this foggy town. To be precise, Mr. A disappeared in front of Klein. Hobert nodded, if it's a shepherd, he can indeed survive in such an environment for a long time. Moreover, his condition may be better than the demoness of despair, and the frenzied mage, after all, he can eat himself when he is extremely hungry. Then Hobert said, the saint who disappeared from our side during the smog incident that I have been looking for should also be in this town. But his condition has not been very good. His level of wisdom in some aspects is not very high. Maybe he has been tricked into the church by the enemy. However, the other party should not die here, because he was once a guard of death and has received the blessing of death. It is difficult for ordinary sealed items to control him. To be precise, he is already dead. How can he die again? However, Hobert was not sure whether the Blackhound spirit beast still had a spirit body thread. Klein was slightly stunned, the guard of death. This saint seems to have a lot of stories. Hobert continued, also, there's that frenzied mage I mentioned earlier. He's a descendant of the Solomon family and possesses a grade 0 sealed artifact. The cornfield where I appeared, and the soybean field where you appeared, were probably created by that sealed artifact. But that's a sealed artifact from the apothecary pathway, not the planter pathway, so the crops that grow are all monsters. In this town's special environment, eating those crops might kill you faster. He thought for a moment and added, however, the frenzied mage didn't use that sealed artifact just now, and our saint didn't appear either. Could it be that the sealed artifact was taken by our saint? It's not impossible. If that's the case, I wonder if the Blackhound spirit beast has undergone some kind of mutation. Finally, Hobert concluded, after exploring the church, it's best if we can confirm the state of our saint and prioritize meeting up with him. That's the only way we'll have a chance of winning. Originally, his plan was for the Blackhound spirit beast to entangle the frenzied mage while he seized the opportunity to take out the demoness of despair, and Klein would take out Mr. A. Before the action, Hobert had specifically confirmed that he could still sense the Blackhound spirit beast's existence using the Order of Power from the Nation of Disorder. In other words, after so much time, the Order of Power within it hasn't disappeared, and it can still follow Hobert's commands. Hobert guessed that the closed environment of Foggy Town might have prevented the Order of Power on it from completely dissipating. But the problem now is that we haven't seen the Blackhound spirit beast after being in Foggy Town for so long. Klein also agreed with Hobert's simple plan. They wouldn't be able to defeat those three enemies with just the two of them. The next question is, how do we approach the church? The connection to the spirit world is severed here, so travel and blink can't be used. Hobert also faces a huge risk in using the method of distorting distance to pass through walls. Similarly, because the connection to the spirit world is severed, their spirituality isn't very sensitive. If they accidentally distort into the street outside, they'll be in trouble. Fortunately, Klein's sealed artifact with the travel ability also has the ability to open doors. They can observe the situation on the other side of the wall through that illusory door and then decide whether to pass through the door. So, the two of them cautiously moved towards the church little by little through the illusory door. When passing through the third room, Hobert looked at the shadows in the corner and immediately raised his hand, arrogance. The shadow suddenly became like a pool of black liquid, flowing to the side to avoid Hobert's attack. Exploit. Hobert prematurely ended the opponent's shadow transformation state. A figure rolled out from the liquid, his expression a mixture of madness and fear. It was Mr. A, who had become very thin. Just as Hobert was about to continue attacking, Mr. A took the opportunity to smash through a wall and hide in the room Hobert and Klein had just come from. Boom. The sound of the wall being smashed was loud, and the whispers on the street outside instantly disappeared. They all seemed to turn their heads and look at the room where Hobert and Klein were. Klein quickly opened the door, and the two entered the next room closer to the church and waited quietly for a few minutes. The gazes outside gradually shifted away, and the whispers gradually returned. The two breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Hobert smiled and whispered, "This guy really survived." At this time, the whispers outside gradually diminished. The two seemed to sense something and vaguely saw the crimson moon re-entering the mist through the windows and curtains. Hobert said, "Quick, let's go." Klein immediately opened the door in front and reached the room closest to the church when the whispers disappeared. Hobert and Klein suddenly felt crazy thoughts appearing in their minds, such as going out to catch the demoness of despair and playing a game together. For example, catching Mr. A just now and tasting his flesh and blood. At the same time, they felt that their movements were very uncoordinated. They clearly wanted to raise their hands but turned around, clearly wanted to move forward but stood still. After experiencing the cornfield, Hobert knew that this was a range attack of frenzy. The frenzied mage seemed to have regained a lot of sanity. But fortunately, his spirituality was also affected, and he couldn't determine the specific location of Hobert and Klein, so he could only use this range attack. As for why he could use the Beyonder ability stolen by the deprivation charm in advance, it was not difficult to explain. It should be that after Hobert escaped, the frenzied mage used the ability of exploit to prematurely end the state of being deprived of abilities. The level of the deprivation charm is probably higher than sequence 3, but not quite to the level of sequence 2. There is no time to recover the deprived abilities during the battle, but after the battle, the frenzied mage will have a lot of room to maneuver. Distort. Hobert distorted the negative influence on himself, grabbed Klein's shoulder, and then quickly passed the distance between the room and the church by continuously distorting the distance. The two stood in front of the church and glanced back. The demoness of despair, Panatia, was rapidly chasing after them using mirror jumps, while the frenzied mage stood far away on the roof, watching Hobert and Klein's actions. The frenzied mage, at this time, gave people the feeling that he was not as crazy as before, and the two of them seemed to have joined forces. Hobert glanced at them and, for the last time, distorted the distance, entering the church with Klein. Panatia jumped out of the glass, quietly watching the two enter the church, and gradually revealed a look of fear. Inside the church, the frenzy state on Hobert and Klein quickly disappeared. They quickly regained their vision in the dim environment and saw figure after figure hanging in the air within their sight. They were all humans, some wearing black classical robes, some wearing brown jackets, some wearing fluffy skirts, and some with tattered clothes like beggars. They were all hanging from high places like smoked meat being dried, their heads hanging down, swaying. This immediately reminded Hobert of some ghost stories about hanged ghosts, but he couldn't see the ropes hanging them. Whoosh! A cold wind blew in the church, and the corpses hanging in the air simultaneously turned to Hobert and Klein. Disorder. Hobert raised a hand. The corpses seemed to immediately lose direction, some turning to the left, some turning to the right, in short, no longer looking at the two intruders. Hobert noticed Klein's gaze and explained with a smile, "It's creepy when these guys look over together." If it were before, Hobert wouldn't have acted casually, lest he wake up some unknown power. But recently, Hobert has noticed that breaking the inherent rules, or breaking some conventions, such as being reckless when you should be cautious, can make his spirituality more lively. Of course, such breaking is done with a certain degree of certainty. For example, Hobert would not do suicidal things like going out to find the frenzied mage to fight. The two observed the figures for a while. Fortunately, they were all humans, and Hobert didn't find the shadow of the black-hound spirit beast among them. Spirit body threads. Klein suddenly said in surprise. Hobert quickly hid behind Klein. He remembered that the spirit body threads would become a bit strange here, and his current spirituality was not as sensitive as it was outside. He also didn't know if there was any danger from the spirit body threads at the moment. Klein explained again, their spirit body threads are extremely special, and they all converge at the top of the church. It turns out they are suspended by spirit body threads. Hobert asked, "What danger does it pose to us?" "Our spirit body threads are like metal encountering a magnet, uncontrollably drifting upwards," Klein said. "Don't resist. I'll pull your spirit body thread back." Hobert immediately felt that his movements were somewhat stiff. He did not resist as Klein said. Klein added, "Our spirit body threads still have a tendency to float upwards, and we must constantly resist it." Hobert nodded. No wonder this church is full of danger for the demoness of despair and Mr. A. Even if the frenzied mage comes in, it will be difficult to accurately distort his spirit body thread. Klein asked in disbelief, "The frenzied mage can even distort spirit body threads?" Klein had always felt that spirit body threads could only be seen by beyonders of the seer pathway and should be a unique ability of this pathway. "I can do that too," Hobert casually explained. "It's just a conceptual application of distortion, but the distortion is not so precise, and it's still very dangerous in this environment." Because he can't see the spirit body threads, maybe the distortion direction is wrong and he will get closer to the source of danger and be hung up instantly. Then, the two looked together at the interior of the church. In the depths of the church, there seemed to be an altar. The two walked forward step by step, trying to ignore the swaying figures above their heads that seemed to be looking down at them. After walking 20 or 30 meters, the two came to the altar and saw a stone statue standing on the altar. It generally presented a female human image, but two animal legs grew from the ribs and waist, covered with short, thick, hard black hair. Beneath the stone statue, Soul slumbered. Taking a few more steps forward and clearly seeing its face, Klein's gaze froze. Because the statue had a delicate and beautiful face, the very same one who had brought them to the misty town. Hobert's expression also became solemn, not because he was surprised by the other party's appearance, but because he felt that the four beast legs were really ruining the overall image. He couldn't help but think, is the real image of the Evernight goddess similar to this? One leg ruins everything. Then he saw a figure diagonally behind the statue, so he gestured to Klein and went around the statue. They saw an old man in a black robe sitting behind the statue. He was wearing a hood, his head was lowered, his eyes were tightly closed, and the white beard around his mouth was long and dense, as if it hadn't been trimmed for decades. Klein whispered to Hobert, "There's something wrong with his spirit body threads." The old man's spirit body threads actually stretched out from his body and then returned to the point where they came from. Hobert thought to himself, he should be referred to as him. He took a step forward, "Old sir. Klein felt that Hobert's actions were a little reckless, but on second thought, the old man's condition was so strange, if he wanted to harm them, he would have done so long ago, and wouldn't have waited until now. The old man opened his eyes, looked Hobert up and down, and finally his gaze fell on Klein behind him. Finally, another seer has come here. Klein thought to himself, why say another? The hooded old man said, in the Beyonder world, having a trustworthy partner is a very rare thing. What he was talking about was Hobert's willingness to let Klein manipulate his spirit body threads. Just now, the two of them hadn't paid much attention to this. After the old man said this, Hobert realized that in this world, there wouldn't be more than 5 people he could trust so much, and Klein was one of them. Even if Audrey had the ability to manipulate spirit body threads, Hobert wouldn't be so relieved. He knew that although Audrey wouldn't harm him, her condition was sometimes not very good, making it difficult to be completely at ease. Klein had a similar feeling. Just now, he asked Hobert not to resist his manipulation of the spirit body threads, and he really didn't resist. Is it just because they once fought side by side? Klein suddenly thought of this question. The white-bearded old man said again, do you want to escape from here? I can tell you how. Klein was not moved. Then why are you still staying here? The old man lowered his head and chuckled, because I am already dead. Klein only felt a chill run down his back and quietly took a step back. Hobert smiled, I almost thought you were a beyonder of the death pathway. The old man slowly raised his head, glanced at Hobert, and then slowly said, I used a special beyonder power to find a gap in the world's history and destiny, cut out my own image, and fixed it here, maintaining it until now. As for my body and my spirit, they have already completely died. Klein sighed in his heart, what an incredible ability. But he had no way of confirming whether it was true or false, then why do you want to guide us on how to escape? The old man's long beard trembled slightly, after you open the door, the history and destiny here will change, and this image that I cut out will also disappear with it. When that time comes, you will see an urn of ashes. I only hope that it can be scattered into the Sorrenzo River near the Intis capital, Trier, which is my hometown. Hobert really wanted to ask, how did your ashes get here? But he realized that he wouldn't get a real answer, so he turned to ask, do you know Emperor Roselle? The old man's expression suddenly became solemn. Klein also noticed that Hobert had used you again. Hobert spread his hands, it's not hard to guess. Born in Trier, a beyonder of the seer pathway, must be a member of the secret order. And I happen to know that Emperor Roselle had cooperated with the secret order. The old man's expression gradually became kind again, what a clever young man. I want to confirm one thing, Hobert said, after Emperor Roselle fell, did he release the beyonder characteristic of knowledge emperor? Is that beyonder characteristic in the hands of the god of steam and machinery? The old man was silent again. Klein, thinking of some of the information and diary entries he had traded before, was also very interested in this question. After a few seconds, the old man smiled and said, I don't have any relevant memories. Maybe I don't know, or as a historical projection, I don't know this history. But theoretically speaking, it is possible to release a beyonder characteristic of knowledge emperor, and it is most likely to fall into the hands of the god of steam and machinery. Then he asked, where did you learn about these secrets? As far as I know, very few people know about this, maybe you can count them on one hand. Has the current world announced the real cause of Roselle's death? Klein thought to himself, now you can't count them on one hand anymore, at least all the members of the Tarot Club already know. Of course, if this old man had more than a dozen fingers on one hand in his lifetime, then that's another matter. Hobert only vaguely said, I am a beyonder of the lawyer pathway. The hooded old man was not satisfied with this answer. He pondered for a moment and asked again, is the outside world going to have a new black emperor? Hobert smiled, you're already a dead man, so don't worry about that. Klein turned his head to look at the corpse hanging from the top of the church and barely managed not to laugh. If it weren't for the beyonder world, Hobert's actions would obviously be very unethical, disrespectful to the elderly, and disrespectful to the dead. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters.